a different room when I get like that, you know.
When I get like that, when you have one of your little spells or episodes.
Yeah.
I
That
wasn't always
happens,
this
man.
way.
It happens to me pretty much every time I talk to people. It does.
Every
And I'm
time you go away, Shanna, you take a piece of curvature with you.
the earth, in my opinion, and I can't actually 100% say it's 100% flat, because me and my husband have talked about this, and he kind of, you know how
Does he think it's
he
pear shaped?
no, not at all, not at all.
What about an
I
oblate
just
spheroid? Like bulging in the middle a little? Kind of like a
no,
pizza dough?
no, no. It's
Okay.
flat. It's flat, but he thinks it might be either uh maybe pillow topped, kind of
Pillow
like
top?
where it's
Are you talking about one of those really nice pillows that doesn't get your head all hot? You talking about what type of pillow are you talking about? Like a regular pillow
like
or
a
the kind you
like
sit
a
on in the
like
car?
a, like a really nice ottoman.
Ooh, girl. Nodding in enough on the ottoman at the Ramada Inn. Swallowed all the pills in my pill bottle then.
or
So
or or sometimes we discuss, maybe does it curve upwards at the
you
edges?
guys have pillow
you know
fights, basically, you're saying. You and your husband have pillow fights all the time. I get it.
Hey, don't get into my sexual life, man.
Well, you said you guys, he thinks it's pillow shaped. So you'd be having a pillow fight, literally, you know?
And when I say pillow shaped, he's not talking about the bottom of it, he's talking about the top only.
Yes, you're talking about a
Like,
pillow that's curved on one side up and then flat on the other side. Kind
well,
of like you cut a
he
Mentos in half. The
let's
long
just
way.
say, if the father is sitting up somewhere in heaven and has a footstool, that thing is definitely not a ball. And
Well, what if he has the
it
footstool that you have at your house? You said it's warped and everything, and you spill your drinks on it. Is that maybe that's why it rains? You know, that makes a lot of sense, huh?
say that again.
So you said the father has his footstool, yada yada, and I said, well, if the footstool is shaped like the stool that's curved at your house because it's warped, then maybe that's why it rains all the time. It's raining pina coladas,
Oh man,
strawberry dac.
I wish it was ran pina coladas, man.
Girl, if a wish was a whiff, if was ifs, we'd all be drunk off a fifth. You know what I'm saying?
What do you drink?
Um, Whatever I can, water, grape. I won't drink anything or buy anything at the store unless they don't have the glass bottle. Everything I drink's out of a glass bottle, basically.
So
So I get
you
pear
don't drink
juice, grape juice, cranberry juice.
alcohol?
Very, very rarely because I get really, really, really super, super, super crazy and almost like suicidal and just like punch car windows. And every once in a while, if I have a drink every once in a while and there's like cool people around, I'll be cool. But
And
yeah,
you're
other than that, like,
42?
yeah, because I take a couple drinks of vodka and then I want like 1,000 more. Because one's too many, but 1,000's never enough.
Well, see, I'm not that way.
Well, I wish I could be less like me and more like you, girl. You know what I'm saying?
I know my limit, and I try to, like, I'm very good at, not always, not always. I'm pretty good at limiting myself, and I try to stop at a certain area. But
Yeah, you
like
sound
the
like
other,
Lemony Snicket's, girl. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you
Sorry.
mean.
Well, it rhymes with Jiminy Cricket, so let's just leave it at that. You know what I mean?
I know every time I come in here, I'm a bit tipsy, and y'all know that.
Just
Y'all know
getting to
that.
You sound perfectly sober, actually, right now. You know what I mean? If
But
we got pulled over, I'd tell the cops she was driving because she could probably pass it better than I could. Because I
That's
have a
because
broken
we're
down. My
coming in
feet,
here
my
to
feet are
piss
always
on the stove.
dysfunctioning.
I just try. I never try to come in here super drunk. I and I rarely
Yeah, it just
get
happens,
super
huh?
drunk. But
It just happens. You don't try it. I'm just kidding.
no, I literally I want to come in here with a pretty sober mind, but it takes me. It's very difficult for me to talk about these things when I'm not a little bit tipsy. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, pretty much. You know,
Cause my if I'm super sober, I don't want to talk to anybody about anything.
and I
Literally.
feel you on that. Like I can't talk to people unless I breathe air. So like I usually fill up on oxygen before I start speaking. I take a deep breath. So I could totally relate. You mean? I
Oh,
feel you on that. You know?
I'm super filled with oxygen. Super filled with
Really? So that's
oxygen.
how weird. So what's your favorite kind of oxygen to inhale? Mine's air, but I'll settle for other stuff. I like helium every once in a while.
Well, I don't know how it is where you live, but
Have you ever been hooked up
well,
to an inhaler or breathing machine? Man, talk about some good
no,
oxygen. You gotta
no,
try it
no.
sometime.
Actually, deep sea divers that like are that's their livelihood. They just like going
Yeah,
and working on the pipelines and
like
stuff
the
in the
people who
deep
work at
sea.
NASA, like the astronauts and stuff. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
No, 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 no. I'm talking about people that go and work on pipelines and stuff in the ocean.
Yeah, like
Those
they're changing the
people,
solar panels and stuff
they
underwater.
come on, man. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
Don't
I'm
add
sorry.
shit. These people that work on that shit and they live only on oxygen, their life expectancy is actually cut in half by only living on 100% oxygen. Isn't that crazy?
So they never actually just breathe. As soon as they come up from the ocean, they have the oxygen thing in their nose at all times.
No, no, but
Okay.
because
Because I
they
was gonna say you have to eat sometimes too, but I guess you could take it off when you're eating, but then you got to put it back on.
but because they it is their job to be underwater living on 100% oxygen most of their
Yeah,
life,
yeah.
it it actually cuts their lifetime expectancy in half.
Wait, are you talking about those people who have that SpongeBob SquarePants job? They like literally live under the sea.
No, I'm talking about well, yeah, basically, because
Okay, cool.
they're the
I can
people
relate.
working. Their job is to go work on the pipelines that are coming out of the ocean, and so
Hmm. Yeah,
fi-
like the undersea cable, right? Where our satellites come from, undersea cable.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
those guys, they their life expectancy is cut in half because they are living on oxygen alone,
And probably
and
sipping some of that mermaid juice too. You know what I mean?
so all of these people talking about climate change and this and that, and literally we need all of this. We do need all of these other things in our air to actually help us live.
I disagree with
Because
you. I think we metaphorically need them in the air, but as to say we literally need them, I'd have to disagree with you on that. But it's just
what do you
theoretical.
mean?
Well, you said we
Why would
literally
you?
need these things, but I disagree. I think we only metaphorically need them, but it's just theoretical. So
Well, my son swears. My son swears he does not need to eat. He does not need to drink. He does not need to do anything. He swears he can like just exist and live on
tell them to
nothing.
not talk about it, but to be about it. You know what I mean?
He
Straight up.
he he did it for like a month where he
Yeah.
was like,
He was trying to
well,
beat Jesus' record of 41 days or something.
he 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 was homeless for a while, and he swears he's like, Mom, you know, my spirit can live off of nothing.
Yeah,
He's
I
like,
believe that
I
totally.
and he was like
This isn't medical advice.
he was he was like, I am just existing off of the cosmetic energy of the universe. He was like
Oh, cool.
spitting all this shit
Maybe it's
out
the
to me.
black. Maybe it's this energy from black holes or something. Had like a good reaction with
Man,
him, or maybe like I don't know.
maybe he was taking some good acid. I don't know.
Oh, well, the best acid you can get is from a battery. So if you get that copper top and you break it open just right, you're good. For it lasts like 5 or 10 minutes. Just put it on your tongue. No, I'm just kidding. That's not medical advice either. But you can tell if it works still by touching a battery to your tongue. You can see if it still has juice or not.
Listen, stop giving medical advice because you're doing
I
a
actually
bad
wasn't.
job.
I was giving contained power advice.
My son is actually a very good example because he believes like we do, but he's not super religious, and he's just very uh,
Oh, I know exactly what you mean.
I
I know
don't know the
exactly what you
word.
mean.
I don't know the word for him to be. I
Oh,
can't
okay.
describe
Well,
him,
I literally know exactly what you're talking about then.
and he's like he's like, and I worry about him because he and I shouldn't because he's like, Mom, I'm good. I haven't ate for 5 days and I'm
Dude,
fine.
just
And I'm
buy him a
like,
Mad magazine where it says "What Me Worry" and he'll be fine. You know, Alfred E.
and
Newman
I'm like,
style shit.
but from a mother's perspective, I'm like, you haven't ate for 5 days. What the fuck? And I want to go feed him. And he's like, I'm
Well,
good, Mom.
cool. That's awesome. I'd love to follow him around for a day with a camera.
He's quite a specimen. He's like six
A
five.
specimen. You called your son a specimen. I love that. That is so cool. Now we're talking.
Well, I mean, as far as like uh
No, no, I know exactly what you mean. That's so cool.
he is very well built. He's just like I said, he's quite a specimen. And
So he's well built, meaning like his hands and feet function. Have you lifted up his gum line lately? Checked his gums? Have you looked at the whites of his eyes? Look at his fingernails. Test his knees and his elbows for for reflexes. And then just tell him to eat an apple a day. Pat him on the back, give him an attaboy, and say, "I'll see you in 30 days." You know what I mean?
no, I haven't done all that.
Well, I was just giving parental advice, but I'm not a parent, so I'm not equipped to do that. So disregard,
But he
disregard.
he he would never let me do any of that. He's very he's a very guarded person. He doesn't like he's super a
Does he use
guarded
Scotch
person.
Guard on his clothing?
No, I'm saying he's a guarded person. Like he doesn't like me to even call him and say, "How are you doing?" Like he's like, "What do you mean? I'm fine. Leave me alone." You know?
So he's basically like the guy in the beginning part of the song "Hate Me Today" by Blue October. That's
I don't know
interesting.
what that. I don't know what that is. I'm just saying he's a very reclusive person, and he doesn't like for me to dig into his shit.
Well, then the happiest thing he'd probably be right now, the proudest moment of his life, is if he knew you were talking about him right now. He's probably grinning from ear to ear. You know what I mean?
I know he's probably not. He would hate that.
Really?
He would hate it. He would hate it. But
Well,
I love the fact that he might go long periods of time without eating,
literally,
and
huh?
he still is a very thriving individual.
Dude, you should give him some literal food for thought next time you see him. He might metaphorically enjoy it.
Well, the last time I went over there, I just had a half a beef. I split a
A beef
half a
top ramen
beef.
soup
I just
or a
no,
Tupac and Biggie beef.
a whole cow. I just bought
Oh, I
uh
thought you meant like a Tupac and Biggie beef. I was like, those are kids like those kind of beefs. You know what I mean?
no, my parents raised beef, and my parents said, "Hey, uh you want to split a cow with us to go get butchered?" And
Yeah, after you guys were
so
pulling all day, I understand. I lived like that for a little while too. I mean,
we split a beef, and I took like
you
10
split a beef.
pounds
That's cool. You guys, that means you
and
guys basically squashed it then, huh?
it means we paid.
Where I'm
Each
from, we
of
don't
us
squash the
paid.
beef. We never stop beefing. We don't squash that beef. You know what I mean, girl?
Anyway, I took 10 pounds of the beef over to my son because he just literally started watching videos about food and all
Don't let him
how
watch Jake the Asshole. He'll try to eat the beef raw. That's not medical
dude,
advice.
he literally just started watching videos about our food stuff in
Dude, I literally
America.
just started watching videos about metaphors. That's crazy. What a
And
coincidence.
he was like, "Mama, I can't eat any of this food I've got in my house." Blah blah blah. He was like, "It's all." It's, he was freaking
I'm
out.
telling you, next time you see him, you need to literally bring him some food for thought. I'm telling you, it'll work. Kids will eat that. Kids eat food for thought all the time, literally. You got to literally bring it to him, though. You can't just bring it to him in theory. Literally bring him some food for thought, and he'll never be hungry again. Does that make sense?
Well, he begged me to bring him some of that beef because he's like, I know what granny and granddaddy feed their beef. They
He's like,
only
Granny
eat
and Granddad are beefing again.
they only eat the grass that granny and granddaddy had, and they ain't got no of this bullshit in them. He's like, I know it's gonna be pure beef, and so I took him some
So
of that
ironically,
beef.
I think that they actually would have bullshit in it, literally,
Why
because
would it?
it would. Yeah, when they die, they don't just everything doesn't come out at once. There's still trace elements of it in there. This isn't animal or farm advice.
What are you talking about?
You said that's no bullshit, but you're talking about serving beef that you killed. But I'm actually literally it does have bullshit in it. It's not completely devoid of any excrement, so therefore it does have a little bit of
Well,
bullshit still in.
I'm talking about I know my mom and dad only raised their
Did they raise
cattle.
foster farm chicken, or were
Do
they?
what?
You know the foster farm chickens? They're like always trying to breach in. They're free range chickens. You know what I mean? But you could tell if you. I mean, if you really know more, you could tell. You know what I'm saying? You
No,
ain't gonna get
I'm
one
saying
over on me.
I know what my parents do to their cattle, and they are
Oh my
all
god.
grass fed. Grass
Okay.
fed. They only eat off the land. That
Right.
my That's
I
all
feel
they
you.
get.
Do they ever get any food for thought off the land, or is it pretty much just beef?
Listen, stop. This is Why are you going to bullshit? Why can't we just have an honest conversation without going into stupid jokes and bullshit?
Well, how about this? I'll make you a deal. If you don't like
No,
the way I talk and you want me to change how I talk, then basically you want to control how I am, and I don't feel comfortable like that because I don't want to control how you are. So I'll let you continue talking, but I'll disengage at this time because I don't like to
no,
be molded into
you
something
don't
I'm not.
have
I
to
respect you. I love you.
disengage, man. I'm just saying, I'm just actually literally trying to talk about how my parents grow their cattle, and they don't have a lot of cattle. They're they've got like 30 heads of cattle, 30 cows, and they're having calves, which is, it's a very small farm, but I know where that meat comes from and how it's grown. And so I trust to eat it. I'm happy that I have that. And my parents literally gave me, they fed that cow throughout its life. And the only thing I had to pay for was to have it butchered, which only cost me like $200. I paid $200 and I got half a beef. My parents suffered the loss of the actual cost of that cow because that cow was probably worth $2,000, but they gave me half that beef and I paid $200 to have it slaughtered. And I gave my son, I'm just saying, because he's freaking out about the whole food industry thing and what is in all of our food. He was freaking out about it. He's like, I can't eat nothing in my freaking house. So I gave him 10 pounds of that hamburger meat. He's like, because I know because he knows where that comes from, and it's not got any kind of whatever you want to call it, solid green or any kind of bullshit in it, you know?
Evil spirit.
Listen, I'm not telling anybody here. Please don't back down and shut up and not talk to me. I'm just
What?
saying,
You're good.
don't.
It's all good. Don't tell me what not to don't do now. Well, as if that wasn't uncomfortable enough. Thanks, Glat, for fucking everything up.
Oh my god, I hate you. I hate you. I was almost at my point, and you interrupted me, Glad. How dare you?
What do you mean your point? You were not talking.
I know.
Oh,
I'm being
okay.
sarcastic.
Got it.
Well,
I mean, I
right,
interrupt all the time. Half
I
of it,
know.
I could say it's half and half. Half that I'm dumb as shit, and I have a very hard time with regular conversation consistently, flowing freely. But then also, I'm just kind of a dick.
Well, listen, Flo, I just hate it when people actually where they try to like make fun of like true conversation of people trying to actually do shit the right way, you know. And I was talking about my parents actually tried to raise their cattle the right way, and I was trying to discuss that, and I just don't think it's funny to make fun of that.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't mean offense. I truly don't. I'm just trying to bring some levity and talk about Earth measuring flat. But I agree. I mean,
And I didn't give these Globers a warning. I gave these Globers a warning, and I said, you guys can come and make me look stupid all you want. You have about an hour. Once Glatflub gets back, you know what I mean? All bets are
yeah, I heard that.
off. You better tuck those Mentos, boy. You know
Whatever. Dude, I'm just a loudmouth and I hold them to task. Other people like to get really, really deep into the technical stuff that still proves disproves.
I'm really a coward when it comes to that. Like people be like, the Earth is curved, and they're like, no, it's not. They're like, it is. I'm like, please stop saying that. Please stop. I don't know what to do.
Well,
so yeah. Well, you know, I was harassed by a lot of Globers when I was younger, and you either grow strong or you tuck tail. So I've been tucking tail most of my life.
So, have you been a flat earther for most of your life?
I've been a flat earther my whole life, but I barely realized it in the end of 2017.
Okay.
I was gonna say everybody's been a flat earther most of their lives.
I just didn't realize it.
All of their lives, they just didn't know it.
Yes, I've certainly been living as if it were flat and stationary. I have no idea how I would live if I were on a globe. Like, how would I pretend to do that? Here, there's no way to do that. So,
yeah.
But I've only realized that I was living on a flat plane since 2015 or so, you know?
Yeah, me too.
And but truly nothing in my life has changed except for like the ostracizing from my family in some areas, you know? That's pretty much the only thing that's changed in my life is that.
Sharon, I didn't know I thought your parents were farmers. I didn't know they measured large birds. That's interesting. So they were actually ostracizing ever since you were little?
Wow.
It's very profitable, actually.
Wow. That was ridiculous. That was funny.
Yeah, that was.
But I said wow twice instead.
That was pretty ridiculous, man.
Oh boy.
My family has. My grandfather had like a. He was very blessed because he was in the military and then he used his military thing to come out and he got like about he got I want to say 5,000 acres, but that might be wrong. I might be a little overboard.
Hey,
Got a
that's a little
lot
bit
of
of land, huh?
a pretty big chunk of land. It might not be that much. It might be a little less than that.
Hell, 500's
Yeah. I mean, my husband's grandfather had like 4,000 acres, but he had to sell it over the course of his elderly life to
Nobody
pay
has
for
that
his.
many acres. That's no, you couldn't even count that many. Come on. Are you being
Oh
real?
yeah. In Texas,
Poor that.
there
No
in
way. You
in
wouldn't even be able to count that
Texas,
much.
yeah, in Texas, that's nothing to smile at. There
That's
are
like 186,000 miles per second, dude.
in some places in Texas, there are ranches that are like 300,000 acres.
It's bad.
Down
Yeah,
by,
We have a
they're
problem
really
with that.
huge down there for no reason. Okay, hey, we got a person in the live stream here. His name, he or she's name is Bumblebee, and
Nice.
the roles are On the Fence, Ladies Night, and Link Image
is Ladies
Perms.
Night still going?
No,
Dude, I
Oh, okay. I
identified
was
the
like,
Bumblebee. I can't wait to hear this.
right.
I
So
love
Bumblebee,
bumblebees.
if you're
That's
there, we'd love to chat with you about whatever you'd like to speak with us about here on this Friday evening, Saturday morning.
Hello. Yeah, it's Saturday morning here.
I'm guessing Bumblebee is a lady.
Yes.
Good evening or good night and morning, Bumblebee. Where you coming from? You
I
sound like
am
you
from Finland.
yeah,
Finland. It's morning here.
you sound like you're from Australia.
No, I am from Finland, next to Sweden.
Then okay. I love your accent.
Well, Finnish is its own kind of language, so of course we have this accent.
Do you have a love for bumblebees? I have a love for bumblebees. I think they're the most beautiful creature. I love bumblebees.
Yeah, bumblebees are cute and
They're
useful.
so cute and very useful and they defy all laws of nature. They're so freaking huge and flat. They should not be able to fly with their little tiny wings.
That's right.
That's what I find fascinating about bumblebees.
Good thing they got that insect-like carapace geometric structure. I bet they have a really light body.
So Bumblebee, what do you think about the flat Earth?
Well, I'm still thinking about what do I believe. It doesn't really affect my life too much what shape it is. I'm just living my simple life.
That is such a honest, true answer. That's me too. Like the fact whether it be flat or round, it really does not affect my life at this point in my life. But at the same time, I know a lot of this globalist agenda going on around us has to do with the earth being one way or another, and a lot of our tax, like where I live in America, a lot of taxpayer dollars go to fund NASA, which is a ton of money. It's a lot of money from taxpayers. So they take a ton of money out of my paycheck to pay for this thing that doesn't exist, in my opinion. And so that kind of pisses me off. They may not do that where you live.
Yeah, you know what those 3-letter agencies are? All bark, no bite. Huh? That's what I'm fucking saying. Get your shit together, guys.
Finland is a very expensive country, and right now, because they want to join, not me, my country leaders want to join NATO, and
And
we have
NATO's a
had
piece of shit.
peace. We have had this peace for decades with Russia, and we haven't really had problems with them. Just it makes me angry that they want to join, because it means they already crashed the economy of Finland. So now, if they join NATO, we will pay even more money out from our empty pockets. We don't have money. We are just taking more debt. And then
Right.
when we go to NATO, it means war. Russia already said if you make that step, it means war. So I'm enjoying each day right now when I have peace.
Right. I hear you. I hear you. That I literally when NATO started, I don't even know what year did NATO start, you guys. Anybody have the fact check stuff bullshit? You know, when did NATO start? NATO's been existing for a long time. And NATO, in my opinion, NATO is a bad thing. And when any country wants to join NATO, this is like a bad thing. Anybody else want to chime in?
I don't know much about NATO, gonna be honest.
Well, you need to look into NATO. It's like, are you familiar with the UN?
Yeah.
You probably don't like the UN and how
I
that
don't
works.
care about the UN. I think that it's a big deal to some people.
Well, all of these things, NATO, UN, they all work together for the Klaus Schwab bullshit one world order, okay?
That I've heard that. That's the rumor.
They all tie together. And so they keep trying, like she's saying, they're trying to get her country to join NATO.
Right. That's no good.
I'm not sure exactly what year it formed, but it would have been after World War II, shortly afterwards, I think.
This really makes me sad that our president and prime minister and all these people, they're not even planning to make us vote. They are making the decision, not the nation.
Yep.
Yeah, that is how it's been going on in a lot of countries, even in the United States. They're making all these decisions without the people talking about it.
They've been doing that from day one.
Yeah, they're doing this in all nations. And all the time there's people standing up against it, but it still happens. It's still happening. It's still going to happen.
I hate to cut you off right there. I'm sorry. We've got Ent Monk, who's apparently a Glober and reality denier. Ent Monk, hello. Welcome to the chat tonight.
I'm a Glober. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't forget the title tag.
Huh?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Hi. Hey, man.
How's it
What's
going?
cracking? What's crack-a-lackin'? What are you doing?
Not much. I'm just chilling. I haven't been in the server in like maybe more than 6 months or so. I pop in every once in a while.
Okay. So do your roles reflect your reality?
They do. They are fairly accurate.
Fairly accurate. Okay.
Yeah,
That's funny.
reality denier is yeah. I guess that's what I am.
I mean, it depends.
Do you cuddle with a globe when you sleep?
I should get a globe. I don't have one yet, but that's a good idea. I should. Yeah.
You know what's weird? You know what's really
Hold
weird?
it tight.
You can't find one globe, whether or not it's in a classroom, at the Smithsonian, in someone's home, in the kid's bedroom, whatever kind of globe you have, it can never be used for navigation at all. There's no way to do it. Isn't that cool? Kind of strange.
So cool, man. That's so cool.
Why not? Why couldn't we
Nobody uses globes for navigation. That's why. Find somebody using a globe for navigation.
You can still cuddle with it. You can still cuddle with it, though.
That's true. That's true. I mean, if we have a big enough globe, right? If we have a big enough one where it's so big that the map that you're looking at is almost flat. Then
Did you hear what you had to do? You had to start making shit up just to believe what you were even saying.
Think about this.
You literally had to say it's so big it's flat. Come on, man.
I mean, if it's flat if you make a globe big enough, then in a small enough, if you take a piece of it, the bigger and bigger the globe is, and the smaller and smaller piece you take, the more flat it's
That's
gonna
a fun
look.
hypothetical.
So how far do you want to push these goalposts?
Hold on. I'm on that. I've got a question. I have a question, sir.
I don't want to push the lady out that just came in before Etamoth.
No worries. Bumblebee, stick around. This is going to be good conversation.
What was her name? I'm trying to find
Bumblebee.
her.
Bumblebee.
Yeah, I don't want Bumblebee to be pushed out of the conversation. And
She's not?
Because she
She's right
seems
there.
like she's a very meek person that doesn't like to speak out, and I don't want to push her out of the conversation.
Bumblebee, if anybody's pushing you out, let us know. That's not the intention ever at all. Just trying to keep the conversation going.
Nah, keep going. I'm listening.
All right,
Cool.
she's listening. All right, back to
Is it Aunt Monk or Aunt Monk? Can I just call you Monk? Because I
Monk
hate
is
sounding
good.
stupid.
I really should change my name to Monk because most people on Discord just call me Monk. So
Right, because that first three letters is a nightmare.
yeah, it is.
I was just kind of calling him Int.
Entertainment.
Are you an ear, nose, and throat doctor?
I am not.
No, he's one of the
Oh,
Ents
but-
from Lord of the Rings.
That is originally what the name came from. Was one time a friend of mine was playing a homebrew D&D game, and I was a Ent monk. Yes.
Wow.
You need to speak more slowly.
Have you ever delivered a baby?
I have not. I have not.
What the fuck? Wow. Hey, KJ.
Hey, that's a good question to an ear, nose, and throat doctor.
Well, he's not. No, the first three letters of his name are E-N-T. So anyway.
I know, and so I was
All right.
curious if he's ever delivered a baby, because there's, a lot of people.
I don't think
in
ENTs deliver babies, but maybe.
Listen, if he's in that kind of position, a lot of people like that.
Do people's faces get pregnant, or?
A lot of people
babies have
in the
ears,
ear,
noses, and throats. So
That's true.
a lot of people in the ear, nose, and throat area do actually do home delivery. So that's why I was asking.
This is a really
And
pertinent
also,
line of
Ents are very wise. I'd expect them to know how to do that.
All right, so Mr. Monk.
yeah.
That's actually a valid question. If you know anything about birds and the way they deliver the babies, then that's a valid question too. The storks, I think they're
Wow,
They
this
hatch
is
from
hard.
the eggs.
right.
Okay. Great. So, Mr. Monk, we're
Yeah.
trying to figure out where the Earth curves, my friend. Where does the Earth curve? Where do we find the curvature? We need to
Where
directly,
does the Earth
physically
curve?
measure drop over distance. That's what we need.
I think if you took any section of that ball out, there's got to be some kind of curve on it there somewhere, right?
Somewhere.
Have you ever seen it?
What's like the criteria for an answer that I could give?
Like I
what-
said, drop over distance.
Yeah.
So like, check this out. When you go to a hill, you see a hill right over yonder.
Mhm.
You're going to measure the downward slope of that hill. And you can do that, and you can get a direct physical measurement of that downward slope, the angles and everything. Where the fuck is that on the Earth?
I mean, you could go to a really flat area, like
No. We
the
need a
ocean
location.
could work.
The
ocean
ocean is all flat all the time. So what is that? How is that
Take a picture. If you take a picture of the ocean and you scrunch it down.
Take a picture of the
Hey, that's
ocean.
a good idea. Have you seen the
If you
Black
take a
Swan?
picture and then you scrunch it down, you can see the little curve. It's not visible when you're just looking at the picture.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
well, I'm
yeah,
just gonna have to take your word for that.
Radius value?
I'm just gonna take your word for that, dude, because that's all we can do. Do you have curvature measurements though?
Okay. You're talking
You're not even needing to take his word for anything. He didn't say anything of any relevance.
Well, he said
Listen.
that if you go to the ocean, it's flat enough that you will see it curving. But actually, that's not what happens at all. Have you seen the Black Swan, sir?
So funny.
Hang on, just a second. He said you take a picture. Have you ever seen long distance photography of people taking pictures 200 miles away? Like, that's impossible. It's totally impossible on a curved Earth. There is no curve on the Earth. You could never, ever, ever take a picture of something from 200 miles away of something else 200
Depends
miles
on
away.
how high up you are.
To caveat on that, a sphere with the radius that they give us.
Actually, it does not even matter how high you are. If you're standing, I don't care where you're standing on Earth, if you're taking a picture for 200 miles, there's no way in hell you're going to see something 200 miles
she's
away.
right. Listen,
Because the curvature would take anything away from you, further away from you, that you would never be able to see that ever. It's not possible.
She's right, and check this out.
The
See,
curvature
there's
would
a
take it beyond
You made your point. It's okay.
Okay, I'm just saying it's not possible.
Cool.
Thank you. So there's a picture in the live stream voice text that has a question on it, and in that photo, if you believe it's a genuine photo, that photo shows over 120 feet high in the air. This photo, okay. Now,
120,000 feet.
Yeah, okay. And this person doesn't know if that's exactly 500 miles from left to right, but that's not the point. The point is the thought experiment. If we can go up to 120,000 plus feet and get this flat fucking photograph, where's that curve?
I mean, it depends on like you need to get really high up to see curve. You need to get really high.
How much higher, partner? How much
curve.
higher?
I don't have those
No,
numbers.
let's stop with this. Stop, please stop. So it's subjective. You guys are arguing about something subjective. So you and I, we go up in an airplane. We both look out the same window. You say, I see the curvature of the Earth. I look out the same window and I see a flat Earth. So the question is, how are we going to figure out who's telling the truth and who's not? We have to land the airplane, land the balloon, and measure the Earth directly from the surface. Measure the surface directly. So do you have an arc segment measurement of this globe Earth you speak of? I'm guessing not.
I didn't hear. I think you were breaking up there. Could you
repeat? Robot.
All right, so you would have to. So did you hear the part about subjective reality and objective reality? How going up and looking down on the Earth isn't a way of measuring the Earth? Did you hear that part?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we would have to do is land the airplane and measure the Earth directly to know if it's conforming to the shape of a sphere or not. So do you have a measurement of an arc segment of the alleged globe Earth you speak of to show us? Like say over a few miles, constructing a straight line, marking the distance, how long the line is, and marking where the Earth deviates from the line, down the line. Do you have an arc segment measurement of the curvature of the Earth you speak of?
Arc segment measurement. So, like, what would that look like? How would we test How would we measure such a thing? If it were real, what would a measurement of that look like? Like the
Deviation
So you know what a
laser
circle
path?
is, right? You know what
Yeah,
a circle is, right?
sure.
So a section of a circle is an arc segment.
Right.
Got it.
That makes sense.
So yeah, so now do you understand the question? So do you have an arc segment measurement of the curvature of the Earth you speak of? Does anybody?
An arc segment measurement of the curvature of the Earth. I mean,
Yeah, because that would prove that the Earth is a ball. Anything less than that is just
well,
stupid.
okay. The question makes sense. My question is,
I posted it in the
how?
chat. If you want to
What
see
would a message? What would a measurement of that look like to you? Like if I were to provide one, what would it that satisfied you? Which you don't think I could, but if
You
I
could use
could
a
provide a
laser to
measurement,
measure
what would it look
deviation
like?
of the Earth from the laser.
Well, it
Okay.
would have to be constructed with one material or another, or not out of material, but using light, like a laser. So either a rail that you'd use for train tracks, just one rail, a laser, or any kind of material or thing you can use to construct or simulate effectively a straight line. You'd have to construct a straight line and show where the Earth is deviating from it. Of course, we can see too far over water, so we kind of already know it's flat, but I'm just trying to help you understand, if it were a ball, it would be easy to prove it this way.
I mean, the difficulty with I don't want to bring up laser tests because we could throw laser tests back and forth all day. I'm sure you guys do that, and it's very frustrating. Like
You can make
what
excuses
it feels
about
like
why
to
they
throw.
don't show any deviation. Yeah, you can do that all day.
Is it
Yeah.
frustrating
So do you believe
because
that the
it
lasers are
destroys the globe?
do you believe that the lasers are curving around a ball magically?
I know that like atmospheric lensing has something to do with it. I know that like
come on, just answer the question, simple yes or no. Do you believe that the lasers are actually hugging the alleged curvature of the Earth and just staying the same distance above a body of water as it travels over the globe Earth? Like, is it actually conforming to the shape of a sphere, the laser? Do you believe that?
it doesn't conform with the shape of the sphere, but the I know that
it has
atmosphere
to if it's a sphere and it's
that
not
the
deviating at all
nature
over any distance that you can measure.
just by the nature of light, we have to take into account this lensing effect if we're going to do a measurement of do a laser measurement. And when we look at how lensing works at certain distances and conditions, it does turn out to be looking like the light is hugging the curve.
Okay, so the answer is no. You cannot measure any deviation from a laser or show us any Earth curvature.
I've
just
not
give
done
us
the
your
experiment
subjective
myself.
opinions of these things. Because let's be honest,
about,
everything you just
Actually,
said
I
is
think what he's
subjective.
saying,
Like there's no objective reality involved with what you just said. You're just stating an opinion, just an opinion, a subjective opinion about laser tests.
I don't have any laser
really, what am I supposed to do with that?
I don't have any laser
I know,
tests.
but I mean, like you're not even acknowledging that the laser tests measure the Earth flat, because they do.
And then you make an excuse about it and say, no, it's still actually a globe.
Listen, you guys,
flat.
he's not really good at talking about this, but I will tell you what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that because of atmospheric lensing, that the laser actually bends because of the atmospheric lensing. The laser literally bends to the curvature of the Earth. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Yeah, he's trying to say that where there should be hundreds of feet of deviation and even more from that laser and the Earth, that is
lasers
don't, because light
from
is
my
bending.
understanding, lasers do not bend. Lasers do not bend, from my understanding.
No, they don't. It's just an excuse and a cop out for this curvature they can never show you. But that's obvious.
That's what this guy's trying to say is lasers are bending around the atmosphere.
I mean, you can see.
Yeah, he's trying to say that the air is functioning like fiber optics.
You can see a laser bend as it enters water, right?
You can see it
that's
bend at 8 inches per mile squared around the surface of the Earth for miles and miles. You can see that.
So the bending that I'm talking about is just like over layers and layers of air, because as
so 8 inches
air
per mile
has different
squared, right?
pressures, right?
So so the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared,
Mm.
and your laser, no matter how far we try to measure it, it never deviates from the Earth. So it's bending at 8 inches per mile squared through the atmosphere too.
I mean, it depends on the
Convenient.
laser test that you're talking about. It depends
Well,
on
we never measured
lots of
deviation, so
factors.
that's what it would have to be doing.
Let's talk about a topic that I
Well, how
saw the
about
other day
this?
that I thought I'd want to bring into
How
this
about
chat.
this? You said that you go to the beach and you see the flat ocean curving away from you. How did you determine that? Did you measure the horizon to be in a specific location at a specific distance that tells you, yep, the Earth's dropping away from me at this rate? Did you do that?
My belief that the Earth is round does not come from these kinds of things. Yeah, it's a belief.
It's not empirical. It's just it's a belief system. I got you.
A lot of things.
Come on.
I mean, I haven't been able to prove it empirically, like ground up from myself. But a lot of things that I rely on in my life, I have not been able to prove empirically ground up. Like my belief that my I don't know, my family loves me. I can't empirically prove that, but I believe it, and it's functional in my life.
Yeah, but you have evidence of that. You don't have any evidence of the Earth being a globe.
I have evidence of the Earth being a globe.
Hold on, guys. Let's not get objective reality and subjective reality confused. You're going into the subjective reality. Let's stick to objective reality.
So let me bring. Can I change the discussion a little bit? Bring up something.
I mean, if you can't show the Earth to be curving at all, then it just can't be a globe, no matter where you want to go next. But
if it's possible that I could prove the roundness of the Earth in a different way, other than the Earth curving,
other than the way that the Globers say that they did it in the first place by measuring curvature on the surface.
Ostensibly, there should be lots of different ways to prove that Earth is round.
But if you can't do it that way, then you can't do it at all.
His Mentos with him. If he has his Mentos, he can do it one time.
Entmonk. Do you remember what I said a few minutes ago, Entmonk? I said that anything other than an arc segment measurement would be stupid. Do you understand what I mean when I say that?
There's no other possible line of evidence that we could look for than
if
that.
The Earth is not curving.
Hold on. Let me help you understand this a little bit better. If you were to try and measure the dimensions of your dining room table, let's pretend it's a square. Would you just look at it? Would you point a camera at the ceiling and take a picture of the ceiling? Or would you pull out a yardstick and measure the table directly? How would you figure out the dimensions of your table, how long it is, and how wide?
I understand I understand the thrust of the argument, right? But what I'm saying is because
I'm going to totally look at the ceiling fan above it and the lights and say there's 5 lights there. They look round and there's all these things going around. That's what I'm gonna do.
So because of the nature of the Earth, right? Because of the nature that it's such a large object. Obviously, the procedure that we would use to measure it is going to be really complicated, and that's one way to try to establish whether or not
it shouldn't be that complicated.
But there's other ways. There's other possible ways. We could talk about. I have this gyrotheodolite thing that I wanted to bring up. Have you guys heard of that before?
I love
gyrotheodolite. Yeah.
Well, you're saying that it's so large that we just can't directly measure the curvature of it, but the claim is that it's not really that large. It's supposed to be just large enough that you're supposed to have a horizon at every 1.2 miles times square root of observer height. So at 1 foot, you would have a horizon at 1.2 miles in all directions. Mm-hmm. That's not that far away, and that wouldn't be that hard to measure if that were there. But you're just saying, it's so big.
Question I asked Matt, and he posted the answer for it. Remember, this is the exact question I asked him. So I could post the answer from somebody who has a PhD in mathematics, and you want to hear the Glober's answer. I'll post it right now, and you guys could figure if you think it's true or not. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Let me see that.
But when they say it's so large, that wasn't even the initial claim. They gave a specific claim as to the dimensions, as to the rate of curvature, the radius. The surface is supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So at 10 miles distance, that's 66 feet a drop. That should be easy to measure with a laser. There should be 66 feet of deviation between that laser and the Earth at 10 miles.
But it's 66
it's too
feet.
hard
so
to demonstrate that?
Think about it in terms of a triangle, right? If you make a triangle that is that is 66 feet on one side and 10 miles on the other side, it turns out that the angle between the angle of that triangle is tiny. It's less than a fraction of a
66
fraction of a
feet,
percent.
though, be really obvious.
But
A lot of deviation between the laser and the Earth. I know that you're trying
think about it as a
to
triangle,
put it
right?
into terms where it sounds like it's not this big thing because you're talking about it in terms of degrees of this presupposed radius that you say that you can't even measure at the same time.
If we
But
found out the
it's
angle
66
of that
feet.
triangle,
It's
right?
enough deviation that we can see it, we can measure it.
Could you tell if a door was open? Could you tell if a door was open by 66 degrees or 66 degrees plus the angle of that triangle?
In terms of degrees of what? Your radius, your Earth
Degrees
curve
of
that you haven't measured, that you can't measure? You're begging the question with that. All you have to do.
66 feet is 66 feet. It doesn't matter. Like,
it doesn't matter.
66 feet, but what we're worried about is the angle.
And they're seeing I don't know, like less than 5 feet over 26 miles in these FE core experiments. So what are you on about?
And the other thing you can do too is measure the distance to the
these
horizon.
laser tests are complicated. There's a lot of variables to them.
Okay, forget the laser tests. Let's do the horizon. Do boats go over that? Do they go over the
They do.
geometric, physical Earth curve horizon?
Why don't y'all keep talking about the long
I just posted the thing from a PhD in mathematics.
Wait,
this is a heliocentric version of a PhD. Okay, go ahead.
What is a PhD?
Okay, yeah. So boats go over the physical Earth curve horizon, you say. So why is it then that when the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles at a 1-foot observer height, with the ball with the radius they claim of 3959, that the horizon is actually at 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles? We've measured it within orders of magnitude beyond what that radius would allow. Why isn't it where it's physically supposed to be if it is a physical geometric Earth curve that blocks boats?
I mean, I don't know the specific examples that you're talking about, but I know that atmospheric lensing can impact where the apparent horizon is.
Listen,
if it's a physical Earth curve obstruction based on the
by
curvature,
several hundred feet, you fucking clown. Oh my god.
I'll ask you like this: if it's a physical obstruction of Earth curvature, if it's a physical obstruction of Earth curvature, right, then it has to be in a specific location every single time, right? The Earth is curving at a specific rate in all directions, so that obstruction always has to start at the specific location determined by the radius and the rate of curvature on the surface, right?
I lost your train of thought.
I don't know why y'all gotta make this also difficult. Okay, listen, if these long range, this isn't long range photography has been. This is like what is that book?
Guinness Book of World Records.
Guinness Book of World Records. Long
distance
photography is these things. These things should not be possible on a globe. Okay, this is a fact because it's in the Guinness Book of World Records. Okay, I don't even know how they allowed this to be.
Look, he thinks this is maybe a better way to go about this.
This is so simple.
He thinks that boats go over the physical Earth curve, the geometric horizon. Well, we just got to get him to understand that they don't. Maybe one way we could do that is by showing him videos and GIFs where a boat goes over the horizon and we zoom it back in. Did you know that we can do that? Do you think that it's going over a physical Earth curve obstruction if we can still zoom it back in?
I mean, if we can zoom back in, that means that it just hasn't gone over yet.
Okay, so you said that when it goes over the horizon, i.e., when it vanishes, right?
You
it's
could
because
zoom
it's being
into
blocked by
that
Earth
thing.
curvature.
You could. Okay, I have
it's
to
being
interrupt.
blocked by Earth curvature when it vanishes, right?
I didn't hear what you said.
You said that when boats disappear, i.e., go over the horizon, right? That it's Earth curvature that is blocking your view of them.
Yes.
Okay, so then when I zoom it back in, it's not Earth curvature blocking my view of the boat when it went over the horizon?
Oh, okay. So if you zoom in all the way, right? If you zoom in as far as you can zoom in, and the boat is still moving away, eventually You're not gonna.
Okay.
The
So,
closer you
so
zoom
physical
in,
Earth
It goes
curvature
away from
isn't
your
the reason
sight.
why boats go over the horizon.
That's cool.
it is
Oh,
zooming.
it is.
Zooming
Then
just
why can we
allows
I
us
zoom
to
can
them back
see it
in?
see
closer.
the cogs
Then why can
turning
we
in your
zoom them back
brain.
in?
So
Whoever
you're
the closer was.
telling me you're
Yeah,
okay. The guy that is the Globy, uh, uh,
So why can we zoom them back in?
Monk. Listen, how can you say a boat disappears and then I can zoom back in on it? Are you telling me that my zoom on my camera or whatever is deleting
Being around a curve.
curvature? It can see over the curvature. What are you talking about? And
It
this is
just
what I'm
means
saying. With this, listen, people have taken pictures. They have taken pictures. This is in the Guinness Book of World Records of pictures that have taken pictures over 200 miles away. How are they taking pictures 200 miles away when they should be like 1,000 miles over the curvature of the Earth? Do you hear what I'm saying? This
She's
makes no.
saying that the math doesn't work out, bruh, and you
It's
got to show us curvature.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
could I try to show rotation? Could I try to prove rotation to you guys?
Does
So
rotation
you
actually
want to
make
prove
the
that you're on
picture?
a spinning,
You're telling me
rotating ball
rotation
before you prove
brings
it's a
the
ball?
picture back into my side of my picture? What has rotation got to do with this shit?
Well, okay. If I can prove that whatever we're living on is rotating,
I guess
then
you're
maybe it could
spinning
help
this
my
positive.
case. Then
If you
maybe it could
can't
help
prove
my
that
case.
it's curving at all, then it's definitely not a ball.
Do you
You
realize
can't
there's a single thing wrong with your model?
don't
It's
even go
bullshit.
to
Stupid
rotation
fuck.
until you can prove the curve.
Well, maybe if I can prove, I mean, you guys don't think
No,
that
no,
we're
Yeah,
no, no,
right.
no.
You can
Listen,
prove curvature, otherwise
Yeah,
you're
it's pretty non
listen,
sequitur.
listen. You could lie and say it's moving, and we still don't know if it measures flat or curved. Like that has nothing to do with the point.
But if I'm lying and I can't prove that it's rotating, then obviously
You
know,
can't,
Yeah,
and I
but you
can't. No one
We
can.
won't let you go until you
No,
can
but I'm
prove
just
this
opening up.
curve.
I'm opening up a new part of the
Well, my
conversation.
ceiling
Yeah,
fan rotates.
Hold on,
Is it a
guys,
ball?
You can prove it.
time out. I got to ask him a quick question to kind of help us all out here, him and us. And Monk, if the
Yeah.
Earth was flat, would you want to know?
Yes, for sure.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
100%.
yeah. I've been like in and out of the flat Earth community for like 7 years now.
Oh yeah, dude, you're totally one of us. Yeah.
No,
All
I'm not
right,
saying
well
I'm
then
one of
continue. I just had to make sure, that you could give us that answer to that
Hey,
question
make sure he has his
before we
Mentos.
continue.
He's
He
totally
has the
one of us,
Mentos.
guys.
I want to ask you a question real quick. You know how shadows work, like if you're like in your house and you get your hand close to the light, the closer you get to the light source, there's a big how your shadow works and stuff. How do you explain say, if the sun is 93 million miles away and the moon is only like 200 and something thousand miles away from the Earth, how is the shadow of the moon on the Earth when there's an eclipse only like 70 miles wide? How do you explain that?
Let me just see if I can understand. So like when like when you see maps of like the eclipse path, how it's only like 100 or so
Shadows don't get
miles wide
smaller.
or something.
Shadows never get smaller, ever.
Yeah, what are you
So
smoking?
if you have ever had like a really big light, a very large lamp,
Did you
right?
not hear us?
and you shined it, and there's like an
glass.
object that's smaller.
You mean like a bat signal light, like to summon Batman? That would be a big enough light, possibly. Continue.
Sure, yeah. If a shadow can get smaller if the light rays are coming in. So if the object is smaller than
they're always coming in. I don't know how are light rays not ever coming in.
What did you say?
Aren't
Like
light
dead
rays
moon, there's no
always
shadows.
coming in?
So light is emitting for like an object that's emitting light. The light is going everywhere. There's light rays going in every direction. And if the object is smaller than the light source, then the shadow can be smaller than the object, because the light rays are like covering up. They're passing by.
Okay, great, cool story. So if we give you that, then you have to demonstrate that that's what's happening with the sun and the moon. You can't do that.
Why not?
There's no
because you can't go to the sun or the moon, dude.
And if you want to say that a lunar eclipse is the Earth's shadow being cast on the moon, you're going to have to first show that the Earth is actually a ball in the vacuum of space lining up with the sun and the moon in that vacuum.
Right.
Tell me if this makes sense.
The first thing you have to show is that it's even a ball.
If I say, listen. If I say this red apple tastes good, but I've never had that red apple before, I'm lying to you. It's the same thing with the sun. You haven't been to the motherfucking sun, so you don't know what it does, nor have you been to the moon, so you don't know what it does in relation to each other.
But I could make models. And
no, it doesn't matter. That's not reality.
Yeah, we know.
You can model the world as a teapot.
Dude, listen, and I have the model thing. Check this out. Okay, does a model of a Lamborghini have to exist before the Lamborghini exists? Thanks.
No, but if I make a model of a Lamborghini, then we can either just disprove or prove the model of the Lamborghini.
The model does not correspond to reality.
Earlier, you asked me.
Brain. That's what it is.
Yeah, he's right. It doesn't correspond to reality at all. You got a model. Let's go test it. Let's see if we can find that 8 inches per mile squared of curvature.
Especially if you a model.
Okay, your model is invalid.
Okay, I've fielded some questions. Could I make a pitch myself for this geothermal thing?
You just
demonstrate curvature.
I mean, is this an open forum? Like, can I make a pitch for?
Well, it's not going to make your non-curving Earth into a globe, but I can do it.
But you would hear me out, right?
I would love to hear your pitch, please.
So there's a device called a gyrotheodolite. I posted it earlier in the chat. Yeah, yes, there are some jokes made about it. So what
is a geothermal? I can't even pronounce it.
I'll explain that. So it's an instrument that's used in surveying, and specifically, it's simply used as a way to find true north, right? Okay, it's just a device that finds true north for you. The reason that we use these things, that surveyors use these things, they use them in places where star sites are not visible, GPS doesn't work, and compasses are not visible, are not available, right? Oftentimes this is in caves.
Why are compasses not available?
So let's see. There are places like in caves, right? Oftentimes in caves there are veins and things in the caves that prevent the magnetic field from interacting accurately with the compass, right?
Okay.
And if you're looking for true north is different than magnetic north. So that's when you need stars and you need GPS to tell. So oftentimes, if you're a cave, like people do this all the time, miners, they need to know exactly what direction is true north to know where to dig. So they use this device called a gyrotheodolite. Now, the name gyro should tip you off to what's in this device. Inside of the device
Greek food
is a gyroscope. The inside of the device is a gyroscope, and it finds true north. It finds true north by using the rotation of the Earth to impact the movement of the gyroscope.
Do you realize the only way it would work is like you could test that is if you look at
I have to argue that because you could.
How do you know it's the rotation of the Earth that it's using?
You can start
because of the nature of gyroscopes.
Gyroscope.
because you said a bunch of big words.
Catching the Earth to work though.
Gyroscope at many different. You can start a gyroscope at many different angles, and that's where it starts. And the gyroscope is a. I'm gonna have to put that into question of the gyroscope.
Hey, Shannon, real quick, I just want to put in a good word for Ent Monk. I know that sounds a little. What's up? I just want to say this Ent Monk dude's actually cool as fuck. He's not a typical Glober. So just talk with him. He'll be cool. I
Yeah,
DM'd
I
him.
like him as
He's all
well.
good. But but more of the other guys, because you've been talking a lot tonight, Chef. Sorry, I didn't mean. But they've been talking like some other people are trying to get in. I noticed as well. Just to let you know.
How long has it been? New Perspective. It's been like 6 months or 8 months or something. It's been a long time.
Yeah,
How are you
been a little
doing?
bit, man. Been good.
That's good to hear. Yeah, I was just
well.
looking.
You've been good?
I haven't hopped in. I haven't hopped on Discord in a long time, and I just decided to hop in. Yeah, I'm doing good. Pretty much the same. Just working.
Cool.
Yeah, it's good to hear you're doing good though. I've been meaning to reach out. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. We'll keep DM. I'm not going to try to butt in though on the conversation because I want to hear you go at it with these guys a little bit.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. For
I won't try to
a
battle
while.
you. I battled you enough in the DM.
For sure.
All right, have at them, guys. But be nice.
Right on, Dave. Thanks, man. Cool, man.
What's up, Kenny? Ant Monk, Kenny, one of my best friends in the world, right here. Flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
Kenny?
Yeah,
yep.
Kenny.
What up, dog? Flat Earth dude.
What's up, Saints? How you doing,
How you
brother?
doing?
I'm
all
on
right.
Saturday.
How you
Dude,
doing?
Saturday, you were making me laugh my ass off tonight. You've been so funny, dude. You've been listening to him, Kenny? Oh, it's been hilarious the whole night.
I
I always think laughter is a good humor, good for the soul. You know what I mean?
Your ass fell off, so now
I
you got
almost
flat
want to
ass.
go back and record it.
What's been going on in the flat Earth world the last couple months? What would have been the big news in the flat Earth world the last few months?
Big news.
Sextant, Ewar.
In the beginning,
big news. Big news is that fucking black hole, man. Everyone's world was rocked by that, right? What do you think of that?
Yeah, that was actually really scary. Yeah, they spotted it a couple days ago. The James Webb Telescope spotted it, and it was worth every penny that we paid for that thing too.
It was the highest resolution image ever taken, they say.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
$10 billion telescope. $10 billion.
It looks like the exact same thing we got last time.
For that little picture, yeah. When I saw the picture on on Twitter or whatever, I was like, that looks like the same image that we saw like 2 years ago.
Right. No, and actually, when you were looking at the picture, you were looking at a live feed of it, live via satellite, like as it was happening too. So that's even more interesting.
Really?
Oh.
Don't tell me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, got a bridge to say.
We were actually looking at it happening as millions of years ago because it's millions of light years away, but actually live millions of years ago via satellite. So,
and this is the one. Is this the one like in the little tweet that I saw about it? It's the one that's supposedly at the center of the galaxy or whatever.
Yeah, and the James Webb Telescope had to go really fast to catch up because space is expanding. But it's millions of years ago that it happened, but it's live via satellite, and we have like a 12-second delay. So pretty much you get it. It's pretty simple. Yeah. No, their telescope's going super fast because space time.
Far out.
Yeah, never mind.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, didn't they say it's doing like 300,000 miles per hour or something?
Hey, what's up, Roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, where is how long has this been? Launch date 2021.
For eternity.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to realize once you go into space, time for them is different than for us.
I want to treat you guys.
Wow, how do you figure all that?
We got a fucking lunar eclipse coming up tomorrow night, man.
Oh shit!
Less than 24 hours. We're gonna have a fucking
where at
eclipse, man. North America, most of it. I'm
Will
on the
it be
west.
Like the one in 2019?
I don't think it's going to be full for us out here, man. I think we're going to
generally that kind of thing happens in the sky.
Right? Yeah, I'm just saying, man. It's something to do tomorrow night.
No, what I meant was he said, "Where's it going to happen?" And I'm saying the sky.
Yeah,
I love dry.
How fast are these telescopes moving out there in space?
I was just trying to look that up. I'm curious. I don't know what the...
About 20,000
miles. I bet you could take really good images and photographs when you're moving that.
They're all moving so fast that you can't see one of them from the ground.
Dude,
hey,
the faster you go, the better you
vectors, man. 11 vectors. You'll figure it out. It's easy. 11 vectors.
Yeah, I'm not
I
finding
love
it
bringing up the
easily.
speeds of the shit out there, man. It just breaks down every
Think
time.
about this. Even if you saw the black hole live via satellite, in a year from now, you'd still be watching it live, and it would still be a million years ago that it happened. So just try to simplify it for you guys. You know?
Dude, wrap your head around that there.
So like you're talking about the light left the black hole supposedly a million years ago or whatever the
Probably a
number
lot
is,
more
right?
than that, but yeah, let's just say a million years for gravitation.
Correct me
And
if
then,
I'm
but then
wrong.
the feed that we're seeing, if the feed is live, then
Guys
we're
gotta-
just seeing the time. We're just seeing a feed of when the light hits the web satellite, right?
I thought the
Exactly,
black hole. I thought black holes sucked in light, so they don't emit light. do
Yeah,
they?
but there's light on the
light
outside of it.
The light that the
Actually, they have a particle and an
It's a black
antiparticle.
light.
always
It's a black light,
They
bro.
always like
Yeah, it's
have you ever
dark light.
thrown?
Dark
You know
light.
those things.
It's
You know
dark light.
you know
Yeah,
those
it's dark
coin,
light.
you know the coin little like things at the museum where you drop a coin in and it swirls around down.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you ever a kid?
My dad
Were you ever a
invented that
kid?
machine.
What about the gumball machine? Did the
Listen,
same
listen.
thing.
Were you
I'm
ever a
listening
kid
to you.
and you threw the coin?
No,
You,
I was never a kid.
you
Jeez,
threw
Benjamin,
the coin
please.
across, right?
Uh-huh.
If you toss the coin, if you got it going fast enough, you could make it so that it
You did
passes
this
by
recently,
the
it sounds
hole.
like.
Oh yeah,
So it passes by the hole?
Because you're still a
let
kid.
him get his point across, please.
So
Go ahead.
the idea of
When
this
you throw
picture,
that
the idea of this these black hole pictures is that if you toss a coin down into that little like funnel thing fast enough and close enough to the center hole, then it could potentially just if there's enough momentum pass right next to the hole and just its path gets bent a little bit.
All right, class. Well,
That
let's just
light-
go do that.
Pull out
We're
your
going on a
Mentos
field
right
trip.
now.
All of
Pull
us
out your
here
Mentos.
listening.
Pull out
And
your Mentos.
that's
dude.
why it's a ring. That's why it's
Those
a
are the
ring.
museum this guy likes to go to.
Are
It's the
we talking about
pacemaker.
why they emit light? Are we talking about why they emit light?
Yeah,
Is that
like
you're
what
saying?
the image supposedly is.
Well, I used to be a big Stephen Hawking fan, and I always, what he wrote was that there was a particle and an antiparticle that would cancel each other out. Yet, the powerful black hole would suck the antiparticle in, and then the actual particle would be free to roam away because it didn't have a partner to cancel out with.
Right.
So that's why it would
Hey,
emit
did
light.
Stephen
So
Hawking really
that
write it
is an
himself with
effect.
his own hand? Stephen
That
Hawking
is,
wrote that himself with his own hand.
that antiparticle particle thing,
You
that
can't
is a real effect. That is a real effect on black holes. But these images that they say are from black holes, that is not the effect that they think produces these images. They think
You're
these
running
images
out of
are
Mentos.
produced by just
Oh,
light
my
that
goodness
passes.
gracious.
Hey, Ed Monk, I
passes
gotta
by.
warn you, I can only save you so many times tonight.
I
Please.
know, and it's getting late here anyways. But
No, I'm
yeah.
just kidding you.
No, I
When you
know.
say real, it's a real thing that you're gonna get pounced on.
Hey
What's
man,
it like?
I've been in here
Monk,
long enough.
Monk, what is it like believing all these fairy tales? What's the? Just explain it to me.
Well, Bumblebee was talking earlier about
No,
how
all this stuff about the black holes. I mean, what is it like speaking on it as if it actually exists?
let me talk about it. So Bumblebee is a woman from Finland who was talking in here a little while ago, and she was saying how she's on the fence. She's not sure what to believe either way, but that it really doesn't impact her life either way. She lives a simple life.
I'm asking you. When
it's
you
the same for
chant,
me.
when
It's
you
the same for
when
me.
you
It doesn't
chant these
impact my
things
life.
about
philosophy
watches going
class, dude.
backwards.
Hey man,
What's
everything's
that?
a philosophy class with me.
Monk, didn't you come on here describing yourself as a homebrew D&D guy? Is that your profession?
It's not. It'd be cool if it was a profession. I have not played
So,
D&D
Ed
in a long
Monk,
time.
explain how it is that you don't care about it and you sit here and pontificate about it as if it's real.
I love to talk
Well, that's what he
about
does for a living. You know, he plays games for a living. So
hey man, I wish I was a professional. I don't even know what that is. A professional D&D player. That my
you said
name.
a homebrew D&D player.
When I was in high school, my friend made up a D&D game. We couldn't buy the books, so we made up this D&D game, and that's where my name comes from. That's how D&D came up.
So kind of like space, right?
So okay, but the point
Like
of my
if
spiel
wasn't
is
made up, you wouldn't have fun, right? You
the
make up
point of my
shit for fun. That's what you do.
It's fun to talk about stuff. It's fun to talk about stuff, and in space and these things, I think everyone here, a common thing that I've heard, New Perspective said the same thing. We all had a very big interest in space early on. We all like to talk about it, whether or not we believe in it. You guys love to learn about
I
this
never
stuff,
liked space. I always thought that shit was stupid. And I hated Star Wars even when I was a Glober. So you can't get me on that. Yeah, I can't stand sci-fi even when I was a Glober, dude. I thought your shit was so boring.
You're lucky because now it's kind of it's not really ruined. I still enjoy it, just not in the same way.
What got you into it, Flatter? If it wasn't what got you into it then?
Well, my girlfriend told me about it, and then a video came on, and it started saying these things. And as soon as I heard a proof, it just like I went from being completely cog dis to like 100% focused, and I wasn't gonna stop, like go to sleep until I could prove it to myself. So by midnight that night, I was like knocking on all my friends' doors. I didn't know barely nothing about it, but I was so enthusiastic. But you know what I mean? I just studied and studied and studied because I want to know the truth. Like if my parents aren't my parents or my girlfriend's, having sex with a neighbor, even though it could be painful and she's rich and I might lose everything from the divorce, I don't give a fuck. I want to know. I mean, I'd rather know the truth and be poor than like be rich and like living a lie. Fuck that. That's just me though.
Nice. Hey,
I think
you know what? I think these guys would like to hear you, maybe if you want, explain a little bit about how quantum mechanics is threatening gravity, and the Einsteinian relativity model is the classic model is in trouble, and that there might be a day where we give up the idea of this gravity because it does not comport with quantum physics. Correct?
I mean,
mathematics.
I think I know what you're getting at. Like, there's a conflict. There's a conflict between two big models, and I'm sure you guys have probably heard this. This is like a very common kind of soundbite that you hear in physics. Is there's two really accurate. I mean, you would say they're inaccurate, but from the scientist's perspective, there's two models. There's relativity
and utter nonsense.
Right. But there's two of them. There's relativity, which that's one model of how things work, and there's the standard model, which is like quantum mechanics. And when you go to when you go to black holes, when you go to the really small things or the really big things, these theories disagree with each other, and so obviously. One of them's
it's all conceptual. I can't fucking believe that you're taking any of it seriously. Really?
Yeah, that's called the Pepsi versus Coke challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, concepts are what we live with.
He'll admit it's conceptual.
This guy's like
he will admit
it's what you live with.
He's not so sold on it that he's not willing to give it up if that's what it calls for. Really, I've talked to this guy. He's not totally like so.
He's chanting rhetoric.
I mean, concepts are what
I've
we're
gone
stuck
back
with.
and forth with this guy a lot. He does think that it works.
Do you get a lot of hot chicks being into D&D? I heard chicks really like that stuff. I'm just curious. I've been stuck with the same girl for 6 years, so I don't know.
My girlfriend does not like D&D at all.
Are there even characters in D&D?
There are, and some of her friends like D&D, but I've never been able to get her into it.
All right, well, let's not make the topic about D&D, although that is pretty funny. Flatter.
It's hilarious, dude. You gotta love it.
D&D is legit, man. You make your own characters.
No. It has nothing to do with anything at all. Nope. It's not important. Let's talk about curvature and where it is.
Or isn't it?
Go. Where's the
Did we get an answer on the gyrotheodolite? Like why?
You can't even pronounce it. Why do you want to talk about it?
I know, man.
You talking about mechanical gyroscope?
It's a different topic, sort of. It's than one that we've talked about before. New Perspective. It's actually one I heard somebody reference on here.
Out of season right now.
Wasn't there a regular on this server that was like a surveyor?
Yeah, we got a couple of them.
Yeah. He mentioned this device, and I looked it up because I heard the name gyro in it, and I looked it up, and it turns out that there's an interesting rotation proof inside this device, like in the way it works.
Yeah, you can't.
Are you talking about the device that finds true north on its own?
Yeah, it finds true north.
Ring laser gyro is what he's trying to do.
No, it's not the ring laser gyro. The mechanical gyroscope is the one that finds true north, and they use it on boats and it's mechanical. You have to plug it in. Also, you have to put your latitude in, so it goes off the latitude probably to find true north. It won't even go unless you put the latitude marking in. So, and it does have a spherical thing on the inside that is like somehow oriented so that it could actually find true north without having the magnetic compass do it for it, which is usually how those gyroscopes are reset. You have to use a magnetic compass to actually direct it towards true north, so it knows where to go. It's not. They claim it's based on the rotation of Earth, and it's not, bro. I'm sorry. They claim that, but it's not about the rotation.
This one is a different one. That the one I'm talking about. This tool of surveyors that I'm talking about. This is used often like underground. It's in places where we can't see the stars, and we can't use like GPS from satellites. So that's where surveyors will use these gyrotheodolites.
Underground or underwater?
Underground. So
like
they're underground because we have to use them underground because we can't see the stars to find true north.
Well, when you say underground, what if you're underground in Australia? Then you're not really underground here. Like underground where exactly?
Seriously, dude. That's how bad it is. That's how bad the global belief is. It's that fucking retarded.
Bro, you don't even know anything about this instrument. You're going to a bike store and asking them about a Mercedes, bro, and you don't even know how to ride a tricycle. You know what I mean?
So like in a tunnel, and where you need to find true north, you can't use a compass,
right?
Because that's a magnetic north. You can't use the stars to find true north, and you can't use a GPS. You have to use this gyrotheodolite, which uses the rotation of the Earth to point the gyro towards true north.
Where are you coming up with this bullshit?
This is
That's called color by numbers, dog.
All right, drop a link.
You just ran out of Mentos. You have no more Mentos left.
Drop a fucking link.
I'll just post the name of it. You can just look it up. It's a commonly used device in surveying.
What you're doing is you're coming here and telling us, who observe objectively, that the Earth is flat. You're making a claim against objective reality, saying Earth is spinning and it's a globe. Okay, so you have the burden of proof. Hold on, I'm almost done. So since you have the burden of proof, you've retained it. You own it right now until you give it back to us by giving us Earth curvature measurements.
Okay, I'll whittle down my exact claim to exactly what I'm trying to say.
Like one sentence, dude.
No, you have to address our point. If there's a single counterexample to your model is shit. I mean, you still are trying to dance around that. You're just trying to throw some stupid bullshit you came up with instead to distract us. No, dude, there's fundamental flaws with your model.
What I'm doing with this gyrotheodolite model, I'm trying to provide a piece of evidence for why. For rotation.
Be fair. Right? Listen, be fair. Nobody in this room has used this theodolite thing. So you have to talk about something else if you're going to try to make a point. No one fucking knows what you're talking about.
You could always go in a private room with Shanna. I think she might know about it.
I don't mean to get worked up, but I do. Like, come on.
Dude, I love it when he gets mad. I love it when this guy gets mad. It's so sexy, dude.
Yeah, this is pathetic, globe-proof, very
So, Ant-Monk, basically, Ant-Monk, you pick something you barely found out about, right? That really intrigues you, and you can barely pronounce it. And you know most people in this chat room right now probably aren't experts on it. So it's like you trying to learn how to ride a tricycle, going to a mountain bike store and asking them about a Mercedes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure. I think the fact that it's a device that's commonly used in an industry all over the world, that means something. Like, it's used in industry all around the world.
Our eyes are also used all around the world every day in every industry, and they show there's a flat horizon.
If this device didn't work, then this industry could not use this device, right? If the device didn't use it, then people wouldn't be paying for it.
They said it's easier to fake going to the moon than actually going to the moon, and I agree. It's easier to pretend to be a millionaire than be a millionaire. But you know what I mean? I could pretend. Think about that. No, I mean harder. It's harder to pretend.
Any piece of equipment and say you're using it on a globe Earth. Say this is impossible to use unless it's a globe Earth. Really? So if I tell you that a pencil, a fucking pencil.
You're trying to explain to us how Tampax work, bro. And we don't care. We're theoretical.
My balloon floats. We definitely live on a globe.
See, exactly. You see, Ant-Monk, you see what Flat Earth Dude just said there. It's equally nonsensical to what you just said. So you see, in order for you to have a device and say, this device does X, and because this device does X, it does it because the Earth is rotating. So in order to prove that, you'd have to stop the Earth from rotating and observe it not doing X, and then start up the Earth again and watch it do X. Have you done that?
I think there's an easier way to see if it's
The
working.
only other way would be to use it
It's the easier
on
way to
something
just
that's
affirm
not
the
touching Earth.
consequence.
It would have to be levitating and not touching Earth for you to get a different variable to understand if it's that thing. So nothing that goes above Earth that can hover would be still enough to measure this thing. So you can't prove it, bro.
If the Earth was not rotating, then the gyrotheodolites would not be able to be used.
If my
They couldn't
aunt
be
has balls,
accurate.
she'd be my own dog. You know what I mean?
It's a great story.
Dude, we just have to listen.
You haven't demonstrated it.
Yeah,
cool story,
that's
bro.
the thing.
We have
He's
to
right.
take your word for it because you can't fathom any possible way that this would happen other than the world that you live on spins around.
Well, how else would a gyro be able to point?
I don't know.
towards
Did you
true
manipulate Earth rotation to prove that was the cause of the effect?
north? How could I manipulate Earth rotation?
I don't know. And
Ding, ding,
why are
ding.
you presuming that rotation is going to tell you're on a ball anyway? My ceiling fan rotates. Is it a ball?
And
Because that's
I
what
accept
Earth
that.
is.
With this
It's gonna
specific
sound
example,
just like
I'm
any other
just going
device
for
that,
rotation. With this
Yeah,
specific example,
the pendulum, I mean, we're going to have the same reaction we had to the pendulum, which you guys are convinced proves that it's rotating too. So there could be another cause for all of these things, and you can't just claim there's no other way that it could work because it has to be Earth rotation. For whatever reason, the stars are moving 15 degrees every hour, and whatever that force is could be acting on us or anywhere in the Earth, on the Earth, wherever. We don't know the reason for it. The device does not prove Earth rotation because we're obviously not spinning. Sorry.
I think the easiest way to look at that is this gyrotheodolite, the laser
my
gyro,
God.
the what else? The pendulum. All of these are very different phenomena. They're different phenomena that operate on different mediums. And why would they all be affected? Why would they all be affected by the same force from the stars? They're
Why
totally
would your
different
eyes and your
things.
body tell you the Earth is not
Why
moving?
would they be affected by your imaginary gravity, dude? You're just manipulating reality now just to suit your.
Why would that
stupid
building
fantasy.
smell like pumpkin spice? Who gives a fuck, dude? It doesn't measure curved.
My sister just
Here,
sent
let me
me,
try to help them understand this, guys. I got an idea. I got a strategy here. So you know what a compass is, right?
Sure,
you know
yes,
how
I do.
And you know how it points north typically, right? Most of the time.
Magnetic north. Magnetic north.
Yeah, magnetic north. Points towards magnetic north. Most of the time, in most places. But not everywhere necessarily. So you see how a magnetic field is something you can't see with your eyes, but you can see it affecting something in your hand, right?
Yes,
right?
yes. Yeah.
So how do you know that there isn't something you can't see affecting the pendulum and that other doohickey thing you were talking about?
Oh. Well, with magnetism, we can study exactly how the field affects the thing in my hands, right? We can make a model of magnetism.
Making a model
and study and make predictions.
Making a model
about,
is not making
Sure.
a model is not changing reality.
But we can study magnetism, right?
Yeah.
This force that is causing all of these things to rotate at 15 degrees, we have not been able to find a way to study it or why it would affect all these different phenomena in one way. Or
To
in
be
all these different
debunked, you
ways.
can't test it. You have to test it on something that's not touching the Earth. If you hook that thing up to something that has nothing to do with the Earth, but that's not hovering like any aircraft would be, then you'd be able to do it. But until then, we
Need
haven't found a
another
way to do it.
manipulatable reference frame. Yes.
Yeah,
Now,
I'm just trying to help you understand that it could be something else, and it doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning. Like you still haven't proven that means the Earth is spinning. Because again, you'd have to have two Earths, either one constantly motionless, that thing doesn't do that on, and while you have another Earth that's spinning, or you'd have to stop the Earth and then observe it not do that, and then start the Earth spinning again and observe it do that, in order to prove that it's doing that because the Earth is spinning. Now, we're not expecting you to do this. We're just trying to get you to understand that you can't do this, and it's not happening anyway, so don't worry about it. But don't you understand how it doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning because you haven't gone through the scientific method? You haven't manipulated the independent variable, which would be the Earth spinning?
The independent variable doesn't have to be the Earth for us to do to make a good experiment, right? We don't have to.
Is because that's what you're claiming is causing the effect.
The independent variable.
You're the most dishonest person I've heard in
Nah,
like
he said he's played D&D, bro. He loves D&D. You ran out of Mentos already, dude. Your fresh maker's gone, homie.
All you Mongols.
Listen, if I'm going to detect the rotation of something, I need to be on something else. Okay? That's simple.
With a gyroscope, you don't need to be on something else.
I'm not asking, brother.
We're talking though. Come on, we're chatting.
You're just doing hypothetical nonsense, and everybody's getting sick of it.
You don't even really know about as far as
yeah,
that.
most you're the first evidence I've seen that antimatter exists.
I should probably get going. This was a good time. It was good
you gotta get to your D&D game.
Yes.
Hey, you gotta just give these guys. These guys are. I hate to see you go on a bad note, but they're not going to buy the theodolite thing right now. There's got to be something.
We give you a 0.5.
This guy's got a lot of knowledge for being a baller. He's not really a baller either. He'll totally consider some of these things. He wants to fight for the ball till the last breath.
Let's hear something that you actually know about them.
He knows it's in trouble.
He's just like Matthew. He's like Matthew.
Yeah.
And he's fully like Matthew, so we should treat him with respect like Matthew. And Monk, I have a question to ask you. So, if every morning I observe a rooster crowing after the sun rises, does that mean that the sun rose because the rooster crowed?
No.
Nope.
But you're saying this thing does X because the Earth is spinning, but you don't have it.
It has to
never mind. I don't know. I was just
saying that nothing else could cause the spin in that little device in your fucking hand that humans made based on a presupposition. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, correlation does not cause it. Hey, you guys, you know what? You know what I thought was cool about
don't let the door hit you on the way.
Sorry, I'm a dickhead. Listen, I'm sorry.
The reason Entmonk and I hit it off is because he was in here talking about how it's good what we're doing because everything should be challenged. And that there's some things that he brought to the table that night that, he didn't get a chance to put through, and I DM'd him and we started going back and forth. If you saw the DMs that I had with this guy, I mean, it's pages and pages and pages and pages. He's actually cool on a lot of levels, and he knows that the globe model's in trouble. And he's putting forth some ideas that, still somehow support it. But I think that he knows it's in trouble, and he knows that there's other things about like the future that may entail like, some crazy things that he'll talk about, like there's some cool things that he'll talk about. It's not just globe beliefs,
Tell him to come in here more prepared. Tell him to be more prepared.
Tell him to read his script next time.
That's the best leading note that I could ask for. Thank you, New Perspective. It was nice to meet you all. Have a good night.
I like the mustache. That's really cool.
Hey, man. Fuck. I wanted to have like another hour with him so I could like say some nice shit later, but whatever. He'll be back.
Actually, it worked out great on paper.
That's a really good tactic he's doing, though. That's actually a really good tactic he has, you know what I mean? Bringing something in that he knows most of us don't specialize in, and he just barely learned about. He can go on and on. You know what I mean? It's like a color by numbers, dude.
You're trying.
Yeah, that's not going to work. Actually, it works. He's talking about must work the same way that mechanical gyroscope thing that they use on boats works.
It works.
Actually, FE did a whole thing. FE Core did a whole thing about that, and they're they're not sure exactly how it works, but they did say I actually recorded the end of the whole thing for another argument I was having with people, and they do have to put the latitude into the mechanical gyroscope, somehow punch that in. Then it has this little spherical thing, and that works, that it keeps its tension, it keeps its rigidity that's inside the thing. So I'm thinking that because it's mechanical, it has to be plugged in. It's got the latitude. So then it goes off of that and uses that internal sphere as a way of recreating their ball so that it goes to what true north would be if we were on a ball. And so it can trick you into thinking it's a ball.
So the only way this thing works is if it's plugged in?
It works out great on paper.
Yeah, so what if it's just the electricity that's making whatever it is spin around 15 degrees per hour?
Or GPS, a hidden GPS code or something like that, yeah.
Man, speaking of GPS, the kids nowadays have it way too easy. When I was little and I needed to go somewhere, I used to have to bring the globe with me. We have to stop all the time and check our coordinates and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I said it earlier, man. If you find me a globe that people use to navigate with, I'll wait.
Right. I'll bring you my grandma's globe. I gotta go find it, but you gotta believe me, it's there. It's really nice globe. You know, it's made of brass and all kinds of shiny things and unicorn farts.
Remember when sailors back in like ancient times used gyrotheodolites because they needed to know about the Earth's rotation and refraction and then all the gravity?
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like this is.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That must have sucked.
Dude, I remember there was a time in my life when we used to have to knock on wood to be safe, dude. And it really worked, dude. I miss those days, you know?
Yeah.
Doesn't work anymore?
Yeah.
I haven't tried
No,
for a
hey,
while.
remember those good old days, Flat Earth, dude, when we were down in Hollywood and like they came up to him and said, "You want to be in a movie?" And like, dude, I miss those days, dog.
Yeah, I got asked to be on a bunch of shows and shit.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Cool.
Yeah, they're banging at our door, dude. Hollywood's banging at our door right now. You know what I mean?
I don't need your fuck off. You come down here and film me doing what I'm doing right here on the fucking street.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey,
you guys already
Flatter
put me
Day,
on
you ever
camera.
seen the day I punked Kenny at the Flat Earth Hollywood? Did I ever show it to you? I'll send it to you. I went and acted like I was a baller and let him convince me it was a ball in one conversation.
So he claimed to be a former flat earther who went back to globetardism.
No. He was a total globetard. He showed up.
Okay.
I was on the street, never met the guy in my life. And I was doing a live stream on YouTube, and he came up. He's like, "Oh, what's up with the flat Earth shit, man? Dude, it's ball, bro." And he fucking played it up for like about 20 minutes, man. He played it up pretty good, man. And then
it sounds like a normal.
I got it.
No, I was in the chat. They knew me in the chat as New Perspective for a long time before that, but no one knew my face or my voice until I went and punked them, the whole panel. So I knew everybody I was talking to. They didn't know who I was though until the reveal at the end of it. I was like, I gotta confess, guys. My username is New Perspective. And they're like, oh fuck. There's only one chance to do that.
Anyway, it was hilarious. Anyway, you can post it. So, yeah.
Did you guys see the answer that when I talked to Matthew the other night and I said, since you specialize in math,
I'm gonna need some.
I posted that shit.
I grabbed it, Saints, and I'm gonna, I'll have to go with the professor, man, have him explain it to us, right?
Well, I mean, dude, he pretty much put me in my place with that paper, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he socks your fucking rocks, man. Right
well,
there,
because
man.
he had Mentos in his pocket. Come on, jeez.
I have to know. Please break down Mentos for me.
Welcome to the panel, Sean. No.
Do you want the biological makeup of it, or do you want the theoretical makeup of it?
You laughed, Dave. Fuck, that was pretty good.
I want. You say Mentos a lot, and I really want to know. Because listen, I'm a.
You're fucking hammered, Shauna.
So check this out.
I'm not.
This is what you do.
No, I'm not hammered. Listen.
Go to YouTube. Type in Mentos commercials and watch the Mentos commercials, and you'll understand what I mean. Each one's about 20 seconds long.
I know I've seen Mentos commercials. I know what Mentos are, but you're using it.
Have you seen the commercials?
Yes.
Go back and watch.
So here it is. No matter what they do in the commercial, no matter what wrong they do or how silly it is, it doesn't matter, because in the end, they show the protagonist what they have in their hand, Mentos, and everything makes sense. And like, oh, okay. Basically, like it's your get out of jail free card. You could talk about whatever you want about the globe, and I'll let you get away with it because you have your Mentos. But when you run out, your ass is done, dude. You know.
Okay, I was just really curious about what the Mentos metaphor was. Yeah, totally.
Okay.
taken anymore. It's
So,
acetaminophen.
so Mentos is.
Yeah, no, only for you would I have done that.
Thank you. This is the
Yep.
get out of jail free card.
Basically, yeah. O.J. Simpson used it. You know what I mean? A bunch of people used it.
I'm just saying, I wasn't familiar with this term, so I had to ask you what this
They've
meant.
been using this term for thousands of years now.
No, they haven't, because Mentos have
Yeah, they
only
have.
been around. Mentos have only been around for like.
I think
Okay, but Shannon, I told you I identify as a bumblebee, right? 5 days of my life is a year of human life, so it's been around thousands of years in my life. Right? You got to respect the gender.
I identify as a chihuahua.
Cool. Then it's been around hundreds of years.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is one that's like, wow, which one is it?
Man, I could go down many rabbit holes with you, and you know.
Shauna, you could probably spin my mind around.
I could take you right round, baby, right round with the Ricker, baby,
Yeah.
round.
You'd break my brain. You'd break my brain, seriously.
And I don't do that though. Yeah, I just don't do that.
You could
no
fooled
brains,
me.
no worries,
Right?
No brain. No
Personally, don't like to take people
No headaches, man. No headaches.
like rabbit
I
holes.
like literally giving you food for thought, literally.
You know, unless I
brains, no
feel unless I feel a person's ready to go down a specific area, I don't want to take them there. You know, it's just you can feel out people and know if they're ready to go down a certain area. You know,
Dude, Helen Keller was really good at filling out people. She was a professional at it. She really
I bet
was.
I bet she was really good at filling up people.
No, filling out people, you know? That's what she specialized in. I'm just saying, though.
I'm just saying, filling up people.
Yeah. Well.
Do you
What was,
even think? Do you even really think Helen Keller was a real person?
Shanna, I think tomorrow you should cook your son a plate of literal food for thought and bring it to him.
I don't even think Helen Keller was a real person.
It does
I
sound
don't
like
know.
a joke or something.
I don't know. I think Anne Frank was posted up in the attic, though. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, she was.
That's tough.
Yeah,
Comment.
diaries written with a ballpoint pen that wasn't invented until after World War II. So.
Yeah,
I don't believe any history, dude. I don't believe no history. I don't even believe the weather from yesterday in the newspaper, dog. Come on.
You're a smart guy.
I like
seriously.
I just got super chill bumps. Somebody said something that gave me super chill bumps.
Super chill
Really?
bump. Super
Was
chill.
it Mentos? The fresh maker?
Anymore. It's acetaminophen.
Somebody put into a York peppermint patty, huh?
I'm not kidding. Like seriously, y'all gave me super chill bumps and made my hair grow like a quarter
Yeah.
inch.
I just bit into a York peppermint patty right now. That's what it was.
Damn it. Fucking A. Don't do that.
Well, you want me to stop? You're gonna have to jump on panel and talk.
What is this York peppermint patty going to eat itself? Come on, how can I not do it? You know what I mean?
Oh, York peppermint pies are so good.
Yeah, when you open it up and crack it by your ear. It sounds just like when you pop a Camel Fresh. God, I love that sound. Nothing like it except a York peppermint patty.
I think there's something to it.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. It's like measuring the curvature on a nice sunny day. You know what I mean?
Hey, do you think it's best to plant your potato plants on a full moon?
I think it's best to plant your potato plants in Mars if you're Matt Damon.
It's actually, it works out great on paper.
I was seriously asking that.
Yes.
My girlfriend said yes, so she's usually pretty serious about this.
The answer is yes.
Because I've heard planting your potatoes, your spuds out on
Unlike
full
that guy,
moon,
your girlfriend
they
exists.
work better because something about the coolness of the moon.
Just don't count them. Don't count them all before they hatch, and don't put them all in the same basket. Okay? or putting them before the cart.
Well, that's with everything you do, man.
Wow, which one is it?
I've been laughing at this all night. She takes everything you say seriously, and nothing you say is serious.
You guys ever hear my girlfriend yelling at me to be nice to her, though?
One that's
Sorry,
like,
I'm such a
Jackie yelled at me so many times, be nice to her, be nice, be nice. I was like, God damn, Jackie. I had to mute my, because Jackie's like, stop being so mean to her. I'm like, I'm not. I'm just talking to her. Jesus.
Yeah, why are you
So
being
Jackie
so
has
mean?
your back.
Why are you being so mean to me?
Man.
well, that's what I'm saying.
When
Like,
you mean mean, you mean like mean sea level? Or, because sea level is pretty nice to me.
Your girlfriend thinks you're being mean to me.
She thinks I'm being mean to her if I don't give her a cigarette, though. Even though she smoked half my pack earlier. Now we got to go get more. I have two cigarettes left.
Whose money? Mine. So check them out.
Okay, but I supported you for 7 years. Now you're supporting me for like 6 months. That's cool. It's tit for tat, whatever. Let's just go get cigarettes and not argue.
Listen, my husband literally worked in the oil field. He worked for 17 years supporting me, and he fell out and had a heat stroke, and then he had another heat stroke, and another he had 3 heat strokes in one summer, and so I went cleaning houses, and I've been supporting him now for I did that for 10 years, and
do you think I could move in with you and I'll support you? I just need a place to live out of state quickly.
But now he's gone.
Just between me and you.
He's gone back. Listen, marriage is it's a give and take. It's a give and take. You know, my husband took care of me for that long, and then now I'm taking care of him, and now he's back. He has recovered. He's doing good, and now he's working and doing a good job taking care of me, and I'm still doing what I was doing.
Works out great.
You know,
that's wonderful.
Listen,
Does he like chihuahuas?
Does he like what? Does he like what?
Does he like
Chihuahua?
Mentos?
This is one that's like, wow, which one is it?
I don't know. Too many people talking. I don't know what y'all are asking.
Do you think
Well,
your
if you
husband's ever
identify as a
cheated on you
chihuahua,
when
you
you
better
play
like
Monopoly?
chihuahuas, right?
Like I said, too many people talking.
I think we're talking to Sean and right?
What?
Sean na.
Yeah, Shana.
Hey, do you think your husband's ever cheated on you when you guys play Monopoly? I'm just asking.
Well, I know my husband has cheated on me
In Monopoly or in real life?
in real life.
There's something to it.
Well, I hope you had a Mentos. I hope you had Mentos with him that day. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that.
I know my husband cheated on me in real life.
Probably just in Monopoly, not in real life. Theoretically. But I mean literally maybe in real life.
No, in real life.
Possibly.
I know that happened. And I cheated on him in real life too. And that was back when we were really early married, and we listen,
You're
this
saying
is
you cheated on him when you were playing the game Life, right? That game called Life? Or were you eating Life cereal? Well, I was eating
Life.
some Jello.
No, we're talking about real life. And
not theoretical. Okay. So give me some
shit,
food for thought then. Give
you
me that
know,
food for thought, girl.
and we're still together after 24 years. Shit
Together in
happens.
spirit, right?
And you know, sometimes people do things that they wish they could change, and it just happens. And you know, there's a lot of people that can't get past that, or they're just like done with it and whatever. But we trudged forward and kept going, and
Dude, that
we're
happened to me.
here.
I got an operation and I can't go back from it now. And it's like, well, I just got to keep going forward. You know what I mean? I sit down when I go to the bathroom, but
An operation for what?
Listen, don't make a joke out of this. I'm talking about real shit. Real
An
shit.
operation
A
for
little bit
what?
awkward. I'm sorry, a little bit awkward right now.
Stop it. Stop making jokes. I'm talking about real shit. I cheated on my husband.
Do you?
Because he was like, "Girl, I don't know if I love you anymore. I and he took a break from me. He left me for a little while, and we had only been married 2 years, and he left me for a little while, and I was like, "Okay." Well, so I went and did my thing. I felt totally abandoned, and I went and cheated on him, and then we got back together. He had cheated on me with lots of women, and, we got back together, and we're still together after 24 years.
Sounds like you both got a good taste of each other's medicine.
I'm just
Two
saying
negative people
I'm
positive.
just saying shit happens, and, if you truly love each other, love comes back together. And me and my husband have been together now for 24 years. But that was really we had only been married 2 years when all that shit happened.
Well, I'm glad it all got figured out.
Congratulations on 24 years.
And a lot of people think that, that a lot of people would be on the other stance of this.
Hey,
Yeah.
the Earth's the globe.
Yeah.
Herbert Mentos.
I need to get off. I need to get off here. So I love you guys.
All right, Shauna, get some sleep, baby.
Take your shot.
Drink some water.
Dude, I drink water nonstop. That is my fuel. Water is my fuel for thought, man. I love water.
Make sure it's blessed water first.
Who is that person
Here's the water.
screaming in the background? I keep hearing this like, ah!
It's
Shanna Montana. Shanna Montana.
That's not
Who's the person
People come in here
that said
possessed.
an operation?
It came through like a wrecking ball. You know what I mean?
Hey, so we got KJV1611. Hi, hello.
Hi. Who's the person that mentioned that he has an operation soon?
Good
And
night,
he
you
can't
guys.
get out of
Love
it?
you.
Good night, Shauna. We'll see you
Take care,
later.
Good night, Shauna.
Oh yeah, I do. I am a surgeon. Yeah.
Who asked?
Someone said, I have an operation soon and I can't get out of it.
That was Slider Day Saints said that.
Yeah.
What was it? I'm sorry. Can you repeat yourself?
You have an operation. You can't get out of it.
You have to sit
yeah,
down when
yeah.
you pee.
What's the
I had to sit
operation
down.
for?
What's the
Well,
operation
you know,
for?
I decided I wanted to change. I felt like what? Okay, my girlfriend's telling me not to go there, so I have to leave the room because she doesn't feel comfortable when I talk about
Don't do it. Exactly. Don't do it. Don't go there. Don't go there. Yeah.
Okay.
You get the elder statesman here to
Yeah. I was talking about the game. It's called Operation.
Yeah,
you
the
know, where you're
Operation
the
game.
doctor collecting all the pay. Operation.
She's too young to remember that game, man.
Well.
I'm an adult.
Well, I know, but you're younger than I, man. That's all. Do you remember the game
I'm
Operation?
probably older than you.
Operation.
Okay, well, I'll break it down. I was born a dog, right? And all my life I felt like I've been a person.
God. Okay.
Right?
Born a dog. Stop that.
KJV, do you have a question for us about the Earth?
I joined the biblical side. I was on that all day of this channel, and
It's all you go.
I want people to, want to show up there because I have more information than this channel because I feel you guys go a lot around in circles and you're never progressing. You're never going to progress, and you've pretty much hit a wall. And I can help a lot of people get past that wall.
What else is there to find out?
Well, basically, it's just repetitive. Like, yes, you're going to learn new things, and you're going to learn things from each other.
Right.
But you're going round and round and round and round in circles and not progressing.
Where's the curve?
Your end goal should be to go beyond the flat Earth.
No,
You know.
Well, we're
this is a
going
flat
around in
Earth
circles,
channel.
and we keep that's why we keep hitting the ice wall. We're going around in circles, and we can't get out
No,
of
no,
this
no.
thing.
Come on. Listen,
You're going
this
around in
channel,
circles
listen,
like the sun and the moon.
KJB, listen. This channel in this server is for flat Earth. You're speaking in a flat Earth channel. I don't disagree.
Yeah.
People should think about all kinds of other shit. You bet. But this
Great,
right here,
great.
this is flat Earth.
Thank you for agreeing on that.
I totally agree. Yeah, but like I'm
I
saying,
totally
we have
agree
to
as
keep it on
well.
the subject
I
here.
totally agree. Yeah.
Yes,
But
that
this
is the
is-
subject. You asked me a question, and then
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
the subject.
Okay, that's fine. That's
So,
fine.
I don't know if you've looked into this Discord, but we got rooms here for biblical. We got
Yes, I know. That's exactly what I
Livestream.
mentioned. That's what I said.
We got so many rooms. We got
She's been in
learning.
here. She's been in here talking on the biblical already, Kenny.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're good, man. Welcome.
I haven't spoken to anybody there because there was no one there. I was on it for hours.
Now, do you expect people to just see you in there and be like, "Wow, I'm gonna dive right in and just hey"?
Well,
let's talk
somebody mentioned, like somebody said, KJV 1611, are you there? And she had like an American accent.
Yeah.
But by the time I replied, because I replied straight away, she had already gone. She had like an American accent.
All right.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to come in here and say, "Hey, man, I'm down here in biblical. Check it out, man. If you guys want to, hit it. I got some cool information. I'll be down there. Come check it out. And then people will follow you. You know what I'm saying? Just let us know.
Okay, I like I like
Hey,
the way you said it. You said it very nicely.
So if anything, what you should do is come up here and type into the live stream voice text. Say, hey, I'm down in religion or biblical or whatever, and if anybody wants to chat about that stuff, I'm down there. And just drop us a line here in the live stream voice text, so everybody can see it.
Some of us are on our phones, some of us
I'll
are
go
driving.
5 minutes right now if you want.
Many people come through
And
here,
the
and
lady
there's a
was
lot
drunk
of trolls
and stuff.
and weirdos. You know.
Yeah, you never know how it's going to go. But Flat Earth Saints is willing to go down there with you right now if you want to go there.
Latter-day Saints. Oh, okay.
I'm Flat Earth Saints.
You guys should go.
Okay, sorry, I was scrolling. I wanted to
with him.
Yeah.
I'll join you too.
I was scrolling. I wanted to see. Yeah.
All right, you go, Storm.
Here we go.
I'm going to stay here for now. You guys go. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, keep it flat. Keep it flat.
All right.
Hey, that worked. That was good.
Just simple things, People don't know. They come in here. They're like, fucking guys never talk. There's more stuff than like, yeah. Well, we got a room for that, man. We're here for flat Earth. Where's the curvature, bitches? Come on. You got any curvature? I want to shut this fucking damn server down. We'll just turn it into a Hot Wheel server. It'll be great.
Hot Wheels. Okay, that's fun. Micro Machines guy gonna be there.
I want to daydream about going into space again. And maybe do it.
Exactly. I want to daydream.
Bro, if you think about it, when are you not in space? Whoa!
I had this song called I think it was called Spaceship Earth. It was the name of it, man. I wrote. And it was all about we're on this fucking planet Earth, spaceship Earth, it was something like that. It was fucking stupid.
Is this before you were
yeah, it was way before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spaceship Earth, man. Yeah, like fucking that's cool, man. Far out, man. Smoke a joint on flat Earth. Smoke a joint on flat Earth, man. Fuck. Do you guys remember Ernest? He used to go out to the I think it was Harvard, and he would yell at the professors and everybody was teaching on the school and the students. It's like, I'll take on any one of your professors. Bring them. Let's go.
I don't remember that. Who was that?
It's Ernest. I forget his channel name. New Perspective Left. Damn, he knows who. Remember, he might have remembered. I forget his channel. He was really big on Facebook too for a long time too.
What's Facebook?
It's this thing, man. You go and you like look at pictures of people's fucking poops in the toilet.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're taking pictures of their food before they eat it. And then I always say, hey, man, can I get the after shot, man? What's it look like after?
Yeah, I'm sick of these pre-dump photos. I want to see what you make out of that.
I want to see how that worked out there in the other end of the spectrum.
That's funny.
It is funny, man. Because people that take pictures of their food and put it on Facebook drive me fucking kook, man. That's why I'm like, I got to get out of here, man. Fuck this. This is stupid. Hey, man, I'm at this restaurant. I get this killer taco plate with, fuck off,
It's so narcissistic. It's like, let's check in everywhere we go so everyone who's watching me can see where the fuck I'm going and what I'm doing.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah, I hate that. It's super narcissistic, man.
Yeah, it's like, it's creepy. It's like...
It's creepy.
I said it. I said it there.
It's cringy creepy, man. It's like double fucking creepy.
Yeah, like...
Yeah. Stop it. If you're posting pictures on Facebook of your food, stop it. Please stop.
Unless you're a chef.
But unless you take a picture of it coming out and dropping into the toilet, I don't want to know about it.
I don't even want to know about that. So there you have it.
Well, we all have to shit, and it is funny sometimes, man. Doesn't always, work out like we plan, but
Well, laugh or cry, yeah.
Sometimes you might shed a tear on a deuce.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Hey, you might blow a gasket. Yeah, cry a little bit. Shit.
Yeah,
it's only natural.
That hurts, man. It hurts. Oh, that hurts.
I can't talk anymore about it, man. Sorry. This is.
You gotta laugh, like belly laugh, occasionally.
Here's the problem. My best humor is bathroom humor, and I try not to use that too much here.
Yeah, this is not the place for it, but this late at night, we can kind of get away with it, I think. But
I'm not gonna do it because that would make me a hypocrite, and I am narcissistic too. So I want everybody to, like me for the wrong reasons.
Just drop the killer fucking gif, man.
Oh, it is good. I just want some waffles now. So
that's so funny, dude.
I'm almost saying fuck that gif.
Mm.
But no, that's true. That's yeah.
I took a picture of my waffle. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Fuck.
Dude, you didn't even make the waffle. Like, at least get a shot at the person who made it too.
There you go. It's like, dude, I made these tacos. Okay, I can maybe go with that, but no, I'm at a restaurant. I ordered tacos. Oh yeah, look what I'm eating. Oh, fuck off. Come on. Really? Anyway, that was the whole Facebook kind of rant there. Yeah, that's what Facebook's good for. I mean, that's what it's really good for.
Division. That's the only thing it ever did was division.
I'm...
Right, and it was supposed to connect us.
Well, so was, all the other platforms that came along. It was AOL, and there was, it was MySpace. Oh, my God. MySpace is amazing.
Right.
You can drop links.
But what I'm saying is Facebook changed the game because they got so popular so quick.
Yeah. Well... is that orchestrated or is that planned?
I don't fucking know. I'm just saying, like, Facebook is the social media litmus, and then you go Twitter, then you go what else? Fucking Snapchat, Instagram.
So in 1994, man, I was starting up an internet company. It wasn't even. I don't know. I thought we could sell advertising on the internet. I thought that was cool, man. What a cool idea. And my buddy, man, he had some advertising experience and shit. And we teamed up and fucking tried to get this company going. But one day my buddy calls me up that I've known since I was, 4 or 5 years old. It's like, dude, I'm working at this company, man. Come down for lunch. I want to show you this cool thing, man. It's called Netscape.
Yeah. No shit, right?
Like, what?
And check this out. It's got a cool name. It's called a web browser. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that weird? It's a cool name.
So he shows me that, right? And then in the other side of the room, man, they're doing a live stream between like Virginia and California. And there's people at these big screens, and they got like they're all looking at each other. It's basically like what we're doing here, you know, but with video, like Hangouts or Google Meet or Zoom or whatever, right? It's just like that. Back in 1994, dude, they had fucking Zoom. I'm telling you, they had Zoom. If they're that far ahead of us, man, they planned all this shit out because they knew they had the tech, man. They had it. That's my theory.
It's either that people are really stupid or they're really good at what they do.
But these guys
can't be both.
Facebook wasn't a natural thing. It just sprung up in some college dorm room, man. I don't think you get
like what if that hadn't been the first version of it? What if it was totally different people at a totally different time? Would it have had the same impact?
Yeah, exactly. If it wouldn't have, no question. But yeah, I mean, there are great guys that think of great ideas, man. I mean, I don't know, the Uber thing. I guess that was somebody's idea, and it, blew up to what it was. But is that story true, man? I don't know. It's a great story.
Well, it's an Amazon movie now.
But so is the Apple story. That's a good story.
How many times is Hollywood not going to be able to tell that story in public?
Exactly. Same story, Addison. Whatever.
No, but it's not. It's not. Like, if you watch any of those Steve Jobs movies, each one of them is starkly different. Very, very, very different.
I've watched them all. I was a big Steve Jobs
I feel like I know nothing about him still because it's just like, what?
I mean, he liked the Beatles. He liked the albums. He liked music. He didn't like furniture, apparently.
No, he hated furniture. He liked to start it on fire.
He's super eccentric. Just an absolute fucking maniac. Yeah.
That's what I did take from the movies. Yes, that he was consistently the theme was he.
Right, he's a maniac, and it does take a maniac that's completely obsessed to fulfill a vision. Sometimes, I mean, it's pretty cool to have an idea and say, "Man, I'm going to turn this into that." I'm like, we'll make it this way. And when you're fucking super fucking balls out, dedicated every day, just that's all you want to do. You get into this fucking zone, and I've been there because that's why I can talk about it. I've been there, man. I know what it's like, man. You stay up until fucking midnight. You get up at 5 a.m. You just keep grinding until it's better and it's better and it's better, and it's you start bringing in new people and they're helping you, and you're like fucking trying to deal with that, and there is an obsession that some people get. They want to do something, and whether he wanted to put 1,000 songs on an iPod or whatever it was, man, it was.
I think it had a lot to do with the timing of Black Magic stuff, but that's just me.
Yeah, I could get Mike Williams.
I don't want to fucking go down that rabbit hole. Because honestly, almost every time I get to the bottom of a conspiracy, it ends up being weird sex magic. And I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I think you're correct in that, man. I mean, if you look back at all the weird sex magic,
just a bunch of just smelly, sweaty losers,
the NASA guys, and the
man, it's so weird.
Super weird, man.
Like, listen. I've experienced so much more pleasure in other forms of life than just with sexual pleasure. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? So why are they so addicted to it? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, that's.
Like that's the best they can get. That's as high as they can get on life. That's really pathetic, isn't it?
Well, let's call them out for their patheticness, man. For sure. I mean, that's what.
I do it by myself in the car, sir.
Yeah, I do it too, man. All the time.
I'm always talking to my agents.
You Mongo cuck, motherfucker.
You remember when, like 20 years ago, you'd be called crazy if you said that the FBI was listening in on your phone call?
Oh yeah, that's pretty much standard knowledge today, man.
No one gives a shit. That's the thing.
And they don't give a shit, man. And I don't give a shit either because I'm right here, cucks. Come get me, bitches.
Well, here's an interesting point. So they got cameras and mics on everything now, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that that's forced everyone to act just a little bit better in everything they do? A little bit more wholesome, a little bit more trustworthy?
Let me think about that for a second.
Because if you know someone's watching all the time, you can let that get to you and be like, oh, fuck, I hope I'm putting on a good show. I hope this is honest and blah, blah, blah.
Let me grab a beer. I'm going to think about that.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, straight away, I say yes, man. It makes people act different.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's the double slit, right? You know, you notice the thing, it changes. It does the thing on its own by itself. And then when you look at it, it's like, I'm going to do something different. If that's even what that was. I forget if double slit or the quantum eraser, or if that's the same thing, or, I'm all over the place with that. But the point was, things act differently when they're being observed.
My brother used to say, hey, man, he's 15 years older than me. He's like, I got nothing to hide. I'm right here. I'm not.
Exactly.
And then I go, dude, why don't you have a Facebook account? Well, I don't want, I don't want to get in that. Fuck. You little cock, man. You little cocky fucking weasel, man. My brother. Way to go,
He's just doing it to fuck with you too, by the way.
Yeah. Well, he's an attorney. Fuck. What do you expect? Fuck.
Lord, those people. Both of my parents are attorneys.
Yeah. I love them and hate them at the same time. You know what I mean? I'm just like, oh, fuck.
Oh, I don't mind the work that my parents did. It was all like contract law and food law and all kinds of. They didn't litigate, and it was
Yeah, my brother was a business attorney, and it's like, whatever. Cool, man. Ryan, do your thing, man. I got nothing against you. Bettering your life through law.
Well, it's better than being a criminal defender. That's for sure.
Yeah, boy, that would be tough, huh? Shit. Ugh.
So my stepdad, when he said he had his first case out of law school, it was a murder case. He was just trying to get any job he could, and it was a murder case, and the guy was clearly guilty, and the guy telling my stepdad, no, I did it, and I don't care, and I'm guilty. But still, my stepdad's job is to defend as if he's innocent. And so he said he didn't even go into the courtroom that day. He's like, I'm not going to go defend a murderer right now. And he's admitting he's murdered. Like, I don't care. I'm done. So he never litigated again. He never did criminal law. Well, I'm not going to say he never litigated, but he never did criminal law.
Good. His conscience got to him, man. I like that. That's good.
Oh, he's a great guy, and right, I would too. Like, first gig, and I'm seeing some of the dregs, and nowhere near the worst of it. Like, fuck all that.
Yeah, when you're that vibed out, and you're like, oh, this ain't a cool thing, man.
Well, in law school, you don't. I mean, you're passing exams, okay? It's the real world application is way different, and it fluctuates all the time.
That's a good point, man. Yeah. I mean, you go through school, that's one thing, but to get out in the real world, man. Welcome to the show, as Issa would say, man. Welcome to the show. Fuck. And it's a shit show for the most part. Yeah, but we're going to
make our best, right?
We're going to make some great things out of the shit show. We can do
Isn't that what people say? That's the cop out. Well, we do our best.
No, man, I think we're doing great.
Sorry.
I'm
being cynical.
There is a cop out. Yeah, you can cop out, man. I'm cool with that. You can get down with that. But, there's the other side of the coin, and try to do something positive, man. Whatever it is. And if it's making a gif of some dude taking a picture of their phone, thank you. Thank you for doing that. I mean, I know making gifs ain't easy, man. I mean, once you do it a couple times, it's pretty easy. But
it's like you see these people at parties, and you're like, "Oh, Karen, yeah, no, I saw last week menu. Yep, for sure. How's your life though? How are you? How's it going? Yeah, no, I know you have Facebook. I know that you constantly post everything no one wants to see. How are the kids? How's school going? I don't care what you ate in the middle of the night.
No, we don't care. I got up. I made a sandwich. I was hungry. What?
It's participation trophies for doing everything in life.
Hey, that one got me, man. Participation trophies.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, man, we didn't get fucking participation. Fuck all. Nothing.
We did, and I was pissed because I did pretty well in sports sometimes, but everybody got the same fucking reward at the end of the game. I'm like, wait a sec. I was goalie of the game, goddammit.
Right. You were MVP of the game, whatever.
I was. And I was like celebrated as it. I didn't play anything else, by the way. I was only good goalie. But and then everybody got a fucking trophy, and I'm like, wait a second. It's like, what am I? Chop liver over here?
No, I mean, you got to learn to lose your battles. Yeah, I guess in life, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some, man. I mean, whether it's business, relationships, work, whatever. And it's good to get some hard knocks, man. I think it's a good thing to get knocked down a peg if you didn't do your best. And,
I think success is defined by you being able to pick your battles instead of your battles picking you.
Yeah, but you're going to learn by your mistakes. I mean, how many times have, whatever, somebody got knocked down a bunch of times and then finally rose up, figured it out, took a while.
That's Rocky, right?
Right, a Rocky thing or whatever, man. It's going to be sports or business, whatever, man. I've seen it all, man. I've seen guys absolutely fail at every business they started, and then all of a sudden they just hit on one, man. And they fucking figured it out, and they're like, successful at it. And I'm like, that's cool, man. I'm certainly the same way, man. I mean, I've been through it. When I got knocked down and drug out and lost fucking shitloads of money, and you're like, oh fuck, man, that didn't work out. Fuck. I guess I got to start over, and next time I'll try to be more or better. I'll just try to be better. That's it. Just try to be better. And that's what this fucking place is all about, man. We're trying to be better at saying, hey, man, where's the curvature? We're trying to be better at asking for curvature. And sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this place is about in my opinion, this is my observation. This place supports and has like the mission statement. I don't want to say it has the feel like we want to help you learn about a lot of shit. It starts with flat Earth.
That's it, man. It starts with what you're standing on, and we got to verify what we're standing on, man. How do we do that? And they told us it's this. We're checking it out, and it's not checking out, man. It's just not checking out. And we checked it out, and it's still not checking out. But if you got something to check it out with, we'll check it out with you, and we'll check it out together, and then we got it. It's that simple, man.
I agree. I'm wondering what are they thinking? The Globers that know it's flat, then they're just pretending to be Globers. Finishing out some kind of agenda, or I don't know why they do it, but you see them saying they're not stupid at all, so they know that it's flat and stationary and enclosed. It's not that that's a question. They know it. They're smart enough to know it, so they do. But I can't wrap my head around what kind of psychosis you would have to maintain every day, all fucking day, to do that. How could you do that? I couldn't. It would wear me out. Lying all day, every day, and knowing that what I was defending is bullshit.
I think they smoke a shitload of weed, and I think that's a secret, man. They smoke a lot.
Because I got a big ego. I have to be correct about everything. So if I was wrong about this shit, it would piss me right off.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's definitely something to consider on the psychological aspect of why would they do that. I mean, why would People do a lot of things, man. Why would somebody want to run on cement all day long, up and down the street? I'm like, why are you running on the cement? I mean, there's grass right there. You know that, right? There's grass.
You know, it's funny. It might be like a subconscious thing for a lot of people. Like, well, I can see the ground I'm running on. You know, you never know what's murking and lurking below the surface of the earth or in the grasses or whatever. But I can see where every step's going on concrete. Okay, I'm no fool.
I'm no fool. And I got my Nike 2000s, man, and I'll be good. It's like, wait a minute, man. That's it's called a high impact workout, man. I mean, that's serious high impact on your knees and joints and shit. I don't get it, man.
It's funny too, because like people are like, oh, well, if you want to do functional training for life, a really good way is just to go out and run. It's like, hold on. When otherwise in your life are you just running around outside?
It's usually
you're not, so it's not going to help improve anything else in your life. It might improve your cardio, but don't lie to me and tell me it's it's going to be this thing. It's not.
Nah, exactly. I ran track. I played football, baseball, tennis. Played it all, man. But just I never felt really good running on cement, man. I'm like, that's stupid. We got this dirt track over here, man. It's softer, you know. Cement seemed very punishing. Fuck.
You know what sucks to run on those sand.
Yeah. Oh, that's a killer workout, though, man. I know a bunch of people live down by the beach.
And it's low impact.
Super low impact, high fucking muscle fucking workout. And you working muscles you don't even know you have. You're like, oh, fuck.
You know what a really good one is, too? Because we live on a flat earth, cross-country skiing. It's a great workout.
I bet it is, man. Low impact, super high cardio.
Yeah.
I could see that, man. You're going to be burning some calories doing that shit, man. Fuck.
Right.
I had a buddy, man, raced in the Tour de France. 9,000 calories a day.
Yeah, and he'd stay lean. And
fucking, you know, a fucking model in Playboy. He was like fucking lean, right? But 9,000 calories to do what he had to do every day, man. Like, you got to be kidding me, bro.
It's as much as, you know, professional bodybuilders in bulk season.
Right. Yeah, I had a buddy who was a weightlifting champ, or just a strong, you know, whatever, like Arnold Schwarzenegger kind of guy, you know, back in the heyday. And he was into
they're
that.
called bodybuilders. Yep.
Bodybuilders. He would eat like 4 chickens a day. I was like, he would just eat a whole fucking
put it down
in like one meal. Yeah, I was like, that's it. That's what I'm eating.
I mean,
today.
If a guy is cycling on steroids and he's trying to bulk up and get big, you can just put food in front of him all day and he'll just keep eating and keep eating and keep eating, because what he does is he works out, tears the muscle, and then he's super fucking hungry, and the testosterone's like, hey, where do I put, you know, how do I heal all this muscle? Give me some food for it. And so just sit there and eat all day as one of those guys. And you know, it would pretty much turn into just like pretty good looking muscle.
So
it's weird, but your body can only do that until so long. Like guys like Lou Ferrigno, I don't know how he stayed so big for so long. Like he's still huge, and for 80, he's big for fucking 80. Anyway.
Yeah, that's it, man. I mean, it's a great physical thing we're looking into. Is you know, if you work your muscles that hard, you got to feed them something, man. And, you know, protein is apparently the number one. You know. I would imagine lots of water too, but, you know, protein's going to do it, man. It works.
Some people do have a problem with the water thing because they just can't get used to drinking. And I'm not shitting you, 2 to 3 gallons of water every day. Those bodybuilders have to drink at least that much.
Yeah, they got to drink a shitload of water. Yep. And
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. I mean, You know, we've seen every aspect of the human body, man.
Seen the best and the worst, hey?
The super fat to the super in shape, and you're like, oh wow, that's interesting. What a dichotomy, man. There you go. And we've seen Globers and we've seen flat earthers, man.
That's right.
Interesting dichotomy there too, man, as well. But you know, I would love to see a bunch of in shape people just sit around and yell at the fat people all day long.
You know, I'm sick of that. I used to do it all the time. I'd go to the mall with my buddies and make fun of fat people. I would.
Yeah.
It's just mean. Like,
I knew it was mean.
I knew it was mean then, but like I thought later in life I'd make up for it so I could act like a piece of shit then.
Well, they think we're mean for calling out their globe, man. They think we're mean assholes.
Here's the difference. Someone making fun of a fat person isn't saying, "Hey, fatty, stop eating much."
Yeah.
But when we're saying, "Hey, Globey," no, really, it's not a globe. We deserve to be kind of mean about it because we've been asking them for their evidence for so long now.
Right.
All we get is fucking pushback, and all we're asking for is a justification as to why you burst into our house, interrupted our conversation, called us all liars, then expected us to explain what you were doing there.
That's it, man. Great analogy. I couldn't agree more, man. That was 100%. Yeah. Wow.
That's the size of it right there.
I like it when it gets sized up real sweet and nice and neat like that.
I know. People hate it though. My dad used to do it all the time too. Like just distilling a whole day's worth of talks into like a sentence or two, and then it's like, well, yeah, but now what do we talk about?
Right. Yeah, we're done. Oh shit. Yeah, we're
thanks, genius. Ruin the fucking party.
Way to go, man. Way to kill the mood, man. Thanks.
Yeah, I know. And I still have faith in my fellow man, and I've been a jerk in the past, saying that like I like to see them writhe and slither and you know, in front of me and all that nonsense. And maybe for a minute it was kind of like that, but really and truly, I have faith. The reason I stick around, and I still tell people about it in public and all kinds of stuff, is because I still have faith that they can get it.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, you never know, man. You're planting a seed. You know, plant a seed, move along.
I did that today. I took a delivery to a apartment building, and then I was pulling out, and this woman was getting out of her car, and I saw that the moon was out, and it was during the day. It was like 4:30, and I was like, "Hey, see the moon up there?" She had to look. She's like, "Oh yeah," and I said, "That's impossible on a globe Earth," and then I winked, drove away.
That's all you gotta do sometimes, man.
That's all you gotta do. What else is there? Like, if you're gonna, what else was I gonna do? Right? Like, well, actually, the reason is. Like, she doesn't care, you know. But any layman, I don't care how smart or dumb they are, is going to want a very quick, like, you know, shotgun blast, smoking gun. Like, oop, look at that, yeah. Like, just a very simple idea, put on their plate, and disappear. Don't even want to talk to them about it.
Dude, that's what happened to me, man. I mean, the guy hit me up. He's like, "Dude, man, satellites are fake, bro. There's no pics of satellites in space."
Exactly. That's all it should take.
And I wasn't like, you know, "Oh, you're a retard." I'm like, "Nah, dude, I'll be back tomorrow, man. I'll show you my satellites, pictures from space."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, fucking, you know, zip images, Google. No, what? No.
It's really funny. It's like, it's not a confirmation bias. It's like the second you start saying maybe these are fake, they all just look so bad. You're just like, no fucking way.
Well, like 90% of them are like borderline fucking cartoon, you know?
I know. Like, and I was like, you know what? When I was a Glober, I was giving them the benefit of a doubt. I was like, well, they probably touch it up to make it look cool and funner and whatever. I was giving them that benefit. And then when I realized what the difference is between footage from the moon at Earth, no satellites, no stars, no planets, nothing, a black fucking background.
Nothing.
But people eat it up because from Earth we can see so many beautiful things.
Right. Every night, man. I can go out right now, man. The moon's straight overhead. I got Orion's over here. You get beautiful.
Yeah, but it all disappears when you're actually out in it.
Oh, it just goes away. Damn.
I guess. Look up the official moon photos from taken quote unquote from the moon. I mean, there's nothing out there but the Earth just hanging out. A little bit of the old hologram kind of.
No stars at all, man. That's weird, man. A funny thing happened from here on the way to the moon. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Damn, I didn't see any stars. And that's something weird.
That's a funny thing.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think you'd see stars.
I didn't see any stars from here on my way to the moon. Oh, okay, Mr. Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Buzz Aldrin, I call him. My boy likes his liquor, man. I give you that. Buzz can get buzzed, right?
Sorry, I had to let my cat out because
you're good, man.
he controls my fucking life.
Well, that's what cats do, man. Cats own.
Dogs have owners, cats have staff.
That's
just how
man.
it works.
That's
just
how it works, man. That was a real.
I wish I could explain to him that I can't leave my deck door open because bugs will get in. I wish I could explain that to him.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. He doesn't care. What a cock cat, man. Damn. Cock cat, man.
My cat? No, he's awesome, but he's spoiled just like me.
I'm always of letting animals have as much freedom as they can endure, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I've paid the price over the years. I've lost a couple cats. I'm like, hey, go out, have fun.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And I've had cats, man, and 20 years, man. I let them out. They don't get into trouble, man. They always come home.
Yeah.
You just don't know how an outdoor cat will do, man. You just but I love giving freedom to the animals. If I'm out with my dogs, I was like, okay, we're on a field. I fuck this leash bullshit. Go run, go. Right? I'll follow you down the river bank or whatever it was, man. I love freedom. I always wanted my animals to have freedom.
Well, it depends. If you're not walking around a neighborhood with a bunch of little kids everywhere, then
exactly, man. I mean, I would keep them on the leash, when I was in the neighborhood. But once I got out to the wilderness, man, I'm like, go have fun.
And I don't want you coming back unless you're filthy.
Exactly. You're full of mud and you're wrecked.
I want to see how much fun you had all over your body when you come back, okay?
Yeah.
I want to spend a lot of time cleaning it off of you later and talking to you about how enjoyable your experience was.
I'm going to dunk you in the river and dry you off.
Sounds like a metaphor for something. You know what, partner? If you're not careful, I'm going to dunk you in the river and I'm going to dry you off.
I'm going to dry you off. Okay.
Please don't. Or wait, do? I'm not understanding. Is that a bad thing?
Cut the shit keeps dropping these. He's got the Hulk and the cat. Where do you get this shit, man? You must have files, man. He's got files. Damn. I don't have files, links like that. Shit. Anybody got any curvature out there, man? I've been jonesing for some curve.
Here's the thing. They've been asking now, like, okay, well, what would you accept as a measurement? And so we've had to start saying things like drop over distance, or find any kind of arc, anything that bends that you measure about the Earth. The drop over, if something falls away from you, and I use the hill analogy, if you have a hill, you're going up the hill, and then you reach the top of the hill, then you see the hill start to go down and away from you, right? Because it's curved. So where can we see that on the Earth? Well, we can't.
Well, dude, I mean, I don't know. I'm a fucking golfer. I build guitars. I can spot the most minute deviation in the finish of a guitar that doesn't line up with. It's the slightest little deviation in the finish that's not that it's curved in a different way. It says,
do you get in big arguments with people about it?
No, I don't, man.
No. Oh, okay, well that's good.
At the same
people and their
time,
instruments,
if you compare a guitar finish to a car finish any day, man, your standard Honda, whatever, there's no comparison, man. Or a piano. I'll put up a piano against a fucking Ferrari any day, man.
Well, yeah, yeah.
A Ferrari and a piano are about the same, man. They're pretty tight. There's not much curvature in those little paint flakes that are on the car. But if it's fucked up, it's orange. We call it orange peel. You'll see these little deviations, man. The slightest deviations, bro. You would see it. And that's my point. My point is that if you go out to the ocean, man, you would see the fucking curvature left, right, and center. If
somewhere at this point.
Somewhere. You would notice that, oh my God, the light that's shining from the sun to my feet. Look at it bend. The light is bent. No, wait, it's straight and flat.
That's right.
No, come on.
So,
you're kidding.
So the audience listening, I'm really frustrated because it's like the Globers don't have respect for the people listening.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I get so worked up. It's like, you're lying. You know it's not a globe. But you continue to come here and do it anyway, and there's genuine people coming to learn, wanting to learn, and you're sitting there lying to them for fun. That's horrible. So I get worked up.
Yeah, it's a horrible position to be in from a mental standpoint of clarity in your own your own life.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to think of things to lie about or defend to the core like that, man, you're a sad.
It's a rough life, yeah. Rough fucking life.
You're a sad person, man.
You're not having an easy go at that point.
No, you're not having an easy go. Your girlfriend hates you, or your dog hates you, or something. It ain't going well, man. You got to flip that shit, man. And if you want to live a better life, you gotta start thinking right, man, and being right. Not just thinking right, but being right.
Both.
And being right. Yeah, you got to do both, and you got to get out there, man, and just accept the reality that you live in, man. And the reality is, man, you're not spinning shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, man. Fuck off.
No.
And if you think you are, man, that's great, man. I mean, you have zero proof for such claim. So you're kind of stuck in the foxhole, man. You're kind of stuck, man. So get out of the foxhole, man. Jump out into the real reality, man. What was that guy that came in here earlier, man? He was a reality denier or something?
Reality denier, yeah, because he's a Globe supporter.
Reality denier, man. That's like really got to be a weird place to be, man, because if I was a reality denier, I wouldn't have I wouldn't have my fingers because I cut a lot of shit on the table saw. And you got to know where the blade is and where your fingers are. And that's called reality, man. You got to know where that shit is at all times. And when that's, I've seen guys cut fingers off. I'm like, it ain't pretty, man.
Not pretty.
You got to pay attention, man. You got to get into a different
That's a bad
zone.
moment. You really feel bad for that person. You're like,
I do.
no, fucking way. Oh, no.
Dude, we went out that night and had beers. Like, dude, bro, man. I can't believe it. But, you got to pay attention where the blade is, where the wood
sure,
is.
dude. For sure.
And that's no different than paying attention to where you live, man, what you're standing on, what you're living on every day you wake up to. It's no different. So
I love using this analogy, and I need to find the meme about it, but it's a wide shot of nighttime at a really high part of some building, inside the building, and it's from behind a small child looking out big windows over the flat cityscape. And there's a big horizon out there and a bunch of city lights, and then it comes up and it's all just kind of gridded out with the building, and it's just, it's flat. And the kid's looking out in wonderment, and the caption said, "If nobody had told you that Earth was a spinning ball, would it have even crossed your mind in the first place?"
Well, of course not. It would have never crossed our minds. It would have been like
it would have been furthest thing. We would have been like, wait, whoa. It's curved? Shit.
Are you kidding me?
Could have fooled me.
Yeah. You guys are just messing with me right now, right?
Exactly right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and then I'd feel like I'd lived in a world of crazy people.
I love flipping the script, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man, that's a great way of putting it. I couldn't put it any better, man. It is that crazy to think. If somebody told you you're on a spinning ball, you'd be like, "Oh, totally, man, totally, right on. I'm good."
Right.
Thanks for the heads up, man. I had no idea, man. It seemed flat and stationary to me, man. Thanks, man. Can I buy you a beer? All right, cool. Thanks for the info. Ah, shit. All right. Where's the rest of these Mongols? Klaus Schwab. I want to talk to Klaus.
Oh, hey, Klaus. What's up, dude? Globe Skeptic.
Klaus.
You will own nothing and you will be happy. Weird dude. Klaus, what's up?
They put those dudes out there on purpose, man. Those cocks.
Oh, yeah.
Elon
Dude,
Musk.
that guy probably makes zero decisions in anything in his life or a company or anything. They're just like, who are we going to use this time? Him. Really? He's almost dead. Well, that's the point. Okay, yeah, put him out there. And he's just a figurehead, a clown. Yeah, he's dancing.
I mean, he looks like something out of Austin Powers or something. I mean, really? That's the guy.
His face is all melting off. Yeah, his face is melting off his skull. It's what kind of thing are we looking at? That's not human.
That's the kind of guy we're going to put out there and tell everybody how to live. Oh, okay.
Look at this failed science experiment from 1947 telling you how you're going to be happy.
Yep. You're going to live this way and you're going to like it, man. All right. Who else we got here, man? We got Fatty.
We got Leo. Leo EZM. Shit, I can't unmute him, though.
Who?
What up?
Leo EZM. Who was that?
That's Flatty.
Oh, hey, Flatty. What's up, dog?
Morning. I just got up.
Nice.
Get some fucking coffee.
Good morning.
That's what I'm doing, man.
And tell those Mongos to fuck off. Right?
Yeah, man. That's all I do.
That's how you got to roll in life. Sometimes, man, you just tell everybody to fuck off. Just fuck off. It'll be better. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Get your coffee.
You know, it's better. Stupid quotes keep coming in my mind and leaving right away, but something about better to leave people questioning whether or not you're smart or stupid. It's better, than to remove all doubt or something. Oh boy, my brain is fried. And with that, hold on. I'll come back, but I gotta go to do a couple things before I have my evening conversations.
All right, grab a glass of water, man. A full glass. Don't fuck around, man. Get a full glass of water, man. You'll be fine. I always found, man, I don't know if you guys experience this, man, but if I drink like 2 glasses of water really quickly, it doesn't matter what mood I'm in. If I'm pissed or agitated, whatever, man. Just drink a couple of glasses of water real quick, man. Just down them. I always feel better, man. I don't know, man. That's just me, man. I'm just telling you how it worked for me, man. Drink a couple of quick glasses of water when you're, not sure, or pissed, or whatever. Just 2 glasses of water, real quick. It's helped me, man, many times, man. I'm like having an argument with somebody or something, man. I just drink a couple glasses of water, man. And it kind of seems to go away, man. It just kind of seems to fade pretty quickly into, everything's going to be okay. I'm cool. All right. I'm cool. Anyway, try it. Don't believe me, man. Go out and test it for yourselves. Go out and test it. All right. Anybody else chiming in here? Because I'm like solo. Yeah, I got to go to bed here in about 10 minutes, man. But you guys want to start off a new conversation about, retardation or whatever? I don't care. And I might be retarded, man. Most likely, but who's the judge? What's the criteria, man? Do you know there's not a single test in the world that will allow you to test if you have a chemical imbalance in your brain? There's not one test in the world that can tell you if you have a chemical imbalance in your brain. Even though they kind of sold this like, outer space, the kind of thing, man. Like, yeah, you got a chemical imbalance in your brain. Oh, okay. Yeah, you feel dizzy. Oh, okay, I feel dizzy. You got to take these pills because you feel dizzy. And you're like, oh, okay, I feel dizzy, and I'll take these. I'm good. Thanks.
It's crazy because the psychiatrists that prescribe, or physicians or whatever, unless you advocate for yourself against the medication or saying, yeah, you think I've got OCD, but I don't. And,
right.
Let me show you how many times I can wash my hands. No, kidding.
Right. There you go. But I think my point is that they can't detect if you have a chemical imbalance in your brain. Only you can detect that, man. If you're not right, man, like, dude, I don't feel right, man. I should eat more eggs or whatever it is,
Eggs.
Whatever. Yeah, I need more protein.
Yeah.
You got to understand your own body, man. It's like, damn, I really like. carbohydrates. That works for me. Whatever works, man. I'm down with that, but there's no test in the world that can say, oh, you don't have too much of your brain is not functioning because you need these pills. I'm like, what? Fuck off. Something else is wrong, man. I'm not drinking enough water or something, man. But just sit there and go, hey, you got to take these. This will fix everything. Fuck off. And I don't go there, man. That's just me. But I had a really good friend, man, PhD. He worked for the county.
Mm-hmm.
And all they wanted to do, man, every patient that came in there, man, for the mental health, every single one of them, man, for the county of San Diego, California, they wanted to push drugs on every single person that came in there, man. And he was not cool with this, man. He's not down with that. And he made a fuss, man, and they ended up firing him.
You don't make a fuss.
You don't make a fuss, man. You make a fuss. Like, dude, every single patient that comes in here, you got to get them on the meds, man. What? Wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah.
Whoa. I mean, he was like, whoa. Yeah, I would have long conversations with him, man, talking hours and hours and hours. It's like, dude, man, I can't believe that and he fought these motherfuckers as far as he could. He took it to the mountain, as they say, man. But eventually he got fired.
Yeah.
So yeah, you push against their system, man. You will get checked, and that's the way it works, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm not.
And everybody's like, "Oh, you some fucking big conspiracy head." It's like, no, that's just the way things go, man. And if you're not willing to accept and admit that, and maybe perhaps do something about it someday, then fuck you.
Well, it certainly showed its fucking super face in the last 2 years, man. How the system can control the narrative and what people put in their bodies or don't.
You know what I'm thinking though? It could have been so much worse, and that's the bad news.
Yeah, it could have been worse. Yeah, it could have been.
That's the bad news. You know what I'm saying? Like, instead of freaking out and beating each other up over toilet paper, it became, I don't know, man, killing people over toilet paper. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everything that went bad and every piece of bullshit that people bought, there could have been 10 more pieces of bullshit after that they would have bought had it been presented. Like, it's not the point of this is seeing just how easy it is to manipulate people, both individually and in groups, and it's the fear isn't of public health and safety. It's fear of not being part of the cool kids club anymore because you don't wear a mask or you haven't had the VVVJJJs.
That's exactly what I was thinking today, man. I was like, I saw a girl driving down the street today she had a fucking mask on and in her car by herself.
Yep.
I was like, oh my goodness, man. It's still going.
It's still going. Mm-hmm.
And just like, I felt bad for her, man. I was like,
yeah, I feel bad for them too, because listen, can you imagine how afraid they are? Right?
Mm-hmm.
They believe it. Hook, line, sinker, every word of it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how afraid they are?
Yeah, it's sad, man.
That sucks. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I used to get mad at him, but now I'm just kind of like, oh shit, man. Okay, well, I'm just gonna be over here. I'm a very nice person. If you want to learn the truth, if not, I'm not trying to yell. I know. I get it. Hard life. Just let me know if you want to talk.
Well, I the whole thing's been a giant litmus test, right?
Yeah.
And to see the results, we've all seen them, of this litmus test that we went through the last couple of years, and it's been just like, oh my goodness. Okay, most people are fucked. That's too bad. That's too bad. It sucks, man. It sucks. Most people are fucked. Because we saw it with our own two eyes, man. They all stayed home. They all got their fucking cuckoo cocoa puffs. They all got their masks. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you guys are a great contributor to humanity. Thanks. Oh fuck, we're so crazily fucked.
Well, it's weird too, because like it's like
We're
there's
fucked.
certain things, there's certain critical thinking capabilities that people have in order for someone to say, yeah, that person's got street smarts. And I know a lot of people who have just magnificent street smarts. They're very brilliant in lots of ways, but they're on their third booster, and outer space is somewhere he's going to go someday.
They're going to space, right? All
You
right,
know what
man.
I'm saying?
Yep. I do. All right, I gotta bounce.
All right, bro. Have a good night. Get some rest.
I'll see you guys later.
Later.
Cheers.
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself, but sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum, right? Because that's a device that the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Brenda, are you still in a state of hypnosis because of that pendulum?
Wait,
I am not hypnotized.
Dude said he's
hypnotized. Hypnotized.
What the hell?
See, I would just like to go over how do you know that it isn't caused by a rabbit's tail, right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? And we all know that it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequence. Affirming the consequence. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb.
Yeah, that's
what if it's
not what I
unplugged?
said. That's not what I
I know
said.
that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right.
Yeah.
So what if the cat unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp? Or what if the dog chewed it and claimed? Right? Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary because if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge, but it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can see, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens, which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge. Therefore, it can't be stationary.
How do you know it doesn't diverge on a stationary Earth? What if there is some magnetic phenomena that we are not aware of, or we don't know? I mean, literally ask the illiterate people, because the literate people, they do know. What if there is some magnetic phenomena which actually makes that pendulum deflect? I think you mean deflection, not divergence.
Divergent
They are
deflect.
driven by motors and magnets.
Diverge and deflect are the same thing. They're synonyms. And plus, the pendulum isn't made out of a magnetic material.
Yeah, it is. Read the
No, it isn't.
Driven by magnets.
Diverge means to spread.
Yeah.
It's synonym with spreading.
Yeah.
But deflection means to change direction.
Yeah.
It's not a synonym.
As I am using them, they're the same.
Well, as you are using, but
Yeah.
you're using it wrong. Anyway.
No, I'm not.
You guys are desperate for a glober.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it diverges or deflects from a straight line.
So is there anything else that the Earth rotates under, or just this one pendulum that's driven by magnets?
The pendulum isn't driven by magnets.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know it very well.
Some are. Some
You don't know your globe proofsy very well,
guys,
do you?
Guys, hold on. Brenda, would you please look into the live stream voice text if you're
Yeah,
able?
I see it.
I just posted a link from the Smithsonian Institution about the Foucault pendulum they have there. They say there's an electronic device, an electromagnet in it, and you're saying there's not. So who's wrong?
I'm not talking about that one.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, can you tell me the name of the pendulum you're talking about?
Any pendulum.
Where is it? Okay, well, I tried to make a pendulum, and what happened was it ended up diverging in different directions when I.
Therefore, the Earth isn't spinning. Then,
But
the Earth can't be stationary. If it diverged, then it's.
You know, the Earth has a electromagnetic field that could also be the reason why a pendulum works.
Well, not if the pendulum is non-magnetic. It can't be.
So do these pendulums start themselves, or do they have to be started, Brenda?
They eventually just come to rest, right?
That's not an answer to the question.
That is an answer. He said he asked
No,
if
he
they.
asked,
I
he
said
asked,
they
do you
do.
have to start them? And you said, well, they eventually come to rest.
No, he asked if they stop. No, he asked if they stop.
No, you might have misheard the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I did misunderstand him.
Okay, so how do these start? Do they start themselves?
No, you have to start them.
Right. So, and then if you
So-
look at what's been posted, you'll see magnets and more energy is needed to continue them on their swing. Or
I'm
they
talking about
come to stop.
I'm talking about pendulums that don't have magnets.
No,
Okay,
you're
so
talking about
saying,
Foucault's
hold on,
pendulum.
hold on,
That's
okay.
what you said
Can I
to
ask him
start
a-
with.
can I genuinely ask him something, please? You're saying that whether it's the
Well, he's
rotation,
lying.
what are you saying is happening, causing the pendulum to swing back and forth?
Well, there is a Coriolis force applied to the pendulum, which causes it to diverge from a straight line.
Coriolis is a
Right?
force. When
Coriolis
when does it
effect.
become a
Yes.
force?
Coriolis is a force.
No,
Right?
it's an
No,
effect.
it's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force.
not a
Yes, you're right, but it's still a force. It's a pseudo force, but it still counts as a force.
Pseudo
No,
force
it's an
is.
effect.
How can you say
So wait, is
a
Coriolis
pseudo
is
force
this
as a force?
gravity? Is Coriolis
People are-
density, gravity, magnetization?
No.
What is it?
Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
But so then you have to initiate the movement for it to keep going. You're talking about perpetual motion.
I'm not talking about perpetual motion. I'm talking about the motion of the bob on the pendulum,
It
right?
should be. Surely, if it's affected by the Earth, then surely it should be perpetual. We should be able to harness this
Why would it be
energy
perpetual?
because the Earth's constantly moving. In your model,
According
Welcome to
to,
Globe Earth.
you cut out there. Sorry.
according to the Coriolis force, wow. Okay, I just don't believe that at all, honestly.
Coriolis is
So,
Coriolis. It's a pseudo force.
Brenda.
Well,
rotation, orbit around.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Yeah, you're
I'm
roboting
saying,
hard, Sasha.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
As always, as soon as you ask, "Can you hear me?" now, people stop roboting. That happens every single time.
Listen to this. This is what Google says. If you don't like Google, I'm sorry, but it says in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion.
Yeah, that's
within a
correct.
frame.
Yeah.
So does that means this is a theory, right? Because this is literally using the word fictitious.
Yeah. Yes, it's a pseudo force or a fictitious force. Yeah. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
But is this? Are you subscribing to this? Are you willing to look beyond this?
No,
You should
they
look
say
beyond it.
I will raise my hand. I will raise my hand. My hand is upraised. I don't have a Bible with me. I will swear
No, you're
that
swearing
was
on
an
a Bible on
accurate.
science.
It's an
Why?
accurate. The Google definition that the guy just read is an accurate.
You can swear on the globe.
Definition of a Coriolis force that I subscribe
Okay,
to.
can I tell you something, man?
You can
You
swear
don't
on
have to swear on
Karl
anything.
Marx
This
Capital.
is just like we're just exploring stuff. Like
I'm just
I have
being
a
a little.
quick question for the audience.
when you hear it,
Dude,
because Google says it.
I'm just being a little lighthearted to sort of cut the tension. That's all.
That's great, and that's fine, and that's fun.
I
I
like
just
you,
have a
bro,
quick
but I wanna
question. I'll go
say-
away. Listen, I'll have a quick question and I'll go away. Brenda, what's the opposite of fact?
A fiction.
Thank you.
Right.
As you were.
I don't
Yes.
even like using Google, but you know, the fact that they put the word fictitious in the definition of it is crazy to me.
It started out here that your proof was Foucault's pendulum. You found out that they're driven by magnets, and then you shifted the goalposts to, I'm not talking about that pendulum. So which pendulum are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the pendulums that don't have a magnetic device
So
attached
not
to them.
Foucault's pendulum. What you started with. So not that.
Those are Foucault pendulums. They're just ones with.
Okay.
Okay.
One moment.
So-
One moment, please. Brenda, you said you're talking about all the pendulums which do not have a magnetic device attached to them. Now, I personally debunked the Foucault's pendulum, and I can teach you how to do it
When are
very
you?
easily.
Sure.
You make a pendulum, and
When are you picking up
instead.
your Nobel Prize? When are you picking up your Nobel Prize in physics?
No, I'm not interested in
Oh,
Nobel
you'll
Prize.
do that if somebody can prove
Well, because you
gravity.
refuted Foucault.
What?
When
When are you going to get yours?
If you want to get one, you do so. You try to
You
do so.
refuted a major conservation
I'm
law
not going.
in physics.
Look. Listen.
Why don't you measure
I
some
tell
Earth
you what
curvature
to
and go
do.
get your Nobel Prize?
Can I finish at least?
Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a question after you. Go for it, bro. Go for it.
Now, when you change the pendulum's weight, yeah, if you use like iron balls, lead balls, yeah, you will observe that pendulum deflection. But
Pendulum,
if
what?
you put,
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
when you use a pendulum which has a iron weight or lead weight metal, yeah, which you are swinging, you will observe that deflection. And the funny thing is, iron, gold, and lead, they don't deflect at the same rate. They show different deflection ratios. Now, the thing is, when you change the weight with two opposing magnets, yeah, you glue together two opposing magnets and you use those as the pendulum weight, you will see that you swing them from left to right and they will swing in that way and they will not deflect. How do you explain that?
Yeah,
How do you explain this?
Yeah, I would not use magnets because they could be affected by any magnets or metal that's around it. And I
So
wouldn't
you would not use the
No,
proof that
you
you
are not
cited
around
Foucault's pendulum.
metals.
Well, suppose I don't know that. I could be.
Magnets can be affected if you have some metals close enough to them.
Or they could be
or
affected
strong magnets close enough. But if they are not close enough, yeah, they are just magnets.
Could they be affected by the Earth's magnetic field?
aren't the
Wouldn't they? Wouldn't
aren't
they be?
all magnets in the world in direct?
So I would use magnets because they would be affected
They
by the
are
Earth's magnetic
present
field.
in. Listen,
So then you wouldn't use
when
Foucault's
you hold the
pendulum, which is the
magnet
thing
in
that you
your
cited.
hand, when you hold the magnet in your hand, that magnet is being present in the world's gigantic magnetic field. So it's already present in the magnetic field.
Right. So I want to
Yeah.
eliminate that variable, so I wouldn't use
You
magnets.
can't. You
Well,
don't
that
have.
eliminates the
You
proof.
don't have a place. There is no such place in the world where you do not have
I would just use like
the
a
world's magnetic field.
I would just use a material that isn't affected by magnetism, like say concrete.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't use
Okay.
Foucault's
In a
pendulum.
concrete chamber, a room, a concrete room.
Concrete plumb, the concrete, the ball at the end.
And you make this pendulum. You make this pendulum with you glue together two magnets. Yeah, and you hang them on that wire, and you swing them, and you will see that they are not deflecting.
I would not use magnets because they would be affected
Well,
by the
I
Earth's
ask
magnetic
you
field.
why the magnets do not deflect.
Probably because they're affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Well, I'm not asking about probably.
You did.
I'm not
You
asking
did
about.
ask me.
No, I ask you if you know.
I would say that that's
How do you
most
explain
likely.
if you know?
I'm saying that's most likely the explanation.
Well, obviously, you are not an expert in Foucault's pendulum to know that it's actually a scam. Yeah.
How is it a scam?
Yeah. Official scientists, they explain how Foucault's pendulum is a scam.
Who?
The scientists.
Which
Physicists.
scientists?
Quantum physicists.
No, they
You
don't.
just agreed that it's
Yeah,
not
they
proof
do.
anyway.
No,
He
they
just
don't.
agreed that it's not proof anyway, though, because he says that he wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what Foucault's pendulum is. So next.
Foucault's pendulum is not magnetic.
It is, buddy. Read the manual and
isn't.
check the live stream voice text.
No,
it is
it isn't.
driven by magnets.
It is.
Yes, it is. You're
isn't.
just wrong. You don't understand your own proof.
And
Brenda, it is.
Brenda,
Read the manual for it.
That's just for their pendulum. That's not for
you
that's
pendulum.
for Foucault's pendulum. That's how that works. That was your
No,
proof.
that's not how
you didn't
things
know it was
work.
magnetic. You've now admitted that you wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what your proof is. So you got to move on now.
Proof isn't that it's a magnetic pendulum.
Brenda, one
Yeah,
more.
it is driven by magnets.
Brenda,
Check the live
you
stream
said,
voice.
And more.
Brenda, you said in the beginning that you're not talking about the Smithsonian pendulum, and then you said you are talking about all other pendulums except that one. Yeah,
Right.
the
Those,
Smithsonian.
I said
And now, when I presented you,
just a minute,
when I presented you a pendulum, which does not use magnetic devices, it uses two simple magnets. That's all it uses.
I would not use that one because in science.
Well, you will not, but you have to explain what's happening.
Because
why? And listen, when you put two magnets, listen, Brenda, when you put two magnets which attract each other, and you swing them, those magnets will deflect like any other metals, like all other pendulums. But only when you put them the way they repel each other, that's when you do not observe that deflection anymore.
I would not use magnets, period, because
you will not use magnets.
Okay.
Because it debunks
because I want to do a proper scientific experiment where I eliminate all possible confounding variables.
Okay,
Brenda, you haven't eliminated the magnetic field and the electric field, The ground is negative.
Things that are affected.
Listen, we live between two Gaussian planes, The ground negative and the sky positive.
You haven't got. That's not what I'm testing for. And we don't live between two planes.
Listen, you exist inside a magnetic and electric field.
That's your claim.
No, it's not my claim.
That's
This is
measurable.
scientifically explained.
That's why I
It's
wouldn't use
scientific
magnets.
fact.
That's
It's
why
a
I wouldn't
scientific
use.
fact, Brenda. No, thunder
So
strikes
Brenda,
from the
That's
cloud
why
to
I
the
wouldn't
ground.
use magnets.
Brenda, basically you're saying that if you don't use magnets, then you're not using Foucault's pendulum as one of your proofs. You're using what, John Smith's pendulum or
That's not what I'm
Steve Wright
saying.
or like who?
That's not
Well,
what I'm
that
saying.
you're saying. Well, the basically the information for the Foucault's pendulum is in the live stream voice text. You could take a look at it and see that magnets and motors are used, and it has to be
That's just the
started itself.
Smithsonian. That's just the
Then,
Smithsonian one.
then,
No, I just posted
then
another
you've
one.
got.
Hold on. I just posted
Then,
something. The original
then what about?
focal pendulum was a lead bulb with brass. And then I posted a link from an educational site saying
of
lead
those
can
are
be
Brenda,
affected by
Brenda,
magnetic field. So the
Brenda,
original,
what
hold on,
about?
the original focal pendulum used a material susceptible to being influenced by magnetic fields. The end.
So did
Brenda,
he
what
have
about
Yeah, but all
device
those
attached to it?
metals, all those metals, lead and brass, they are both very good electroconductors.
Yeah, but they are not affected by
They conduct
magnetism.
electricity. Well, they are affected by electricity, by the electric
affected
field
by
that they are
magnetism?
present in.
Okay, let's move forward.
Magnetism.
Let's move forward because now we
Agreed.
realize that one device one device can, how to say, we can with focus pendulum we can realize that it's earth rotating. Let's go out and find out is that true.
Well, Brenda,
I'd like to point out a logical fallacy.
how do you explain? Sorry.
Brenda used
Brenda
the
reduced
logical
his own
fallacy
argument to a
begin
lie.
with. She tried to use the modus tollens, as in she actually used an inverse fallacy. If not P, then not
That's
Q.
not a. It's not the. I didn't make a fallacious argument.
Yes, because you did so.
I said if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's
Yeah,
modus
you did
tollens.
that.
Hold on, time out.
You
Time out,
inversed it.
just give me a second, guys.
Just let me finish for a moment, please. She inversed it because she was trying to
Modus
escape
tollens.
the assuming the consequent fallacy.
Modus tollens is not fallacious.
You inversed it. It's an inverse
If
fallacy.
P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens. That's the argument I presented.
You are saying it as in if not P, then not
That's not what I
Q.
said.
Great.
I said,
Yes, it
if
is.
P then
Brenda,
Q, not
So,
Q,
Brenda,
therefore
Thank you,
not P.
thank you, Brenda.
Yeah,
Because of this, earth is globe.
electric. Okay, he told you. Maybe he misspoke. Yeah, so
What'd I
it's been
say?
clarified. Get over it.
Brenda, hold it. But
What
can
did I
you
say?
explain, Brenda? Can you explain the Elias effect with these pendulums during
I
eclipses?
don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
That's where during eclipses supposedly these pendulums alter their swing and possibly
Has anybody been able to reproduce that?
Well, I mean, Google's
No, haven't they? Nobody's been able. Nobody has been able to reproduce. I understand. I'm familiar. I'm familiar.
You never knew about it. I thought you never knew anything about it.
Nobody has been able to reproduce it, have they?
Apart from who?
Elias.
So just one person.
Right.
And
so it hasn't
you know every person in the world has done this.
It's been tried. Nobody's been able to reproduce it.
But so why is it even a thing? Why is there people arguing it?
Well, people aren't. Not real physicists aren't. Nobody's arguing it.
What's a real physicist?
Yeah, nobody's arguing that.
No, but what's a real physicist? Like, as long as they believe in gravity that can't be proven experimentally,
right?
That
so
these pendulums swing by themselves, and like all these things that you have to have faith in.
So the definition of science is repeatable, right?
No, it's a method.
Repeatable.
It's a method.
No, the scientific. Yes, that's right. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable. That's what science is. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable.
Brenda, if that's the case, then where's the experiment?
If
gravity.
What? Oh, people do that every day at Cavendish.
That's not an experiment.
Yeah, it
Doesn't
is.
follow the scientific Brenda,
method. Yes, it does.
What's the independent variable for Cavendish?
The distance.
The distance.
Yeah, the distance
so
between.
Your distance is your cause. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you vary the distance,
your
and you
cause was gravity. You may be proving gravity, no distance.
Gravity varies with distance between the centers of the two masses. So you vary the distance, and you vary the strength of gravity.
Did you prove
Can you
gravity
show me
before
a
you claimed it?
Cavendish?
See, before you actually do claim gravity does things, you can't just say, "Well, gravity does this, so I'll do this experiment because gravity does this." You can't just claim.
It's a formally valid experiment, right?
Okay, how did you isolate
Bro,
gravity
you're
from the electromagnetic
independent.
forces?
The independent variable is the cause. If you're proving gravity, then that's your cause, obviously. No, your distance.
Well, the IV doesn't have to be the direct cause. It could be an indirect cause.
Oh my
So
God.
indirectly, by varying the distance between the two masses, you'll vary the effect of gravity.
But you never proved gravity in the first place. You can't
Because
claim
gravity is defined. Gravity is defined as proportional to the distance between the centers of the two masses.
And was it defined?
You're defining the thing you're
so you're
trying to
saying that it
prove.
was defined before it was even backed up by experiment.
Right, because Newton was a genius, so he came up with. Yes, Newton.
Fuck Newton. It might
Don't
not
care.
even fucking exist.
So we
then.
let geniuses.
Newton defined gravity as a force that varies with inverse proportion to the distance between the two masses.
But it's not a force. It's not a force. According to Einstein, you've not got a force anymore. It was supplanted by Einstein, I say, over a century ago, man.
It's a inertial force. Yes, you're correct.
So it's not a force, but it's a force.
It's a pseudo force. Gravity is a pseudo force.
So Brenda, what's the difference between a force and a pseudo force then? I mean, this language is very confusing and very hard to follow. What's the difference?
I can explain it to you. It means that it's not fun. This means that it's not fundamental, that it is caused by other underlying physical properties going on.
Okay, so what's the underlying thing for gravity? What's the real force underneath the pseudo force of gravity, or whatever you're
the bending of space-time.
Whoa, concept. You're giving concept.
To me, it sounds like there's a ton of questions, and for every question, you have another explanation, and that needs an explanation, and that needs an explanation. It's like it's just never ending with the fucking.
That's true. Well, it does end. It does end at a certain. There is an ending.
Brenda, where did space and time do concepts? Where did they get physical properties and be able to stretch a conceptual medium?
Space-time is not a concept.
Space is a concept. Time is a concept.
Yeah, but
the two
space-time
together. So who proved this?
Space-time is different from space and from time.
Who proved it with experiment? Following the scientific method. Tell me.
Eddington.
By
observing the bending of a distant star past the sun at the prescribed amount.
Does that include the photographic slides from the second telescope where it didn't bend around the sun?
No.
So right. So
there were two telescopes,
he showed
right?
it doesn't matter, right? So they showed.
Yeah, it does matter because they had a bunch of photographic slides, and they selected the ones where the light was bending according to their theory, and they threw out the ones that didn't match. That's called cherry picking. It's bullshit.
No, that they were thrown out for other reasons because they were just not good. They were just not good slides.
What reason? Come on,
space-time is real.
Google. How about that?
I mean, like,
I do not have Windows open,
dude. Like,
so we have space-time being a real
information.
I can't hear when everybody talks at once. I can't hear.
I'm just trying to say one thing. You're being presented a ton of information that doesn't align with like the basic model of the globe Earth. Like, you have to try to look past the ship for a second, bro.
Gravity doesn't have anything to do with the globe Earth or the geometric shape of the Earth.
Reasons, by the way. What reasons did they have for throwing away the slides? You said they had reasons. Can you specify?
No, I can't.
So why did you say they have reasons?
Because I just assumed that they did.
All right, fair enough.
And because they did subsequent observations afterwards. There have been other observations.
But can you remember when I asked you for experimental evidence for space-time bending and you gave me an observation? That would just be an observation. It's not an experiment. You cannot manipulate what's up in the sky, trillions of light years or whatever away. An observation's not an experiment, Brenda. Come on.
Sure,
it's part of the process, but you can't just say, oh, I saw something and I assume this and it backs up what I already believe, so fuck it.
Well, there have been plenty of other observations, and observations are useful.
Bro, sorry, Brenda, I'm asking you specifically for an experiment following the scientific method that proves the existence of this space-time.
Right, so observations are perfectly good for
You're still not giving me
contradictory.
Can you give me an experiment rather than waffling about
observations are perfectly acceptable for giving confirmation evidence, confirmatory or disconfirmatory evidence to support or otherwise refute or disconfirm a theory.
Brenda, come on now. I asked you for an experiment.
I don't have to give you an experiment. I can give you observation.
You don't have one at all for either gravity. You literally have nothing apart from
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Dependent, independent variable and a viable hypothesis. No,
I already gave it to you.
Distance is the independent variable. Come on.
I already gave it to you. It's the Cavendish.
The IV is the cause.
Yes.
When the distance is not the cause, you're trying to prove gravity, not distance.
If the force varies with inverse if the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance, then varying the distance would be varying the cause.
What force?
The force of gravity. It's a pseudo. It's a pseudo force. It's a pseudo force.
Exactly. So
I'm a pseudo doctor, Brenda.
It's a different sense of the word.
Right, but what the problem is what he's basically doing is saying there are invisible pixies pulling things down. If there are, then my lighter's gonna drop. Here, look, it dropped. So there must be pixies. This is literally the argument he's making.
That would be affirming the consequent, which I've not done.
Which is what
that's
what you've
done.
I used modus tollens. I used modus tollens, not affirming the consequent.
You're affirming the consequent if you're saying that the distance
I'm not.
If you're saying the distance is the IV, and you're claiming that distance
not affirming the consequent. That's the IV.
Your IV is your cause. You're trying to prove gravity, not distance. I never asked you for an experiment to prove distance, did I?
Well, we know that the distance.
You don't know. You've not proven anything. You can't claim shit before you've proved it.
That's the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the strength of the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance between the masses.
And the hypothesis is not been proved until the experiment is finished.
So then, if you vary the distance between the objects, you are varying the IV.
Wait, hold on. That's not true. Wait, isn't it? I thought it had to do with like wind and air pressure. That's what the amount of density in the object doesn't change how fast it's going to fall to the earth. It's supposed to be like the amount of wind or something. Am I incorrect?
I'm not talking about things falling. I'm talking about gravity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why do things fall?
Is the property that makes things fall?
Gravity is the property of two objects having mass being.
Gravity is a theory, by the way.
Just,
so
please, it's a scientific theory. It's a scientific theory. It's not just something.
No, it's not. It's not scientific whatsoever. There's no scientific experiment. You've not got science in either gravity. Neither of them are a theory.
I told you.
Just real fast. Hold on, Brenda. Just real fast. I want to put something in there. So flat earthers are the ones that claim that things fall down, right? What the globe earthers are claiming is that balls circle each other in the sky like a perpetual motion machine without ever like falling away from each other.
No, that's not
And they fall like,
perpetual.
oh, really? When's it going to end?
Eventually,
Millions of years. Is it like 5 million years or some shit like
yeah,
that?
some shit like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I'll put that in my calendar, man, just to make sure.
Yeah, it takes a very long time, but eventually orbits decay, right? And the object will fall to the heavier object.
When did anyone ever prove anything of the sort when you're talking on time
With the
scales?
Cavendish experiment. With the Cavendish.
Okay, how does Cavendish isolate gravity?
Doesn't
How does Cavendish isolate gravity from electrostatic forces?
Nah, he thinks
by using non-magnetic materials. That's how.
You know the laws of natural
was
density
the
explains
observed natural
everything.
phenomena?
Like you don't need all this like explanations of gravitational pull and buoyancy. Like you don't need all that to explain it when you have natural density.
And
Density is not a force.
Forces are present in all intermolecular interactions.
Yeah, but no, that doesn't
What did
matter.
you do to
So
isolate? Yeah, what did you do to isolate your Cavendish from that?
from matter,
buoyancy is a force.
Buoyancy literally contains gravity in one of the terms of the formula.
Yeah, even though you've not proved gravity.
Prove it.
It's literally in the formula. Another word for buoyancy is another word for
made up formulas.
It's not made up. It's based on observations and experiments.
Observations.
Who made the formula?
You've not got
I
experiments.
don't know who came up with
All
the
you've got is
formula for buoyancy.
Man wrote it. Isn't that the same reason why you don't believe in historical books, right? Like the Bible.
Well, humans do science. That's what humans do. Yeah.
Globers don't seem to want to do any science.
So
we do.
What
are you
gravity?
talking about,
Brenda?
Yeah, well,
can we
gravity?
On the same page?
You try to say Cavendish is
if
scientific.
I could not be interrupted for once, gravity
I'm not
is an apparent. Gravity is an apparent force of attraction between objects having mass.
Would that be Newton's version of gravity?
Yeah.
So what about Einstein? He supplanted Newton.
It's more or less the same thing, except
more
that
or less.
We got 3 space and then 4 space. Is Newton got a 4 space continuum space time? You said it's the same thing, right?
I said it was.
Is Newton got 4 space? So
no.
Here's the deal.
So you ask me questions and then you keep talking. Could you let me answer you?
Make him answer that. What? Make him answer
Go
that.
ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
So I don't think Newton had the idea that space and time were separate. Einstein unified them into a new thing that's separate from both, called space-time. It's neither space nor time. It's neither space nor time.
Okay, so it's a fabric,
it's like
right?
like a super concept.
It's a fabric. What is this fabric made out of? The space-time continuum.
Well, there are people that think that space-time itself could be the result of underlying physics properties going on, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. There are people working on theories that would explain space-time as an emergent property.
You're willing to accept all these changes to these scientific theories?
Yes, because that's how science advances.
So what exactly? What your like stream of information? Who do you trust? Like you're just trusting whoever is just giving you heliocentrism?
I will trust official sources, and I will trust physics books and
official sources.
Okay.
Yes.
So appeals to authority.
So what about
No.
reality?
Nothing empirical.
Brenda,
No, I
do you
appeal
not
to
trust reality. Do you trust the fact that you experience a flat stationary Earth, that you've never seen any curve and no one experienced motion? Do you not trust your senses?
I don't experience a flat stationary Earth.
Well, you do. You've never seen curve.
No.
Apart from on
Yes,
TV
I have.
and on
Yes,
images.
I have.
Okay. Where? When?
You've seen
At what
curves.
height?
Yeah, let's get those measurements.
Boats go over the horizon. Boats go over the horizon. That's curve.
the
Well,
apparent
but
optical
Brenda,
horizon that is not geometric, that we can zoom the boat back in after it goes over
You
by
can
increasing
never.
the resolution
You can
power of
never
the observer?
zoom. You can
Okay,
never zoom the boat
Brenda,
back in.
Yeah, you can. Check
seriously,
the live stream voice
Brenda,
text right now.
see if a boat disappears at 3 miles, how small do you seriously think the Earth must be for it to go over the horizon? That is insane.
I mean, that's
You're going to
All you have
go.
is incredulity.
I'm going to give
more
you a new rule.
substantial.
He just said that.
Radio,
He just said that you
radio
can never.
frequencies, they shoot beams perfectly straight and
Just said
level.
that you can
When they're
never zoom a boat
communicating
back
with
in.
other boats, whether they're 50 miles out, 100 miles out, these radio signals do not try to follow any curvature of the planet. So, like,
Actually, they will bounce. They will bounce back and forth between the ionosphere and the surface of the Earth.
that would have to happen on a flat plane for a radio signal to hit an object and actually come back. It would have to be on a flat plane.
That's not
Okay,
true.
but now he's.
Yes, it is.
Biosphere
You can look up the
zone.
science of radio signals and all that. It'll tell you that. It's fine.
They bounce. Radio signals will bounce from the ionosphere to the land
not
and
the
back.
atmosphere. I'm talking about objects.
Show us your dome. Show us your dome, Brenda. What dome? You call it the ionosphere? What's it made out of?
Electric, can I ask a question?
No.
I want to know what
I
the
don't-
ionosphere is made of.
I don't know what's going. I don't know what's going
invoking
on.
some sort of dome. Brenda's invoking some sort of barrier that the radio waves are bouncing off of. What
Yeah,
is
the
this-
ionosphere.
what is
The
Is that
ionosphere.
like a dome? Is that like a dome?
It's no, it's not a dome.
Like the radio waves bounce off of it.
It's a layer in the
Yeah, what
atmosphere.
shape is it?
It's a layer in the.
Sphere, huh?
It's a
Sphere? What,
Do I
so
get
if
to
it's
do I get to
spherical on
answer your
one side, then
question?
it's-
Do I get to
I'm just
answer your
asking a
question?
question.
Or are
Yes,
you
you
are you
can. I
done
just
yet?
wanna
Just
know.
let me know.
If it's
Let me
spherical-
know when I can talk.
Folks,
Just
come
let me
on.
know.
Folks,
If the
try and
atmosphere
not
is
speak over
circular,
each other, man.
spherical. Sorry, I apologize. If the atmosphere is circular, wouldn't that be like a dome?
No, it would be like a shell.
It'd be like a sphere, but wherever you're looking up,
Yeah, it would be like a sphere.
Semi-spherical dome.
Brenda,
Yeah, over your head. Okay,
It would
just
be
moving
a
on.
shell. So when do
Brenda.
I get to answer his question? Can I answer his question?
You just said a
The
sentence.
ionosphere.
I'm sure you could
He
have
asked
said
me.
the question.
He asked me a question.
Well,
So-
answer it instead of asking if you can.
Well, if you could be quiet, please.
What do
So-
you mean? I just piped in because you're like whining that you're not getting to speak while speaking. But the point you made about boats going over the curve of the Earth, multiple images, zooms have been put into the live stream for you to take a look at if you want to go back to that, where these boats are brought right back into view again, and there's no obstruction whatsoever.
I'd like to answer the other guy's question first,
Oh,
please.
I know you'd love to just avoid the boats and images.
No, I'd just like to answer it first.
Go
It's
for it,
been nice
man.
talking to you, man. Maybe I'll run into you again.
So can I do that? Can I do that
Stop
now?
talking about
Have a
it
good
and just
one,
do it.
Or just let me know when I can talk.
You
Right?
just could have said it there just now, but you're still whining. Why not just ask or answer whatever you want, mate?
Okay, so the ionosphere is a layer of charged atmosphere.
Particles.
It has a charge, right, in the atmosphere, and it reflects radio waves.
And it's a positive charge, yeah? Is that right?
Ions are positive.
And then down on ground, the ground's the earth, like the ground part of the
Negative.
circuit.
Thanks for proving the
Oh,
dome, Brenda. Thanks.
That's not a dome. A layer of charged particles isn't a dome.
Have you been up there?
You can fly. You can fly a plane through it.
What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know. What the fuck do I know about it?
Well, it's keeping up with the earth,
Is
so it must...
it ionosphere something around the Earth?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know if
Okay,
it goes
what-
all the way around the Earth, but I guess so.
Okay, great, because it's ionosphere. That means it's spherical, that ionosphere.
Yeah, just like the Earth.
Okay, what is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know.
How
Well,
do you
the radius.
For all
Well,
I know,
it's-
maybe it doesn't move at all. The air in it probably moves.
But it's got to be keeping up with the spin of the Earth, surely. And if the higher it goes, it must be spinning. It must be going even faster the higher up there you go.
Can I try again? If ionosphere doesn't move, that means that air will go out from ionosphere.
Why?
Because there is something else, or everything is ionosphere after atmosphere.
I don't know what you're talking about, but the air.
Let's go back. Is it ionosphere something around Earth's sphere?
It's a layer in the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is held to the Earth by the force of gravity.
That's not a force.
It's a pseudo force. Yes.
That's not a force. A pseudo force.
Yeah, but it's still a pseudo force.
So it's not a force.
I'm a pseudo
Doesn't mean it. It doesn't mean it.
It's a pseudo
It's
force
not.
that
It's a
you haven't
different sense.
demonstrated still.
That doesn't mean that I
It
got
means
a
that
license.
it means that it's not foundational.
So it's not a force.
Yeah, it means that I'm really not a doctor.
No, it means
I'm not
that
claiming
it's
I'm an
not.
actual doctor.
It means that it's not a fundamental force.
It means that it's not a force.
No, it's still
Literally.
a force. It's a
not.
force. It's just not a fundamental force.
Oh,
It's the cool story.
my
That's why you
God.
weren't able to demonstrate it.
No, it is demonstrated with the Cavendish.
No, it's
You
not. You
demonstrated
didn't isolate from confounding variables.
You're
I
independent
did. We did. That's why the balls.
Distance. Brenda,
Okay.
you do blatant, but you can rewind it on the live stream if you want. You said your IV was the fucking distance.
Yes,
Not the
you
cause.
vary the distance.
So that-
You vary the distance
not the
between the two
cause.
weights.
So that's
What's
not
the
the
natural
cause,
observed
is it?
phenomenon?
The cause is the
The
distance.
force.
not
The force is inversely proportional to the distance. So yes, you're varying the force.
No, you're not
What is the
varying
observed
gravity from
natural
exponentially
phenomenon?
stronger forces.
If the strength of the force depends on the distance, and you vary the distance, you've varied the strength of the force.
But
It has
it's
to be
not a
gravity.
force.
It can't be
Cause is
anything
the-
else.
Cause is an angle.
Where's the hidden camera?
No
Is this
distance.
a hidden camera show, Brenda? Because what you're saying is like absolutely outrageous. I don't know how you can think.
Well, it's
these
just
kinds
your
of things.
incredulity. That's just
What's
incredulity.
that? Mine. You're telling me
Brenda-
your IV in a scientific experiment is the fucking distance. So you're not
Yes.
proving gravity. All you're doing is
Well,
proving distance. You're
the
claiming
force-
distance is related to gravity that you've not even fucking proved in the first place. You can't claim something
Right.
does something till it's been proven, surely.
The force,
Stating
the
the
force
question.
varies with inverse proportion to the distance. Therefore, if you vary the distance, you're varying the force.
And how did you
What's the
prove
observed
this?
natural phenomenon?
What is the unit?
That's
for
the
that?
hypothesis. That's part of the
What's the
hypothesis.
observed natural phenomenon
The-
then? What's the observed natural phenomenon?
The observed natural phenomenon is an apparent attraction between objects having mass.
Where do you?
I didn't understand that.
So you're assuming that
No,
that's
it's-
what you're observing.
No, gravity is an observed phenomenon.
Can I ask a question? Can you give me an example of an observation where two things are pulling each other? As an
Well,
observation
what we
of a phenomenon
observe,
in nature.
right?
Well, this
so
is what you said. You said the apparent attraction of two things. Where's
yes,
that?
yes. So Galileo conducted experiments with rolling objects down an inclined plane, and he discovered that objects fall down the inclined plane at the same speed regardless of their composition. Therefore, he hypothesized, or at least Newton did, that there is a force or an apparent force of attraction that attracts all objects with mass equally.
Oh my god.
So
Because that's what the gravity is. All objects, you can have a basketball and a
Hold on,
cannonball. If you have a
affects-
basketball and a cannonball,
Hold
they
on,
will
hold on.
fall. They will
If it
fall
affects-
at the same speed. A basketball and a cannonball will fall at the same speed.
The same.
And
Why do
have
things fall at different
cannonball-
rates at all?
They don't fall at different rates. They all
Yeah,
fall
they
at the
do.
same rate. That's
I
not
can give you
true.
an example right now.
No, you
drop
can't.
Yeah, I can. I can drop a feather and a bowling ball. They're not going to fall at the same
You have
rate.
to eliminate confounding
Well, you have
variables.
to
So you eliminate. Yes, you have to eliminate air resistance. You have to eliminate.
Pretend that the air doesn't exist.
That's just doing a proper experiment. You eliminate confounding variables.
Wait a minute. Now Brenda understands. Hold on. Let me point something out. Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet just for a second. Just for a second. Just for a second.
All right,
Yeah.
that's the end of that,
Just for a second.
Holmes.
Just wanted to say that now Brenda demonstrates that Brenda completely understands how the variables work in a scientific method.
But won't use them in our explanation.
I just want to know how you're eliminating the air. If the air can affect how things fall, then how would you ever demonstrate that things fall at the same rate?
Well, you would eliminate the air by putting the objects in a vacuum chamber.
That's not eliminating the air. That's minimizing the air.
Yeah.
Right.
Below the
Right, so-
tolerances of the instruments that you're using, that's good enough.
Oh, it's good enough.
That's good enough.
Yeah, it's good
You know
enough.
what, just roll with it anyway. Fuck it.
Yeah, if you
Well,
can't
that's-
measure,
hold
if you
on.
can't measure the difference, then you've effectively eliminated it because, right? You can never eliminate anything absolutely.
So, so where is the observation that you've got for Cavendish? The apparatus was built on a naturally observed phenomena, and you've not got one.
So the observed phenomenon is Galileo's experiments on an inclined plane that showed that objects of different compositions fall at the same speed. Therefore, the hypothesis is that there is a force or apparent force of attraction between all objects having mass, and they fall at inverse proportion to the distance between the objects.
But you never proved this in the first place. You can't.
That's the
just assume-
hypothesis. That's the
Right, but
hypothesis.
But that's not been proven. You've never actually given us anything that proves.
The Cavendish confirms the hypothesis. It
Cavendish,
measures.
you claim Cavendish proves this.
Well, it doesn't prove. Science doesn't prove things. Science doesn't prove
you
things.
just used the word prove, so I just
Yeah, there's a colloquial definition and there's a proper scientific definition.
I'm surely I'm allowed to use that word if you just used it, and I replied specifically.
No, I can understand by context. So yeah, I can understand. I can understand what people mean, but sometimes people think. Sometimes people think that pedantry is. Sometimes people think that pedantry is what intelligent people sound like, but that's not true.
So again, where's the natural phenomena? You're claiming who's Galileo?
Galileo's experiments. Galileo's experiments of dropping balls down of different composition down an inclined plane.
How is that a natural phenomenon?
And what was his independent variable in this non-natural?
Those were observations of the phenomenon.
So just observations, so no experiment.
Yes.
So you've not got an experiment.
It's also an experiment because he dropped multiple objects down multiple inclined planes and timed using a water clock how long it took them to fall. He used 7 foot long inclined planes, and he rolled objects down it of different composition, and he timed how long it took. And objects of different composition took the same time to roll down the inclined plane.
And how can that possibly be a scientific experiment following the scientific method? It's an observation.
Yes, it's an observation of a natural phenomenon. It suggests that there exists a force or apparent force of a mutual attraction between objects with mass that is independent of what they're made out of, and inversely proportional to the distance.
Are you saying that two objects with the same weight will fall on the same rate? Are you saying that?
Yes, a steel ball and a feather will drop at the same speed if you eliminate air resistance.
So, how come if mass attracts mass and there's more mass in the lead ball, why would it not fall quicker?
Are you saying that Galileo dropped the things in vacuum?
No, he didn't.
Oh, really? Now I'm asking you: does two objects with the same weight will fall down on the same rate?
all objects, regardless of weight, drop at the same speed.
So, okay, listen this now. I have a sheet of paper, and then I have two sheets of paper. They have the same weight. One sheet of paper, I will, how to say, put, how you say when you push,
You have to eliminate air resistance. You know that, so don't even start that down there. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Galileo did that. Galileo did that.
He never eliminated it. You
Did
just admitted
Galileo
that he
did
never
that.
did this.
Is
So
eliminating air resistance a natural phenomenon?
Does Galileo, eliminate resistance of the air?
Yeah, you eliminate air resistance by dropping the objects.
Does Galileo did that?
No, he didn't. He didn't.
He never had a vacuum chamber.
Why?
So
But
that's
he
not-
used because he used objects that were affected the same by the air resistance, right? He used balls. He used
So,
small objects that would roll down. He didn't use a feather because a feather would not roll down the inclined plane.
Listen this, I will take the two sheets of paper and I will stay in my room without wind, without anything. This is only
Air resistance will still cause them to.
Great.
Finish, Brenda.
Great, but the sheets of paper has the same weight. Now one paper I will push in my hand and I will make garbage, and I will drop it. That thing has the same weight like a sheet of paper, but we fall down before that sheet of paper. Do you know that?
Because of air resistance. I've told you this already.
No,
Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. I've already told you that it's air resistance. Don't waste my time with this.
The shape of the
object.
Don't waste my time with this. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Okay, does Galileo did that?
Who cares?
I already said no. He used.
Why are you walking?
I already told you. I already said this. Stop wasting my time.
Why are you
walking if you want? We're having a discussion. Just chill.
But I already told. I'm tired of getting answered. I'm tired of getting dogpiled. Stop dogpiling.
Can I do one-on-one with Brenda just for a few seconds, please, guys, if you don't mind? So I've been pretty quiet so far. Brenda, thank you. I just posted something, right? This is from the drop tower. So this was done in a vacuum. And what you're going to see is they got different elements. They all weigh the same. And even though they weigh the same, they're falling at different speeds in this drop tower in Germany. Now, if you want to, I could find the original source, but for now, you're just going to take my word because I'm driving, that this is done in a vacuum, and they don't actually fall at the same speed.
Oh, okay. What's their explanation for that?
I don't think it needs an explanation. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I think it does need an explanation. Obviously, they were the people experimenting. They must have seen that as an anomaly and tried to figure out why that happened. What did they say happened?
Does it actually need an
explanation? You don't know. You just saw a video on YouTube. Can you show me a scientific paper?
A paper.
Okay, so does it need a paper?
Yes, I don't take videos on YouTube as being authoritative science.
But papers are not science.
Yes, it is.
Academia.
That's what science is these days.
No, science is a method to establish cause and effect relationships, and you need to follow it, or you're doing pseudoscience.
Published scientific papers are not pseudoscience. YouTube is not science.
So where do you get your observation of the...
Of what? You cut out. He said something and I didn't catch the end of it.
I'm saying, where do you get the observation that the Earth is this?
You cut out again. I don't know what's going on. You're maybe lifting up on your push to talk? Where do I get the observation that the Earth is a globe? From pictures in space, from the ISS, right? From the Gemini, from Apollo, from satellites, right? We get pictures from space.
The ISS. What does the ISS show?
The Earth.
If you seriously
Does
think
the ISS
NASA
show the
are
whole
credible?
Earth?
The ISS orbits the Earth every, what is it, 94 minutes or something?
Cares? You said
That wasn't the
pictures. I was
question.
just asking you
Yeah, live video and photographs
of what?
from space
Of what?
of the
Of
Earth.
what though?
Of
The
the
whole
Earth.
Earth or a portion of the Earth?
Some of them are the whole
Wait a
Earth,
minute,
some
you
are a
just said
portion.
you don't accept. You
What?
just said you don't accept videos.
Exactly.
How can we verify it's live?
Don't accept YouTube.
How
Holy
can we
crap.
verify it's live?
NASA's on YouTube. NASA's got a YouTube channel and it's on a. It's not even live. It's on a loop.
Guys. 1 second. Let AI come through because we can barely hear him. So let him please come through. Thank you.
I mean, it sounded like we just heard you say that the ISS takes pictures of portion of the Earth and the whole Earth. That's incoherent.
It orbits the Earth every, what is it, something like 94 minutes, and there's a live video feed of the ISS orbiting the entire Earth.
I can give you
Right, so
video.
you take that as a picture of the whole Earth?
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
Why not?
Oh my God, dude.
Well,
Because
why not?
pictures are an instance, not a video. You can't confirm.
Video is not an instance.
taking.
Video isn't an instance.
You never see the whole Earth in full frame, correct or incorrect?
You can with some of the photos.
Some of the photos from the ISS, you can see the entire Earth.
Not from the ISS, but some photos
Okay.
from space.
Yeah, try clearing that up.
From the ISS, there is live video of the ISS orbiting the Earth, making a full revolution.
No, there's video of
Yes, there is.
ISS traveling above the Earth. There's no evidence that that video means it's orbiting.
It's orbiting. Yes, it is. It completes a full
Keep saying
revolution.
it.
Yeah, it completes a full revolution.
Yeah,
around the Earth. There you go.
Yes,
Not
yes, there you
orbiting
go.
the Earth.
Thank you.
Those
Thank
two
you.
different things.
Brenda,
Bro, you got to reconnect or something.
Yeah, if he's saying something and I can't hear anything. Yeah, he's having problems.
quite a bad signal, folks.
We didn't catch any of that.
No, I was just saying, you said that you didn't accept TV, media, shit like that. That's all you've got to prove that these people are in this tin can.
No, that's not all I've got to prove.
So what else have you got?
As far as the ISS, there's all kinds of records. There's all kinds of records, right?
Yeah,
there's the building. There's the plans for building it, the actual building of it, the launching of it, the launching of.
I'm asking you, how do you verify that what we see on TV, because you don't accept TV, we see these people, like, where is the proof? Plans, no diagrams, no evidence that they had
All
a
of
plan
that,
to waste millions.
all of that is evidence, right? That there is in fact a satellite in low Earth orbit, right? All of the evidence, the plans, the building of it, the multiple launches of material up there. It's assembly
You mean
in
the
low Earth orbit.
the construction that was going on at 17,000 miles per hour?
That still doesn't prove.
That's all evidence. It's evidence that lends support to my belief that it's true. Yes.
But you've still, the only thing you do have is the TV, though, to confirm it.
Hey, thank you for being honest, by the way.
there's
Thank you for being
yes.
honest. Hold on. Let's just take credit.
I'm happy to be honest. I'm happy to be honest. I will admit a good deal more than you probably think I will.
Yeah, fair. So your next moral aptitude test is to not interrupt people. So anyway, thank you for being honest that you do indeed just have a belief that you believe is informed and that it's
Yes.
not knowledge. Thank you.
That's what knowledge is. Knowledge is an informed belief.
No,
that's what
it's a
knowledge is.
justified belief.
Yeah, that's what I used your word. I could have said justified. I have a knowledge of epistemology. So yes, knowledge is a justified true belief, or if you want to say informed.
At least you're admitting that it's a belief.
Yeah, all knowledge is a belief.
No, it's not
Yes.
belief. I don't believe that I'm not moving right now in 4 vectors at millions of miles per
Yes,
hour.
you do. Yes, you do.
No,
Of course you.
No, I
Do you-
don't. That's self.
Do you think it's true? Do you think it's true that you're not moving?
Can you look up the definition of belief?
Is
in
it
the
true?
dictionary?
Is it true that you are not moving?
Well, my vestibular system in my ear, for starters.
Is it
my
true?
inner ear. Well, I accept it. So it's
Yeah, you accept
self-evident.
it as true. That is what a belief is. A belief,
No.
a belief is a sentence or a proposition that you accept as true.
No.
I got a
Yes.
definition. My definition's kind of funny, right? Because I just made it up, but I think it's a good definition. So you have
Mine
first-hand
is not
knowledge.
made up. This is the standard epistemological
hold on.
definition of beliefs.
Cool. Can I speak? So basically, what I'm trying to say is everything that you experience, you have firsthand knowledge. Everything else that doesn't exist within your primary memory and firsthand present experience is belief. Thanks.
No, experiences are not knowledge. Knowledge is constructed from experiences.
So when I got punched in the face when I was walking home from swimming in the pool by a guy that I didn't see coming, do you think I believed he punched me in the face, or do I know he punched me in the face?
You use the evidence of his fist hitting your head as confirming your belief that you had just gotten hit in the head.
That's not a belief.
Yeah, that's a belief. You believe
All
it's
right, Brenda.
true that he hit you in the head.
Brenda,
take a look in the Livestream voice text at the definition for belief, for God's sake.
I'm using the definition used in epistemology. In epistemology,
Right, so-
in epistemology, a belief is a mental content that you accept to be true.
Brenda, does water believe? Does water has beliefs?
I didn't understand. Water has
Okay,
beliefs?
okay.
Water doesn't have beliefs.
Great. Does you have beliefs about water?
Yes, I have beliefs about water.
Do you think that water curving?
Water conforms to the surface of the earth. It is level.
Perfect.
That's contradictory.
No,
Yeah.
that's what level means. Level means conforming to the curvature of the earth.
No.
Cool.
No,
Show me a
does it?
definition older than 10 years old that says that.
Oh, yeah, it's on
Go ahead,
McToon's. It's on McToon's. Yes, it's on
no.
McToon's.
Is it older than 10 years old, or did Globe
Yeah,
Records
it's from the
just
19th
make
century.
it up?
It's from the 19th century surveying manual.
Why does it
Was
conflict
that
with
it?
the definition of horizontal?
Show me.
Because people are allowed to use words in different ways if they want to.
Oh, just like you done there just now with
Yes, you just have to be consistent. You
No,
can
you're
use
not-
words
you're
in
not
different ways if
consistent.
you want.
Brenda, you move the
I am
goalposts
consistent.
constantly. You constantly change what you've said. You change your position. You add shit on. You assume stuff. You claim people from fucking centuries ago did shit.
Thank you, Brenda,
Well, let's
for
just.
double speaking. Thank you,
Yeah,
Brenda, for
listen,
double
Sasha. Sasha, you're onto
double
it,
speaking.
okay?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that people from
Listen.
centuries ago did shit. Yes,
No,
I have no
That's
problem
great.
with
That's
that.
great.
Thank you, Brenda.
Let's talk
Thank you,
about
Brenda,
current
for double-
technology. All right, Sasha, you said the same thing 4 times in a row. Now, Sasha's onto it, and Brenda admitted that according to the Globe claim, that the level water is conforming to the surface of the ball, allegedly. So, if that's true, all that needs to be done to falsify this proposition is to measure some water and prove it's not curving, and the proposition fails.
Sure.
Now, that setup, whether true or not, would you agree that that would be correct?
Sure. Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is? You got any measurements?
How come you changed the proposition?
Yeah, I have, Brenda.
Do you have a measurement of the Earth being flat?
Brenda's asking me, Sasha.
Okay, sorry, I have it.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, no, I just want you to just say that if the claim that you said is
So
true.
all that matters when it comes down to it, that's all that really matters.
So I will readily admit that level means conforming to the surface of the Earth, of the
Holy
curvature of
crap!
the Earth.
Shut it.
Yeah.
Him interrupting me wasn't your cue to overtalk.
You weren't talking.
Yeah, I was. He interrupted me, and then you went.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
Well,
Okay,
if I interrupted, I didn't mean it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. Your connection's horrible. That's why at the moment.
Sorry, folks.
You're coming in, then you're not coming in, so it's kind of hit or miss. But whatever, it's fine.
Cool, bro.
That's what we got to deal with in this, 21st century of satellites and internet everywhere, right? But anyway, I just want this proposition to be accepted or unaccepted. It could be a yes or no.
I thought I already said yes. Yes. Level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, that's not the question.
I thought it
The question
was.
is, if that's true, then that means that water must be conforming in that manner. So if you can measure water not to be conforming in that manner, then that disproves the proposition.
No, that would be affirming the consequent. So
No,
you would need to do a modus tollens.
Holy crap, dude. Are you serious right now?
So do you have a
check
measurement? Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is?
We're not even going to talk about that until you concede the proposition one way or the other. Okay, so check it out. I'll rephrase it a little bit. If it's not curving in that manner, the water, then that means the Earth can't be a globe. Correct or incorrect?
I think that's affirming the consequence, so I'm not sure that would be true.
It's not affirming the consequent. If something's not curving anywhere, what is it? Now, this doesn't mean it is or isn't. It's just propositional logic. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, I'm thinking that you want to show me, for instance, water in a glass, in a drinking glass, and say that that's flat, and therefore all water is flat.
Stop thinking ahead. The proposition stands or falls on its own merits. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It would be flat and even, yeah.
There you go. Perfect. So if you measure water, and now obviously we need a sufficient sample size, not just water in a glass, as you accurately stated. Right? But remember, we set the baseline that in the globe model, water must be curving around the ball. So if we disprove that that curve exists and it's not curving, then that means all the water's not curving. And that means that it's not curving anywhere, which means you've already conceded that it's flat and even. So all we need is a sufficient measurement. Hold on. If we had a sufficient measurement, right, would that prove or disprove the proposition? I'm not saying it exists at this point. I'm just saying if.
We'd need to see that, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So you take a laser over a 25-mile body of water, you set it up 6 feet on one side, you set up a storyboard 6 feet on the other side, you hit the target, and you disprove the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but they didn't do that, did they?
Yes, they did.
It broke. The collimator broke.
Collimator's irrelevant. Collimator's irrelevant.
It's pretty important, isn't it?
No,
Isn't
it
it?
isn't. No,
I think it's pretty important.
No, if the Earth
not
curves in the manner you say.
They weren't able to do it over the curvature of the Earth, and there's no controls over that. They just pointed it at the target. How do I know it was level? That is not. That is relevant.
Hold on. Okay. We're not going to be sidelined. We're not going to be gish galloped. We're not going to be over talking each other. We're not going to be losing the points. Okay. If anybody knows anything about gunnery, if you hit the target, you've hit the target. It's irrelevant whether you have a certain shot group or not. If the target is hit, the target is hit. It's that simple. Now,
yeah, but that doesn't show that the bullet. That doesn't show the bullet traveled in a straight line.
Well, if the Earth
yeah, that's correct with a ballistic object. You are correct that that's correct with a ballistic object. Are you claiming that a laser is a ballistic object?
Lasers are subject to refraction, aren't they?
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad. So, the common excuse to get away from the fact that they hit the camera and scanned the image on the camera with the Gaussian profile of the beam centroid of the original laser, proving that the original laser beam hit the camera. The camera was only about 6 feet off the ground. Okay, so the variance still stands. Now, this differential in this test is 2 orders of magnitude off the globe prediction. And you are correct, to be fair to you, that refraction is the standard answer given to explain this away. Here's the problem. The United States military contracted a university, along with Boeing, to conduct a test of lasers for accuracy, for systematic use in military applications. They conducted the test and then they analyzed the results. Here's the thing. They used 3 different color lasers. When they went back and checked the results, they found that all 3 lasers hit the target. 120 kilometers was this test, commissioned by the military, done by a university in cooperation with Boeing. Now, what I just said should be sending shivers through anyone's spine who knows anything about this stuff. Because here's the problem. 3 different colored lasers would refract at different rates because refraction is wavelength dependent, which means they would arrive at the target at different locations. They didn't make this prediction. This was post of the evidence where they analyzed it. They found that the globe model was defeated based on this reasoning. All the lasers hit the target and they should have been separated by 20 feet, and they weren't. This proves categorically that the idea of atmospheric refraction defeating these long distance observations or laser tests is false by experimentation, direct observation and measurement, proving that this type of refraction that you need to save you from this observation or the laser test doesn't exist. So I rest my case. I'm done here for tonight. You guys enjoy dealing with this defeated glober all you want.
Can you send me the study? Can you send me the study?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, while you're
It may not
looking
be
over it, I
rather
want to
quick,
say
but
something.
before you go
AI.
on, so we have it posted a bunch of times in here. I'm going to try to remember the title, and then I'll be able to search it. 1 second.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to point out one thing. So when they so-called they said that they proved Einstein correct, and that they could see the, telescope that was pointed at the mirror, that was pointed at the sun. They could see the stars that were allegedly behind the sun. So if you do believe this kind of refraction is possible, then do you not believe in the heliosphere? Not to take that off the topic of what just, was said, right? I think it's really important what AI just said, because either you believe in the refraction theory, right? Which, if that's true, the heliosphere could cause the light to bend around the refracted, I can't say atmosphere of the sun, but that's what it is basically, right? In layman's terms, the heliosphere is the atmosphere of the sun, right? And the different layers of density will cause it to refract. If you believe that, then there goes your space time. Bye bye gravity. If you don't believe that, and you believe the turbulence, right, then you believe in the flat Earth. So either way, it's double whammy.
Yeah, I don't think the amount that was predicted by Einstein is the amount that was observed in the Eddington experiment. It was not due to refraction. It was greater than the amount predicted by refraction.
And how did you remove the heliosphere variable out of that to prove that that's true? Or did you
the amount predicted because we know the refractive index, right? So the amount predicted by refraction is different than what was observed.
The sun?
Yes, you can figure these things out because you know what gases are made out of. You know the refractive index of gases. The sun is a ball. The sun is a ball of gas, a plasma,
in a
right?
vacuum.
And gases have a refractive index.
Can you have gas pressure in a vacuum without separation?
Of course, it's gravity. It's the gravity. Yeah,
You
already
never
we've been
demonstrated
through
it.
that. We've been
No,
through
you
that.
didn't. You
Haven't
didn't
yes.
isolate your pseudo force from
We
the
did.
exponentially stronger forces of electromagnetism and
We
electrostatics that are
did.
present in all intermolecular
By
interactions.
using materials that are not affected by magnetism.
That's not what your wooden rods and balls do. There's still electrostatics and electromagnetism present, and you admit yourself that the direct variable that you're manipulating isn't even gravity, and still there's this exponentially stronger force.
There's no
still present.
static charge. There's no static charge
It's present in
on the
everything.
weights. So then it's a wash, then, isn't it? If it's
Yeah.
present everywhere, then it's the same everywhere. Then it doesn't affect anything.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go for it, bro.
Does a gas produce a gravitational field?
Yeah, because it's matter. It has weight.
Where can this be demonstrated?
Gases have weight.
Where can it be demonstrated that gas produces gravitational field?
Well, that they are affected by gravity?
No, I asked you whether gases produce gravitational fields because you said a ball of gas is existing in a vacuum because of gravity. So I asked you if gravitational force can be generated by gas itself without solid matter.
Yes.
Is there an example of that?
Gas is matter. It has weight.
But it's not solid matter, right?
It doesn't matter. It just has to have mass.
Does a particle have mass?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't particles generate gravitational force?
They do.
That's not what the standard model of particle physics says.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, I can post it right now if you want.
The standard model of quantum mechanics, right, doesn't include gravity.
Particle physics is the theory describing.
Yes, it doesn't include gravity because because general relativity and quantum mechanics.
That's why they exclude it from particles.
No, that's not why they exclude it.
Affect particles.
That's not why they exclude it.
Why
they
do
exclude
it then?
Because there's no unified field theory.
Well, that doesn't really help your relativity then, does it?
Mm-hmm.
Or your gravity?
Gravity, all objects with mass, including particles, including atoms, are affected by the gravitational force, right? And so there are stellar nurseries out in space. They're clouds of gas and dust from which stars are born. It's observed. You can see it.
You can see what?
You can see the stars born in these clouds of gas and dust.
No, you can see these light above you, whatever they are, and you believe the story you've been told, Brenda.
That's what the pillars of creation are. It's a very famous photograph. No, you can see it. It's dust. It's dust and gas. You can see it. And in that dust and gas are stars being born. There are stars being born in the pillars of creation photograph.
Brenda, that's not a photograph. They are not photographs. Those images, they're taking multiple different wavelengths of light, and it's all put together by probably supercomputers, I would imagine. Right,
so what?
Claimed it was a photograph. They're artistic renditions of the data.
No, they're not artistic. They're technological.
They are. They're done by data visualizers. I think Mr. Blue Marble, Mr. Simmons.
Are they different? Are they different from the insides of your camera? Your camera takes photos in red, blue, and green and combines them with the computer that's embedded in the camera. Are you saying that your camera's photograph? That's not different. It's the same. It's not different. It's the same.
Cameras. Oh, what about cameras that are not digital?
What?
What about cameras that are not digital and that don't
what cameras?
Do
what the cameras in your
like the earliest cameras?
What are you talking about? Cameras today are digital.
Today, not all of them.
My child has a Polaroid camera.
The point.
My child has one.
It's ancient technology.
The point
I bought
is,
it brand new for a
Hubble
birthday.
does not take photographs.
So cameras work by exposure, right? And they have you can use different filters and photograph in the red, blue, and green, and then combine it to produce a final photograph. You can do that.
But what you see in these Hubble images is not what the data shows.
It's literally based on the data. It's literally based on the data. You're right. You're right that it's all data. It's data coming from an instrument. No, it's not artistic. It's data from an instrument.
What kind of instrument? What kind of instrument is making pictures? What out of data?
It has a sensor.
Okay, so there's clouds in outer space now?
Yes.
So explain that one to me, please. I'd love to hear.
There are clouds. It's called the Pillars of Creation. It's a famous image.
What are they made of? What are they made of? What are the gases
Dust,
made of?
dust and gases.
Dust and gas. Gas exists in a vacuum.
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that on Earth?
I can show you the image of the clouds of creation.
Can you demonstrate gas in a vacuum on Earth? Can you do that?
It would expand to fill the vacuum chamber. It definitely would.
How? If in order to create a vacuum, what has to happen?
It's very, very big. The pillars of creation are light years across.
We're talking about from our observations here on Earth. When you create a vacuum in a chamber on Earth, what happens to what's inside?
If it's a block of wood, nothing happens to it. But if it's gas, it'll expand.
Where's it going to go? Is it going to stay in the vacuum or is it going to go somewhere else?
It will stay in the vacuum.
Hey, Brenda.
I'm listening.
What happens to the gas in the chamber? Hold on.
I told him. Did you? Didn't you hear my answer? I thought maybe you didn't.
It's wrong. It's wrong. First off.
What do you mean it's wrong?
Do you know what the NIF is? You know what the NIF is?
Well, do you think that gas doesn't fill the vacuum chamber?
I'm asking
you a question. Kind of what
do you know? Do you
no,
know
I don't.
NIF? Yeah. Okay, the NIF.
I don't know what NIF is. I don't know what that is.
It's the National Ignition Facility that's in California. Now, what they do here is they conduct high-powered laser experiments in a vacuum. So, in order for the experiment to not be contaminated, they have to remove everything out of the vacuum, right? All that's gases. There's no gases in there in a vacuum.
That's what a vacuum is.
All right. So, how are clouds existing in a vacuum, dude?
Because its space is really, really big.
Come on.
Those
can I just quickly
get posted an image of the pillars of creation. Those pillars are light years across.
Can I just created by visual artists.
No, it's an image.
Listen. I'm on space.com right now, and one of the visual artists says some of the most striking views in astronomy have come from the Hubble Space Telescope, but the data collected by the spacecraft comes in the form of spectrums of light, and they create them. It says it's a fantastic telescope, but it can't observe everything. Visual artist Louis Calder said that he's a graphic designer for ESA, and he works making artistic renditions from Hubble data.
Yeah, that's fine.
You just fucking said
that's a funny way of saying cartoons.
Guys,
he isn't inventing. He isn't inventing data. He isn't inventing data. He's adjusting levels in Photoshop.
No, making animation. They literally claim on space.com that they're creating animations.
Yes, of course they do. So does NASA.
Yeah, we know that, bro. We know that.
So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong
with creating cartoons and passing them off as reality? That's what you're asking?
They label them as an animation. They label them.
And that
so it's not a photo.
Brenda, man, honest to God, like it's like outrageous the things that you say and you accept.
Let me ask you a
Yes,
question.
all I do is give you high school level science. That's all I do.
Yeah, high school level. You said it yourself.
Brenda, can I ask you a question real quick about what you were saying about a vacuum? Did I hear you say that a vacuum is somewhere where there's no gas?
No, he's saying
that
that gas
correct?
can exist in a vacuum. That's what he's saying.
In the vacuum of space, there are regions where there are clouds of dust and gas. Yes.
Wait, so but what is a vacuum? Can you define that really
There's
quick?
regions in space where
No, I'm
there
not talking
is
about space. What is the definition of a vacuum?
low pressure.
Low pressure. All right, let's go.
Right. So it's an area of low pressure. There are areas of low pressure, and there are other areas where there are clouds of gas and dust in a low pressure environment. And they gradually coalesce.
Where have you seen this? Where have you seen this?
The pillars of creation. The pillars of creation.
That doesn't count, dude.
And
Yes, it does.
Brenda,
It does count.
You keep saying this over and over. How would you verify
Because you keep
that,
asking me the same questions over and over.
No, it's not the answer. How would you verify that?
How would I verify what?
The dust of clouds in a vacuum. The
image provided by NASA is verification.
That's enough for you. That's enough for you.
Yes, yes.
Cartoons are verification. Wrong.
It's not a cartoon. It's not a cartoon.
It is a cartoon.
No,
yes,
it's not.
Yes,
it's an animation.
No, it isn't.
You agreed it was
it's
animation.
A compilation.
The Pillars of Creation is not an animation.
It's made by artists.
No, it's based on raw data.
No, it isn't. You wouldn't know raw data. You wouldn't know raw data if it jumped on your face and spun around and whistled, Dixie.
It's manipulated.
Even if you saw it, you wouldn't know what data was. Please.
So crazy, bro. That you guys, do you understand how asinine this whole subject sounds? The how you guys just hand wave it. They say it so it's true. That's all you do. They say it so it's true.
And at the crux of it all, at the crux of it all, you got no globe for any of this. That's kind of the basis of your whole paradigm. You're going to need the globe.
We've known the Earth is a globe for 2,600 years.
You don't know that because we falsified that.
It's a religion. You have to accept it, blindly accept it. Listen to their books.
Don't blindly accept
what they say. Yes, that's what astronomy is.
No, that's not what astronomy is.
You don't. Your physical body.
That's not how science works. That's not how science works.
Numbers are using to measure outer space. Okay, so you don't have the actual ability to experiment within astrophysics with your own mind.
Of course you can.
Okay? So when they tell you something about the size of this shit, bro, you're just believing them blindly. It's a fact.
And
I'm not believing them blindly. I accept them as the relevant paradigm on. I accept them as relevant field experts.
Okay, well, let's see the surface measurements of curvature you've still never provided then. Because that would be the basis of everything you're talking about.
Ships go over the horizon.
Okay, we already dealt with that. Did you look at the live stream voice text when they showed you ships going over the horizon and then getting zoomed back in? Something you said never happens. Did you look at that?
Those were ships that hadn't gone over the horizon.
So they disappeared. They went over the optical horizon, which is all the horizon is.
That's
then we zoomed them back in.
It's not the optical
and we saw
horizon.
them again. This is exactly what you said can never happen.
Just
it
because
did happen, and now you're adjusting your claim. So you're just a liar.
Just because you can't see a boat doesn't mean it's gone over the horizon.
Okay, but that's what the horizon is.
No, that's not what the horizon is. The horizon is a geometric limit that obstructs your view.
So what is it?
Okay. So it's at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height. Then is that where it is? That's where it would have to be if your radius is true.
Yeah, that is about 1.2. Yes, that would be about right.
I'm a person who's seen the Black Swan before, so again, I think you're just lying.
No, I understand the the black swan. It's a fallacious argument.
The black swan shows that your horizon is not geometric, that it is apparent.
The proper way to put it is to say that the apparent horizon would be no less than 1.2 miles, not no more than.
Okay, so it's not geometric.
No less than.
The horizon does not obey the constraints.
No
the horizon
less
does
than.
not obey the
No
geometric
greater
constraints
than.
of the globe that you just claimed that it did. So it is just an apparent phenomenon.
It follows the model of the Earth, including
No,
which
includes.
Where's your model?
which includes
Black Swan if it did that.
which it includes reaction. It includes
your
refraction.
model?
It
It doesn't.
includes
Where's your
refraction.
model?
No,
Where's
it
your
doesn't.
refraction model?
This guy's
Where is
crazy.
it? Where's the refraction model? Show us the model.
Refraction? Refraction? That's Snell's law. That's just basic.
That's based on some media.
You're done with, bro. You're totally done with now because you're reflecting. Snell's has to be hitting reflective surface angled away from you at almost 70 feet below your line of sight. Overdone. Match. Game. Set. It's over.
That's not what Snell's law says.
Is air two different?
Yeah, it would make your image going up above your head.
No,
You'd
it
never
does.
even
That's
see
not what it
are you
says.
talking about?
You don't have.
Yeah, a plane of incidence. What is a plane of incidence?
The angle of incidence, you mean? Not plane.
No, it's called a plane.
It's called the angle of incidence.
No, it isn't. No, it
yes,
isn't.
it is.
The
yes,
angle
it
is what the light does after it
sine of
reflects
theta.
off the surface. You don't know anything about it.
Snell's law is sine of theta 1 over sine of theta 2.
Plane of incidence.
Sine of theta 1.
Okay.
That's an angle. Theta is used in trigonometry. Theta is an angle.
It's there in the live stream. Plane of incidence.
Religious
Wikipedia,
chanting.
Just saying.
Well, yeah, what does that surface look like that it's bouncing off of? Is that a curve?
That's plane of incidence. That's not Snell's law.
This guy.
That's not Snell's law. That's the law of reflection.
Yeah, Snell's law requires two different isotropic media, doesn't it?
Yes, like hot air and cold air.
How is that isotropic?
Because they have different density.
What does isotropic mean?
It means that they're different.
I thought ISO was same and NISO was different, but we don't need to.
Kidding? ISO's the same.
Over the semantics. As far as I remember, ISO is same and NISO, or with an "and" in front of it, are different. But I'll have to double check that. Anyway, as far as we can tell,
all right.
deals with going from medium to medium. As long as we consider air one isotropic, same continuous medium, it doesn't go from like water to air.
Don't get.
So there's a big problem there.
You're correct. You're correct. I was wrong. Isotropic means the same, right? So you won't get refraction in an isotropic medium.
And that's why we're a little confused, because air is looked at as one medium. Usually, if you're dealing with Snell's law, it would be like from air to water or something like that.
No, if the air has different density, like it's cold or it's hot, then it will have different density. It will refract.
And as far as I can tell, with the way that they put refraction over a ball, they just basically go with at least terrestrial refraction by acting as if it's a bigger ball to flatten it out. Which for the
terrestrial refraction is just refraction. There's nothing special about the refraction of objects on the Earth.
Because that's assuming what was first be proved. If you're working or baking into your model refraction, that already assumes a ball or a bigger
refraction.
ball.
Refraction is just refraction. That's all it is. It's just refraction.
How do you interpret refraction? Are you going to interpret it toward a ball or towards something flat, like, a flat surface? What are you going to do?
I don't know what you mean by how you interpret refraction. Refraction is just refraction.
Well, we can reapply refraction. I mean, over a flat Earth, eventually the sky and the ground would meet because of compressed viewing angle. And refraction could be reinterpreted as making things balloon or pop out of this diffraction limited zone, or, compress into this zone sooner or later. So
I don't think you know what diffraction limit means.
I think I know enough to challenge the theory. You're a smart person. You're a smart woman. We're smart people. We can figure this stuff out without the experts, with or without them. And so we need to see how we're applying refraction and whether or not it's, consistent with evidence, facts, real life, other theories or not.
Right. So the black
If I can just
swan
quickly
image.
interject, do you remember AI talking to you about the laser test that the Air Force and Boeing did? I think he just posted it in a live stream. You said you wanted the
I
data.
don't see it.
It's right there. He just
Brenda,
posted it
can I
like a
just
minute ago.
ask?
Ah, I see
Brenda,
it.
you know how you claim that boats go over the horizon? Do you mean optically, just with your eyes, or do you mean they go over the horizon when they get to the limit of the instrument you're using?
I mean that they are physically obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
No, they're not, because we can zoom them back in after they go over the horizon just by
If you can
increasing the
zoom it
resolution
back
power of the
in,
observer.
if you can zoom it back in, it hasn't been physically obstructed.
There is no physical obstruction. That's the entire point.
That phenomenon of
Brenda,
obstruction is observed.
No, it's not, because it would be at
Yeah, it is.
1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet every single time if it were being observed, but it's not, even by your own admission, and you use an ad hoc excuse for why that is. So you
I
don't have a
didn't use
geometric
ad hoc.
physical horizon
I
that
said
obstructs anything.
the black swan strawmans. The black swan strawmans the model that we're using.
It
No, it's
strawmans it.
strawmans it
It
because
strawmans
the
it.
proper way to formulate it is no less than, not no more
So
than.
what's happening in the Black Swan video then? So what's happening? Tell us, please. What's going on?
Magic.
There is high degrees of refraction that is lifting up parts of the.
Okay, how did you know that? And can you quantify it? How much exactly? How much? Put it into numbers for us.
We don't have the
just however much you need to make that work.
We
on your
don't
globe,
have
we'll forget it
measurements.
then. It's just an ad hoc cop out, like I said it was, because you just by your own admission right now you don't have the measurements. You don't even know how much is going on. It's just however much you need to make that work on your globe fantasy. Well, you need to inflate your radius by 2 orders of magnitude to make that happen, and your standard refraction model doesn't even come close to claiming that's even possible. So no.
You people are the only people on Earth that are saying these things you're saying. It is so retarded. It's beyond belief.
I'm not the only person on Earth. This is majority. You're a tiny group of people, maybe a few hundred people.
Oh, if you're possibilities, not going to say that you're saying.
Thinking.
Yeah, that your anti-flat earthers are the smallest percentage of anybody on the internet. You're the only one saying this stuff.
No, I just meant not the internet, but globally, all around the world.
Right. I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, there are lots of people who just look at the screen and believe what they see on the screen and don't really question it, and that's fine. We have a perfect right, right?
There are. I'm going to agree with him, so you should let me talk. I'm going to agree with him. I'm going to say that yes, a lot of people just blindly accept what they're taught in schools. You're correct.
Yourself.
Yeah,
like
but
yourself.
No.
The difference between us.
You're Exhibit A, Brenda.
The difference
You
between
believe in
us,
Galileo done
Brenda.
experiments. You believe the shit you see in the sky are clouds. You believe literally that. See, for to be a globe Earth believer, you've got to accept a hell of a lot of contradictory shit.
And the difference between you and us is if we're proven wrong, we will happily go back to believing what you guys believe. You shut us up, we will shut the fuck up. We wouldn't care. We'd love to go back to believing in Star Trek and shit like that. We'd love it.
I don't believe in Star Trek. I don't believe in Star Trek. That's a TV. That's fiction.
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just
You know
saying.
what he meant, for fuck's sake.
We would happily go back to that. You guys can't even say that. You guys
What
can't
can't
even
we
say?
say?
You can't even say, well, if we're wrong, I'll happily believe what you guys believe. But you won't even do that because you guys just hand wave everything and say we're wrong without even giving the opportunity to believe it.
If you could show me evidence. Do you have measurements? Do you have measurements of the flat Earth?
You do. You hand wave them and you ad hoc. Yeah, that's what you do. You make ad hoc excuses from. We just talked about one. The Black Swan measures the horizon to be
it doesn't.
2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows, and you just ad hoc hand wave it away.
I told you it's a fallacious argument.
I don't care what you told me. I explained why your argument is wrong. You would need 2 orders of magnitude. Yeah, you're off by 2 orders of magnitude for your Earth radius in that one observation alone. You don't even have a refraction model that could account for that. You have nothing but ad hoc excuses.
You don't
That's
get to
all you do when we show you measurements that are not possible on your globe.
You don't
So
get
why
to
are you
tell
asking?
me. You don't get to tell me what my model is. According to my model, you are straw manning. You are straw manning the globe model.
No,
You don't have
first
a model. You don't even know what the model is.
The first premise of the Black Swan straw mans the globe model.
You don't even know what that means. You're just saying that mindlessly. You don't even know what you're saying.
Taken university level logic and philosophy in critical thinking logic.
You don't do any of those things. You've made your claim unfalsifiable by using this ad hoc cop-out of refraction. Now you can move the goalposts all over the place to wherever you need to without even having to do any measurements or even quantify how much refraction is even going on. It's just, how much ever there is. So you made your claim unfalsifiable, and then you talk about logic proving your globe.
In order to know how...
we steel-manned it. The radius is 3959. It's a completely geometric situation where that horizon has to occur at that geometric distance.
Horizon is
time,
apparent, not geometric.
Excuses. Yeah, you said it yourself.
The horizon is apparent, not geometric. Therefore,
good night, ladies and gentlemen. There's no geometric horizon on Earth.
No, there is a geometric horizon, but the horizon that you see is apparent, not geometric.
Okay, so we never see your fairy tale unicorn geometric horizon that you said boats go over, but actually they don't. And
how did you know?
And you're going to tell us about logic, right?
How did you know there was a geometric horizon if you can't see it?
Because it must be there according to math.
Except it's not. It's been geometrically falsified, and math isn't reality. So.
Wow, this is amazing. This is a good day. I'm glad I came in.
It's been geometrically falsified, and do you know that math is not reality? Maybe actually, Superman can fly because math.
Math describes the world we live in.
Except what your globe math describes is not where we live, as evidenced by the Black Swan and many others, which you refuse to accept.
I refuse to accept it because it's a fallacious argument that commits fallacy.
You can't even explain why.
I have several times. I have.
In and of itself because it's unfalsifiable. This is what you do every single time we falsify it. Is you just move the goalposts around so as to render it unfalsifiable, and you can't even quantify your cop-outs for us. You can't even tell us how much refraction, how you get the geometric horizon to appear where it is in that picture. You just tell us, because.
Well, we don't know how much refraction is going on in that picture because
you don't have to claim
just a minute. Because we don't have the information from the photographer of what the lapse rate was at that time. We don't know the lapse rate.
Your model doesn't even account for the possibility that you can inflate your radius or your apparent radius by 2 orders of magnitude. Standard refraction doesn't even get you close to that.
So
because you're implying it wrong. The proper way to put the first premise of the Black Swan is to say that the apparent horizon can be no less than 1.2 miles from the observer.
Explain it how. Explain that how, Brenda. Explain that exactly how.
How? So, are we actually looking at a physical object or an apparition? Is it just?
He made a claim. He said that it should be smaller than 1.22. So tell us exactly why.
I said the first premise is incorrect because it says that the apparent horizon can be no more than 1.2. That's wrong. It's no less than 1.2.
What can possibly make your geometric horizon appear 2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows?
Refraction can. Refraction can.
How much?
Refraction can make the apparent horizon seem further than the geometric horizon.
Quantify how much refraction do you need? What's the formula, and what are the measurements you based it on?
Depends on the lapse. It depends on the lapse rate.
Do you have measurements from reality here that can determine exactly how much refraction is being applied in that image?
We don't have data from the original poster.
Do you even have
we would need data from the original poster.
Now stop it.
Let me ask a question here.
So you don't have data. You're making a claim with absolutely no basis then, according to you.
Try to the Vancouver post, Brenda, Narnia.
All right, here's a quick question, Brendan.
What? I'm kind of getting inundated by people requesting me to respond.
Well, you don't even have a model that would inflate your apparent radius by that much.
I just told
you don't have a claim.
refraction. I just told you refraction can.
No, you just keep squawking that word over and over again, but it's not actually an argument because there's no substance to it.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
You're saying, Brenda,
go to the Green Flashes. Go to the Green Flashes website. He has the formulas there.
Oh, someone else will get it for you. Okay,
but he's a relevant expert in the field, even according to Quantum Eraser.
I care what your lunch are. I know
what
it's from what physical data. I just want to know what physical data you based your refraction calculations on to determine whether they're valid, and then I want to know what those calculations are exactly. You can't provide those things to us. You just keep appealing to someone else's credentials. He's a relevant expert.
That's how science works. Because that's how science works.
To credentials is not how the scientific method works. That's not what the scientific method says to do. Just invoke some expert in a field.
You go, man. You tell it like it is.
Here's a quick question: Is in the Black
invoke some priest? Sorry, Frog. Go ahead.
In the Black Swan video picture, whatever you want to call it, is the object there or not? Are you looking at an object? Or are you looking at something else?
What object?
The oil rig. Is it actually there, or is that just you're seeing
You're seeing highly refracted oil rigs, and you can see the cranes are twisted and turned by refraction.
Are they there?
They are. They do exist out there. Yes.
But is that what you're looking at? That actual object?
Yeah, I think you are.
Okay, so if I threw a rock at it, if I could throw a rock that far, would I actually hit the object at that distance that I'm seeing?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
So
maybe they are displaced up or down or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have anything that says that it's doing that. But listen, you're saying that's doing something specific, Brenda. So specifically, I want to know exactly what. See, otherwise you can't just keep saying this thing refraction.
Why not?
Exactly. Because listen, the Black Swan, we have known distances, so you need to tell us specifically at those known distances how your refraction is working exactly, like by the inch. You should have this.
Actually, all I have to do is show that the argument is fallacious.
That's
all I have to do.
How is it fallacious?
It commits a fallacy. It commits a fallacy of it.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it commits two fallacies: the fallacy of equivocation and a straw man fallacy.
Also, equivocation.
It equivocates between the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon.
No,
right?
it does.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
You can't show
yes, it does.
Horizon. The apparent horizon is the only thing that even you can show us.
Yeah. You don't have a geometric horizon. That's what it shows. So we don't. What are you talking about? You got to be out of your mind. No one says this bullcrap. That's what I'm saying.
He's claiming a geometric horizon that he says can appear basically anywhere, making his claim unfalsifiable. And he's being fallacious.
And it will always make it look exactly flat. How is that? How is it doing that? Exactly as flat would look. Just like we see it and measure it flat. Oh, boy. Unbelievable.
Projection much.
So we don't have any data on exactly how this refraction is working. We've never seen anything. We've never seen this model. Where is this? It doesn't exist.
We have two horizons now, everybody.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the one they're using is... the one they're using is the one you can't see.
Right, and at first he said that we can see it because boats go over it, and then he completely adjusted his claim after we showed him that boats don't go over any physical instruction. That's just totally dishonest.
I wanted to ask a question. When you guys were on the boat going over the horizon, because, okay, I'm on a ship, and I zoom in, like, okay, there's a lighthouse at a certain distance, right? I can't see it, but I know the direction. So I zoom in, and now I can see the lighthouse. Does that mean, Brenda, that the lighthouse hasn't moved beyond your geometric horizon yet? Let's put the observer on land, looking at a lighthouse. Is the lighthouse need to move further to get to your? It's stationary. How does it work then? You couldn't see it before, then you zoomed into it.
I just want to point out that if refraction is true, let's take them at their word, right? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So refraction is true, and the horizon moves all over the place because of refraction, and allows us to see past the curve, and sometimes we can't see as far as the curve. Well, that means every time they're measuring, hold on. That means that every time they're measuring the horizon, they're only measuring the refractive horizon. So that still falsifies the horizon. They have no geometric horizon anymore because every horizon is refractive.
Yeah,
and if it isn't,
you can't. But look, Hank, you can't trust your eyes now. So if I'm looking at binoculars and I see this oil rig out there, they're saying it's not really there. You're just seeing something that appears to be at that position, but it's not. It's behind the horizon. So if I wanted to shoot a bullet at it or run it, it's not there. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's an apparition. You know, it's just a mirage. Is what they're saying. That's fucking crazy.
It's magic. Basically, you're telling, like, the education systems all over the world are telling kids to ignore reality and believe what they see on TV. I think it's child abuse.
Yeah, so the mirages are moving location without you knowing where the demarcation is. Where's the demarcation? Where this mirage starts and ends? Because it should be your geometric horizon. There should be an easy way to delineate where this change is occurring. It should be happening right at your geometric horizon. So at 1 foot above the horizon, 1.22 miles is where this should be occurring. Why aren't we seeing this phenomenon of this demarcation between reality and the mirage? Where is it? That's what they need to show.
So another thing that Brenda said that was absolutely incorrect is that Huey's argument is wrong. Instead of it being the horizon can be no further than, Brenda said that it can be no closer than. So what about fog, Brenda? Would fog make it closer than? Are you straw manning fog? You never heard of fog, Brenda? Because I've been in fog and so bad that I literally pulled over on the side of the road because I knew at any minute there was going to be a pileup. And once there's a pileup, it grows. Like they keep piling up.
Well, you must be wrong because the horizon can never appear closer than that.
Yeah, so in fog where I have only 1 mile visibility and I'm off the coast 5 miles, and I have a radio direction finder, maybe 5 miles isn't enough. It should be. Because a lot of jetties are only about 6 feet above sea level. You can triangulate yourself right back into port, right into the mouth of the jetty using triangulation, even when you can't see.
Well, that was very educational, one might say.
Hopefully Brenda took in some of that information and learned from that.
Yeah.
So a bunch of VC check-in activity, and then stage talk.
Lurking in the shadows. So is that Logres YouTube channel name that we're talking about earlier?
No, it's, Bozo or Logres.
Oh, it's Bozo we're talking about. But they were mentioning a YouTube channel that was taken down. What was the name of that?
Yeah,
Or
they seem confused about that.
Oh,
it was I think it was a server, a Discord server. Yeah, I wasn't in it, so I don't. I just someone sent me the link once, and then I noticed the link had. I suppose the link had died. Maybe it's still about.
yeah. Well.
I'm gonna have to hop off for a bit, Quets. I'll catch you in a bit, man.
All right,
Nice
man.
one.
See you, man.
Triple the power. Triple the information. Triple the possibilities. Triple the trouble. Triple the truth. Welcome to the Triple Truth Podcast.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is ODD back with the Triple Truth Podcast. And as always, we got my panel of awesome truth seekers. We got Sean Hibbler of Hibbler Productions and Dave from Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. How's it going, guys?
Good. Going great. Glad to be here again with my new friends, or my old friends.
Your old new friends, your new
old new friends.
No, yeah.
How you doing, Matt? What's going on, brother?
I'm good, man. Same stuff. Just trying to move along with Pharmakia Part 2. Got to get that done soon.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I keep looking for it, and I keep finding the original and watching the original again. And it's like, all right, it still holds up. It's still good.
It's fun, yeah. I love that part at the beginning where it's like, it turns into like all of a sudden like a beat, and it starts playing the beat, and then it shows all these like zombie people.
The zombie people.
And then it, yeah, I don't know why I did that, but I kind of edit on the fly myself. Like I just kind of make stuff up as I go, how I'm going to edit the video. Right. So it worked out perfectly where I was like, Pharmakia, I gave the definition. And then when I landed on the last word, I like lowered the pitch and then started the beat. And it was all,
True producer right there. It's a true producer.
Yeah, it was fun. And then, yeah, anyway.
Part 2's coming though.
Part two. Yeah. And I must mention again, it's going to be much different on a, not like the first one, but definitely relevant and worthy of being the sequel. Anyway, So yeah, that's coming. I had a lot of organization to do for this record label thing I'm working on, and just this podcast, this making videos. There's so much stuff, but I'm trying to just pace myself and not stress out. That's one thing I've learned over the past 2 years is how to not stress out. I used to easily get stressed and panic, and now I just if I have a problem going on, I just go, it'll work itself out. You know, as long as I'm there trying and putting my effort in, everything will be all right.
Yes, it will. It's a good way to think.
So
who we got in the show today, guys?
We got Flat Earth Banjo and Japan, right? That's his handle.
USA,
on YouTube.
Brazil, and Japan.
Yeah, US. Flat Earth Banjo, USA and Brazil, USA and Japan.
Yeah.
Some of you are familiar with him. Some of you are not. He is really awesome at connecting flight paths, and especially ones that have had emergency landings. And he compares those landings, where they landed, where they were coming from, their destination, and then shows that it makes more sense on the Gleason's map than it does on the globe. And it truly does. It's always a straight shot. He's very good at that. And he's always my go-to for when I want to show somebody something like that, makes just showing them that it correlates with the Gleason's map. So he'll be here soon. And for those of you that don't know him, you'll get to know him, and we'll have a link to his channel in the description.
Yeah, for sure. What's going on, Dave?
Absolutely. Hey, I have a quick picture I want to show. Amazing, I think. You could share my screen there. The China Mars orbiter snaps an amazing selfie above the red planet. Okay.
Oh, man.
So China has the ability to discard part of their satellite, and it can take a picture and transmit it back to Earth.
Wow. That is fantastic technology.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, totally cool story.
And they're really claiming this is like real photo.
This is Mars. China's Mars orbiter captures this stunning selfie above the red planet by jettisoning a small camera and beaming photos via Wi-Fi, great Wi-Fi, to the mothership. And then the mothership sends it back to Earth. Meanwhile, at 120,000 feet, the guys on the ground in Arizona or New Mexico can't talk to Felix when he's doing his space jump.
Yeah, show me where it says photograph. Anywhere? Nah.
No.
Oh, image.
At least they don't lie. At least they don't lie about that. But look at that thing. So
wow,
crazy insanity. This world is just. I hold my head.
The NASA fanboys, they eat that stuff up, and it's just incredible to me that.
I bet you go on that YouTube video, if they made one or like a marketing thing for that. I bet you all the trolls on there, it's like, oh, so the Earth can't be flat now. Look at this. Send this to the flat earthers. It's like, you guys think this is a real photograph? After all these years of everything we've done and shown you, you think these are real? It's like, c'est la vie, man.
We're the stupid ones. Yeah, for real, man.
Have fun with it.
The whole idea of these satellites falling around the Earth while the Earth is making all of these motions in all of these different directions, that's insanity right there. And then it's scientifically provable that the size and the distance these things are away, they'd be unseeable. For example, this is a 747. You can barely see the plane, let alone the engine, which is about the same size as a satellite maybe. But the satellites are 100, 200, 300 times farther.
Yeah.
Okay. And people believe that they can see them.
Yeah.
Right.
What's their excuse with that, David? You've had so many debates over the years. Have you heard obviously there's no valid excuse, but have you heard any excuse for that?
Good question.
What, the way that we can see them?
Yeah, like how do these fucking globetards say, oh yeah, well, you know, we could just still see it. So it's just, yeah, it should be 200 times farther away, but it's not. So what's their excuse?
Their excuse is, well, you know, it's sending light through empty space, so it'll just maintain its brightness, right? But even though the light is spreading out, it would have to be amplifying at the inverse square law. It makes no sense. One, if they were as bright as the sun, we couldn't see them. They're too small. Okay. But they're supposedly reflecting sunlight.
Oh.
So I have a crazy theory. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
So you've heard me say that I believe that the currency of this world is souls, and evil is trying to steal your soul. A lot of people can buy into that, I think.
Yeah.
And I think that the heavens above are where our souls preside when they're not here in a meat suit in this realm. Okay. Within this realm. So stars are essentially souls in my book. Okay.
Yeah.
Somehow they're energetic souls. And then the wandering stars, they're all named after gods. So maybe they're more powerful souls. Maybe they're, who knows what they are. Right. And then, and the sun, the whole deal. So they want us to believe this is nothing compared to the amount of satellites that they tell us there are now. Wait, let me pull up on my app. I actually added a button, which I forgot. In the app, if I hit the question mark, wrong one. Hold on. The satellites live. So have you guys seen this website? It shows you these are all of the satellites live, and you can actually zoom in. You're supposed to believe that all of this is going on. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? It could be the Satelloons on the flat map, and then they just wrap it around the ball.
There's no way. There's not
even that many Satelloons, you don't think?
No, I don't think so.
No, right? I mean, of course, they enhance all their numbers for the media.
Yeah. So I can't even, I don't know how to zoom out, but how do I get back out? 3-finger tap? Nope, that brings me in farther. Nope. All right, well, these are all crazy, all over the place insanity. Right.
And you never hear of a report of that, 17 of them crashed and they all fell down and took out a family, right?
Right. And you have the International Space Station looping around. They
better be careful.
And never collides one. And now you have Elon Musk putting up so many Starlinks that nobody could possibly ever track them. Like you see something in there and you go, oh, that's a Starlink, and maybe the stuff that we're seeing that they're faking it like the ISS, drone, plane, balloons, whatever they are. So why are they doing this? Why? And I have two working things that I like to think about. I don't even want to say I believe them, although I probably do on some level. Okay.
Yeah, right.
That maybe this is more biblical. Maybe this is a time when more angelic energies are returning to Earth. And all of those little lights that we see in the sky are, for lack of a better word, angelic consciousness, beings, angels, whatever you want to call it. And there's more and more of them coming here for whatever this transition that we're going through is. Okay. Yeah. And so they're making it so when people look up and go, what are all those lights? And everyone goes, that's SpaceX. That's all it is. And everybody just, goes back and, and jolly's on their way. That's my theory. Okay. That's what I think. I don't know. I'm not saying that anyone else believes it, but I like it.
Sounds nice. I can get on board with that. I can't verify any of that, but
I can't verify it either.
No. Obviously. No. My point in saying that is
I
that
can.
The things we can't. Yeah, right.
I'll let you guys know next week.
You're gonna have the data report. The things we can't verify. It's always good to talk about. And sometimes people give their speculation on everything. And I feel truth to some of the statements that are being said, because you can kind of close your eyes and be like, you know what, that makes sense. I feel that. And then you can hear another story from someone else and you go, that makes sense. I can feel that. I think it's just our own truth. But I don't think we were designed or created to understand all this. But we're having a heck of a time trying to figure it out, aren't we? It's a heck of a time.
I love puzzles and I love roller coasters. So this is a great time to be alive.
Here we go. Wait for it.
Oh boy.
This is how our these are the movements of the Earth and all of them. So this is what's taking place.
Watch it. Oh, be careful. Hey,
nice one.
Don't spill your coffee.
All right, so it's going to come again. And we got this. Okay, so this is all the planets spinning around the sun as the sun and the whole solar system travels through infinite space. And
all of those satellites are mimicking all of those motions and staying around Earth. And some of them somehow stay right over the same piece of land on all of those spirals, right?
Yeah.
And then wait, so check this out. Then somewhere, so I can't point, the Earth is one of those going around the sun. The new James Webb telescope is on the outside of the Earth.
Wow.
And somehow it stays there in a special balancing point. After it's jettisoned out of the rocket, still orbiting Earth, it travels 1 million miles and parks itself in Lagrange Point 2. Okay. And it can never look back at Earth, I don't believe, because if it does, the sun is in that direction and it'll burn out its sensors. So we're only going to get images of deep space.
Yeah, keyword image. What is it? What is the definition? Like reproduction or reimpression of in art?
Reiteration or something.
Some shit's like they're telling you right there. This is I wouldn't be. Would you guys be surprised if someone saw this and thought it was real?
They probably.
I think it's real.
Like they had a GoPro on a
What's
I
that?
don't even know what you would say.
Well, they call it the Great Attractor or something. That the whole solar system's going around. Because it's like the sun of if the sun was a planet, that would be the sun to that. Like we go around.
I don't remember. I slept through most.
Yeah, the Great Attractor is at the middle, and Jaren is always good with knowing these numbers. It's so big. It's so big. It's not even fathomable.
Right.
And it holds everything together. And it's so stupid.
Yeah, there's us.
I'm speechless.
I can't. They haven't even proven the fact that the Earth spins, let alone goes around the sun, and us and the sun are flying around the Great Attractor or whatever.
I love when I go on these shows with these with globe believers, and they have a green screen like I have, and I always start out with this. Whoops, that's not this. I always
brick wall. What does that do?
Yeah, start out with a brick wall. I start out with this, and they always have a spinning fake globe behind them.
Real footage.
I just like to point that out. I go, you're starting your argument with a painting, and I'm starting it out with actual balloon footage that can be verified of a level stationary Earth with a local sun. Yeah. Are we done yet?
Yeah, you already won that one. Unless he pulls out 2 dishes of water, then you might have a challenge, right? 2 bowls of water. That guy, I can't get over that guy. I'm sorry. Where are your feet?
That guy. That guy's a good guy. He's a nice guy.
I'm not making fun of him.
I'm making fun of him. I'm making fun of him.
This shit. Some of these debates you have, it's just like, these people. How do you still think this way? Well, you know what? There's people that. I know we're on YouTube, but I could say face mask. No, mask.
Yeah.
I say masked face people outside walking their dogs alone. It's like. So yeah, of course they're gonna think it's in 2 bowls of water, and that's the Earth system.
Yeah,
it is what it is. It's the world we live in.
What time we got Mr. Flat Earth Banjo?
Eddie should be in the waiting room. I don't know. Is he in the waiting room?
Nope, no one, not yet. He should be connecting.
He'll be here
shortly.
That's cool.
I sent him the link, and he's in Japan, so it's got to go to outer space and then across, and around the Earth and bounce back. How about
underground cables? Underground
Eddie
cables.
In Japan, do you guys get? And I don't know when I get it a lot. People are like, what about the attack on Pearl Harbor? That proves we live on a globe, right? I'm like,
I haven't got that one.
I have actually, and recently.
But look at it on a flat Earth map. It's perfect. It's easier on a flat Earth map. It's not that bad on a globe either, except that we can't live on a globe.
Right.
It's still.
What? Explain it to me. I haven't heard this one.
Let me pull up a map. They're just saying if the Earth was flat, the attack on
how'd they sneak up on us?
Could never have happened. And if we look, where's Japan? I can't say Japan is. Where's the United States? Japan's right over here. Japan's here.
Yeah.
And Hawaii is right out here.
Yeah, you just creep up on them. What do you mean?
What do they fly there?
What do they think? They were hiding behind a 4-mile curve?
I don't know.
Waiting because of that curve. They're going to come
programmed to believe that that's a proof. But the other thing is, when you're flying on a spinning ball, what happens when you cross that axis of rotation? Because the Earth all of a sudden is spinning in the opposite direction.
Right.
right?
Yeah.
When you're heading towards the pole, it's spinning from your left to right. And as soon as you pass the pole, it's coming from your right to left. Okay, wrap your mind around that.
I know.
In the airplane.
Globers just, they always think they win an argument because they don't need something like sense to win an argument to them. They just don't need to make any sense.
Yeah.
They need, as long as they regurgitate what sounds smart, which is probably what they went to school for, or college, or even high school at times. So they think that they're smart with these long words and stuff.
That's just
they'll
it.
get ripped apart in any real debate with this shit. They have no evidence.
The programming is on their side, so that's why they feel like they win right
That's
off
why I hate when
top.
they're like, you guys need to prove the flat Earth. You need to prove a map that works or a model
You don't
that
have
works.
any
It's like,
proof. You don't have any
nothing.
proof of the flat Earth. There's so many proofs of the globe. I'm like,
right.
Wrong.
Yeah. It's like you guys don't have a solid proof that could save your life, but you're asking us for concrete evidence, proof of maps and models. Sorry, maps and models don't make
Our map
it a globe
is better
or flat.
than their map, and we're gonna have the map expert on today, I believe.
He's good.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear, because I've seen so many maps that look different. The flat ones specifically, they all look, some of them look different. Some of them are spaced out differently. He contests to Gleason, and Gleason's a great reference point. I just want to hear kind of the details where he's coming from. I've seen his stuff before, obviously, but kind of want a revamped version of it to go off of because, in this community, it's like we all can't agree on stuff. Well, this is the dumbest thing that we should be agreeing on or disagreeing on. How the heck can any of us know, being regular civilians in this world, if any of these maps check out? We were handed all of them. Right. But it works in the sense of explaining how a geocentric, stationary Earth works and how everything goes around, and there's nothing wrong with that. Unless there's huge flaws, then eventually they can be corrected.
Eddie meticulously, tracks all of these emergency landings, gets all of the details, and for some reason, every time they have an emergency landing, it's right on the line between the origin and destination versus the globe, which is off.
That's big. It's big.
And I think that those are awesome proofs. I want to ask him because I have my own semi-proven ideas on the long flights, the Santiago to Australia, Santiago to New Zealand.
Like how fast they go around
it's very simple in my mind.
What they call it?
It's
60s.
It's very. It's very, very simple in my mind. These planes go faster than they tell us. But when you have one where they stop, the stops are in North America. Okay, why would you ever cross the equator? No, we got to pick up passengers. We gotta, it's not safe to fly. Why? What are you talking about? You got a full plane of passengers that wants to go to Australia. You don't need to go to America. You don't need to cross the equator and go all the way up that way. When, it's a straight line. You want to go to Western Australia, it's a perfectly straight line the way they go. Bam.
Yeah. And again, that's another thing. They've never had a rebuttal that I've ever heard that is worth a notion in any sense. Their rebuttals for these, they basically want to skip over that part of the debate. Every time I see a debate on this, they want to just kind of fast forward. They kind of get nervous because this one's a big one, man. This is one that I included in the first documentary I ever made on this. It's so big.
That map that shows the wind speeds going in circles around the flat version.
Correct. Where everything's
they've taken that down, right, Dave?
No, it's still on the app. If you go in the app and you hit it's the bottom left button, it's got the little map on it, and they took the original down, the null skull. So this one is called Bob Wins or something like that. You hit the menu and you select 10 HPA, which is my favorite. That's like 40,000 feet. And that one will show you, the winds are pretty slow, except for the center. The pink and the white are the faster winds. But it'll show you at different altitudes, the winds and ocean currents and all sorts of stuff.
Right.
Wow.
At a little lower, that's what it looks like. And so the planes do take advantage of these winds.
Yeah, they go faster because of the winds, right?
Right. And sometimes that Santiago flight has a 5 hour, we got there 5 hours later. they didn't expect the winds didn't cooperate the way they expected, and lots of times those flights are canceled because of the winds.
Some of those flights,
they're like, yeah, we're never going to make it.
There's people in the community that have tried to book these certain flights that every time they book them, it ends up turning to be a problem. Like right when it's about to go down. Like
I've heard of that too. Because I really wanted someone to actually try to do that. Like,
well, I think
someone we knew.
I think we did, and we had Max Egan. He was booked on the flight, and we tracked him. You guys remember, do you remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember that now.
Yeah, so we tracked him. He proved that he got on the flight, and he's on a direct flight, and he was supposed to take compass readings the whole time, but he was cranky and fell asleep. But the compass readings he took only made sense on a flat Earth. I think it was Rob Skiba or maybe Jaron and Bob did it. They tracked they put his compass readings, and it literally led them right across the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Here's his compass. Whoops, wrong one.
Been trying to I have friends that talk to him, and I've been wanting to see if we could get him on the line, because I know he's got some interesting stuff going on in his life. Be cool to touch base with him.
So he expected to be going from Santiago and kind of going south, and then southwest.
Yeah.
But his compass readings were saying northwest, then west for a very short period of time. That's because west is only for a short period of time when you're going in a straight line, because immediately you're going southwest, south. And so those were his readings. And, that doesn't, he was a full-on flat earth hater because of the way, flat earthers can be very aggressive and mean sometimes. And so when you do that, he was admittedly not being fair to flat earth. He was like, screw this, and then he finally woke up. This helped wake him up. And over time, he's like, okay, I don't know what this world is, but it's not a globe. So that's all I ever asked for.
That means he's a flat earther. He just doesn't know it yet.
He knows it. He doesn't want to be labeled. And I get it. I want to be labeled a flat earther. I'm owning it.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody
Flat
calls
Earth
me.
Dave.
I'm just me.
Flatties.
You can call me anything. Just don't call me a glober. Fighting words.
Globe head.
Yeah, man. So I think we got Flat Earth Japan coming in.
Flat Earth Banjo, let's go.
Flat Earth Banjo Japan.
Yeah, he's connecting right now. We'll give him a few seconds, guys.
All right. So
hopefully a lot of you will remember him as soon as you see him. But he's been around for a while doing a lot of stuff.
As soon as you hear him, he's got a more distinct voice than Dave from New York.
Yeah. He's cool, man. I think it's awesome that people take the time to learn English and they get good at it. And there's so many ignorant Americans that can't even fathom understanding another language.
Eddie, your audio's on. Can you turn your camera on?
I should be.
Hey.
How do I?
Hey, Eddie. Thanks for joining us.
John, request has turned his camera on if you click his.
I just did.
On.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Hey, there he is.
Yo, what's up, buddy?
What's going on?
How are you, man?
Good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, David. I like your t-shirt. I'm wearing my As It Is Glistens map.
That's right. Represent.
I think I wore that shirt last week. Good choice.
Yeah. Yeah. How you guys doing, man? Snowing here.
It's snowing here too in Denver, Colorado.
Denver? Still in Denver?
Yeah.
I thought you had moved to Florida.
I did, and it was with the girlfriend that it didn't work out with. We're still friends. I moved back home.
Okay. All right.
Welcome to the show, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Really Eddie, what is that ridiculous map behind you?
Man, this is the best representation of our flat Earth. That's what it is.
It's better than the globe, that's for sure. The biggest question I get about the map is, why is Australia so wide? How do you answer that?
Okay, I got that question sometimes. Actually, back in the 90s, there was a documentary, which I have been trying to find a documentary. I can't find it anymore. The guy recorded 5,000 miles from one coast to the other.
Yeah.
And I still believe Australia is over 4,000 miles wide. Okay. I can't go there and, prove it myself, but because I take, a baseball Brazil. Brazil is wide and takes, a week if you want to cross from the Atlantic to the Pacific, will take a week. And the United States, I did this in 3 days.
Wow.
I went from Georgia to California to San Diego in three and a half days.
Oh, wow.
Driving. But you can't do that in Brazil, in South America.
Well, the Globers will claim it's the bad roads.
No, you can still drive, 60 miles per hour. You can. So, it's just like Brazil is a huge country, takes several days for you to, even if the bad road would start from the point where Brazil ends and Bolivia, Peru, those countries start. But Brazil is a wide country. It takes 3 days just to cross from the Atlantic to the border with Bolivia. Yeah, man.
Well, it's a good observation that you have, man. Obviously for me personally, I've never really contested to any map. This is one of the ones that I will show people in terms of showing them the flat earth and how everything would work. I just, I would love to know with the Gleasons specifically, because again, I think you always show the Gleasons.
Yeah.
Out of the other flat earth maps that are similar, they're similar to that. Maybe a little bit things moved or more brought in. Do you look at those maps as just bullshit, or do you look at those maps as like kind of the same as this, where it's like, oh well, it's a good depiction of it, or are you looking at the Gleason map as like the only map that could possibly work with this flat earth?
The Gleason's map is more precise. Like Gleason's, he was a engineer. Mm-hmm. So it's really precise the way he did all the coordinate system and, the time zones. The other maps, there is this Portuguese map, which dates back to 1500s. And the shape of the continents are always more or less the same.
Okay. So
you have an idea, the shape of the continents are more or less the same, you know? So, and it goes around. So we have here with the Gleason's map a very good representation of what this, Earth is. That's what I believe.
Yeah. And you do a good job of showing why you believe that with the emergency landings often in your videos. And I think that's pretty cool. Often people will be totally against the map based off of something they've seen in the sky, like the sun, the way it moves. And again, they're not looking at the grounds. They're taking their eyes off the grounds and looking up at something else that could possibly be working with multiple optical illusions and just work in a way that we have no idea how the sun works and operates. So go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish.
I'm done.
My observation is when you look at the map and look at my clock with the sun going around, I can call somebody in Sydney when the sun is over them. And I say, what time is it? They say it's 12 o'clock. It's noon. And I can call somebody when the sun's over South America. What time is it? It's noon. So wherever the sun is, it is noon in that spot in the world. That is beyond strong evidence, right?
Yeah, the sun being right above you at noon.
Now people say, well, what about the 17 hours of sunlight in Yeshua or wherever it is? And my answer is, well, there isn't 17 hours of sunlight. There is 17 hours of daylight. And that has to do with the optics of the sky and the lighting of the dome, if you will. And depending on your altitude and, what other lands are in the distance, because, lands with mountains beyond where you can see will make the sun set. It'll block the light because the sun that we see is so low, and those mountains will block all of the light.
Yeah. And also, David, you pointed out this a long time ago. There's a difference between daylight and sunlight.
Yeah.
I think that when the sun is here, on the Cancer, Tropic of Cancer, I think the sun and the sunlight and the daylight is synced, you know? But when they are at the outer, when the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn, it's out of sync. So it's like you have daylight and sunlight and two extended parts of the earth, you know? So because there are two different lights, you know, according to the Bible, daylight came first. The fourth day, we have the sunlight. So we do have two sources of lights. We do. And when it's right there, I think it's when the sunlight and daylight is out of sync. And, you know, that's why parts of Australia and South America gets light at the same time. Not sunlight, you know, because when the sun is in South America, Australia does not get the sunlight, but it still have some daylight, you know. That's my view.
Right. So somebody made a video about sunlight and daylight being totally different, and it was a great video. I forgot his name.
And the way I see it is when the sun is heading out towards Capricorn, it's getting closer to whatever we want to say the dome is, whether it's just the limit of our vision, the sky. Personally, I think there is some sort of physical dome up there. I don't know what it is or how it terminates. That's my belief. And you know what? And if somebody has a different belief, let's have that discussion, because we both know it's not a spinning ball. But when you get the light out there, that light wraps around, right? Just like we're seeing here. There's daylight over here. The sun's over here. And then the other evidence, I think I mentioned this, I don't know if I mentioned it on our show or sorry, I get my shows mixed up.
You got a lot of shows going on, yeah.
Is sunsets when this time of year in December, you know, when the sun is out near Capricorn, in the south in some areas are bam, dark 5 minutes after sunset, pitch black. And in the inner north, when the sun's closer and going smaller, it's curving around us. It's staying near us. And we have light.
So we get more daylight for
2 hours. Like in June and July, the sun is set, and 2 hours later, I can still see.
Yeah.
So that, again, the fast sunset in the south says a faster linear speed that the sun that we see is taking.
Yeah, follow.
So you agree? You think that Australia is being represented accurately on Gleason's? Is that what?
I think so, man. I do. The coordinates on the Western Australia and the Eastern Australia are the same, and I do believe. I really, you know, I mean, it's hard because you personally cannot go there, and, you know.
Of course.
But I had a Zoom meeting with Australian people not long ago. They say, well, this country is huge. We drive forever and we never, you know, takes longer. Yeah, it takes longer than they say that it should take for them. So I hear that from Australians themselves saying that, you know.
Right. Yeah, and I don't see the only reason why people like can't get it across their heads is because they've spent their whole lives looking at it being smaller on other maps. That's it.
Right.
That's all exactly.
Yeah, I think the shapes of the continents are all. I'm sure that it's bigger in some sense. I think I feel as if along the way, the rulers of the world, they started to look at it. I can't call it a racial thing, but what they did was they made the white countries bigger than they were for visual aspects. We're big. Yeah. And then they made the Africa and the Latin countries, they shrunk them down like they're these tiny little things. I feel like Africa is probably the biggest country in the world. You could look at some of these past maps. It's almost the same size as North America in half of them. Right. It's crazy. So that's why I just personally can't contest to a map, but I enjoy the Gleason's map because it's very easy to show things on it, especially flight routes.
It's
very easy.
The hypocrisy from the Globers is like they attack the Gleason's map, while in every school they have the Mercator there, which distorts completely.
Complete distortion, I know.
Everything above the equator. it's a lot of hypocrisy right there.
Well, even the world map they have, Eddie, the world map, you know, the one that they pull down and it's a flat paper, right? So I'm not gonna say that's a flat map. No. So they pull down this world map and like you see the equator and there's land there. It's like, wait, there's a country on the equator? I didn't know that. That's hilarious. Yeah. And it just goes over everybody's head. So I just like to find more out about what you found using the Gleason's map that maybe I missed along the way, because I like learning. So
okay, I'm working on a video right now, and it's amazing how many people have come to Flat Earth just by looking at this map. Okay, and this is my experience because I worked with the airlines before. I work in international cargo. And we shipped stuff all over, and I couldn't understand why we were, living in São Paulo, Brazil, South America, shipping things to Australia. Yeah. We had to go to North America. I had no idea. Because I had never seen this map before. So when I saw it back in 2015 and early 2016, immediately, man, that clicked like immediately. That's why I use this a lot when comparing a flight from Rio to Sydney that goes all the way up to Los Angeles. Yeah. Because, it all makes sense on the Gleason's map. And everyone who sees this map, it clicks right away. It clicks right away. So, that's why I think they don't like this map, because it wakens people up,
right. Jaron always tells the story where Missa told him the earth was flat and said she was crazy. And then a while later, he saw the map and he goes, oh, bam, click.
Yeah, immediately, man.
Yeah.
Like that image you have there, like that flight from Lima, Peru to Sydney. There was a missionary, a Peruvian missionary. He bought a ticket to fly directly. That was 30 years ago. From Lima to Sydney, okay? And then made a stop in LA, Yeah. It's another thing, man. When he saw this map, immediately things clicked to him. Yeah.
Why would you ever cross the equator when going between two southern locations? Because never. Eddie, have you found any instances where somebody's going from a northern location to another northern location where they cross the equator once?
Never.
Yep. But in the South, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Good point.
And I've been looking at this stuff forever. You don't find. North to north is pretty easy. South to south, you got to cross because the earth is flat, so you have to cross the equator to ice.
Eddie, let me ask you, what's your because this is speculation, obviously. What's your speculation on what's past the Antarctic shoreline?
Okay, I do believe there's more land. I do believe there's more, but I think there's a limit. Okay, so of course you have to. Some people don't like the Book of Enoch. I personally like it. I've read like 3 times, and talks about places where that Enoch has been. And I believe are those lands beyond Antarctica, Right. And I even believe that the Lake of Fire, man, it's beyond the dome, whatever. There's a Lake of Fire there because it talks about this Lake of Fire. It's got to be there, somewhere there, because it's not in here,
So if there's more land, I also think there's more land. I think everybody on the show right now think there's more land. Obviously we can't verify it. That's why I said think. But if we all think there's more land, if you look at David's map right now, are you putting this dome over all of this? Or like, how do you speculate that in your head? Or would it just be in the center?
Okay. Yeah, it's really hard because like when I made that video about the Nemo's Garden, that's there's water beyond the I think, man, before you reach the dome, you'll see, probably where the angels are in chains. The Bible talks about some angels being chained, like because they have transgressed. So I think that's why, we cannot go there, because we're going to see things that we are not supposed to see, either the Lake of Fire, either those, Nephilims.
Yeah, it's very possible that a part of the reason for the treaty and hiding that there's more land, there could very well be something biblical out there, something that would just blow your mind. Like, what the fuck? It could be like a Back to the Future portal where you jump in and you go back to the 20s, right? So we just don't know. I mean, we can speculate forever, right? All of us can
speculate forever. Yeah.
But no, it's good, man. I just wanted to know, because I want to make sure that you were aware that there's probably more land. So
yeah. There is more land.
For sure.
No, I don't know how far. 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles.
There could be. I talked to Matt about this before. There could be more land in just our center of
in our
Earth space, like the map behind you. There could be another. There just could be. It just they never drew it out, or they didn't get to that land by that time, and that when that map was made, and they they didn't want to tell anybody. So
for sure.
Yeah. I had a great point, and I lost it. It'll come back.
It's my fault. It's my fault. I have my rant. Go ahead, Matt. Let's go. What you got?
Matt, you're muted.
Hey, Matt, you're muted.
Gotcha. There we go. Sorry. Gleason's wrote a book. A lot of people don't know that, especially the newcomers getting in. But the Gleason map, Alexander Gleason wrote a book called "What is the Bible from Heaven? Is the Earth a Globe?" And in the book, people have looking at the map. They've looked at the map, and it says, as is. This is scientifically accurate as it is, right? And so people they try to dance around that and come up with a different explanation as to why it says that. They're not saying he's saying that it's flat. They're just saying that the land layout is correct, but it's still a ball. But if you get the book, Alexander Gleason has a spot in here. He talks about exactly how he made that map. And he states that he basically is a flat earther, and he spends a lot of time in this book talking about there's no proof for the globe and why. Yeah, it's a good book to have. I've never heard of it, man. What is it called again, Matt? It's called "Is the Bible from Heaven? Is the Earth a Globe?" Alex Gleason. When was it written?
It's like 18 something.
18 something. Yeah, 18 something.
1890. Copyright.
Wow.
I could get on board with that. I mean, mid 1800s, everything past then, I can get on board with. Before mid 1800s, don't count me
there. Right around that time, so many people. There was like a us.
Oh yeah, I can imagine
a huge outburst of flat earthers trying to, because that's when the globe was just coming in, and they're like, people were like, no, trying to keep it back, like keep it at bay and not let it in. And despite all these awesome flat earthers putting out this great material back then, the globe still came in and dominated due to the media having a lot of control over people's minds, with the Universal, their spinning logo coming out in 1912 was the introduction of that, right after TV was becoming very popular.
Yeah, and it was the 40s when they started putting it before movies, I believe, right? The 30s or 40s when they started putting it before. And that's the funny part.
Globe? I thought it was 1927.
The first time?
Okay. Like, shit, makes my point even better. How do they know? And it's like they didn't even change it. They just made it more 3D now. It's
it was before NASA ever did anything.
Exactly.
You're right. That's the point.
It's crazy how Globers can't see that they already had this bullshit plan.
It happened to look just like the way they depicted
exactly
it.
Exactly the same. Yeah. So there's the proof of the globe map from 1920, right? For Hollywood. Yeah.
The book I mentioned is in the book section on the app. Just scroll down. It's linked in there. I was afraid I didn't have it, but now I do.
Oh, okay.
And,
awesome.
So if you're looking for good books, they're there. And if any books, any great flat Earth books, send me an email. If they're not there, I'll add them to the app and link them where you can get them. So
very nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I have a huge PDF folder full of stuff that you might not even have seen. So I'll send that to you.
You got Iron Republic on there, Dave?
That's right up top. You hit
someone I know was trying to find that, and they're like, "It's sold out." I'm like,
top right. It's right there. Bam.
Very nice.
Nice.
And that's that book.
Great.
You know what I love about that book? Even if it's not true, now my spidey senses tell me it's true. And no, I'm not Spider-Man. But my spidey senses rings true. It feels true to me. But even if it wasn't true, in the 1800s, they're talking about more land beyond Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just put your mind around that.
Yeah, I think eventually the coalitions got together and said, we can't let people keep knowing about this. we have to bury it, and we have to start NASA.
Guys, there's a Veritas Radio did an interview with a Spanish-speaking gentleman who worked special ops and went on a mission in Antarctica. Now, this is just hearsay. Not hearsay. It's his story. And he talks about when they went into the outer lands of Antarctica, there's like a place where no engines work. And then he talks about this cube. Have you guys ever heard about the cube in Antarctica?
No.
I've heard a little bit.
I'm gonna send you guys the link to it, and maybe we can link it in the description also. It's really hard interview to do because Mel interviews him in Spanish, and then Mel puts on his headphones and talks both parts. So he's translating, and so the inflections are a little off. But stick with it. Even just the first hour, it's mind blowing. You know, what this realm is, what's going on here, and what's beyond the shore of Antarctica. So I highly recommend people listen to that.
Yeah. And like Eddie was saying, he likes the book of Enoch, and a lot of Christians look down on it. There's a reason why that book is missing from the current Bibles that we get. So just want to throw that out there.
I want to look into it. Yeah. Eddie, same question, but for the North Pole. What do you think's going on over there? After, I'm sure you've researched a ton of stuff. I don't know how long it's been since you researched the North Pole, but what's your 2 cents on that? I mean, is it magical up there, you think? Is that why they spun it into Santa?
Yeah, not Santa. Yeah, definitely, of course. It's interesting, man. Let me tell you this. I think 2022 will be a great year for Flat Earth, okay? You just have 2 channels, Brazilian channels. One has 400,000 subscribers. The other one has over 500,000.
Very nice.
And they both, at the same time, they say the Earth is flat,
Oh.
And one guy, this Brazilian guy, he lived in Russia, and he speaks Russian, and he was talking about the North Pole. And he was saying, like nobody gets there. The Russians, they take care of that piece of land. Nobody approaches that. I think they have a basis in 82 degrees north, and that's the most. Nobody goes to 90 degrees. I don't know, man. Mount Meru, probably. Mount Meru, that's where,
the magnetic mountain.
Yes.
I'm sure it's that's my point. I'm sure it's biblical up there too. And a lot of people, including myself, always talk about the South and more land, but it's like in my head, it's like maybe we should be heading north because what the fucking compass says, right? So it's like they're showing you there's a force going over there. Maybe there's something really crazy up there, man. I just didn't know how you felt about it.
I think there's a Chinese move where they were exploring and they saw Mount Meru. There's a Chinese move about it.
Right. I've seen a fantasy movie that was similar, something called Mount Zoo, the Warriors of Mount Zoo, something like that. But it seemed like it correlated with the North Pole. Anyway, the what is it called? The Rupus Nigra?
Yeah.
The black mountain.
Yeah.
And that's where it would be all made out of the material that the magnets point towards. And it's
I remember in elementary school, they sat us all down and we watched the documentary about the guys going to the North Pole, and they made it look so brutal and so horrible. And the dogs are freezing to death. Basically, they got there, and then at the end, they're like, "Hey, we made it." The GPS, 5 feet, 4 feet, we're there. And then it's dark and they're frozen. Their fingers are falling off. And then it ended. And I go to the teacher. I was like, "How do they get out?" And now they got to do that all again, get out, and they're like, "Oh, well, they did that, but they didn't film it, but they were running out of food and everything." And basically the message that it sends is never anybody that watches that says later in life, "I want to go to the North Pole." Right. And I think that's the purpose. That is the sole purpose of that video.
Well, I think it's a big purpose too. That's why the Santa Claus phase started as well.
Exactly.
I think once they knew what the North Pole was, what it is, what it still is, what it can be, again, it could, like my other theory, it could be it could be a Back to the Future portal up there. How the hell are we supposed to know? But since they're hiding it, they wanted to turn that into fantasy, and that's usually what they do. They take the truth, they turn it into fantasy. So this way, if any of us go to someone on the street and say, did you know the North Pole has this, this, and this? There's possibility, you start speculating with the North Pole on the flat Earth, and they're like, oh, yeah, okay. And you say hi to Santa Claus. The indoctrination is so heavy with the North Pole that's a big one to get to people, that the North Pole is a special place, because they always default to Santa. It's so pre-programmed in their head. Obviously, we all know Santa's bullshit, but even as adults, regular people in the streets, they can, it seems like that's the hardest thing to break through to people, is how magical the North Pole could be. I just feel like I wish there was a way we can get some more evidence in any way. Like, where's the Iron Republic book for the North Pole? I want to read that. That's all I'm trying to say.
A lot of places do make it out to be brutal, but even flat Earth books have said that they've gone on voyages and that like it's really tough to get to. And it kind of reminds me of some things I've seen in movies, like the recent King Kong movie had. They depicted an island that was surrounded by a perpetual storm system, and the island was really hard to get to. That's the island that King Kong lived on, and they could barely get to the island because of the storm was so harsh. And wow, I wonder if if it's scare tactics to not go there, or if there actually is some sort of storm that's tough to get through.
Who knows? Just the Aurora Borealis itself is so magical, and all.
Yeah.
Who knows? Imagine standing right underneath the center of that, and
what is it?
We need to go storm over there, man. I feel like it's such a smaller circle circumference of what they're guarding that we could just 2 million people at a time just go. I think it'd be a lot harder to do the south part of it all. Maybe the north, we just rush the north and just,
it might be easy
get some camcorders, and maybe they're like, we have no fear someone's going to rush the north. There's no everything. This is all North Pole fantasy for the world. So they might not be on guard as much as we think over there. We'll just slip in and sneak in. We'll stream live from there.
I mean, if there's a magnetic mountain, which something is up there making our compasses work, like, it's got to be something. I mean, like, maybe not a sheet of ice.
Maybe it's the creator is magnetic. Maybe God is there, and all of our compasses point towards God.
The North Star,
imagine,
God's seat, his footstool or something, his seat, something like that.
Imagine though, getting through, and then you just see, who knows what it is, but just, I'm sure the energy too. I'm sure you feel that vibration. It could be like the strongest vibration of love, whatever. And you get there. Who knows?
So
there was a story. I forget. I heard it a while ago about somebody like Captain Cook that went there, and they said as they kept going, they're going through the ice and it's getting rougher, and all of a sudden it got warmer, and then the water got warmer, and then there was no more ice, and then the air and the water, they couldn't tell where one stopped and the other one began. And it was like some really weird stuff. I wish I could find that story. Maybe if somebody has it, they can point it out to me.
Yeah, put in the chat if anybody knows what you're talking about.
Very, very interesting. Hey, Eddie, I want to ask you, I want to complain about your book, 16 Emergency Landings That Prove Flat Earth. You offer it for free to PDF. That's great. But the printed book, which it's not too bad, especially Lulu has these sales all the time. The problem I have with the book is I've bought 3 of them, and people keep stealing them and they don't return them. Okay. So people sit down, they pick it up, they start reading. They're like, they're looking at the Gleason's map. They're looking at the flight routes. They're scratching their heads. They're like, can I borrow this? And I'm like, as long as you bring it back. And then they never bring it back.
I want to tell something about this book. It hasn't been debunked. Never.
Right.
Okay? Never. It has never been debunked. Now, this channel also in Mexico, this guy wasn't a flat earther and said, well, I'm going to put this book to the test, live streaming. He went to Google Earth and he started connecting the flights. By the end of his show, he was a flat earther. The guy also has like 150,000 subs.
That's big.
And it hasn't been debunked. I mean, I have, David know a little bit of the story. I was going to, I have some medical problems. And 2 years ago, I was going to stop making videos, okay? Because I have this thing called adrenal insufficiency, my cortisol level is really low. I was going to stop making videos. I was sick. And then this guy, that pilot from Australia, he threatened me, I was going to spend a year in New Zealand, and he threatened to come over, pay me a visit and take me to court, over this book. And I said, well, Zen Garcia was taken to court and he won because the guy couldn't prove the bullet for the judge. Right. And Zen Garcia won the case. So I told him, so go ahead and take me to court, prove to the judge that I'm wrong. And, they just can't because the flight routes make more sense on the flat earth map. Yep. And this is a good book. It's expensive because it's color, and I don't get a profit. I minimize my profit. Yeah. So people can have it in color because it's a nice book to
It's
to
a
have
great coffee table book. I love it. And if anybody picks it up, they're poisoned for life. They become flat earthers.
Yeah, I had the black and white version. I didn't like it. I said, I don't want my friends, my subs to have a black and white because it doesn't look good.
Hey, Eddie, it's less expensive than my book. It's like a quarter of the price, a third of the price.
Wow.
Your book is awesome too.
Yeah, but my book's too expensive. I wanted to do it. Everyone's like, take pre-orders, get 1,000 of them, and then it'll get the price down. I got to take the time and do that. But I order them one at a time, and they're like $130, $140, which is a lot. It's a heck of a lot, but I like it.
Yeah, but nobody. I've been getting emails from pilots, from other people, and they cannot. They can compare one flight to two to the globe, but they can't do all the 16. There's no way. There's no way.
Nah. And has somebody even tried at all?
Oh yeah. They tried, but they can't. 2 years on the market, they can't debunk my book.
Yeah,
they can't.
No, it's obvious that they
facts.
Facts.
Yeah.
They landed where they landed, and it correlates how it correlates with the flat Earth map, or the Gleason.
Eddie, how do you think they do the nonstop from Santiago to Australia or New Zealand? Now, good.
Okay, let me explain this real quick. Okay, a lot of people don't know that to be a pilot, there's no science in flying an airplane. It's something that you learn just like you learn how to drive. Okay, there's no science, but I have a master's degree in the science field. I know a lot about the environment. We live in an active atmosphere. Okay, the oceans are active. They harvest energy they have special buoys in the oceans where they harvest energy. We have the wind turbines, which harvest energy from the winds. Mm-hmm. We live in a very active atmosphere, okay? So when pilots are flying, that's the thing they say they adjust for the curvature. No, you have westerly winds, you have easterly winds, you have winds that blows from the top down, you have winds blowing from the ground up to the sky. So in the middle of this, the airplane is fine. So the automatic pilot has to adjust for all of that stuff. It's not about curvature. And we have these jet streams around the flat Earth, which reaches a speed of almost 250 miles per hour. And it's just like when you're going downstream, it's easy for you to go downstream a river. You add your speed to the speed of the river going down. It's the same thing. When the airplane gets on those jet stream, if it's flying 500 miles per hour, ground speed, adds another 250 miles. And there's another thing also, when an aircraft is flying, they automatically, you add 20% more of the speed of the ground speed. Let's say if it's flying 500, if the pilot says, well, we are flying 500 miles per hour ground speed, you can add another 100 miles right there because automatically it's called TSP, something like that. There's a name for that. It's airspeed, something airspeed. It adds automatically 20%, So those airplanes from going from Santiago, actually, they got to come from Sydney to Santiago because the flight back takes like 17 hours because it goes, against the wind. They find another jet stream going to that direction. Yeah. So you're always coming from Sydney to Santiago. That's faster, never going back because they come with the jet streams.
And there's huge variations in their landing time. Sometimes the plane's 5 hours late. I've seen, and that's because the wind stream, the jet stream isn't cooperating. I talk about it all the time, and I got to look it up again. But when they first had the direct flight, the Qantas direct flight, we looked up about the airplane, and one of the articles we found talked about it having 7 layers of heat-resistant paint. Well, what does that say to anybody? 7 layers of heat-resistant paint. It's going faster than they tell us.
Yeah,
it's going faster than they tell us, and to believe that planes haven't gotten faster since the 1970s is ridiculous. That's like, the only things that go backwards are, or stay stagnant are planes and, trips to the moon. We can't go anymore because we don't have that 1960s and 70s technology.
No, we don't have aluminum foil anymore. No.
So with the jet stream, a plane that can fly a little faster, a small handful of military pilots that are the only ones that are allowed to fly that plane, it's the simplest parlor trick in the world.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yes.
True that. Real quick, guys, we're gonna take a quick break, but we're gonna keep this whole show on YouTube for you guys this time as a freebie, and we're gonna play some of Flat Earth Banjo, Brazil, USA, Japan, some of his work. Sorry if I got that mixed up a little bit. We're gonna put his link in the description. We're gonna cut to some of his work right now, so enjoy that. We'll be right back.
So we have here. All right, let me read it for you. Moscow, an Emirates passenger plane en route from San Francisco to Dubai made an emergency landing at Moscow's Domodedovo airport after one of its passengers felt sick, a source at the airport told TASS on Sunday. Okay, so another flight from North America to the Middle East that made the emergency landing in Moscow. So let's look here. San Francisco, okay, this is the black line here, San Francisco. Let's say they flew over the Atlantic again, right? They would have to fly over the Atlantic and then Spain, Italy, Turkey, and then Dubai, okay? That's the route. Or if they flew over the Pacific, they would have flown over China, all the way to Pacific, and San Francisco. Right? So, where's Moscow? Why stopping in Moscow? Okay, Moscow is up here. Okay, this circle here is Moscow. Right? Dubai, right here. Okay? Makes no sense. So, one more time, if you look here, San Francisco. Okay, get this closer. San Francisco. Hi, Dubai. Okay, this blue line right here. San Francisco, Dubai. Moscow. Right, they landed in Moscow. Okay. All right, we got 2 more flights.
All right, everybody, we're back. We're keeping this again special. This is going to be all free on YouTube and on Rockfin, so we're not doing any harm by talking about just flat Earth stuff. Obviously, they don't really censor it that tough. They just shadow ban it over here on YouTube, so we don't see any reason why we can't do the whole show this time here.
Yeah, keep it flat Earth friendly. We'll be good to go for you guys.
Yeah. So yeah, anyway, we got any more questions, Freddie? Let's go.
Yeah, Sean, you had a question about the Gleason's map.
Refresh my memory.
You were good. I forget what it was.
It said something about like, what's the main problem?
Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
There you go.
Sorry, the break threw me off a little. in Europe, I mean, obviously you're representing this map to the T. You stand by it, which is fine. I was asking you what kind of insults you get, or what kind of, this doesn't work on this map, and this map is stupid and it doesn't work, and you're representing some fake shit, and what have you heard, and how have you rebutted it?
Okay, each and every one of those complaints that I get, it's about the luminaries, you know. Even the pilot from New Zealand, you know, I mean from Australia, is always saying, oh no, but the sun sets here, not there. And I told him once, to say, well, no, you have a nice pair of, you have a telescope, go to the sea. There is a lighthouse 60 miles from Sydney Harbor. If you see it, the Earth is flat. I mean, that's what you got to focus on here, not on the luminaries, because the Gleason's map is not made to map the sky. It was made to map the land, the Earth, you know, not the sky. It's not a star map. It's not a luminary map. It's a land map. Okay, so we focus on things that happen here. Emergency landings, you know, flight routes. It all matches with Gleason's map. And also the equator. If you see any like thermal images of the equator, this region here is always red because it's hot. It means the sun circles that region twice a year. Otherwise, it wouldn't be hot there. My father was from that region, Brazil, right at the equator. It's really, really hot. And if you go to the Philippines, all these countries here in Asia, or in Zanzibar in Africa, it's hot because the sun is circulating that region twice a year. So, I mean, but other than that, the Gleason's map is not a star map. It's not a moon map. It's not a sun map. It's a map of the land. Okay.
You know, and when they show the heat map that he was talking about,
that's it.
And the heliocentric model, the sun rays are coming in, the Earth is spinning. How come the heat is going this way? How come it isn't, you know, it shouldn't care the tilt of the ball. It shouldn't be going, and it makes perfect sense if the sun is circling within these lines within this area. Well, there's the heat map.
Yeah, the heat map, the thermal.
This showed this and this is just this on a ball, and this one makes sense. This one does not make sense.
Exactly, you got it.
Good point.
Yeah. But other than that, I mean, they complain every time, man. They complain about the maps. Oh, the sun sets it. Okay, we're talking about the land, not about whatever it's.
It's always the sky. Yeah, that's always.
Yeah.
It's always our argument. Is this? That's not. Yeah, it's like we're looking down here. You know?
Eddie, the lights on your ceiling dictate the shape of your floor. You know that.
No, my floor here is square and my lamp is round. So, I mean, you know,
so your floor is round.
It's got to be.
No, it's square. The lights are round. You know. Yeah.
My ceiling fan is also. My ground is spinning. It's got 5 blades.
Yeah.
Since the fan's going around your head, that means the Earth's moving. That means your house is moving. The fan is still. The fan is still. Matt, didn't you know that?
Yeah.
And you can't feel it because it's a steady speed.
Yeah.
It's a steady speed.
That's a good one.
I saw the new trailer for level 2. Okay.
Oh, the next level? Thanks,
great. Man. Yeah, next level. I want to talk about this guy, Vika from Spain. He's coming up with a documentary in February. It's all about flights. He got a whole bunch of pilots together, flight engineers, and I myself is going to be part of it.
Very nice. What's it going to be called?
Flatten the Curve.
Flatten the Curve.
Flatten the Curve. It's coming out in February. It's just about flights and flat Earth. All flat earthers, man.
I'm looking forward to that.
Is it going to take 2 weeks to make?
It's been made. No, man.
Anybody?
We've been working on this since last year.
Come on, I'll be here all day. 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I understand.
That was funny. Come on.
That was, I
nothing.
forgot it. That was
You
years
gave me
ago. I
nothing.
forgot about it.
You gave
That
me
was
nothing.
Sorry, it was years ago when they said that. I forgot about it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So it's, I mean, everything, like the work that Hibler's doing, everyone, man, we are playing the parts of opening people's eyes. That's what you have to do. You got to open people's eyes, and it's been difficult on YouTube, but I mean, I see Flat Earth growing, even though all this censorship going on. I mean, it's amazing, man. I get my channel is small compared to you guys, but I get so many messages, man, every day. People are, saying, man, do you know the Earth is really flat, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, the butterfly effect's out of control. It's always flat earthers. There's new flat earthers every day. No one that became a flat earther stopped becoming a flat earther. So they're already a flat earther. There's new ones coming out every day. This is only growing. It's only going to keep growing with people like us in this podcast right now, and of course others. We just going to keep doing what we do, and eventually we're going to live in a world where if you think you live on a globe, you're the outcast. Yeah, you're the outcast. You're going to be the outcast.
Very small handful of people that have switched, and they are obviously, and it's just obvious that they're one of two or three things. It's like they did it on purpose. They act like a flat earther for a minute, and then they go back, and then I was a flat earther for 2 years, and then I realized
what's the clown's name that went to one of those conferences, and he. He's like a celebrity kind of. He has like I forgot his name.
Paul. What's his name?
Paul Logan. Paul.
Logan. Whatever. Like, come on, man. He was brought in to pretend like he was a flat earther, and then he wanted to make fun of it afterwards. And he got a lot of people who might have genuinely be interested in the flat earth to go, oh, what is he going to say about it? And then he became this big troll, and they try to dampen the flat earth from every angle. And I'm not going to stand for that. And I don't think any of us want to stand for that shit anymore.
Eddie, I want to talk about a video you made not long ago. I'm showing here. It's about the sun rays and the time zones. Right? And so you got your sun ray, your time zone. And if we switch to this, so here are your time zones. All the time zones, follow this if you guys haven't seen this.
Exactly.
Go from the north to the south. They're straight lines on a curved ball, right? They're not, they're going south or north.
North
and
to
it's
south,
essentially, yeah. And so you have all of these time zones. So somebody here is in the same time zone as somebody here. Right. And, if we could spin it and go over to North America, and South America, you would have people in the same time zones. But there's a problem because this doesn't account. These are the time zones as they show us. But you have to remember the ball is tilted.
Exactly.
So how many time zones do they move over?
2. Like there's a difference of 2 hours, when you tilt the ball.
Right. So here, I got the image right here.
That's why they make you put your clocks back. You better pay.
So this is what they show us. But in reality, if you tilt the ball, people here are in a different time zone than people over here.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work.
No,
it doesn't work.
This alone right here proves that doesn't prove we're not on a globe. It proves the globe's not tilted. Okay.
There you go.
We could still
there's no globe. Proves there's no globe.
How do you add it? Yeah, it's just so stupid.
So, but people don't think this far. This isn't that hard, right? This is the time zones that they show us, right?
Yeah.
Somebody here is in the same time zone as somebody here. Period. Everyone's in these time zones, but the Earth is tilted.
Yeah, they won't put that in, education systems.
They won't.
It's all controlled. So they only want to teach the students the most basic bullshit about the globe. And then, so what happens?
Right away, first thing.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. Well, I think like past 5th grade, it's over, right? And after that, you wouldn't really want to care. I mean, when we all went to school, we hated it. Like, fucking school sucks, right? So you just want to get over it. No one ever goes back to research this stuff anyways. And I think during the time of them doing all this
that's why they did it out of the way.
They created all these lies. I think that they were thinking, okay, well, we control the educational systems. We control the books. So it's over. It's a done deal. They didn't know that, YouTube would come out and there'd be people like us coming out and questioning things. That's why they're like, shit, what do we do? The algorithm, who's our fucking algorithm guy? Get him in here. Like, they were freaking out because Flat Earth was so big. It was like huge. It was everywhere. Related videos, they were just popping up like naturally, which we wish we all had that back. But, nowadays, as we all know, you're not going to be able to find any of this stuff. Unfortunately, you got to dig. And that's what sucks, man. I wish it was still peak mode.
Where they took the head of YouTube at that conference thing, and they were like, "So your plan is to basically put a little box,
the Wikipedia box,
under the
the Earth is not flat,
saying the Earth's not flat." It's like, all right,
and that's what they did.
Yeah,
that's what they did.
That is what they did.
The consent was there. Yeah, that's consent for you right there. They told you what they're going to do. They did it. But it got even worse this time, obviously. I mean, I tried this once recently. I just typed in flat Earth search, and I couldn't find any of.
You can't find one supporter
in this podcast. No, I found none of our videos that's in this podcast. And
to
the audience, you would think
not one supporter of flat Earth is in the when you type it in. Not one person for flat Earth is in.
It used to be kind of hard to find. Now we're out of it. Yeah,
nothing but memes and people clowning and joking and news segments saying they debunked it.
Well, it's weird because back in the day, when I used to call people and say, hey, because I was like weirded out by it at first. I'd say when I type in HIB on YouTube, it would just HIB. And it would fill it in for you, Hiller Productions. And that was from like 2016 to 2017, 2018. And I remember I'm like, maybe it's just my phone. You know how your phone is? It like keeps what you search for and stuff. And I would call people across the country that I know that lived in different, and say, just pull out your phone and look, and they'd tell me, yeah, HIB. And then now that's gone. So you have to type my fucking entire name in to get my channel. And so they went hard. And again, I'm just a little guy, man. So they had to have gone hard and just wiped the floor clean on YouTube with flat Earth stuff. They probably had a whole crew, a whole pit of people working to get this done. And unfortunately, in a sense, they succeeded. But we're, there's alternative platforms for stuff like this. Well, It did.
It's not helping continually, but it helped us in the sense that like the people that notice like, oh wow, they're being censored. Why would they do that to them? That's the only way it helped. But
that did open people's eyes up though, and I think it did open people's eyes up that were skeptical about flat earthers and stuff. And they go, wait, why are they being shadow banned? I thought this was a stupid theory, and that has woken people up, man. So that's a good point, because that fact alone has made closed-minded people open their mind and go, you know what? Maybe we should look into this now, because why would they be hiding all these videos?
So the fact that they're shadow banning us and they lost control for a little while and they're trying to get it back, it's too late. Because 5 years ago there wasn't enough of us to make a difference. Now there is. Now, and I was saying this earlier, if everybody that's in Flat Earth just spent a little time, one person a week, it's over in a couple of months. Just wake up one person a week. Use Eddie's book. Use my app. Use our podcast. Use whatever you can. Just make a playlist of the top 10 videos. 21 questions, level, 200 proofs, whatever you want. I have a playlist of all my short videos, right? And just give them to your friends. Watch them with your friends. If everybody did that, this is over in 2022. This is completely over. We have critical mass. We're at the tipping point. This is it. Now we just need everybody to just do something. Okay. I'm doing my job, right? It's not, I made it up myself. I created this myself. I did it because I want to wake people up. Eddie, what time is it, ODD?
I love it.
That's my assistant.
Eddie, Eddie is a teacher and he does these great videos. And Sean, you put this podcast together, Sean and Matt. So just do something. Share other people's work. Share your own work. Share whatever wakes people up.
However you want
we're
to
there. We are literally. The tipping point is 2022.
And everybody in this podcast tries to wake new people up in different ways, which is great. We don't all have the same style of how we do videos or how we try to inform, or maybe some speculate more than others. Doesn't matter. everyone in here is just trying to wake people up. And I think he got 4 people in this podcast right now that do it in their own way. They do it in different ways, but it's working. It's working. Trust me. That's why they're freaking out. That's why they changed the algorithm. That's why they're doing everything that they possibly can, because they know it's probably too late. It's going to be a matter of time before the globe is as dumb as thinking that, 2 planes took down 7 buildings, I think. So there's different conspiracies that it's just the bugs. It's over. Sorry, it's over. And this is getting there. We just got to keep going.
Right. Hey, I in the middle of the night, researching while I'm sleeping, I woke up and I came up with something I'd never heard anyone talk about. I mentioned it the other day. So you know how this isn't the blue marble, but it's close to it's like the blue marble. They tell us, NASA says that they take this with strips of data. Right? They come around and they take a strip. Now, what is that? Is an airplane doing that? Is it the ISS? What are they claiming?
Photoshop.
A drone.
They're claiming but strips of data. So if it's going as fast as the ISS, it takes 90 minutes for it to come around for the next one. What happens to this cloud in 90 minutes? How come all of the clouds line up? When it comes around to make the next strip, there should be a completely different weather system.
But it's just easier to do on Photoshop. That's all.
I know, but just thinking about it, yes, we know it's done in Photoshop. But for anybody that thinks it's real, explain how the clouds remain the same for the next pass and the next pass. There's like 20 strips going around?
That's a great debate question, David. Have you ever threw that out there during a debate?
I threw it out for the first time in an interview just yesterday or a couple of days ago. I thought of it like 2:00 in the morning. I woke up. I'm like, wait a minute, I got to write that down. I'm like, no, this is a good one. I'll remember it. And I went to sleep and I did remember it.
And what happened when you brought it up?
I wrote it. People are like, that's a good idea. I got a lot of comments like, I've never heard that before. That's a good idea. So just think about it. Their lies suck. I would hate to be a baller because you have to lie about everything and you have to believe nonsense, and it literally sucks the life out of you, right?
Yeah, it definitely messes with their vibration as a human being. Constantly lying to themselves about everything around them and what's what, and that I'm just glad that we're getting out of that, or if we're not fully out of it, and that's what we want to do is get everybody on the same page here. It's just hard, man. They make it pretty hard for us to do, especially now.
When I think of cognitive dissonance, it just sounds the word to me, the visual present, like I see like somebody like twitching, like
I'm having a cognitive dissonance moment.
like the truth wants to get in, but it's like something's like keeping it away.
That's the thing, though. I think they keep it away. They're so comfortable with the lies and their little comfortable bullshit fantasy life and their thoughts. It's all fantasy.
They can't help
they don't want to. They don't want to break out of it. They don't want to. And it's the bullshit fear of being ridiculed. And like, I don't want to be the one of my family that talks about this. I'm like, you're a bitch. Then.
Yeah. That's the one I hate. Is like if you do have the knowledge and you're like
don't apply it.
You're basically becoming a flat earther, and you see it as the truth. Yet you hide and you won't admit it. Don't quit being a coward. Just don't do that.
Yeah, well, they live in fear, unfortunately.
Their job, their whoever. Yeah, don't be scared of anybody, man. That's just
so. Eddie, I have a question. Going back to the map for a second in Australia, the size of Australia on the Gleason map. Australia stretches between 3 time zones. Are there 3 time zones in Australia in reality?
Yeah, that's it.
It is cut up just like that. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
All right, I like it. I'm in.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. That's a good point.
Yeah.
People would think it's really easy to measure the distance across Australia. How do you do it? How do you measure it?
What do you measure? How do you measure anything? I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, you got to take a car or some sort of vehicle and have just
maybe like a laser,
something that keeps track of how long the miles. That
you could just keep. Wouldn't it like a mile counter? And
I mean,
is there a straight road across Australia? You have
that's what I'm saying. Is there's going to be spots you can't do that. There's can't
keep going straight.
Yeah, exactly. So there's that, but
there's that hump to get through.
So you just see like you have 4 time zones in the US?
Let's do it with yarn. Yeah, we got 4.
4
time zones, right?
Yeah. So they say.
So you know how it stretches out the Gleason's map. That's why you have 3 time zones in Australia only, because it stretches out. You know.
Right.
I mean, it's pretty clear. We have 3 also in Brazil, 3 time zones in Brazil, because it's much larger. If you compare to the globe, Brazil and US is about the same thing.
Right.
But when you see the reality on the Gleason's map, that's why we have 3 time zones in Brazil. It's much wider, and the lines of longitude, they are much wider.
Further down. That's why, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Where the sun
literally.
is located. Yeah, okay.
And they're out south. They're not down south. Out south.
Out.
Right, out
south.
south.
Sure. No more down.
Outer space.
Yeah.
Now,
Heading out south or inner north.
Let me point this, David, because you're talking about south. Globers like to say south is in the middle, right?
Well, the
right?
bottom of the basketball, right?
Yeah, they say, the middle. But they sing songs like the Land Down Under. You got to go down to Mexico, like Hey Joe, you know? Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, they say, because when I argue with them, they say, no, south, there's no, like, rivers. The Amazon River, man, it has to climb the ball because it starts in the Pacific side of South America, goes all the way across the Amazon and empties in the Atlantic. You know, it has to go up and down.
Yeah.
And then they say, no, the globe, down is in the middle, in the center. But you sing songs like The Land Down Under, you know?
Vegemite sandwich.
You know? I mean, they contradict themselves a lot, you know?
They do.
That's what they're filled with.
Yeah.
And they just love repeating, 5th grade science answers because they assume their audience is on board with the same information. You gotta broaden your horizon a little bit more. You gotta open your mind a little bit more. This is so many people will admit that the government lies to us about X, Y, and Z, but not this one. It's like no.
Yeah.
Yes, this one, 100%.
Yes,
a huge lie, and this opens the doors for so many other realms to people to wake up for. I mean,
I have
crazy.
to say this map right here with Amelia Earhart's all of her stops on it. When I show that to people, when someone brings up, well, what about Amelia Earhart? She flew around the world. I show this, they look at it, they're silent. They're like, like, whoa.
Yeah. That's another point, David. I'm glad you brought that map up because they say, well, if you're traveling on the flat Earth, you got to keep constantly turning left. Or
they think you have to turn your wheel the whole time. How, what are you going around your fucking block? What are you doing?
No. Yeah. So all flights around, they always go from point A to point B. They land like Amelia Earhart. She went to for 1 day, and then she landed, and then she took the next one. Next one. That's how we go. Yeah. You know, you never go nonstop.
All those small chunks,
Exactly.
Barely turning.
You don't notice. You wouldn't notice if you were on a track 100 miles around on a car on the ground. You would think you're driving straight.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even
happens on the
notice
freeway all the
turn.
time. All of us driving the freeway, it's circling sometimes. You don't feel that.
Yeah, and then extend that out bigger, couple thousand miles bigger. Put that in the air. You don't know anything.
Well,
you don't
always got to
know
correct
that
to the
you're
north
turning at all.
Yeah,
right.
Or even being in a boat for that matter. Like, it's just. You can tell you're like every once in a while you gotta do a little something, but nothing. It's just.
Well, it's probably just cocking the wheel just a hair the whole time. You let it go. You just let it go.
That's it.
You just let it go after that. You're going straight in your head.
And I've heard a couple, ships captains, Navy ships or cargo ship captains talk about when they're going dead reckoning in the Southern Oceans, east or west. They constantly have to, every hour or so, they have to adjust to the north a little bit. Well, in the South, you'd have to adjust to the south on a ball.
Yeah.
But the fact that they adjust to the north, one of them, it was an interview, and he asked the admiral or whatever, why, something's wrong with the rudder or something, because we had to do it in both directions. And they're like, God, don't worry about it. He was told, just forget about it. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Cool
don't worry about it. It's fine. So when they say, is everybody in on it? No, just the upper, maybe all the admirals know.
Yeah, the lady that's printing the NASA magazine article, I don't know if she's in on it. but she's just doing her job, you know. But there's higher ups that they've been in on it. Their families have been in on it. It's probably certain bloodlines that just keep everything in their inner core, and they try to play God. From a human standpoint.
People talk about
we're done
this,
with that shit.
They're like, all the teachers are in on it. You're saying everybody from NASA, every scientist, everybody in the world's in on it except us. Like, no.
Try probably under 20,000 people.
Way less. Probably.
I'm just giving a big number.
Yeah.
I'm giving them a big number to understand out of the billions of people here. It's only a little bit of people that are doing
That's a very small number. Yeah. I mean, as compared to what we have on supposedly, I don't even believe in the
7 billion. No, I don't do 7. No. I'd say 3 or 4. But either way, when it's 0.0 something percent that are running the show, it is a very small group of people that have put this together when they started this transition, and it's called having a family. You pass that on to your kids and you teach them how to rule the world and keep indoctrinating the world. I just hope that one day some bloodline just goes, we're done with this. We can't keep doing this. It's too much pressure. It's because we're the ones that are going to be putting pressure on them to keep this going.
Are never going to be seen, heard from. They're in their underground city, just living it up. But like, the thing is these people are patient, man. They go generations of families that are just working towards the ultimate goal of the one world order. And Satan is just he's behind it all, putting it in their ears and living through them, or he lives vicariously through the Rockefellers. But seriously,
they'll wait another 200 years as long as it works for them. They don't really have, you know what I mean? I get what you mean. Yeah,
their patience is it's like it's wow, incredible.
Yeah, but we're here to crash their plans. We're here to crash the party. So that's what we're gonna keep doing, crashing their fucking party.
Check
What's
this
up,
out.
Dave? Dave's got something on his mind. Look, I see his bottom lip twitching.
I'm good. I know how to cut in.
Yes, you do. What do you got, Dave?
No, that's it. I'm just listening. I got.
Shit. Okay,
I'm good.
I misread you.
Good. Matt had something.
I got something. Check it out.
What do you got, Matt?
I have to. I gotta hit the audio. Share audio. Okay. Yep. Check it out. We got.
My favorite guy.
Still water, it is always level. Still water, it is always level. Always level. Always level. Still water.
I like that. That's a good one, man.
That's hilarious. That's just a little short share.
Think he knows the Earth is flat?
Still water's always level. He probably still was a glober, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was a flat earther. To be honest,
it's possible.
A lot of artists, people are like artistic people, can see things more. Like that, you know.
Yeah, well, they have a better understanding of the vanishing point perspective. They have to. That's, you know, they have to know that drawing perspective and vanishing points would make sense once they hear the flat Earth and what we have spoken about perspective. That I can't see a real artist being like, well, that makes no sense. Like, it's what you do for a living. What do you mean?
Well, there's the whole left brain, right brain thing, and
true.
I kind of believe in that. And you know, if you're the analytical, logic, the number cruncher person, then you could easily be fooled, because all it is you're taking numbers. And like there's that quote from Tesla: scientists these days, they wonder mathematical equation after equation until they're in the land of fantasy. You know, that's basically the truth.
Yeah. Good point, man.
And people that are artistic, you kind of you forget all that. You throw that out. You throw all that out, and you look at it the way you see it, the way like that's just real, you know, what the reality is in front of you.
Very true.
Despite all the stuff you just said, which is true too. People knowing about vanishing points and all that stuff. The law of 3 or something. I forget what that is, but
hey, I know what you're talking about.
Eddie, what is your thoughts of 2022? What do you think is going to happen with the world, with flat Earth, with awareness, with truth?
He said it's our year.
What's your feeling?
I think it's going to be a good year, man. We have a level headed to coming March, right? April.
The next level, April 22nd.
Next level. And as I said, man, I mean, people are opening their eyes. We have like 2 channels in Brazil. Like the guys came out at Flat Earthers, you know, each one has 500,000 subscribers. I mean, this is huge, you know. And you know, they say there are 11 million flat earthers in Brazil. I believe the number goes to like 15 million, you know. A lot of people, a lot of
Yeah,
people.
actually, I had a lot of downloads from Brazil for the first level on Vimeo. I had a lot. That was one of the highest countries besides the U.S. was Brazil downloading it on Vimeo. So thank you, Brazil. Appreciate it.
Eddie, are they Spanish speaking there? Or are they the
Portuguese? Portuguese
Yeah,
speaking.
But I think there's a lot of English speakers. There's probably a lot of English speakers out there, right? Yeah, I was going to say.
Yes.
Like, hope they understood the film when they
so hence my point. We are at the tipping point with your movie coming out, the movie you're in, Eddie, with these podcasters coming out. We're at the tipping point. Everybody needs to do their part right now, and it's over. It's over.
Yeah.
And the faster we do it, the thing about flat Earth, why is flat Earth so important? I say it in every show, is because once you wake up to flat Earth, you wake up to everything else, and you unplug from the matrix.
Right.
The globe is the plug that goes into your head, like Neo. Okay, that's what the globe is. Unplug from it. They no longer can suck your energy. They no longer can steal your soul. They no longer can do any of that, and you take it back. And then they are powerless as soon as enough of us wake up.
That's
Very
it,
true.
man. We got to stop consenting and just do what we got to do, man. We know.
Yeah.
But Eddie, we're gonna.
I just want to say one thing. Like about 2 days ago, I think that documentary from Robert Davidson, Impossible, was taken out of YouTube. So
really?
Yeah.
Impossible.
So we gotta watch out because YouTube might play some tricks, on Flat Earth.
Of course, that's why we're trying to spread the news about other platforms. Of BitChute, Rockfin, all those other ones. But we are going to end the show, guys. So until next week, anybody have any last words before we get out of here?
Just thanks for joining us, Eddie. It was a pleasure to be introduced to you. And look forward to speaking with you again soon. And we want you back on as well. So.
Hey, if you come to Asia because you're planning to visit Eric Dubay, stop by Japan.
Oh yeah, no. See, that's the thing. There's some. Well, Eric's not in this one. He's not going to be in this one. Maybe he'll be in part 3. But either way, with going across the country right now, with all the stuff going on, I don't even want to. I'm not even wearing a mask. I'm not going to be flying.
Domestic level.
I don't know if Photoshop can handle what I can. I mean, I don't know if the Photoshop cards are going to work anymore. They're trying to do QR codes for everything. So that's why for Santos Bonacci and Flat Earth British, Martin Leitke, I just got to get a videographer set in their country to come and visit with them. Cause I can't fly. I would love to, trust me. I'd be on my way, man. If we could, if it was 2017 airports right now, I'd be going anywhere you guys wanted me to go to get this done. But unfortunately, they're forcing me to, get a videographer to come out there. So it sucks. Yeah, it sucks. But that's the world we live in now, man. We can't just get up and fly somewhere that we want to go. So, but hopefully we get this world back to normal so we can get back to normal.
2022, baby.
2022. Why not? Let's do it.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. See you next week. Bye.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Eddie.
Triple Truth Podcast.
flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds a level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds a level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
Up for sound bites. This is awesome.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam, crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You went out and educated, you bringing me down like an elevator, better yet an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Triple the power. Triple the information. Triple the possibilities. Triple the trouble. Triple the truth. Welcome to the Triple Truth Podcast.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is ODD with the Oddcast. We got special guests in the house that you wouldn't believe. But first and foremost, I want to let you guys know that Hippler Productions is actually sitting right here in my home for this episode because he is traveling. He's traveling the country, filming people for his documentary, his upcoming documentary, The Next Level, which is going to be a very professional.
It's gonna be good shit
when it comes to for flat Earth documentaries. This is going to be the one, you know, that you're going to want to share with people. It's gonna have the credibility, you know. It's, you know how they tried to mess us up with the Netflix what was called Beyond the Curve, Behind the Curve. Yeah. Well, fuck them, you know what I'm saying? Fuck them.
Fuck Netflix, dude.
Yeah, Netflix. Everybody, the whole system is all. Anytime you talk flat Earth, if you're a part of anything mainstream, it's always going to be mocking and trying to make flat Earth look stupid. So Hibbler, he took a stand and said, fuck this, I'm making a real, authentic, genuine documentary. But he's in my home. I've never met the dude. He's awesome. Really happy to have you here. This is cool. We have a different setup. So if our voices sound weird and we're screaming because we don't understand if the mic's working correctly, so our bad. But the other thing is, I'm very excited to have Lord Jamar in the house, y'all, man. He, the founding member of Brand Nubian. He discovered Dead Prez. He's been on shows like Sopranos. Very honored to have you here, brother. And his brother Reality is in the house too. This is his actual brother. Yeah. So we got a pretty exciting show. We're just gonna chat as like normal. Everybody here is a flat earther, so we're just going to enjoy the show, guys. Here we go. Episode number 5 of Oddcast.
What's up, David?
Yeah.
And just little on me here on the East Coast.
What's been up, Dave? How's your week, man?
It's good. I've been doing some fun interviews, and I got a good one coming out soon. So just doing my interviews, interview after interview after interview.
Always.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Lord Jamar. Nice to meet you, brother. I've been a fan of your work for quite some time.
Thank you.
What's been up with you, man? How long? I'm not really too familiar. I didn't even find out you were interested in this kind of stuff until last week. So how long have you been supportive of the flat Earth movement and stuff like that?
I'd say it's been about 3 years now.
What woke you up to it? What were you watching? What's videos or got you going?
Well, you know, at some point when flat Earth, I guess, started to get a resurgence, you know, there's a video out there where I was asked about it, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, are we really questioning this? I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, don't ask me no dumb shit like this, you know? And I just fucking brushed it off.
Yeah.
But, you know, the reason why I always, you know, like to bring my baby bro to these conversations is because he's one of the ones that really helped spark my mind towards this.
Good job,
direction.
Thank you.
Right on.
And for those of you that are wondering where you've seen Lord Jamar, he was on the Killer Priest show backing me up with that What can I call him?
Rasul Mankepra and
Rasul the Fool is what I like.
Rasul the Fool. There you go. That's the name. I was going to say something else, but
and
I'll
Minister
go with Rasul the Fool.
Is another pseudoscientist that likes to come on and just say little catchphrases to pretend that they're smart, but really they're dumb as fucking rocks. Because here's how I got into it. I'm looking into it, trying to disprove it. I'm like, this is some bullshit.
Hello.
So here I am researching it. And I guess as I'm looking into it, my brother's like, yo, there's some things that we might need to look into. And you ever heard of, Brother Sanchez? And you might want to hear what he has to say and blah, 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 blah. So it's like, okay, I'm looking into it. I check out Brother Sanchez at the behest of my brother. And I'm just like, wow. And I'm just going into the science and I'm just thinking about how much stuff we took on face value. Like how we just thought, it was a done deal because they taught us this shit in like third grade. But then I remembered certain things that I remember from being a child that didn't make sense to me, but I just chalked it up as, well, hey, they know better than me, know. And one of the things that I remember seeing as a child was a cartoon animation. I feel like it was Goofy or somebody like that, like a Walt Disney. He's running on a ball, or maybe it was Mickey Mouse or something. He's running on the globe, and like the globe is turning and it's righting itself as he's running. But I'm thinking to myself, that's not really how it would be. Like you don't run on a ball and you just like stay at the top of it as you're running, and then you're doing a balancing act with the ball so that you're always at the top. Like at some point, this motherfucker's gonna run around the ball or be at the bottom of the ball. And that shit didn't make sense. Or when they say you could dig to China and all of this type of shit. Just like, huh? And they say when you dig to China, when you come out, you would be upside down. That's what the fuck they told you.
You start off going up, and then at one point you gotta switch and
you just flip.
Right. Like that happened even on some Bugs Bunny commercial, on some Bugs Bunny cartoons. He did some dumb shit like that where he came up on the other side and then it just like flips. None of that shit really made sense even as a child. But it's like there's certain things that you're like, well, they're the scientists. I mean, they studied it. I guess they know. Like, I got other shit to worry about. I'm worried about, can I go outside and play football? So fuck this bullshit. Let me just move on. You know what I mean? And that's what you do.
When I was asked, when I was told about, going through to China, I'm like, I asked my teacher, I said, what happens when you get to the middle? Is everything being pulled towards you? Or are you being pulled towards all of the mass that's around you? And the teacher didn't have an answer. So, the thing I like to ask people,
you should burn the fuck up before you can't get to China. If there's a fucking molten thing of iron in the middle,
we were pretending
I can't even get through the shit.
We're pretending there wasn't a molten core. But the question I asked these globe defenders who don't know anything, I said, when did they tell you the Earth was a globe, and what did they show you other than cartoons?
Exactly.
And the answer is, they can't remember that young because you were told it was a globe before you can talk, and they only show you cartoons.
Now, reality, I want to hear the story on how you got into Jamar's head to wake him up. What were you showing him? What was your, what were you trying to do to get it going?
You know what? I'm not sure the exact one. One of the videos might have been Dubé's 200 Proofs. Yeah. So, watching that, like, you going through that, there's so much, you got to spark something.
Anybody with a fucking brain that watches.
Yeah, exactly. It has to, you have to ask a question or two watching that.
Even
and then, like
he
said, I was digging into a
few of them. Yeah.
I started from that video. Like I said, I just was binge watching so many videos. I was like, this shit can't be it. No fucking way. I'm just looking for something that's going to debunk what I just saw until I finally submitted. It was like, this shit is flat. Let's go. And I was sending this shit to my brother, and I kept sending it. And actually, ODD, I used to watch your shit a lot because you used to have like the that live feed that just had everything.
24/7.
Yeah, that shit was great. So I used to keep that on sometimes just on the computer. and have it just running.
Globebusters has a 24-hour feed now with everybody's videos on it. All the best stuff just running 24/7. And Globebusters live 24/7. It's linked in the app if you need a quick link to it.
Is it we would have discussions about this like daily. Like we already know that shit like evolution and shit is some bullshit. So this is not far off from that. You understand what I'm saying?
It's all a part of it. It's all a part of it. It's all one big side.
Exactly. It's
throw dinosaurs in there. You could throw a lot of shit.
Exactly.
And without it, you don't have any of it.
Components. You need all those families of lies to create the great lie to support. Each lie supports the other lie. You see? So you need the shit, you know, if it's and it's all about just being anti. Like if it's flat, we're gonna say it's a fucking ball. If it was, you know, up, we're gonna say it's down. Like whatever the fuck. Like confusion. If it's natural, we're gonna say that artificial is better. Like this is what we're dealing with.
Absolutely.
The mindset that we're dealing with.
Yeah. Did you were you under the impression there was a lot of pictures and stuff like of the Earth before you just assumed,
I know I definitely was.
Most of us.
I know I was. I thought all that shit was real.
That a lot of this shit was real. You know, I'm on planes, and when you're on a plane, although you feel yourself going straight, you know, they show this graphic of you arcing, you know, it's like, you know, the plane is doing some arc over the fucking glass, especially when you go overseas. Like, you know, they show you this fucking graph. Look what you did. You did a fucking arc and this bullshit. It's like, come on, man. Nobody ever felt any fucking arc as we're doing it. We felt our shit going straight the whole fucking time.
Plane.
That's why it's called an airplane.
Exactly. Like look up the word play. And I talk to people about language and the indications that are in language. Like we talk about sea level. We talk about the sea floor. How many fucking curved floors do you know? Like we talk about an airplane. We talk about the sunset and the sunrise. We don't say earth set, earth rise. We talk as if the sun is moving because it is. We don't speak in terms of all this bullshit. Horizon. The foundation is horizontal. That's a straight line across. Like
all our measurements are all linear. Nothing's like based on spherical math or anything. Everything's just linear.
Yeah, a mile is a straight fucking line.
Jamar,
it was 2 miles.
Have you heard
miles? So it's 500 miles.
What else? Yeah,
have you heard this one? So inside the Tropic of Cancer, right? This would be the Arctic region. And when you're in there, the sun is arcing around you. And when you're outside of Capricorn, the sun is antarcing towards you and away from you. It doesn't arc around you. You got the Antarctic and the Arctic.
Wow.
That's deep.
Just like the word southern, when he was saying the word southern has outer.
Outer is embedded in the word southern. So it's like,
you go south, you hit outer space.
You're going out. Yeah.
Right.
No matter which direction is south. So out, you're going out.
Yeah.
Wow. That's kind of deep.
Yeah.
Anyway, from the point of north, right? You'd be going out. South would be technically
to the outer space, to where the extra territory is.
Extra,
It's on my phone,
terrestrial.
You, man.
Yeah. I didn't. I was like when they were saying David Weiss was going to be on Killer Priest. I was like, well, that name sounds familiar. Where did I know this name from and shit? And it's like, I got the fucking app and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so big up to you for putting this out there, because I like how you can bypass the algorithm. A lot of the shit that you find on YouTube is now disinformation that anybody that's, you know, I guess we were looking at a prime time when you could actually find good shit. Now you just, you know, you try to look for the same shit you were looking for before. You can't even find the videos that you found before. And it's all this other bullshit. And it's titled as if it's a done deal, as if they've disproved the flat earth community. Like 10 reasons why flat earthers, and then you watch it and it just be a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah,
like this
And
motherfucker.
they put that little
didn't
stamp up there,
nothing.
like it's like the flat Earth model's an archaic model or something. Now there's this little stamp they put on the videos now.
They always have the water pouring off
Yeah.
the side and all this.
All the
stupid
ships
shit.
falling off and shit. It's like none of us attest to that. None of us ever have. None of us ever pretended to.
I tell
But they have to create it that way to make, you know, the normal people out in the world, they watch that and they're like, oh, that's some bullshit. They believe that. It's like, no, we don't.
Exactly.
No, we don't.
That's what they. Yeah.
You
that's
never
the trickery.
fucking asked us. You
Yeah,
know, you don't
that's
ask
what you
us. You
said.
don't watch. You know, it's fucked
But
up.
see, we need to fight fire with fire. Like we need to show. They try to laugh at us. We need to laugh at them. How ridiculous it is to think that motherfuckers is walking not just upside down but sideways. Like that somebody can actually walk sideways on a ball
On a
and everything's okay. And,
ball
and
that's
the
wobbling.
rain is going to the side because supposedly something in the center that nobody's ever seen is sucking things in. This mystery fucking force, you know.
Vacuum.
Right. And it's hilarious to me when I have people, you know, within the 5% nation that I deal with that, you know, they say they don't believe in a mystery God and all this, but they believe in gravity. I'm like, come on, bro.
Well,
That
gravity is their
gravity.
God. They just tell them to admit it. Gravity is their
Exactly.
God.
They just traded one God for another.
Exactly.
They don't realize.
You're trying to tell me that this knowledge that I'm bringing is some sort of Christian knowledge when you don't understand that this whole concept coming from these Jesuit priests. Like, get the fuck out of here and do some research. Stop being it's facts over feelings. Like I'm tired of people just going by what they feel. Like I go where truth takes me. I don't allow myself to get, you know, emotional if it goes against what I might have known before. Like we grow in knowledge. Like
You're not stuck in a belief system.
I was doing a
not-
show.
or
I was doing
dogma. When you get stuck in dogma, that stops you from being able to go outside of that dogma.
You close down you won't let new information in. It's just off limits.
I was doing a show trying to convince this guy, you know, because he was a Glober, and I'm just going through each proof, each thing, and I'm like, I was thinking like all of these together prove the flat Earth. I'm like, no, each one of these by themselves absolutely proves that we're not on a spinning globe. So nothing exploded, and then the rocks all stuck together because they started getting their own gravity. But how did the gases turn into even bigger gravitational balls? And how did they leave a vacuum in between? And how do burning balls of gas survive in a vacuum? Game over. Space is fake. It's over.
No, but they found 7 new planets.
Oh, I know. I saw that.
They look like the bottom of frying pans.
Wait, they found another one that's right in plain sight. I literally just saw an article the other day. NASA found another planet right in plain sight. It's only 213 light years away.
Oh,
Yeah, right.
shit.
Did you see that? Anybody see the picture of that fake asteroid that supposedly came by on Tuesday?
Yep.
Close to the Earth. Yo, these things are just laughable.
Well, how about the fake picture of the explosion of the volcano from space? Did you see that one?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
Oh, that was a doozy. Oh, yeah. They had a fake, they act like it was a satellite from space. And instead of seeing the world spinning, they just tried to show the clouds moving now. They're trying to show like
And they never used to even show the clouds moving. It should be just still photos.
Right. And then all of a sudden
And the satellite's going 17,000 miles
boom
an
and you
hour.
see a ripple and they try to make a ripple on the globe.
And
this was
here's
from
the thing. Here's the thing. They shot it from the Himawari 8. Well, we've debunked the Himawari 8. We got access to their FTP server years ago that shows how they fake it. But this is the picture. How come the Earth is like 3/4 dark? Right? Where's Antarctica? And then when you actually look at what they showed us, hold on, let me show you that. So this is what they showed us. Okay. Right. And if you compare that to what Weather Wars 101 shows, he shows these cloud generators, right? This is steam going up, and it'll just show you in a second. These are cloud generators out at sea, and it kind of looks almost like the same thing. Look.
They're owned by NASA too, huh?
Right.
NASA owns them?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're all over the
Cloud
place.
generators. What
It's
the fuck
Wow.
Yeah.
do you need cloud generators for?
Well, with all the
This is Minecraft.
it's all the towers that they have around. I don't want to say too much because we're still on YouTube, but they're literally generating storms. And to me, it's basically the same thing.
Or it's just fake bullshit.
And then I heard,
definitely not from space. Like I can animate that. Like if I'm an animator, I can do that.
Yeah. And I was watching a NASA video of a guy on the space station, and he's like, yeah, we saw the flooding in wherever the flooding happened. He goes, we could see the devastating flooding. You couldn't see the devastating flooding from an airline. Okay. But he could see it from the space station from 250 miles away. Give me a break.
Yeah, why don't they just go up 500 miles and then actually show Earth spinning? But yeah,
with buildings upside down.
That's a question we always ask. Nobody ever asked.
It's never happened, but you know what? Globe heads don't need that because you know what their stupid fucking excuse always is?
What is
well, I mean, it's a waste of money. Well, why would they need to show you that the Earth's spinning? We know it is. I'm like, bitch, because they never fucking have. That's why. Zero. Exactly. How about 0 times? How about just once? How about just once? 0.
Once.
A camera on the moon.
With the buildings upside down, with the satellites all around, all these satellites you're talking about. Let's see all of this.
Where are these satellites crashing into one another? Why aren't they crashing in? Why aren't they taking out houses, falling every day? What? It's just
not only that.
Here's what I don't understand. Like, if you just stop at one thing, let's just stop at water always finds its level.
Right.
Let's just stop there. Right.
It's over.
Like we literally use water inside of levels, these things called levels, like when we make our homes
to prove
because we want shit to be level. And if it's off just slightly, that bubble is not going to be between those two things.
Yeah, they level bridges, they level buildings.
That's how you know the shit is level. So what I'm saying is, if this earth is covered 75% by water, and water always finds its level, then, ladies and gentlemen, what must it be? It must be.
Well, why would they lie, Jamar? Why? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
I still have to go to work tomorrow. What difference does the shape make?
Right, and that's it. So that you have to go to work tomorrow because it's hiding a lot of different things. It's hiding the fact. First of all, they're taking God out of the equation. They're taking free energy out of the equation because that's one of the things that if you know about this, we understand how our world works better, and free energy is something that we'd be able to be a part of. Right now, we have to work because you have to pay for your electricity and your gas and your fucking this and that and all this bullshit. And if we knew that we just lived in a world that was created for us, to live out our
expand the mind of the creator. Expand the mind of the creator. That's why we're here, in my opinion. Right? The currency of this world is our souls. Our souls are a spark of the creator. This is the way I see it. And we're here to experience, we chose to be here during this crazy time, which is awesome. Right? So, and they have no control over us. If we all just woke up to this is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of flat earth because everyone that wakes up to flat earth unplugs from their mind matrix. They unplug, right? Everyone that believes in the ball is literally plugged. They got the spike in the back of their head and they're being programmed with nonsense and they don't know who they are, where they are, what they are.
Right. They're kept in the atheistic mentality, which is necessary to even, it's so necessary for you to continue accepting the system in the way it is now, the way we get up and go to work, the way the economy is, the way, just wars, just anything. None of that stuff would be accepted if we knew this was a creation. But since we're kept in a atheistic mentality where everything is scarce, there are limited resources, there's the
sun might explode.
It's going to die out one day.
Right.
You're not important. You're an accident. You came from.
You're an accident. This is all, man. You could have just been a fucking, you're just lucky to be here and you can be gone at any fucking moment.
Nothing matters.
Don't take this seriously. Like this shit is not about you. You see, like they say, oh, you act like the world revolves around you because it does. Motherfuckers, because it does. That's why I feel like that. But you don't want me to feel like that because you know that gives me power. If I knew that, damn, like this really is a world created for me by God. Like, who is me? Like, this is my creation, but I'm experiencing my creation as me right now. You know what I mean? But I'm also experiencing as this microphone too. You know what I mean? Like, everything is the creator experiencing the creation. And it's like, but for us as these beings that are able to mentally like project our thoughts and make them into reality type of shit, it's important to control our thoughts. Because if you have positive control, if you can control your thoughts and make positive shit happen, they want to stop that.
That's what they're afraid of. They don't want us knowing that our thoughts create our reality. So they're controlling our thoughts, right?
So that it can create the reality they want.
Exactly. Our soul knows the truth. Our conscious mind is disconnected from the more you're disconnected from your soul, the more lost you are, the more depressed that you'll be. And then they got the television news. They got all of this fear, nuclear bombs, everything, right? They got people freaking out. So they just never take their power, right? That's literally what it is. You know, take Neo at the beginning of the movie and Neo at the end of the movie, put them next to each other. The one at the beginning, he's lost. And the one at the end, he took his power back.
You know, I was just thinking about all this metaverse and all this shit, right? And I'm like, shit, TV and all of that is like the metaverse. Even books was the first metaverse for some people. Like it would be a way to escape into a different reality. You see like you see an actor and you'd be like, you say in real life. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what does that mean? Because they actually had us like wrapped up in this fake world, this TV world, like, or this movie world. And now they're going to have us wrapped up in this metaverse shit. Everything to not live the natural life that was created for us to enjoy and thrive in.
Yeah, get back to
nature. That's like the war, natural versus unnatural.
Right. Yeah. Natural versus unnatural. And we got to get back to nature, to what's natural.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things. The elite, you know, they're trying to take us to the whole transhumanism and take humans and make them unnatural.
Exactly.
That's where we're headed, man.
Right. And then take away your human rights.
They could die. People are going to wish they can die because they're going to be merged with machine and literally not able to die. So they're going to be like living in a eternal hell in their little robot suit. They put their consciousness.
That's what they want. That's for sure. Yeah. That's what they're striving for.
Yeah.
They got a lot of plans, man. We're all here to put that shit to rest. We're all here to
right. We put a kink in the plans. And here's the thing, like, y'all motherfuckers, your power is not stronger. Like
nope.
They know
is not
when to make these moves. They know how astrology works. Right. They know when to make these things happen, when the energies are right. And we laugh. They taught us to laugh at that. They made fun of it. You know, you got your daily horoscope in the newspaper and stuff. That's to make people laugh at astrology. They use the power of these alignments, these eclipses and everything. And they don't want us to know that occulted secret.
Good point.
Yeah, that makes sense. Full moons are powerful. They often release records on certain like days that will somehow have an effect.
Signs and symbols and numbers and planetary alignments and all of that matters to them. They know how it works, and they make us just laugh at it. They're like, "Oh, that's not real." And that's how they've reigned so long, because they're fighting a war that we don't even know exists. It's a spiritual war, and it's an energetic war. And once people wake up to this and start learning this stuff, that's how we win. And I think
consciousness
we're
can
getting
change
there.
it all, man. All of us collectively conscious. It can change the world we're living in right now. It could change tomorrow if all of our conscious came together. Keep speaking truth. That's all that matters. If we keep speaking truth, we're gonna just bombard their party that they're trying to fuck up. We need to crash this fucking bullshit party, man. It's terrible. Definitely. I mean, there's too many dumb people in the world. It's bullshit. It shouldn't be this way. When people are handed facts, they should wake up. If they're not, something's fucking wrong with you. There's literally something wrong with you. And I don't know what it is. I wish I knew. Sometimes I'm just like, then fuck off. I'm not even going to try to help you anymore. There's something wrong with you. You don't understand the truth when it's handed to you. I can spoon feed it to you. And you're like, I like their lies better. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Fuck off then. Like, what else am I supposed to do?
Some people see the truth. Some people see when shown, and some people will never see.
That's the programming, you know?
Yeah.
I don't get mad at people for being so cognitive dissonant. I don't think it's their fault, you know, and it sucks, man. It's a shame that they've been programmed since birth so heavily that you can show them the facts and then they'll still choose like, nah, this cartoon picture, that'll work for me.
What's crazy, like I was telling Jamal about that earlier, I was like, I'm personally trying not to get that mad. I'm trying to like control my emotions because sometimes you talk to these people and it's just so idiotic. You can't help but get mad. And it's like, but you don't want to be that person either way. You're just like ready to kill somebody because they're not fucking agreeing with you.
Yeah, it's a waste of energy.
But I'm ready to just get them out of the conversation though. Like I'm not gonna listen to a bunch of nonsense and shit like that. Like get the fuck out of here.
Man,
like you're not even making sense.
Sit
Like
down.
yeah, sit your ass down with all this dumb shit. Like at least come with an intelligent. Even though it's hard to sound intelligent,
there's no intelligence, when you're trying to defend the globe.
But
There's nothing
please just don't be making shit up. Don't be throwing
the
out-
bottom of the ocean curves, but not the top.
Oh my goodness, man.
Don't throw out code words to sound smart that have nothing to do with any. Oh, it's a vortex. That's called a vortex.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
huh? Shut the fuck up. Like that has nothing to do with nothing. Like you're just trying to sound smart right now.
Or
Like,
they'll ask you, can you make predictions of eclipses? That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That just has to do with elliptical orbits. and
right,
stuff.
but
They'll
yes,
take
I
you down
could.
another
But I'm not
path.
here to make
Try to
predictions.
confuse you
I'm
and
not
sound
a
like they're
fucking an astrologer, a prophet. I'm here to tell you we're not on a spinning fucking ball. Period.
The
I'm
regular.
here and they try to call this pseudoscience. Like, do y'all know what pseudoscience is? Like, pseudoscience is something that cannot be duplicated or replicated in any kind of controlled environment and all of that. All the shit that y'all are talking about
exactly
is something that cannot be duplicated. You can't show me a ball where water wraps around the outside of it. I can spin it and the water sticks to it. You can't show me that.
The
life
regularity
lives inside the egg, not on the outside.
The regularity of eclipses shows that we're not in a random beehive. These are the paths of an eclipse. And when you look at it on a flat Earth, it makes a beautiful circle. What are the odds that would happen? Right. On a globe, on a flat Earth.
You see? Crazy.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's
Makes much more sense.
Man.
But it's not enough for them. Like again, you could show all this stuff, and they're just no.
They'll
go to the next question.
Move
They'll
on
just
to the
overlook
next
it and go to
thing.
the next
Then they'll
question.
be like, so what's under it then? Like, stop asking me shit that I can't fucking answer, yo. I don't know.
Here's the answer, Jamar. You tell them that the Guinness Book of World Records has about 7.9 miles. About 8 miles. And so did they find some magma core? Did they find the top of a Chinese guy's head? Tell me what they found, and then we can have the conversation. Don't tell me to converse about something that you don't even know about. But they want to bring up like, well, if you dig to...
As if everybody knows this. And they're like, well, where do you think lava comes from?
Lava proves the ball. What about the airplane? That goes down a curve. They'll say the dumbest things. And then when you tell them, like someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson already openly admitted because of the pressure flat earthers put on him that you can't see the curve from, what was it, David? Like 100,000 feet
up.
120,000 feet where Felix.
They set it higher.
Right.
Yeah. They set we forced these motherfuckers to set the bar higher.
They keep moving the globe posts.
Yep. So when people talk about an airplane curve out the window, that is by far that might be even dumber at this point than saying the bottom of the ocean's curving, because it's already been. We all know there's no curvature, but for Globers to say that they saw a curve out the window, that's so hard, man. It's like how programmed can you be to think that? That's the biggest thing I ever hear is the airplane window curve. I'm like, I just was on a plane. I was on a stationary plane, not moving the whole time. People have brought levelers on the plane for hours and hours. That motherfucker don't move. It's a level plane the whole time. It's just your field of vision. You're not going to be able to see China from LA. You're stupid if you think that.
Exactly. And when you're on the plane, and when you're on the plane, right? You're up in the air. If you close your eyes, you still know that you're moving, right?
Yeah, and that's going in a straight line. We don't go in a straight line. We're dropping a mile every 2 minutes. Okay. When people go, I'm on an airplane, I could drink a glass of water and I could go to the bathroom. I go, well, first take the outside of the airplane off, double the speed, and make them nosedive a mile every half a minute.
You're not going to take a piss that day.
Yeah, you will take a piss, but it's going to be right. It's going to be everywhere. You're definitely gonna piss.
This is the type of shit that these motherfuckers don't account. Like, I hate when they say, you've never been on an airplane. If you throw something up, does it just shoot back? You dumb motherfuckers. That's in a closed system. Stop explaining something that's in a closed system. Y'all are saying that we're exposed to the endless vacuum of space. Okay. So don't tell me that it's like being inside the plane. It's like being on the outside of the plane. Now tell me what's going to happen. Yeah. So please explain why we don't feel these 1,000-mile-an-hour winds. And yes, we know there's
gravity
6.6 of the sun. And
Dave, you know what Pepperod's answer for that was?
Of the sun moving. We know about all those speeds, but we'll just talk about the 1,000 miles an hour winds. Shit, just the other day, it was only like 50-something mile an hour winds out here in New York. And my fucking lawn furniture and all this type of shit was knocked over in the back. I had to go out there and fucking pick the shit up.
What did Man Kepra say?
He said we don't feel the winds because of mountains and valleys.
Yeah. Because I guess the mountains are blocking.
Maybe it's the block mountains like a barrier, I guess.
The mountains are, in his mind,
they hold on to the air and turn it with the earth.
Somehow it deflects us from feeling those 1,000-mile-per-hour winds.
1,000-mile-an-hour
I've actually heard, I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said that the irregularity of the surface of the earth does keep the air moving with it, right? But somehow the air at 127,000 feet, or even at 40,000 feet, doesn't lag behind. It actually outruns the spin of the earth. Okay. At 40,000 feet, there's like serious winds that are going east. They outrun the spin of the earth. Explain that on a spinning ball.
No, they can't. They'll just say gravity and they'll hang up on you.
Gravity. And then they'll like, well, it kind of whips it. Yeah. It's like when you do a whip, the tip of the whip ends up going faster.
You'll ask that. And then they'll be like, well, what about, all planets are round. Like,
Earth's the only flat planet.
Like, come on, yo. Like, stop.
Well, hey, man, right there proves the indoctrination, especially the education system. I mean, they did their job. This shit worked.
All planets are not round. Thank you for showing a picture of a real pulsating planet.
That's Venus. That's
okay.
Venus.
I can tell it's a circle. That's as far as I can go.
We know it's a circle.
That's
exactly.
Right.
But
circle shape.
You don't know if it's a sphere. If you show a lot of the other planets and stars, man, these shits is just all kind of fucking like not a solid shape. Like look at the edges of that thing. Like that's not a perfect circle either. Like look at the edges of that thing.
Yeah, man, that looks like it's a pizza.
You know what it reminds me of? You know what it reminds me of?
A cell inside the body.
Hey, pretend you're in a helicopter and you're looking down in an in-ground pool, and they have their lights
look
on.
At Mars. Look at Mars.
It looks like water.
All the planets are. Is that round to you?
Like if we're in a helicopter looking down.
Round.
You're in a helicopter looking down.
You know what? Here's the thing. Maybe this energetic, sentient ball, if you ask me, whatever the hell it is, maybe it is round.
I don't think it's a ball.
Maybe.
Look what it's doing, though.
Yeah.
That's not round. It's moving. It's like
I said, even if it was,
most of the time it's roundish, but it's moving. It's fluent. That thing looks alive.
It looks like, I'm telling you, it looks like water.
Story.
It looks like water.
It looks like we're looking at it through water.
Like you put an LED light up there, and it's just showing you a little bit,
like the bottom of a pool on a nice sunny day. The way it's all,
It just looks like energy, water, and it who knows what's above us in terms of the heavens or whatever's up there. It's bringing those colors down.
Right, but NASA gives us this, and this is what we really see.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, we know those can be portals.
And when everybody says all the planets around, they're thinking of that top row. They're thinking of what they're seeing on the top. Not hardly most people have never even seen what's on the bottom of what they really look like. So they're all I love things like that.
Yeah.
What's that? A star?
This is a star Capella. You can see this with your naked eye.
Now,
on a clear night, you can see this.
No, everyone can see this without a zoom, but when you zoom in, ooh.
That's Party Planet.
Right.
Fucking the disco right there.
Yeah.
Now that is beautiful.
That looks crazy.
That is not anything of what people think. And that definitely looks like some water shit. But that's definitely not what people think it is. But even still, I love to give the example of the pool table when it's like, okay, you're standing on a pool table, you're looking out, you see a bunch of round balls, on the pool table and shit. Round. Does that mean that the fucking table is round? No.
Well, you can't use that because the pool table is artificial.
Yeah, because it's artificial.
The dude said that. He said the table's artificial.
Yeah, that was some dumb shit somebody said. Like, they try to disqualify that analogy.
The pool table has pockets. It doesn't.
Yeah, he's like, so you can't use that.
It'll be some dumb shit, but I'm just like, do you understand that it doesn't have to be? I'm looking out. You're assuming that the pool table, that what we're on and what we're looking at, that we're the same thing.
Well, the reason people connect the sky because we're trying to talk about the earth. The reason people connect the sky is from all the bullshit of even, I don't even know if it happened, but I think it was Galileo and all them that's how they proved the earth was a round ball back in the days, because they got some guy with a telescope and he's like, oh yeah, those look circular. So we're circular. That was literally their proof, that generation. Right. And that's all they needed. So people hang up on the fact that someone at some point looked up with a telescope and said the earth's round. So they stay looking up. Bitch, look down, look across. Everything is flat, you dumb fucks. Like, what are you talking about?
And again, it's making an assumption that what you're that you are on the same thing that we're looking at.
Yeah, you're on a pulsating
we call and see the problem is that we call those planets and we call this a planet. That's the problem.
Is to be wandering stars. What do you think about this? Yeah. I'm sure you looked into Tatari and everything, and that there was a completely different world here less than 200 years ago. So with that in mind, I say all of these guys are fictional characters. None of them existed.
Yeah.
No, that's possible.
Right.
I would agree with you. I've said that for a long time.
Aristophanes did not show up into any books until the mid 1900s. He would have been the most famous mathematician back then. He would have been written about, but he was left out. Maybe he was a real person, but the story is made up. I even doubt he was a real person at this point.
No, that's why people bring up false history when they're bringing up their false planet bullshit. They bring up these motherfuckers. Well, these guys said, do you know these guys? Were you there? It's like, we don't need to do all this verification shit. It's like, no, I don't even need that. Show me some shit printed with these guys' names before 1800. Just show it to me. And they can't find shit. And it's like, well, they're still real. It's like, no, they're not, though. Not only was gravity created to promote this ball psyop, but these motherfuckers were too. You got to come up with backstories to tell people, look, these guys back in the day were real smart scholars and they're fucking, scientists, and they said it. So you have to believe it. It's like, no, they don't exist, and fuck off. We're not believing you anymore. It's over now, man.
And but bullshit. You still hear this. Like, listen, let's get when you get an expert to tell me this, like, where'd you get this from? Who told you this? Somebody on YouTube? Like they try to disqualify the source in order to
at least we're real, but we're real. Right. They can meet us. What's up? Like, let's shake up.
Disqualify the whole argument. Like, well, where'd you get it from? You got it from YouTube.
YouTube is just like the world, filled with all sorts of information. Good crap, you just have to sort it out. I mean, there's assholes everywhere, and there's good people. You got to sort it out. There's
Just like at
nonsense.
the library.
Yeah, there's nonsense on YouTube, and there's factual stuff. There's more intelligent, educational stuff on YouTube than all of the universities combined, in my opinion.
The same person that said that, though, right? That says, where'd you get that from? YouTube? When you fucking talk to them, you'd be like, they'd be like, yeah, I fixed my dishwasher. Oh yeah, how'd you learn? YouTube.
Now it's okay.
Yeah,
now it's okay.
Yeah.
When it teaches you how to fucking fix your car and all of that type of shit, YouTube is a great fucking educational place. But when it's time to find out, just learn about experiments that might be going on out there where they're proving with lasers over fucking hundreds of miles that fucking, this shit is fucking flat and your whole 8 inches per square mile doesn't fucking hold up, that there is no fucking curve, you lying pieces of shit.
That's right. With that said, we're gonna switch over to Rockfin. So let me go ahead and tell, thank you, YouTube, for tuning in. We're going to switch over to Rockfin, whoever wants to follow us over there so we could talk uncensored. See you next week, YouTube.
Yeah.
You are now rockin' with Dave from deep inside the rabbit hole. The one and only Sean Hibbler of Hibbler Productions. And the rebellious host, known as The Dose. ODD True the Vision. Welcome to the Triple Truth Oddcast. Smash that like button and enjoy the show.
All right, y'all, welcome back, man, for the second half of the Oddcast, episode number 5. We're back on Rockfin, where we're totally uncensored, so nothing is off limits, and now we can talk about whatever the hell we want.
Can I get a mic check?
Oh, have you ever seen Flat Earth?
Conspiracy theorists claim that events like terror attacks and school shootings didn't happen, that the crime scenes are fake, and all those people you see crying on television are crisis actors.
If you could influence kids with the lyrics you spit, would you lead them all astray or just steer them adrift? Wear a mask everywhere, you appear to be sick. Living in fear, 6 feet says, here's you'll get. If you like what you hear, screen mirror the shit. This is the new 9/11 of Here I'm a Biff. There's no such thing as a terrorist. The real terrorists are the American military. Harry Potter, where you been? This is the Truman Jim Carrey show that you win. A whole slew of proof from the Hoover Dam break-in. Road crews digging tunnels that you can't explain. Faster than a speeding locomotive and a train. Watch out for words like inclusive and sustain. Ability is telling me you don't comprehend. Straight out of Compton, yo, I'm off the hinges. Intended this shit's not meant for me. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're the indentured servants of this century. Can I get a witness to witness these nitwits getting into wits? It's business, jeez. Every time he takes a shit, hiccups and sneezes. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show you such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. My rap's like the second law of thermodynamics, further advances to murder your tactics. I smoke herb till it's gone, then I'm burning the ashes. You voted for Bernie, haha, you conservative bastards. I'm observing these actors, affirmative action. I deserve nothing but a few words in the caption. I'm the referee, coach, and the verbal captain. Even my girl knows, yo, my whole world is rapping. Take away from me that, and my world collapses. Like a NASA fan finding out his world is flattened. Like the first, second tower, and the third collapse. And birds and catfish on my bed, about to burst this mattress. Thirst with anticipation like ejaculation. Exposing master plans of these master masons. Another flat today, saints from around the way. You ain't nothing but a hound dog on Groundhog Day. More often than not, yo, I'm off the chain. Getting off on the thoughts that cause a lot of pain. Start seeing through all these artificial strains. It's hard to fake what's been made already plain. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. Yo, I hit my photo with notes and rhymes I spit. So if you wish at this time to resign or quit, I'm going with you every time, you know what time it is. Overdosing on the hosts and psyopsis. Blinded by the light shining from your diamonds, kid. I've been waiting all my life for a time like this. Holy moly, what a roller coaster life I live. No motion sickness in the ocean, yo, I dive right in. Motion picture industry likes to slice your skin. Hocus pocus, focusing on the life they spend. I can't believe you still believe in these staged events. But if it don't make dollars, and it don't make sense. And if it don't make Donalds, and it don't make Pence. Get it? Donald Trump, Mike Pence. There's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. You think it's pear-shaped, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just no one where you live is not pear-shaped, but you know it is pear-shaped. You swear it is, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. Take a picture, terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. But you swear there is a such thing as a terrorist. But there's not. Nope, sorry. You burst your bubble. I'm out.
Oh, Alice's death was a fake. It was a hoax. This guy's a crisis actor. I was stunned. It pisses me off.
It pisses me off. Well, sorry, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Boys and girls.
Good morning, boys and girls. Get ready and have those 12 gauges cocked, because we're going skeet shooting today. Anybody that can prove curvature, I will give them $75 off my girlfriend's EBT card. One time and one time only.
$75.
$75? That's about $34 in human money.
Human? What's that?
Where's Matthew when you need him? You know what I mean? I'm at the store counting stuff out in my fingers. I owe like 85 cents and I can't figure it out. I'm like, where's Matthew at? Isn't he like a PhD in mathematics, dude? Damn it. So the question I asked him was pretty simple. I was like, at what point from the size of a tennis ball to the size of the globe and at what speed does water change its behavior and go from flying off to sticking to? Tell me how big that thing, at what size, mathematics. He wrote a bunch of random numbers down, and at the end of his thing, he ends up talking about the tennis ball again. So you're gonna end your answer with the beginning of my question. Huh. All right. Classic, huh?
Yes, sir. Very, very classic.
Very, very nice. You know, very nice. But there was a bunch of really random big numbers that I had like random equations that I have no idea what they meant. You know what I mean? I just wanted, a simple like measurement, like, I don't know. If the Earth is, what do they say? The Earth is whatever, you know, I don't know what the circumference they say it is, right? Let's just say it's 1,000 miles in circumference, you know? So anything of that or less would have been a good answer, right? Along with the speed, right? Simple. You know, it would have taken one line, but he gave me a whole paper of stuff. There's no way in my lifetime I'll ever understand those numbers, dude. And then went back to the tennis ball.
Wouldn't you need a reference point from somewhere in where you want to call it, space? Wouldn't you need a reference point from there to tell which one was spinning in the sky or the Earth?
Wait, did I need one?
I said, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you need a reference point that was outside the Earth in order to tell whether the Earth or the sky was spinning?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, like you wouldn't be able to tell how fast you're going in your own car. Yeah,
point wasn't moving as well, right? That sounds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. I just figured like maybe he could give me some, like, I want to know what their answer is. Obviously, I'd be able to disprove their answer, but if I can't even understand what the answer is, it's just like all kinds of crazy random numbers, then I don't know. I mean, it's just, the whole thing's laughable. I'm just trying to like add a little more like dry humor to something that's like just so nonsensical. I'm trying to make this from a clown show to like a really tasteful British comedy. You know what I mean?
Good luck with that. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest with you. What was that?
cut out for a second.
What?
Are you still there?
I am still here.
Oh, I can't see who I'm speaking with because I'm driving right now. Who is it?
You're talking to Rookie. It's Rookie, the one you were
what up,
talking to last night, remember?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's all right. My voice is very similar to a lot of other people, so I don't get mad.
Yeah, I just can't see who I'm, and I don't want to crash like trying to do that. I've done it before, but I don't want to keep doing it. My car can't take many more hits. You know what I mean? This old thing.
Yeah, I hear you.
Damn it, poor thing, dude. I've tried to treat the car good, but you know, it's got damage in the front and in the rear. You know what I mean? 50% of the time I was at fault.
Well, at least you're honest, 50%.
Yeah, 50%. You know, I mean, not too bad. I know other people that are like 100% of the time it's their fault. So, no animals were hurt in the filming of this production either. So,
Thank God for that, huh?
no animals were hurt. That was weird yesterday that I was talking about like identifying as a bumblebee, and then like hours later, this random new person pops up and their name's Bumblebee. I was like, oh my God, it's
I
destiny.
noticed that. I was gonna make a comment when I heard him say that, and you guys were talking about it. I was like, what the hell is going on in here, man? Like, people
Dude,
got
sometimes I
retarded.
think like people just listen and then they come up with something off something you said. Like, you know what I mean? That sounds conspiratorial, though, right? That would never happen.
Just slightly. Just slightly. Just a quinky dinky.
Yeah, because like literally that person had to come in and identify themselves in the server for a bumblebee. I was like, what the hell? You beat me to the punch, dude. I should have patented that shit, you know?
Yeah, get your money back.
Right? Hey, you know what's crazy though? When you go in places now, like when you get booked into county jail or you go into a doctor's office or like all these professional establishments, along with your name, date, birthday, and all this stuff, and you know, sometimes it's like history of family psychosis, whatever. They also ask you, what gender do you identify as? That's an official question now. And it's like, that's really scary, but like, I like to take scary things and then flip around to my favor, you know what I mean? I'm going to use this.
God forbid we insult someone by calling them a man if they're not, right?
Right? But like, dude, it's going to get so ridiculous, like the logistics of it. Like, if I identify as a bumblebee and I get 15 years in prison, why shouldn't I just do 5 days in jail or something? You know what I mean? Like, according to their life ratio. Or if I was a dog, identifying as a dog, you know, you get the pictures. Like, how far are they going to let us take this, you know?
Yep.
I'm just wondering if I would have identified as a woman, where would they have placed me? In like a segregated unit, or would they have actually placed me with a female? Because in placing me with males, it's endangering me,
That's
right?
a good idea. I'll just get thrown in jail.
Like seriously, if I identify, when I go to see a doctor, now can I officially get a pap smear?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, like, should I just go see a gynecologist at this point? And then at that point, would he just pretend to be working on my parts down there as if I was a woman, just, you know, acting like I didn't have a male genitalia? Like, how far are they going to take this, dude? You know, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go to a gynecologist and identify as a woman and see how far I can take this. I really should, dude. Just
I want to put my legs up in the stirrups and everything.
You know, entertainment purposes only. You know.
Yep, I hear you. It's already gotten ridiculous. I don't think that's a question that we need to answer.
Dude, I'm going to use my Medi-Cal and make an appointment for a gynecologist, bro. Or go to Planned Parenthood and talk about getting an abortion. Seriously, I'm going to. I'm going to tell them I'm pregnant, dude. I'm not ready to be a mother yet. And I'm going to look at them deadpan, straight face, too. You know? And it's like crazy. They're going to have to sit there and seriously pretend that I'm serious. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna do this, dude. I haven't known too many people who've gone and done that, but I think it's a great idea just to see how far I can push it. You know?
Yeah, it might be fun just to experiment. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, for sure. For educational and entertainment purposes only. This is not medical advice or nutritional advice. This is comedic advice.
Even if it was, I wouldn't take it anyway.
Yeah, I know. I just say that for the benefit of the people. You know what I mean? Just so somebody's like, oh, I'm going to go and try to, like, I don't know, do something weird to my genitals. Like, don't do that. You know what I mean? Leave that to the professionals. If anybody's going to be seen, you know?
Leave that to the profession.
Or theoretically cutting up my body. You know?
Wouldn't that technically be child abuse?
Yeah, I guess it would be. What if I identified just as a...
Well, how's that going to work if somebody files a lawsuit on that? How's that going to pan?
Yeah. Dude, like, what if I identified as my own child, right? So I'm me, but I'm my kid, right? And then, like, I decide to go do something like, you know,
No, I
pleasure
just
myself.
identified as the judge's child and say, can I be forgiven, Daddy?
Dude, I should just identify as the actual judge, his name and everything. You know what I mean? Some role reversal, huh?
I'm holding you in contempt, Judge.
Dude, when I go to court, I should identify myself as the state of California. So how can something be against itself? You know what I mean?
There's a plan.
Dude, you can take this so far out, dude. It's just like, I just want to see how far they're going to take it. You know what I mean? Let's just not leave this up to people that are actually getting the operations.
Well, I don't think in reality it'll ever get taken. What'll happen is they'll make up some stories and put them out on the internet and whatever, and have everybody convinced that these things happen, when in reality it's just baloney.
Yeah,
that's just my opinion. I could be.
No, you're probably right. Like, imagine there's very few people that are going to go into a gynecologist like I am and straight look at them dead in the face and say that there's a problem with my cervix. But I'm going to do it, though, you know? And I'm going to see what procedure at that point. You know?
Yeah. And
Seriously.
don't you dare insult me, because that might hurt my feelings.
Well, if they look at me like I don't have what I'm telling them I have down there, I'm going to look at them with utter shock and disbelief. And then I might even start crying and be like, why are you doing this to my head? Like, what the hell? You know? I'll explain to them how, like, my whole life my dad wanted me to be a boy and he made me into a tomboy, but I'm a woman. Like, it's obvious I have woman parts. How do you not see that, you know? Actually, if you want to take it to the next level, a Glober could identify as a flat earther, right? Or vice versa.
That's dangerous.
Actually, I think Globers identify as flat earthers all the time. Yeah, they've been doing that actually before this thing was even popular. Yeah, hi, I identify as a flat earther.
You know, it's actually come to mind that it's possible that whoever they are, or them, whatever you want to call it, whoever they are, actually set this up to put out the flat Earth in a way with the people that they did in a direct for an absolutely opposite. Fuck, I can't spike.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? I think they did it on purpose, just so that way later they could try to convince us all that we would just believe in some crazy person, right?
Dude, right? Like
I was thinking about that yesterday. I was like, you know what? That's totally that's exactly what it seems to me.
Yeah, because
it's
I know the pronoun level.
Say, well, you all just believed it because these people told you, and we, you know, blah 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 blah. And since we paid them and we set them up, then that means you're all full of it.
Dude, right? Dude, because I know the pronoun level now identifies as the pronoun curve, and vice versa. You know what I mean? So they're synonymous.
Level means level with the center of the urine. That's fun.
So when we look at something level and we don't identify it as curved, then we're breaking the law. Like, how dare we say that? You know what I mean? How dare for us to be able to judge something that's level or curved? You know what I mean? Who knows, bro? You know what I mean? I don't know. I whenever I go for a lawsuit, I usually wear the Emperor's new clothes in court, and I look stylish.
I mean,
you know,
we're gonna have to rename everything that has flat before it, like flat bread. We're going to name it brown bread.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
Wow, it's really getting bad.
Yeah. See, the thing is, with the word level, it's used so much more often than the word curved in our language. That you always think like level means curved. Evil. That's really no. Actually, level backwards is level.
Yeah, so is race car.
Right. And if you spell the last L,
I thought about that. I was like, wait a minute, race car. What? It's spelled.
Yeah. Well, think about this. If you spell the last L in level with a number 7. Then you could actually flip the V upside down in either way and make it like a Freemason symbol, and you turn it, then it's level either way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the Freemason symbol is basically a sextant.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What if sextants start identifying as theodolites, though? You know what I mean? We're on some real slippery slopes here, dog.
I'm gonna do some research on that because it sounds like a ridiculous thing.
Right?
Yeah. What did they say it again? What's the word?
Well, what if a sextant starts identifying as a theodolite? Like his gender?
Theodolite. Why do they call it a theodolite? Is it theistic?
Dude, you know what they are? They're like those tripod things that can like tell you how far away something is. Like surveyors use them and shit all the time.
Oh, you're talking about a plumb bob, or yeah, I know what you're talking about. Those little laser guns that they fire, little tripod. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. My
Yeah, well,
stepdad
I mean,
worked for
they're pretty high. Some of them are like, yeah, they're like as high as like a camera tripod sometimes, and like they have like a thing to adjust it and everything, and you're looking through like a screen. Some of them are like digital,
Yeah,
where
they
they
both
give you.
have a plumb bob hanging from the bottom of them, so they can be leveled out.
Yeah, I think they do, don't they? Yeah, but don't pay attention to that plumb bob. That shit's just there for decoration, dog. You know what I mean?
They just
The
had to add
perpendic-
something swinging. That way, nobody gets jealous.
Yeah, it's swinging like a perpendicular does. You know what I mean?
Swingy.
Yeah. Hey, let's not get
noticed
hung up.
something.
Let's not get hung up on the details, though. You know what I mean?
Let's get hung up on some details. I got some details for you.
All
Why
right.
is it that all sports involve a hole, a ball, and a pole?
They
Like
all do, huh?
basketball. You have the
Football.
basketball hoop
What
is
would-
held up by a pole. You got the ball that you shoot through the hoop, and you're always trying to score, right? Why is
Yeah.
it that sex is involved in everything?
It really is, huh?
It
What about
really is.
swimming?
It's disgusting. It's kind of creepy when you really think about it.
Hey, even baseball has poles, huh? An
Swimming's not,
outfield.
I'm not talking about that kind of a sport. I'm talking about like ball sports. You know what I mean? Like any kind of sport that requires like a baseball, a golf ball, any of that. It's all the same kind of stuff. Now there are sports like wrestling or whatever that don't have, but I'm talking about like ball sports.
But even
They
those
require a
sports are
ball.
like hands-on contact. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some of the actual sports like archery and like they all have a pole, right? They all have a pole that you're firing into a target or a hole. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
They
It's
really
almost
do.
as
Yeah.
if, yeah, kind of odd, isn't it? Now I mentioned this to my daughter. I don't know why I did that, but now she's going around talking about it too. She's like, "How come everything has to do with the ball in a hole?"
Right?
Wait, is archery one of the ones that
even-
you're considering like there's no ball in archery, so it's one of the other ones.
No.
What's
No,
the ball in
there's
archery?
no ball. I don't know. Think about it.
Okay.
It's pretty close, though.
If you say so.
And sometimes they say flat discs look like spheres. So, I mean, it could be arguably a sphere.
Hold up. With archery, it's become the convention that you have like this circular target, but you don't have to have a circular target. You could shoot.
Yeah,
at anything.
that's true. I'm thinking more of like darts. Yeah, you're right. You could be shooting at anything. Yeah, but it would be easier to shoot at a target
You
that's
only
circular.
score when you hit the fucking when you hit the thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe there's not a ball involved, but like I said, that
Yeah, it could be like a
sports that don't involve a ball probably
whatever.
don't go along that guideline. But like golf, you have you have your club, which is the pole, and you've got the pole that goes in the hole, the flag pole, and then you've got your target, which is the green, right? I mean, you think about it, it's really kind of creepy. Baseball is the same way. You're hitting a ball with a bat. Now there's not necessarily a hole, but there's home plate, which is considered the safe zone, right? That's
No,
kinda
there's
like, I
holes.
don't know. It's just weird.
They put the pitcher's mound and the home plate into a hole.
Yeah. That's,
You know what I mean?
But
All
yeah,
the
it is
bases
kinda-
are involved.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What about
And,
the
of
most
course, there's
manly
always a
sport
field,
in existence,
and you're always
the
scoring.
manliest sport?
Hockey doesn't have a ball
duel
though, but
to
it
the
has a
death.
disc.
It has a puck.
Yeah.
The puck is the same thing, and the hole is actually the net. The opening in the net
Yeah.
is considered the hole.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right.
Yeah. Damn.
It is kind of creepy, right? It's kind of
Yeah.
like, wait a minute, like, so
Dude.
basically, what sports is all about is it's a manly thing about measuring your, what, right?
Well, hey, now
And
it's for
scoring.
women
You're
too.
getting
Now women
legs,
can
right?
race.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know what I mean?
Now they've manlyized all the women, so now all the women want to win too.
Yeah. Or if you're a man, you can play in women's sports and win in that category. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go. Or you just complain that it ain't fair because you can't compete.
Yeah. Shubianos, that lady last night was reading a scripture in the Bible, and she was saying she was like, the blind lead the blind. And I've heard that. So it says something about the blind leading the blind. I'm like, that's a direct reference to poker, because in poker you have the big blind and the small blind. They lead everybody else. They're the lead. So it's literally the blind leading the blind. And right in poker, I was like, wow, that's a trip. I wonder if that's biblical or not. I don't know.
Oh, I think that liberty is biblical. I think it does describe it. I think it's probably what they're talking about in Revelation. It could be.
Speaking of
about,
sexualized games.
Yeah.
Poker.
Right. Yeah, like liquor in the front, poker in the rear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got under the gun.
Why is it you and me always seem to say the same stupid stuff at the same time? You're not my age, are you?
I'm 43.
Oh, you're close enough.
How old are you?
48.
Oh, yeah. I guess you're way older than me. I'm just kidding.
5 years is way.
Yo.
No,
by 5 each other because he's higher than you by 5.
Well,
actually, I identify as a B, so actually, I'm like
I identify as a lesbian.
Oh, okay. Well, I identify as a thespian.
That too, yeah. I'm pretty good at that sometimes.
Sorry, did you say thespian or thespian?
Thespian.
Well, I call it thespian, but it's thespian.
thing.
It identifies as a thespian, but it's a thespian. You know?
Oh, so like a lesbian thespian.
Yeah, like a lesbian actress.
There you go. That's a good one. I like that. It says a lesbian. Yeah, it says lesbian. Elizabeth lesbian. That's it. Elizabeth lesbian. That's it. Damn, I'm good with those words. I came up with one the other day. It was really funny, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, what do you call a laptop worth $5 trillion?
Let me think.
Wait, say it again.
Don't say it so quick. Let's think about it.
Okay. What do you call a laptop
worth $5
that's
trillion?
worth $5 trillion?
A laptop? I don't know.
Epsilon.
A very expensive laptop.
Epsilon.
What was it?
Epsilon. Forget it. It's not that funny.
I thought I understood, but I don't
know who Epps is? You know who Epps is that had the laptop with all the dirty stuff on it?
No. Oh, no.
Epstein?
No, I don't.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, like Epstein Island?
Yeah, didn't Epstein get caught with a computer with a bunch of porn on it or something?
I thought that was Joe Biden,
wasn't it?
Maybe it was a bad joke. All right, well, anyway, let's move on.
Yeah, it's not.
Dude, that chick Shanna was so drunk last night.
All right, damn it! I officially destroyed the chick. Yeah, she called me last night. It was trippy. I was like, wasn't expecting that. She's like, hey. I'm like, what's up? And she's like, what are you doing? I said, I'm talking to you. Then she started having, because I can't stand when they do that. She was mad. It's funny. She cracks me up though.
I was telling her the movie with Samuel L. Jackson, Snakes on a Plane, was like critically acclaimed, and it's not even a movie; it's a film. They made a Broadway musical out of it.
I know. I was laughing. I was like, man, stop fucking with her.
Hold on, you lost me at. It's not a movie; it's a film.
Well, yeah, like they say like movies are like like Fast and the Furious, but a film would be like, I don't know, like Les Miserables or like Cats or like something that they made into like.
Painting isn't a drawing, so it must be better art, right?
Yeah,
that's the first time I've heard that definition. That film has to be also.
He made it up.
Play.
He made it up. It's a joke.
Yeah. Okay, well, they usually call something like a really good movie a film,
No, they're synonymous.
Yeah,
it could be a shitty film.
Like,
yeah, but like you're not going to call a really shitty movie a film.
I see what you're saying. They try. They do be making it sound nicer when they film.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they really do.
Yeah, like when they took out the land part of Hollywood Land because it sounded cheesy, so they just made it Hollywood. Hollywood Land sounds kind of gay. Well, not gay, but you know what I mean. It sounds kind of goofy.
Yeah.
Hollywood Land.
They should call it Hollywood Tree.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Let's be politically correct.
And every Christmas, just call it Holly.
Yeah, let's call it Holly. I always thought they called it Hallie's Berries, but whatever.
Halle Berry, hallelujah.
Halle Berry. Yeah. The first time I heard that, I laughed really hard. Somebody mentioned that. They were
Hold
like,
up,
"Oh,
am I
you saw
reading this
Halle
right?
Berry's?" I
It
was like,
says
"What?"
Einstein married his cousin and her 2 daughters. He married all 3 of them? What?
No, he only married the one.
Married his cousin and her 2 daughters, which he was attracted to. It's
What?
weird. This meme, whoever wrote it, you know.
Is it in the?
Well, I still don't understand why we're taking advice about time and space from a guy who dropped out of grade school and college, and the only reason why he had any kind of intelligence is because he worked at a patent office and he stole everybody's ideas. That to me is retarded.
Well, it's not as retarded as taking advice about time and space and astrophysics from somebody who can't even, I don't know, like wipe their butt or like turn over in bed. You know what I mean?
Yo, man, I'm pretty sure this is as.
Well, I'm sure they're doing at least that
He
much.
married
but
his
yeah,
cousin and her 2 daughters, which he was attracted to. Einstein called his new family his small harem.
Weird.
That is weird.
That sounds like that sounds like bull.
Like nowadays, if like when your neighbors did that, dude, dude, that's like punishable upon almost death. You know what I mean?
I want to know when I'm going to be able to, knock one out in the front yard in front of the rush hour traffic, and just identify as a pervert. That way, I don't get in trouble.
Try it now. Live stream it. See what happens.
Yeah, try it now.
Don't worry. Even if you do it, nothing will happen because they won't be able to see anything.
Oh, good point.
You could just identify as a sperm donor, and
They'll
your
be
yard
blinded
identifies
by
as
the
the doctor's office.
Yeah, like, I didn't know they made shake weights invisible now.
You could take it to somebody. You could go rob a bank, and you could say, "Well, the bank identifies as like somebody that owed me money, and I identify as an actor for this movie that we're making here."
As the Federal Reserve, I was just taking back what they owed me.
Right. But you're in good times when you get the police called on you for not wearing a mask in a bank.
Identify as a police officer whenever they pull me
Right.
over. Be like, "Hey, does that mean I get off for free, right?"
Right.
Hold up, you had the police called on you because you weren't wearing a mask in the bank?
Yeah, I'm saying like theoretically for not wearing a mask in a bank, they'll call the cops.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I thought you had a
That's
good
all right.
story to tell.
Well, no, I actually saw a YouTube video where they did call the cops on this dude because he wouldn't put a mask on in the bank, like when all this first started happening. Whereas like any other time in history,
Bro, I don't want to get I don't want people misconstruing me with
Then what happened after that?
The cops came and like this dude was trying to withdraw all his money out of the bank, like 20 grand.
The cops came, then he put his mask on, and they arrested him for burglary.
Right? No, this dude was like adamant about he would not put his mask on, and then he was so pissed he wanted his money and they wouldn't give it to him. He made such a scene in the bank, dude.
Then what happened?
He's gonna sue the crap out of him.
I'm not sure. I don't think they gave him his money, but like they assured him that they'd have the money by tomorrow or whatever. But they were at first they didn't want to do anything for him because he didn't have a mask on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wow.
So ridiculous. Yeah.
I got a special one. It's made out of screen. I took one of those really cloth masks and I cut it out and I stapled some screen in there. So whenever they ask me to wear a mask, I'll put that on. I'll be like, "All right, cool. I'm wearing a mask now. Get the fuck out of my way."
You know what I wish I would have done is I wish I would have took a hole puncher, punched 2 holes on each side of a flip flop, made that into a mask, and then put like the face masks on my feet.
No. You've forgotten. Remember, they're all made out of bathing suit, bikini tops. That's what they made all the original masks out of. Basically, they took old bathing suits.
So I'd put bathing suit bottoms on my feet and then on a flip flop or actually a shoe around my face.
Because they're both upside down.
Yeah.
What a ridiculous
There's so many different things. Me and my friend had a plan of like him putting me on like one of those big dollies and strapping me down and putting a Hannibal Lecter thing on me and pushing me around the supermarket. But we never could find the Hannibal Lecter mask in
And then
time.
reach out and try to grab people. Be like,
Dude, it'd be so fun. Like he
Hello,
has his
Claire.
mask on.
Clarice.
You can hear them screaming, can't you?
Hello, Clarice.
Hello, Claire.
Johnny Hopkins was born about 20 miles from my house.
Who?
Did they bury him 20 miles from your house too?
Who are you talking about?
Anthony Hopkins.
I said Anthony Hopkins was born 20 miles from his home.
Buffalo Bill. Buffalo Bill.
Tibbo, yeah.
Dude, when I used to always listen, all I used to do for years of my life is listen to Eminem. I had all the songs memorized. Like, I could repeat an Eminem song, and it almost sound like Eminem singing it, right? But that's only because, like, the pattern of him rapping, like, in my mind would get stuck, like, Rain Man style. But I always sing that song, Buffalo Bill, Buffalo Bill. I don't know if you guys remember that song.
Rap it like Eminem.
He goes like,
Buffalo Bill.
Yeah, so I'm trying to okay, so put that lotion in the bucket, don't steal. She thinking that I won't. It's been so long since I heard it. I have to hear like the beginning word or something in order to go on it. But it's just like I don't know, like even his Demented 6 songs. I don't know, like I memorized the pattern so well. It's just like it's just weird.
Yeah.
His raps are almost like a mathematical problem, you know.
She puts the lotion on the
Well, I
skin,
agree
or
with
else
you
she
about
gets the
one
whole.
thing. They are a problem because Eminem sucks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I won't listen to his music now because he's satanic. So I'm not like really trying to go there.
Here we go.
Well, he is, dude. And he's a
overreacting.
glober too. Well, he's a glober, dog. So
He's a dude, man. He's a dude just like
he has
you
a
and me.
song called "As the World Turns." You know.
Mm-hmm.
I know you guys heard that one.
We're down.
As the
Are you
world
down?
turns, what?
Yeah, he
Maybe
goes
he's a
like,
super flat earther. Maybe he says, as the
it
world
goes,
turns, the lies continue to amass.
yeah. I mean, he has to know the Earth is flat because he did a song with B.O.B. called "Airplanes." You guys remember that one?
What? He
There
was
was snakes
in
on the
that
plane.
song, was he?
He did, yeah. It goes airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars. I could
That's
really
him
yeah.
and that's B.O.B. and Haley, whatever, from Paramore.
That's B.O.B. and Eminem though. The remix on it. You never heard the one where Eminem
remix, okay.
Or yeah, like it's a legit B.O.B. song, but it's with Eminem.
No, I haven't heard the remix. I don't think.
Yeah.
I did not know that was
What do
B.O.B.
they say about it that's, flat earther? Or
Oh no, there's no flat Earth reference in it at all. I'm just thinking like
flat,
B.O.B. at the time was a flat earther, and he did a song with Eminem. So how could Eminem have not have known that I'm rapping with a flat earther? Like, you know what I mean?
He very well could be, but that doesn't mean he's
Probably
a flat
because
earther
his
at all.
manager told him to.
Probably because it was a really
I know.
popular
I'm just
song.
saying like it was brought to Eminem's knowledge that B.O.B. was a flat earther, and he did a song with
maybe
him.
it wasn't.
Well, I mean, how could Eminem have not have known B.O.B.'s history? I mean, it's a possibility.
I got a
but
question for you. Have you guys ever been like talking to somebody or in the middle of a conversation and you just kind of zone out and you just kind of like stare off in the distance?
Yeah,
For like
all the
10
time.
seconds or whatever. And then somebody will be like, hello. And you're like, yeah, what's up? You ever been in that kind of thought before?
Yeah,
Sorry,
like
yeah,
every
right?
second of
Okay,
my
so
life.
why is it that suddenly now there's a YouTube video out for every single person that does that and claiming that there's some kind of hypnotized or some crap? What is it with that?
Sorry, what? Could you repeat what you just said?
I'm sorry, what? I said, why is it then that people keep
No, I heard you. I'm
making
just
YouTube videos of people staring off in the distance and then saying, oh, look, they're robots or something? Like, so dumb.
It's just probably the fad.
Like, look, he's all out of it. Look, he's all staring at it. Maybe that's something he does before he goes on stage. You never know. Like, if you were a thespian, you'd probably know these things. I could be wrong. You never know. Could be a conspiracy. You never know.
My friend's girlfriend is a couple Excedrin tablets short of a full medicine cabinet, right? So she's like convinced that she has this.
2 tacos short of a combo plate.
Dude, this chick's now a couple Excedrin tablets short of a full medicine cabinet. Dude.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. She's like really stressed out and convinced that she has this illness that she only recently found out that she had on YouTube, where it's this. They said they've known about it since the 1800s, but it didn't become official till 2006, right? And it's where you have you don't have the ability to imagine things. Like you can't close your eyes and imagine something like how it looks, right?
No.
Yeah, so
that's messed up stuff right there, bro.
So like people are going to like so like hypnotherapists for this shit, right? And like, yeah, and they're paying money, and the hypnotherapists have actually have a name for this thing now, right? So what the hypnotherapists do is they have the person imagine a blank room, and then they start planting ideas in their head. And as it's showing this video, the first thing that they planted in the person's room was plants. I was like, and so people are paying all this money, but now it's getting worse and worse now. The more people that go see these hypnotherapists, they're getting worse and worse.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. And she's like stressed. She has this illness that she has the inability to imagine things. I was like, oh man, that's crazy. Fuck.
Yeah, she's probably just dumb.
Yeah, for sure she is. This is so dumb. It's like, it's almost like comical, but like, I feel really bad for him, but then I don't because he stays with her. But it's just like a it's like, dude, it's like the itchy and scratchy, so 24/7. When it's the girlfriend of my friend who has a recording studio who I made all my music with. So it really hurts at the same time, you know.
Did you break up with the audio
listen
expert?
to your music, so I can't tell you how much it hurts yours.
You wait, say that again.
Did you break up with the audio?
No worries. Go ahead.
So the audio is hurting your butt? Is that what you said?
I'll say go ahead, Claw.
Oh no, I was just saying, did you break up with an audio expert or something?
Oh no, my boy, he's the one who recorded all my songs. He has all this stuff at his pad, and this chick that he's with now is, oh man, she's just like off the chart. Her IQ is like, her IQ identifies as low, and it's even lower than that. So yeah, she's the one. Oh man, but what's the crazy
really
part?
Nice to talk about your friend's girlfriend like that. Man.
This chick is so like, she's so adamant and convinced that she's smarter than everybody, knows everything. Like she'll be like, I know how to use your recording equipment better than you, and she'll just go over there and start like pushing buttons. And she's like, seriously, legitimately thinks this too. It's crazy.
So she's a monkey.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like that just fake it. Like it's really, really unfortunate. But
yeah,
like our brains are actually evolving to save energy, like at any time that they can. And there's like people just like skipping to the end of the process, thinking that, oh, I did that. You know, I know this. Like it's actually quite a like common human fallacy, which is really fucking lazy, to be honest. Like. It's like there should be in the Olympics. There should only be like two sports. There should be like chess, and then maybe like who can tell the biggest self lie, like self rationalization Olympics. Just who can just like curl up the biggest fattest turd of a fucking self lie and just like believe it.
Okay, right. I'm gonna say straight up that your chess thing is stupid, because chess is just memorizing moves and patterns.
Testing.
Just like being good with the Rubik's Cube.
Then Star Fox or something. I don't know. Like,
and what do you call it? Is it called
Star
Chess
Fox
Station?
64? Let's play Smash Bros.
Yeah, what about playing chess with checkers though? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you don't know which ones are which.
How about just like an IQ test?
How about just I don't know, never mind. I got.
How about no? How about IQ is ridiculous because it doesn't measure intelligence.
Tony Stark.
What about just an IQ? What about an IQ-tip test where they just gouge your eyes with Q-tips? Test how far that thing can go in there.
That's called just the Q-tip test.
They test the purity of your earwax to determine how smart you are.
They call it
whether you need
PCR test.
You guys ever had that IQ test where the ratio of how big your hand is to your face, and then you do it, and then you like somebody slaps your face with your hand?
What?
You never seen that before?
No, somebody would probably die for that if they pulled that shit with me.
I've been doing that for a long time, but I never had it done to me though.
Yeah, well, I've had it done to me when I was like in junior high and stuff. You know what I mean?
You ever have somebody like a cup of fart and then like put it at your face? I've punched people out for that.
It always
literally
evaporates.
knocked them out, man. Like I just like the
Farts are measured by scoops, dude. Not
how many scoops does it take? Well, that's Fruit Loops too, I guess. Like,
no. That's how you.
Or that's
how you grade
Raisin
a fart.
Bran. Never mind.
That's how many scoops? Yeah.
Scoops. Scoops a weird word.
It is, isn't it? It sounds dirty too.
Or like book. It's a weird word.
You know, any word that you say 150,000 times,
Yeah,
it's going to sound retarded.
I could
It
never
really
hear
does,
the word.
because
I could never hear the
to
word.
say the word
hormones
"the"
the
about
same.
500 times, you'll see what I mean. You'll be
Yeah,
like, wait a
or
minute,
like
that doesn't make any sense anymore.
One that really sticks out in my mind is hormones.
How do you make a hormone? You refuse to
Hormones,
pay.
yeah.
No,
Also,
she
when
didn't.
people say butt like, I kind of just butt like. I
say
know we're
butt
very
leg?
butt like, but like,
butt leg.
but like.
I like the butt. The other
butt
word.
legs.
Yeah.
Dude, what about the word
Like
anaphylactic?
Dude, don't say that. I had anaphylactic shock once in a forest, like in our weed field, like 20 miles
Isn't
from a hospital.
phylactic means penis?
No.
Well, it means
But
you're allergic to bee
it
stings.
constricts, yeah.
I know.
So
No, it means that
I'm gonna
you're
make a
allergic
song.
to
I'm gonna make a
something.
song. I was gonna make a song about Karen B and about how I have to get between her.
Anaphylactic,
I have to
not
get between her and her
anaphylactic.
last name, right?
Something
I got to get. Huh?
But
Well, let him say his Karen B thing. Let him say his Karen. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of her, right? But anyways, like the song's gonna be basically like about how I have to get between Karen and her last name because she's anaphylactic. You know, I don't know. I made a pretty dope rhyme about it. It's silly, but because her
Feel
name's
like you're gonna
Karen B.
save her from her last name.
Yeah, because she's anaphylactic. You know what I mean?
I got you.
What?
Maybe you should just call her phylactic.
Well, the whole point about it is I'm gonna give her my last name. You know what I mean? Because she's anaphylactic. You know.
Marry that girl. I'm gonna punch your face. Marry that girl from a
Because I know Karen B's in love with me. Like I know it. I've known.
Very girl that does what she does, though. She's a weirdo, isn't she?
It's just a joke, like you know.
She's a
I think
freak.
honestly, she's repulsed by me, and she's told people that. So I always make it seem like she's in love with me.
Really? It's personal.
How much does a scoop hold?
2 scoops of raisins.
12
Yes.
bits.
A scoop holds the amount that the scoop is, because the scoop could be the utensil or the amount in the utensil.
No, the
it's really
scoop
weird.
holds
Isn't it?
the amount of
What
2
if-
scoops of raisins.
What if
in
I have
raisin
a 2-pound scoop?
I have a scoop.
Scoop it, dude.
So what you do is you
Well,
just
they
take
could-
a raisin
figured
box,
boxes
you
wouldn't have
spill the
sounded
cereal,
right.
you,
Two boxes.
you take the cereal away from the raisins in the raisin bran box, and that's how much 2 scoops are. So half of that amount of
You
raisins
just get
is 1
brand.
scoop.
You just get brand.
Okay, I have a Glover joke.
Oh no.
Why did the Glover go on the roof?
Why is your microphone really that loud?
Oh, sorry, I'll back off. Why did the
Say-
Glover go on the
You're
roof?
not listening, louder.
To measure the shape of the floor.
To measure the yard.
Wait. Wait. It's not working.
You got an earth stick to measure the yard.
Oh.
Well, you got to
okay.
go up high to measure anything down on the ground. So you got to.
Do you know where? Yeah. Do you know where the word understand comes from?
Stand under.
stand under?
Literally standing under the roof, like they're like your thatched roof. You got to stand under it in order to figure out the leaks and stuff. You got to stand under it. Understand? I like
They
that.
say in court you should always say that you
That's how
overstand.
criminals
Never say you
take your money
understand.
from.
Do you stand under their authority?
They use legalese.
Always say I overstand. I overstand.
And in the place where you live.
That's a flat Earth song, by the way.
Every song is a flat Earth song. What are you talking about?
REM were straight up flat earthers, bro.
They were actually them and U2 are like exiled royalty, illegitimate royalty, and they're just pushing the agenda of the establishment.
Yeah.
What I said. But what if everything we know is a lie? What if we really, 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 really weren't? What if it was all a lie? What if it was all just phony? What if the Earth was a donut or a raisin or
not that there's too many people to keep it alive. Not that many people could keep it a secret. It's impossible.
Oh, I know, right?
That's
right?
impossible.
Because they didn't keep Vietnam secret or anything else for 20 years, right? No.
It's easier to be a millionaire than to pretend you're a millionaire.
And what happened with Roswell, man? We should have known like 60 years ago about Roswell. Like, what happened?
Well, Roswell could have just been that. It couldn't have been.
Oh, that's right. That was made up.
Well, I don't know. Like the pictures are pretty hokey, dude. Like the friggin' foil stuff. It looks like it was a weather balloon.
It's a weather satellite that crashed.
Yeah.
And people thought it was a UFO.
Even Area 51 and stuff.
I don't think anybody who lives anywhere near Area 51 is going to consider that that's a UFO.
Yeah.
I think they all
Area
know exactly
51
what's going on over there.
Totally declassified.
They won't tell you that though, because it's good for tourists. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, no, you're not allowed to say it's truth. You're only allowed to hint to it. You're not allowed to actually say it. You say it actually, then
I think Area 51 is referring to the game of blackjack because that's the casino's winning percentage on blackjack.
Oh, okay. Area 51 was completely declassified anyway. It was like Northrop Grumman's like S-50, like that Blackbird aircraft, as well as the U-2 spy plane. That's what they did.
Yeah, it could have been multiple things. Like they could have just planted it there, just dug like a hole or whatever.
Well, don't get me
I
wrong.
think Area 51 is
UFOs
referring
do
to
exist.
ownership
They're
because
just not
you
flown
require
by little
51% stake to be a majority shareholder of a company.
Interesting.
There you go. Area 51. Get it?
The SR-71, they got up to their
But it also could be because 5 + 1 = 6, and it's how
What
6 is.
the hell? It's the difference between a mathematician and a numerologist. They see numbers everywhere.
They couldn't stop the SR-71 from leaking all of its liquids. So how did they get something up like
7 - 1
higher than that? Sure, they did. They're always complaining like it was leaking all of its fuel until they could get it up to elevation because they would have to expand.
They needed one of them special O-rings.
Yo,
I got one of those.
71 because it couldn't stop leaking my liquid.
It's crazy how the Russians found it too. Like they're using the spy satellites, and they just
Have you
found
seen
the
that
heat
isotope
imprint
on
on
the
the ground.
What?
Say what now?
What now?
Say what now? The world
What
now?
now? Said it, man. Say thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me say what?
Huh?
Okay.
All right then.
Great, bud.
Hey, did anybody go listen to that chick KGV 1611?
Huh?
No, but I heard about it.
KJV, King James Bible.
Yeah. I was like, I'll give you 5 minutes of my time, and I started talking to her, and then I was like, I was trying to ask her stuff, and then like a couple other people from the chat came in, and I was just like, I couldn't get a word in edgewise. I was like, fuck, never mind.
Edgewise and word?
Huh? No, she knew a lot. She was really educated. She was pretty smart, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Why did she pay what's his name $100?
Ooh.
For
She needed
yeah.
attention.
She literally paid one of us $100 on PayPal.
To do what?
For what?
To spend time with her.
Dude, there are people like that with way too much money.
Dude, why can't I meet a girl like this?
I know.
If I would have known that, dude, if I would have known that.
How come the people that already have enough money get the $100?
Yeah. Mine's got a trust fund. Woo.
Yeah, well, you should split that up between the rest of us, man. You should, community.
Yeah, like
If
we'll
you
just
guys are
get
splitting
like
up $100, and then you guys
you'll get a nickel
you got
each.
problems.
Yeah, but that was interesting how she's like, I was waiting in the Bible chat for people, and like people were like, what? She's like, I was there for like 2 hours waiting, like just sitting there thinking somebody was just gonna join.
Man, that chick, I don't know anything about that girl, but that's a red flag.
Who are you guys talking
about? Dude, I talked to her for a while and like listen to her. She's really educated on things of the Bible.
She's a smart gal. She is. She's very smart, but she's kind of dingy at times. But it's not her fault. People are like,
I really don't think her intentions are nefarious, though.
No,
she's in.
No, they're not. I don't think so. But you can believe what you want. That's how
Is
people are.
whoever you're talking about here?
No,
we left the server.
Okay,
we went down to the Bible server.
Maybe not gossip.
We went gossip.
Sorry to be the guy.
Who's that?
But...
Who's talking?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, someone muted her in the live stream before.
Uh-oh.
She always spoke some other guy.
Anyway, keeping it flat.
Okay.
Oh, she was sent to Cogdis. The fuck?
Ooh, is Cog?
Who sent her to Cogdis? She was.
I just like reversing things. It's funny sometimes.
She was speaking like a couple hours ago with us.
Shanna?
Like say dick buck is backwards. See, it's funny. I told you.
Dude, Shanna's funny. I like her.
I wonder what she's like when she's not drinking.
I've
never heard her not
She's about the
drinking.
same. I've talked to her sober.
Yeah. She spilled 2 margaritas last night while I was talking to her.
What an alcohol abuser.
It was so funny. I was like, well, sometimes your hands just don't function properly.
Darn, I have my heart set on that $100 too.
I didn't mean for her to talk about her cheating on her husband and vice versa. I didn't know that was going to come about that. I was like, whoa.
Uh-oh. That was on the live stream?
Yeah, well, because like,
what are you talking about?
She was giving me a reference. I was like, hey, how do you know your husband's never cheated on you when you guys are playing Monopoly? And she's like, oh, he's cheating. And then she started going off and telling like her story. I was like, whoa, fuck.
Oh.
Oh, man.
You're such a naughty, naughty boy, picking on girls like that.
Right. Then that other dude who always goes by like Leo something came in there. I was like, this is the same dude, right? So like last time he was like, he was talking hella shit, and then like this time he comes in and then I was talking to him and then he starts like quoting like lyrics for my rap songs like randomly. I'm like, oh, what? That had a reverse effect because like all of a sudden I'm not hostile towards you at all now. I was like, you like what the hell? Like it really tripped me out there. You know what I mean? Because he's not a flat earther for sure.
I didn't even know you were a rapper.
Yeah, you rap.
Well, I try to be.
I'm just messing.
Freestyling.
It's your verse.
I try to be a rapper.
Next time
I'm waiting to get signed any day now, bro. Any day now, I'm gonna make it big. I'm just holding my breath.
Flat Earth rap.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, don't hold your breath; you'll turn purple.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna hold my breath, bro.
So you're gonna give us anything? Give us a sample of your skills.
What do you want me to rap about?
Flat Earth.
Rap about electrification.
As soon as my friend like makes that girl chill out or whatever, this is the chorus is gonna be like this. I've been around the world, and I measured the earth. I measured the earth. The devil, he's clever with words, but level, it don't ever mean curve, And then it goes, your gluteus maximus, I cannot thrust. The shit can't be adjusted. The booty looks fabulous. I have to touch, girl, you have me lusting. The devil, he's clever with words, but level, don't never mean curve. It never means curve, because I've been around the world, and I measured the earth. Something like that.
Yeah, it's nice hook.
It would be cool to have like a female vocal in there a little bit, but I don't know any female singers.
The hook is nice. I think like, when you actually record it or spruce it up.
Yeah, like if I had the beat, it would sound different. I'm just like, but that's the word.
But you can tell that there's something there. The verse maybe a little, like that little bridge that you gave might need some work.
Yeah.
Hook is catchy.
I'm just doing it like verbatim, but like, yeah, with the beat in the background, like when I get, I've practiced it so many times that like it sounds perfect with the beat. You know what I mean? When you're recording shit, you got your headphones on at a certain level, so you're hearing the music, and then I'll do the first take, and then he'll be playing it back, and I'm listening to myself, and then I'll layer it, so I'll get to see how the layer sounds just perfect, and then once it's layered like 3 or 4 times, it sounds way better. It gives your voice like so much more depth, Eminem supposedly like layers the songs like 11 to 20 times.
You're a cheater.
Well, it's like you ever hear him rapping on some songs and it's like his voice doesn't even sound human, and you can't really put your finger on what it is.
It's a sample thing where it's kind of like how they do photographs from space. They take a bunch of photographs and they mash them together and then they enhance them with Photoshop. Yeah. They have an audio file thing to do that with now.
Yeah. See, my friend doesn't know how to do that, so I have to actually layer it myself as I'm listening to go over it and sync it in just perfectly,
Anybody ever notice that when you listen to music and you take the headphones off and you listen to it from a distance, that you can hear like weird ticking and weird sound effects in the background?
No.
Without the headphones on?
Yeah, no, like when you take the headphones off, but you can still hear it, but it's like farther away, and all you hear is like the high pitched stuff, and you can like hear weird like ticking and weird sounds. I always wondered if there was anything to that, like if there was something to the sound that click there in the background. Because you know, like when you hear someone talking to you, right? You know how the voice sounds, and then you listen to a recording of it. You can hear the recording, but you can also hear like all the noise, the filtered noise in the background. You can hear like just weird things, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Dude, have any of you guys ever been recording something with your cell phone and then gone back and looked at it and you see like these ripple waves going through certain places, like frequency waves?
Yeah, but I thought I was going.
What do you mean? How do you recognize them?
So sometimes the frequency waves go horizontal and sometimes they go vertical, right?
Oh, you mean like on the little graph that shows?
It's like they're repolarizing
the audio.
No, like on the picture you're looking at that you videotaped, you can see these frequency waves going through this, through everything, but you don't see them in real life because you can't. Your phone can pick it up though. Like
it's actually it's an optical illusion caused by the electronic eye, I think.
Well, I mean, it's from electromagnetic frequencies. You're going through a place where there's frequencies, and you start seeing them. And then once you pass that place, they're no longer there.
Oh, you're talking about like the old school cell phones when they used to ring, and then your camera would go.
Can't hear, but the device can pick up.
Yeah, I have one of the best phones there is. It's like S21 Ultra, and so I was driving on the freeway, videotaping all the construction they're doing, and I went and looked back at the video later. And all of a sudden, when I pass a certain part where like they have these electrical things, these frequencies just pop up like that, and then they disappear after I pass this thing. So I'm like, my phone's literally picking up frequencies. I
wonder if you had like your recording app on and you had a dog whistle and you blew it and you couldn't hear the dog whistle. I wonder if it would pick up the frequency.
Oh, I don't.
Well, you can hear a dog whistle. That's the thing.
Yeah, because that would have to do with like the microphone on the phone, which the capability of the microphone compared to the camera is futile. These cameras are really good. It's got like 5 lenses. You know what I mean?
Aren't there dog whistles that you can't hear?
I don't know. I don't think so. Generally, you can still hear it. It makes like a sound.
Yeah, you hear the wind.
But I guess it's kind of like the ringing in your ears, right? Like some people hear ringing in their ears and they think it's because they're going deaf, and other people hear ringing in their ears because they know there's frequencies around them. And you can pick up on it.
Yeah.
Depending on how your head is cocked and all that. Like
tinnitus, that's usually due to like, they say the cilia in your ear are kind of like,
But
there's an issue with them or whatever.
There could be more to it than that. You hear like that.
Well, how about this? Have you ever used your phone and videotaped like something that's on a flat screen TV, like a show, or like been in the supermarket and videotaped the thing you scan your groceries? Those things are actually flashing at like such a fast pace that your eye can't pick it up. But when you go back and look back at it, you see it flashing. It's flickering.
That's because the frame rate, the refresh rate, and the frame rate are matching up to each other.
No, it's because these things are actually flickering, but it's so fast our eyes can't pick it up.
Yeah, exactly. It's flashing, right?
It's because
both
things are flickering.
Stayed on constantly.
Your video
use more
has
energy.
a frame rate, and the screen has a frame rate, and when they don't match, it's gonna just be like dark.
Because of capacitance, actually, that makes everything strobe. It's because without capacitance, you couldn't build up a steady charge enough to keep the light lit. So what it does is it charges up to a certain voltage, and then it releases, and it charges up and releases. And they do this multiple times over and over and over, and that's what makes the light seem to be on constantly.
So like when you're watching TV though, like a show, right? So it's flickering. Like everything's like nothing's a steady flow. It's all flickering, like image after image after image, so fast it creates like a moving image. But it's so
just
fast.
Like the old movies were.
Well, I mean, even TV
movies were like
on Netflix, you're not watching a steady image. You're watching millions of images that are so fast that it's
it's a motion picture.
Yeah,
Moving
like there's no
picture.
actual picture that's like actual stream, like without flickering, that I know of anyway.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're using to pick it up, right? Like, I think humans, they don't recognize a difference past like 48 frames per second or something like that. The human eye can't.
Yeah, it's just too fast.
Or something like that. and then
Yeah.
some other, some things that
She didn't.
like,
I asked her
for
twice,
instance,
and she just ignored that. She was just all
probably
excited
can
about me
discern
coming.
it past like 60 frames per second or 100 frames. Who
Yeah,
knows?
I know. That's what I was gonna say. We can get up there and do it.
What'd you say, Rookie?
I'm sorry. I was talking to my wife. I forgot I wasn't muted.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's why one of the main reasons why the TV, the LED TVs and everything that have that flicker are really bad for people, because it's making people's like, because it's subconscious that it's doing that, so it's making like tense relax so much that, you know what I mean, it like messes up our circadian rhythm basically, you know?
Yeah, it's possible.
And it's a popsicle. I was actually about, if I could have a female vocalist, I was going to make a song called Mr. and Mrs. Helen Keller. And I don't know if you guys heard that song by The Weeknd. He's like, I can't feel my face when I'm with you, girl. And then the chick would be like, I can't feel my face when I'm with you, boy. I think that would be a pretty funny song.
But Helen Keller can feel.
I know, but you're just like,
she just can't see.
You know what I mean? I can't feel my face when I'm with you, Helen Keller. I think it would be a funny
can't
song.
see my face when I'm with you.
No, because in all her movies, she's like touching somebody's face. She's literally feeling somebody's face.
Oh yeah, that's a good one actually. Yeah. On second thought, that'd be nice.
And it's like a Weekend remix with The Weeknd, who's really Justin Bieber, but he's not, allegedly. That's the dumbest thing. Like, I don't care if he's Justin Bieber or not. I just want a song about feeling faces.
Have you seen my red notebook anywhere? Like the one I miss. I've been missing it for like 3 days now. I had very important work in it. I have my other 5 notebooks, but I can't find anything. It's the only red one I have.
Hello? Is anybody there?
Hey,
Hey,
what up, Arwen?
I just got a strike.
On YouTube?
Yeah.
Welcome to the club. It's happened to me so many times.
Well,
Is your first one?
No, but
Oh.
it's extremely rare, and it was weird too. It struck me for bullying, and I don't understand why, because I literally
bullying?
did not address an individual in my ranting and raving. It was really weird.
Wait, so they're striking you because of a comment, or was it because of the actual video? Oh, you do the live streams, right, with talking to people?
It's my live stream. I'm on camera and I rant a lot.
Yeah,
Very
okay.
passionate. But they struck me for bullying, which is really weird because I didn't even have like an anti-flat earther in my chat that I was grinding down, right? That might be a reason. No.
No buzzword?
Bullying. No, nothing. No hint.
Did you feel like the person who you were talking to felt like he was so upset that he may have made a personal complaint to YouTube?
No, not anybody that I was being active with in chat.
Weird.
I was arguing with him. Like, am I going too far? Am I being like I was asking? Like, I was just like kind of getting out of my mind, man. I was freaking angry.
Let me ask you this: how long after it was posted did you get the strike?
It was in the middle of my stream.
Oh wow! Damn. That's interesting.
Just suddenly stopped working.
And then you got the message from YouTube.
Well, yeah. If you refresh the
Weird,
page,
dude.
that's
yeah. So I was gonna say I'd like to watch that video now, but it's taken down.
Impossible.
Damn.
But it was mostly just ranting and raving about like how I'm sick of the satanic beast system and everybody thinking that it's being passive is the solution. Oh, we'll get through it. No, you won't.
And you're sure there was no buzzwords used? No buzzwords whatsoever used?
Buzzwords?
Well, I say buzzwords. I mean, these are words that the AI picks up on, like the C word or, you know what I mean? Stuff like that.
No, but even with that, I use those kinds of words all the time.
Wow, because I've gotten 2 strikes for using the word.
Every single day for like over 1,200 shows. Like,
wow.
I do shit all the time. I never get it. Half my show was about me being weirded out. How like I could seem to be able to say whatever the fuck I want, like anything, no matter the subject, and no matter how outspoken and radical in some ways it could be viewed. Just like I could do whatever I want on with my channel. Like nobody seems to give a shit. But then out of nowhere, I got a strike for bullying. It's really weird.
Tell me this. Do you remember the exact time when they shut down the live stream? Like what point you were at in the show?
Well, I had been streaming for almost 2 hours.
Oh, I know. I'm saying, like, did you see instantly when it was stopped though, or had you kept on going and not realize it had stopped for a minute? That's what I'm asking.
At some point, suddenly, this stream started stalling, and then when I refreshed, it said it's down, like it's
okay. So
removed.
think back from like when you first noticed it doing that. Think back like 5 minutes or 10 minutes in the conversation between both you and that person, and think really hard if there could have possibly been any word said that could have picked up on it. You know what I mean?
I say shit all the time. I said
I know.
shit yesterday.
Wait.
Everything I said today, I said yesterday, and I said the day before, and the day before that, and the day before that, and the day before that. Because
when you say things like "die," go and die, and that you tell people to go and die, that's not acceptable.
Oh, yeah, it isn't acceptable. Well, it has been acceptable for the last year, in which I periodically say that on my show on a weekly basis. Yeah,
you give them an excuse to
2 times.
Okay, Arwen,
you give them an excuse to flag your channel. That's what you're doing.
52 times in a year. Yeah.
I think this is what happened. This is what I think happened. So, since you didn't say any buzzwords or anything different, this is what happened. Somebody apparently made a complaint to an actual human, right? And so they actually had an actual human watching your show, because the algorithms aren't going to pick up on you didn't say any buzzwords, so they can't catch anything like that. And algorithms aren't going to pick up like the tone of how you're talking to somebody, right? So actually, somebody had made a complaint, and somebody actually was watching your show who worked at YouTube to be able to make that.
No. The ballers, they flag his channel all the time. They wait for things.
No, I know, I understand that, but
every day.
I know what I'm saying is the same thing. The same thing happened to me like a month ago, right? And it wasn't anything different. All it was I took clips from an actual news footage of something that happened like 20 years ago, right? But somebody that was talking to me in the chat, I must have pissed them off, because then I noticed that they commented on my YouTube video the next morning, and I was like, where do I know this name from? And I was like, this is a person from the chat, right? From the Discord. And so they made a comment about my video saying like, this is what they said: I don't think it was fake. You're saying all that stuff was fake. And then I was like, no, I didn't say that. I'm not saying that at all. You're saying that. I was like, I'm not going to disagree with you though. I think this person went in there because I've been flagged like by the algorithms where I said the C word in like a 10-minute long video where I was like doing a thing on like a museum or something, and like randomly some person said that, right? And then 16 minutes after I posted the video, YouTube took it down and struck me, right? So I'm like, that's definitely an algorithm that picked it up. So in this video had been posted up for 2 weeks already, right? It only had like 80 views or something. It was like, you know what I mean? And it was just footage from like, you know, a sad accident that happened at McDonald's where a bunch of people were deceased from some crazy person back in the 80s in San Ysidro. All I did was post footage from that of the news thing. I didn't even comment or write like, this is da-da-da, my opinion. It was just straight from the news. But this dude who had been pissed off at me at Discord the day before went into my YouTube channel, commented. He was fishing, trying to get me to make a comment, and I didn't deny it. And I said, like, if that's what you believe and that's your truth, then I won't deny that. And then like 10 or 20 minutes later, I get the notice from my thing. It says, you got a strike. And then I'm so dumb, I didn't realize this, but I immediately get all paranoid and like delete the video. And then it says like, because I was like, dude, I can beat this. They said, you deleted the video, you can't contest it at that point. I was like, oh, because I probably could have contested it and beat it. But I think he complained to a live person who had, because an algorithm didn't pick up anything, because you know what I mean? Like they would have done it way long time ago. So an actual person at YouTube saw the thing and made that determination that it was, they said it was because of like gore and violence, like it wasn't appropriate, right? But that's ridiculous. So it had been up for already 2 weeks, and then the news channel who had posted it, had been up.
Can you take a breath and let others talk as well? But make points point by point. Like, you know, like just just let other people comment as well. Like, you know, you're just going on and on and on about the same thing. You know, like, point by point, and just go one at a time. You know.
What?
Sorry, I wasn't looking for a moment to speak up or anything.
No, I was.
Okay, go ahead and talk then.
Yeah, what you guys don't understand is that there are anti-flat earthers out there looking for excuses to flag, you know, flat earth channels. You know, that they want you to, you know,
why would you think we don't understand that?
That we don't know that.
Yeah,
Literally,
I'm totally
Sean
saying
Hawkins
that.
made a video about me yesterday. They get obsessed over me all the time. That doesn't mean that I get strikes all the time. That never happens. That's why I'm so weirded out. Like, how did that even happen? Like, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. I literally didn't.
Also,
do
companies like
out of the ordinary.
YouTube, Discord, they have terms of service for a reason. You know, they think, you know, we have to follow those rules and regulations. Like, you know, and we might not like it, but it's their platform. You know, we don't like 99% of those rules. You know, but they have these terms of service for a reason, because they think, you know, they can better manage their platform by, you know, like, for example, racism, right? That's not acceptable anyway in the modern world. So if you go on, you know, curse and say the N-word, and, you know, you like single out a race of people or group of people, like the Jews or blacks or whatever, and you like playing into their hands, you know?
Yeah. Arjun, you understand what I'm saying though, right?
Well, I do that all the time, and I'm very careful. Like, yeah, I do actually mention the Jews.
You understood the point I was making though, right?
About Jews and how I think that they're not actually Jews and what the conditions are. I just made statements about it, right? I don't get racist. I don't get unnecessarily vile like that.
But Arwen, you understood the point I was making when I was saying about somebody had to have been watching the thing to do that?
Sure.
Which means the Glober probably got through to actual person at YouTube, and you know, just like the thing that happened with me, a person would have had to have live gone and watched it, and they make that determination at that point, you know. What I suggest you do is you contest it if it's possible. I don't know, since it deleted, maybe the same.
No, it's
okay,
not
you did.
deleted.
Okay, good.
It's not.
Okay.
It can't watch it. It's like.
Well, do me a favor. When you get a reply back, would you let me know what they said? If you remember. Thank you. I appreciate it.
They never really reply anyway. They didn't with the previous strike. I was just like, why? And they're just like, no, we're not gonna tell you. It's just like, no, they don't really answer.
Yeah.
So
you guys still don't get it, do you? What I'm saying is there are anti-flat earthers who deliberately go out to look for flat earth channels with suspect content, so they can flag it. They do that every single day, and
that's the whole point of what I was saying, dude.
Yeah, that's cute. Why don't I get that? I get that.
Yeah, we were both just saying
it
that.
never works.
Yeah, but you're playing into their hands, though.
And you're talking right through me. Thanks.
If you're giving them an excuse, right, you're playing into their hands. You.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and I did that yesterday and the day before and the day before and the last 1,000 episodes, and it never happens. I don't get it why it happens now after I've been very unleashed about everything for 2 years straight, pretty much. Like,
it's a lower probability.
Today is different.
The lower probability says, like, out of 100, if one sticks, if one of those complaints are dealt by YouTube, then you get your channel strike. So
thanks for enlightening us, Tom. That was very enlightening. I appreciate that. That was very edifying for everybody. Thanks for clarifying what we already said. I appreciate that.
Well, he's back again today, huh?
If it wasn't for Tom, I'd never get laid. You know what I mean? So yeah, but the bait.
What I'm saying is, you have to be careful. Like I said, I'm going to repeat it once more.
You have to be careful, bro. I don't need to be careful. You be careful, Tom.
They deliberately go out looking for.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Thanks,
yeah,
Tom.
I heard enough of that. After about 6 times of the same thing, I don't know what the deal is. I won't listen to it. Carry on, you guys. You're doing fine. Shut the fuck up, Tom.
I know, dog. Don't make me put out another bad video about you, Tom. Seriously.
Bro, he's entitled to his opinion.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, this dude. I have history with this dude. It's not like I just remember.
Muted. That's mess.
You don't know freedom of speech very well, do you?
Who, me?
No, him. He said he has a right to say what he wants.
No, dude. This dude's just antagonistic, dog.
If he's not breaking any rules in the server, there should be no reason to be server muted.
Well, I mean, I didn't mute him. I'm just saying, like, he's antagonistic. But I mean, I'll go back and forth with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not like he didn't hurt my feelings or anything. It's just like he's somewhat of a low key hater, but that's just my opinion. You know what I mean?
And listen, I don't have to be violating the TOS to mute someone. So let's get that clear.
What are you talking about?
If I've done something wrong, I will be notified by the moderators or admin.
That's right, Sonny.
Bro, if you just personally don't like what he's saying, then just don't listen to it.
I won't listen to it for 6 times in a row, over and over and over again.
Well, I want to listen to it.
Okay, well, you go into another room with him then.
And take yourself over there with him somewhere.
Maybe other people want to listen to it too.
Well, then you and yourself and your friends go listen to him.
They can go with him too.
Who gets to listen to what?
Antagonist.
If it's not breaking the rules?
You guys should go to White Knight and get some hamburgers.
Okay, then, yeah, you're muted too.
God, he's white knighting like crazy.
Yeah, man, I won't put up with this bullshit.
What, now it's concern trolling day?
Oh my God, what's going on here?
Exactly. That's
the day
going on
Friday the
13th,
he's trying to tell me that I don't have a right to mute somebody without violating the TOS while he's violating the TOS.
Dude, that was like homeboy's biggest fan right there. That was dude's biggest fan. You know what I mean?
Outrageous.
Biggest fan.
Straight You're lucky up, I don't ban you again, %. Shit.
Every good hero needs a theme song, you know what I mean?
Wow.
That's funny.
Yeah, there's some
So sorry to hear
off
that,
the hook
Arwen.
dunces this week.
Dude,
Yeah, it
my
sucks for
girlfriend doesn't even white knight for me like that, dude.
I know. What's up with that?
Damn. Jackie, you could have learned a lesson from this dude right here. He was hella standing up for that other dude. Nah, I'm just playing, babe. Go back to sleep. I'm just messing with you. I love you. I love
You're in the
you.
dark asking. You love me. We're a dysfunctional family.
Dude, I think I've only talked to Arwen like once or twice, right? So it was like the one time I get to speak to him, this dude interrupted me. Interrupted me to
dare him.
clarify something. I know. I mean, I don't care. Whatever. It's like
I'm teasing.
I know. It's just like, damn.
Stop taking everything so damn seriously, damn it.
I
Especially
know.
yourself.
I know, right? I'm
Thinking
just
things
too
will get you in
excited.
trouble, bro.
I'm just
Yeah,
way too
it's
excited.
just
I'm gonna get kidney stones.
stressful.
I'm gonna have a heart attack.
You'll upset yourself, Henry.
I know. You'll shoot your eye out. Yeah.
I know, right? Damn.
Mm.
Almost did the other day.
I know.
Damn, high-powered BB guns are a bitch.
Hey, but seriously, if Sonny would have muted that dude and that dude would have kept going, I would have been like, bro, don't make me get personal with you because I've watched your channel, so I would have had to get personal. But nah, I'm glad he muted him, kind of.
Personal, huh? What's that?
Yeah, right. Like I can get
Not so
impersonal,
personal,
but if I
remember?
get personal, your feelings might get hurt. You know what I mean?
Oh, we don't want that.
Right?
That'd be bad. Then people might
I
leave
know.
the show. Or
I know.
Yeah, keep going, percent. You want to keep now. You want to do this concern trolling in the chats, being a chat skink. You didn't call me out on nothing. Yeah, I called it exactly the way I saw it, and everyone else did. You're concern trolling, and now you're doing it as a chat skank, and I will ban you. And you'll have 7 days to think about the shit.
Chats.
So shut the fuck up in there. Keep it quiet. Go do something else today.
Wow.
Take a break.
Anything, yeah, something else, but just anything.
Go home and get your fucking shine box.
Today's the day you find out where you live, dude. Today's the day.
So he used to shine shoes. They call him Spit Shine Tommy. Oh, his name actually is Tom too.
Hey, Arwen, are you surprised you got a YouTube strike?
Yeah,
Why?
because I never get those.
Have you ever listened to one of your shows? Have you ever heard your content?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so why are you surprised?
Have you? How many times did I get strike?
I watched it.
That's what I'm saying. It was about time.
Oh, about time. Oh,
It was
okay.
about
Yeah. Well, they were going to get
now
you.
we never did it.
For like years. Been very consistent in what I done.
That's fine. It was bound to happen at some point. I'm saying, given your topics and the way you handle yourself, and that's just get over it.
A lot of it doesn't make sense. Listen,
It's fucking ridiculous, dude.
a lot of it doesn't make sense. Listen, hold on. I've had a Flat Earth channel for 5 years. Listen, since 2017, since I first found out. I've had videos up for 4 years. That 4 years later, I get a copyright strike when it's been on my channel for 4 years. Literally.
That means somebody brought it to their attention.
The demons can't stand you, Sonny. The demons can't stand you.
I know, it's okay.
Hey, but a copyright strike isn't as bad as their name.
It's fine, man. I'm fully prepared.
But hey, when you got the copyright strike, they didn't strike your video, though, right?
Yeah, they did.
Well, they actually took it. Wow.
Yeah, they tell you you have a choice. No, they tell you have a choice. You can either delete the part that's being claimed as a copyright. You can take down the video, or I think there's a couple different options. Or you can notify the copywriter.
Yeah. But they
make
don't
an
actually
arrangement.
give you a strike for that, though.
Yeah, they do.
You know what I mean? Not like an actual real strike.
A community strike, yeah.
Oh shit! Because
a guideline strike, yeah, guideline strike for copyright.
I have a few things that say copyright something on my videos that are still up, and I didn't get a strike for those.
What I do is I have them just take the part out. They say you can have an option, take the part out, and I just let them do that. Take that part out, then.
Okay.
And continue and leave the video up.
Okay. Yeah, because I have a few of those on my thing, and I didn't pay. I was like, I didn't get an actual strike for it, so I ain't tripping. Because I'm not trying to get profit from those things. So
Me either.
I mean,
well,
yeah.
they're keeping our numbers down so low that I'll probably never ever be able to monetize the channel. I never figured I
No,
would
dude.
ever be able to anyway, which I was right about 5 years later. I only have
But
500
I've spent
subscribers.
thousands of dollars on my channel, dude. I have not gained a penny from it. You know what I mean? That's how most of us are. Like, just truthfully, like, dude, like to be able to make money off your YouTube channel, that's especially with what we talk about is almost it's like that's nonsensical if that's what our original plan is to do is to make profit off it. It's just not
Exactly.
going to happen.
It is never going to happen.
Well, for me, I don't think it is. Maybe for other
Here's
people.
another thing. I don't know why you guys muted Multi-Tom. He's right.
About what?
About people going out and singling out YouTube channels, flat Earth channels, conspiracy channels.
Yeah, but he
he's not
doesn't
wrong.
have to say it's. But he doesn't have to repeat it like a robot 6 times. It's just so annoying. And then
You might have let him finish the last time. That might have been his last time.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Because the point is this: no one in this community should at all be surprised if they get a strike at all for any reason whatsoever. Especially if you don't mind saying the C word or the V word or die, this, that, and the other. I mean, Arwen, you're belligerent, dude. They were going to get at you at some point.
Okay, we'll take a vote. Who wants Tom unmuted?
I mean, I don't care, dog. Me personally, I don't like the dude, but I'll be decent with him. You know what I mean? And I'll go in a private server with him and battle rap with him if he wants.
I'm not some hard ass. I'm not trying to be some arbiter of the fucking law here on the Discord. That's not me. Believe me. I'm not that one. My ego's not involved. I really don't care that much. I'm like, I'll unmute him. Like, there you go, Tom. You're unmuted.
Every time you go away, you take a piece of me with you.
Oh, you take a piece of me. It's a good song.
Do you ever feel like your life is like an 80s movie, bro?
Yep, every day.
Those are good times.
Changed.
The 80s. Some of the best times on earth. The
It's
80s.
like Lost Boys in real life, man. It's fucking crazy.
Right? Back to the Future. You
Literally
Marty McFly.
McFly. I don't know. It's not really like Back to the Future. It's more like Back to the Past.
Right. It's like back to the new normal. The only thing I love more than normal things is the new normal. It's revised and better than ever.
Gotta love it. It makes no sense. It's fun.
Actually, I heard something on the news yesterday. They were talking about something, and they go, the new normal is so normal now that it's just normal. It was like so funny. I was like, yeah, the new normal is just normal now. Dude, there's gonna come a time where people are like,
they got to keep renewing the new normal.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, I miss those new normal days, man. Why can't we get the new normal back? Because this like super size normal is really bad.
Well, that bug got a wake up call. He crawled up inside of my bong. He shouldn't have done that.
Right.
Now he's smoking.
So if they say like they'll ask you like when you go to a site I don't know if any of you have been ever interviewed for an 11 or a 5150 where like they're saying like, well, does mental illness run in your family?
Yes, actually I have.
So if mental illness ran in my aunt's genes, would that mean I have ants in my pants?
I don't know.
Dun dun dun.
Tell your
I
aunt
would
to
just
keep her
fuck with
jeans
him. I'd
first.
say yes, it does.
Right.
They still trying to relate to us.
How did you know?
Dude, me and Arwen should make a
So, I
song
have a
called
question.
the Latter-day Arwens. No, what happened?
No, forget it. I want to hear what you said first.
Nah, he's
What
not. I
about
don't
Arwen?
think he's on anymore, is he?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, he is.
I wasn't looking.
I don't know. Is his channel just one name or is it two? Because it would only be good if he had two names in his channel.
Why are you all up on him today? Did he do something?
Who, Arwen?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't.
I don't even know who he was until a few weeks ago.
Dude, Arwen,
Get off my lap, dude. Get off.
He's got a lot. Arwen's got a lot of views, dude.
Flat Earth. Early bird.
Where's he from? Where's he from? Like
I
Nathan
think he's
Hopper
straight
show?
out of Compton. I think he's from Compton, right?
Right on.
Straight out of low
Compton's cool,
cash.
yeah.
Motherfucker named Gusto.
Straight out of low cash, dude. I love that, dude.
I thought that was Dre, so I was gonna say, damn. Where'd he go? Flatty.
Trace has vanished without a trace, man.
No, Crack
Flatty's
Villain
back
vanished
on the
without a
brand
trace.
new track.
I've seen Dre since in the last few weeks, but I haven't seen
Wait,
Crack
Drake
Villain at all.
is Karma's brother, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Nah, he's cool, dude. I like when I hear him rapping. Like I'm listening to him, I'm like, he's
He
somebody
has a
who
great
really,
rapping voice, but he doesn't have the timing down right. I wish he'd get the timing. It would be so awesome, dude. Because he has a killer fucking deep voice. I love that.
Not just that, I can hear the passion for what he believes in what he's saying.
Yeah,
and you
he
can hear
does.
it, you know?
Yeah, he does.
For sure,
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. That's what I mean. It's like there's only one little part of it that's missing. It's like
Yeah.
it's right on the edge of being like perfect.
I think if he just what he basically with the sentence structure is if he just took a few words out of every sentence instead of putting so many words in so fast, because I used to do that too, and so I'll try to
Yeah, it
eliminate
ends up
words
being
that
like
are
mumbly. Yeah, I know what you mean.
yeah, like take out the thes and the ifs, and like you can really still make it without all those extra words, you know?
Yeah, it's some complex technical shit, isn't it, man?
Yeah,
good though.
it's like he's a really good lyricist writing. I could tell he writes like really, really intricate lyrics, almost to the point where like backfires. And it used to do that on me. It was like it shoots myself in the foot. So you got to actually take some of them out and dumb it down a little. You know, not dumbing it down, but just like making it more simple. So you're not packing so much in every verse. You know.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to overstimulate your audience.
Right.
They can't handle that.
I went past my my son's room. Yeah, went past my son's room and I could hear Elijah's song playing from his room, man. That's pretty
no.
cool.
Right.
Have you guys ever heard Steve Grant songs or no?
You said that before.
Dude, I really, in my honest opinion, I think he's the
Last
best
Grant I
flat earth
remember is
rapper.
Eddie Grant.
You know, just I don't know. He's really good, dude. He did that song "Diet Woke." He did the other song with ODD, "The Right to Remain Ignorant." I don't know if you heard that one or not.
I don't listen to ODD. I don't know. I mean, I used to watch his videos, but I've never really been into his music much.
Yeah.
It's not my thing. Although I do like rap and everything. I don't know.
Yeah. Steve Grant's dope. What about that song that I posted from this other dude's channel, "Spank 'Em with Van Allen Bouts" by Flat Earth Mafia? Have you heard that one?
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
I mean,
that's
that's like their best song, but dude, I thought that was a dope song, dude.
Yeah, I played it on here a couple times.
Yeah, it's just like it's dope, dude. I don't know, it's just that was a good song. I think.
You want to hear Flatter Day Saints song? Smack it with Van Allen belt. Let's play it.
You want me to play? It's not my actual song. Do you want me to play it though? It's dope.
Oh, I'll play it.
Yeah, play it. Yeah, dude. I love that song. I asked that dude too. I was like, "Do you mind if I put your video on my thing to promote it?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "That would be cool." Took him like weeks to respond to my comment.
I still think we need to do a like "We Are the World" type song. Get all of us together and do like little parts of it.
That'd be
Of course,
fun.
it won't be
But
like "We Are the World," but I mean like something like funny, you know, like something that's funny, but calling out, you know, Ball Earthers or I don't know, something just, you know, like a good, like, you know, kiss my butt rap, you know what I mean? Like kind of thing.
Make a song called Level Means Curve. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I can think of a lot of different angles we could go with that. Lyrics won't be hard. It's the beats part. I mean, I know a lot of people can just write a beat, no problem, but not everybody has that talent.
What about if you could mix the Mentos commercial song and kind of like mix it up a little bit, just the beat part of that, and make like a whole Mentos song about like how a Glober can only win his argument.
It wasn't much of a beat, was there? It was like orchestra in the background. It's like
but I mean, you could make it into a rap beat if you had other stuff to and speed it up, maybe. You know what I mean?
I just remember the horn section being really high at the end of the song, like. Fresh maker.
Dude, I used to love
that. Was always some dumb guy getting into somebody's car that he didn't belong in, and the person would be like, "What?" And then he'd jump out and he's fresh maker, and he'd take a Mentos.
Like O.J. Simpson, like after they pulled him over the Bronco, he just pulled up the fresh maker. You know what I mean? Straight ahead.
Yeah, dumb. Yeah, I think the one, the allegory that you mentioned was, the guy shows him his girlfriend cheating on him, and he's just like, "Oh well, screw it."
You know, right? It's all good.
It's called free pass,
Right.
Carte blanche, I think is what you call it. It's the nickname for it. Well, that's the French way of saying it.
Hog dicks. Dude, I used to have this chick who was like a really good friend of mine, and every day when her husband would go to work, her boyfriend would be waiting down the street, and he'd come over. They'd be in the bedroom all day, up to the point where like her husband was so trained. Before he left his job, like was a half hour away, he'd always call her multiple times until he got through and said, "I'm almost home. I'm almost home." For years, this happened, right? She ended up getting pregnant, having a kid. Dude, so the boyfriend was like Italian, Hispanic looking, right? Both of these people were like white skin, blue eyes, blonde hair. The baby came out with like curly dark hair, tan skin, and brown eyes, right? And she straight convinced her husband it was his. And I don't know if he believed it or like what, but he'd tell people that's his, like, right? So 5 years later, she has another kid that's skinny, straight blonde hair, like pale skin and blue eyes from her husband. They look totally different. And like he's repping both kids like they're his. Okay, so one day she doesn't answer her phone. He comes home. He finds her completely naked on the bed. The boyfriend completely naked on the bed. They're about 2 feet apart with a wadded up roll of paper towels in between them. She jumps up and says, "Oh my God, Matt, what are you doing here?" The story was that she had like she was really tired, and so she passed out like drunk or something, and that he came over to like use the bathroom or something, was really passed out like in like I don't know what happened, like something where he was drunk too, and like he laid down on the bed and didn't realize. The bed next to her, dude, and dude, he's buying it, dude. Like Jim Carrey said, in there, buying it, dude.
Like, well, of course that makes absolute sense. Of course, that's what he was doing.
You know what I mean?
They were just drunk, and he just came over by accident and just fell into the bed with you. Yeah, sure, honey.
Yeah. Oh well, just got drunk. Oh well, he came over.
Let me get that girl's number.
Oh, well.
Dude, she had the Mentos. She had the thing of Mentos shoved up her. You know what?
I was gonna. Did she have a dispenser in her forehead?
Right. Yeah, that's so
she
crazy.
Was the dispenser.
Yeah. Right. So funny, dude.
Okay. You guys want to hear Spank 'em?
Yeah.
Spank 'em.
Hell yeah.
Not really, but sure, why not?
Let's see it.
Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. I got bars. Call me a repeat felon. How they going to Mars but can't repeat the moon landing? Highway to heaven. Michael landing. Did you see that moon module? How they landing? NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. They out here talking space travel. How they never left. You want the truth? Educate yourself. Don't trust the system, boy. Educate yourself. Operation Operation Fish Bowl, we in a snow globe. NASA's faking space, walks in a swimming pool. Look down there, I see space bubbles. Astronauts is drowning, I see space bubbles. I see the truth. Took off my fisheye lenses. Post about flat earth, and you see just who your friends is. Can I get a witness? Flat Earth Mafia, can I get a witness? The earth is flat, they better deal with it. Zipping and turning through infinite space, and we don't feel spinning. Then they fall back on almighty gravity. Undetectable, untestable, theoretical gravity. Where's that all at? When you need it, there it is. Run up on NASA like I was Negan. You never look in that bowl that you've been eating. You never looked in that bowl that they've been feeding. Look at NASA's founder, Werner von Braun. 1901, book of Psalms on his tombstone. The firmament showeth God's handiwork. It says the firmament showeth God's handiwork. He got the last laugh, he spanked them with Van Allen's belt. Once you finalize here, you start looking at other stuff. Epstein didn't kill himself. Building 7 didn't collapse by itself. Pizzagate, illegal organs trade. Child sex, slaves illegal, no knock raids. All for your guns, all up in your homes. Adrenochrome, hear you through your phones. Milk's bad for your bones. Birth certificates a bond. The elite can't wait to drop the bomb. Faces underground, pyramids in the U.S. found. 1947 Puget Sound. Men in black, they put it in the movie to make you laugh. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt.
They snatched that out of another song, though.
What was it from?
I can't remember what the song is. I'll think of it eventually.
What, like the beat?
No, just that. It's from some other song.
Okay.
It's slightly different,
Yeah.
but you know, it's that's how you do it.
Yeah.
You get a hook like that's the best way to make
Yeah.
a song. You start out with some kind of sound effect from some other kind of song that sounds just very similar, but not quite exactly, and it gets you enough of a hook to get people to listen to your song. You know what I mean?
Dude, the only thing I hate about that song is they didn't make more songs.
Right. Oh, that's the only song they made?
Yeah, I mean, they have a couple other ones, but it's not, you know what I mean? Like,
right. Yeah, they
that's
just made
always,
one, and that was it.
even the shirts that they're wearing, it's like the Godfather letters, and it says Flat Earth Mafia, dude. It's so dope, dude. That's so rock
Right
one
on.
of those shirts.
Well, I know it's like me personally, if I were ever to have the balls to actually do a song, because I'm not a very good singer, but I could probably rap pretty good. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, sometimes I think I sound good, sometimes I think I don't. Some people think I could sing, some people think I sound crazy or sound bad or whatever, you know. But I guess what it would be is like if I made a song and then some people liked it, but there was a few that didn't like it, I would probably be so horrified by the people that didn't like it that I'd be afraid to make another song. You know what I mean? It takes a lot. Yeah. There's more to being a star or being a rock star than you think. There's a lot more involved. You have to have a lot of ego, but you also have to have a lot of humbleness. You know what I'm saying? To tolerate that kind of, you know, conjecture and because people are going to judge you for all their different reasons and for good reason. I mean, that's just what people do, right? But I mean, you got to be able to handle the negative with the good too. So
I always try to take I always try to find the most comments where people are saying like criticizing my song, but I know it's people criticizing it not because they hate me or whatever. And then I'm like, and then I try to fix it. I adjust it from what they said. You know what I mean?
But you make a mistake when you do that. I mean, it's not art. If you're doing it for someone else, it's not art. Art's when it comes from the heart, right?
No, what I'm saying is like they're saying like it could have been better if I would have done this or that, and I look back.
Yeah, and you agree with them, right? Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, and then the next song you make, you do better, right? Or whatever.
Yeah, like constructive criticism. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, kind of like building a house. You make a mistake on the first house, and like, well, I ain't gonna make that mistake again. Yeah. Whereas crazy people don't see that. They just keep making the same mistakes over and over, thinking, well, why does everything get screwed up for? I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
You're not doing it right.
I was thinking of something not as permanent, like open heart surgery or something. Something where you have margin for error.
Not as permanent. I love your dry comedy.
Dude, when I was younger, when the Eminem Marshall Mathers LP came out, I was so out of my mind. I bleached my hair. I'd wear tank tops, and I'd sit in front of the mirror and listen to his song and actually try to do his body movements. And I like a robot. I mimicked his words and everything. It was just like insanity.
Wow. You had it bad, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I was insane.
I've realized that there's been a few times in my life where I actually got all gaga about a band or or whatever singer, or girl, whatever it might be. And I always thought about that, like, what the hell was that about? Like I actually started acting just ignorant, like I was being ignorant about it, like telling people that, oh, it's the most fun thing in the world and all this other dumb shit. I remember filling my head full of all kinds of dumb things like that. And then wondering later, like, what was I thinking? Like, why did I do that? What compelled me to do something like that? Because it's not a natural thing, right?
Probably not.
But for some reason, we all seem to want to do it. It's just weird to me. So it's those kind of things.
You don't know them like I do. No one does.
No, exactly.
You don't know what it was like for people like us growing up. I'm just kidding.
No, we couldn't possibly. Yeah, I've never had to deal with walking uphill both ways to school, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just,
barefoot.
I'm just one of the new age kind of people. Yeah, maybe barefoot. Yeah.
You're one of those new normal age kind of people.
Well, what's funny is that I think we all do exaggerate slightly with our life and our stories, right? Especially like when we're wanting acceptance. Don't we have a tendency to like want to make it sound good and listen to the crowd and, work the crowd rather than just telling it like it was? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
everybody does
for
that,
sure.
Yeah, it's called ego. I mean, not that it's a good thing, but it's not a bad thing either, because if it wasn't for ego, we wouldn't have, good things. Like good things come from bad things, believe it or not. I'm not trying to mean that in a weird way. I'm just saying, like, when something bad happens, it usually brings together a group of people, and those people come together and they do something profound, right? And then they sit and they're in awe of it usually, right? Like especially when something really, really bad goes down, or loss of a family member or something, like that's how we deal with it, is we bond together, right? But we don't do that normally because in our day-to-day lives we just don't feel like it's necessary. But it's funny how whenever the proverbial shit hits the fan, we always lean on those that we know love us and they actually give a crap about our feelings. You know what I mean? Because it is important what people think about us, believe it. Even though we don't want to admit it, it is very important. Our subconscious needs it and desires it. And I think people that don't have that normal need and desire to fit in and to be accepted are the crazy people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we always say, no, I don't care what you think about me. No, I don't on a personal level. But I do. It does mean, like if enough people say, hey, you're a dumbass or you talk funny or whatever, eventually it does start to like set in on you, right? You can't help it. Because then you're like, well, maybe I'm not looking at something, because you start to consider that maybe there's something to what they're saying. And I don't know if everybody does that, but I know I do.
I feel like I'm kind of the opposite. Like I kind of like thrive off people being like when people see me barefoot or something, the horrified looks they give me. Like I kind of like it. You know what I mean? I like going against the grain though. I prefer it. Makes me feel more comfortable.
Me
like my
too.
girlfriend is so embarrassed to go in places with me sometimes. But
my wife's the same way. She'll be like, "Don't you dare!"
Yeah. Like sometimes when I'm really stoned and we go through the drive-through, she's like, "Don't do it, please," and I'll start speaking like funny accents or like just messing with the people. I'll ask them like every single thing on the menu and then ask them their opinion. Just like just messing. Like she's just like, stop. It's humiliated, dude. Mm-hmm.
Or just like, or I'll flirt with somebody like directly in front of her because she knows, it's not serious. But I'll just directly like.
Dude, my girlfriend would punch me in the face, dude.
No, my wife thinks it's fucking hilarious. She laughs. But like I said, we've been together for over 20 years, so that would probably explain why. The dichotomy.
For sure.
Yeah, single. You don't put a ring on their finger. They do have a tendency to get jealous.
Right.
It's usually once they know they have that security that you're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
You devote your time to that. Well, I don't blame them. Do you blame women for that? I mean, like you
I blame
consider the
women for
position and all,
everything.
all the. Oh well, no wonder.
I'm just joking.
That's why you got problems, bro.
It's all
That's
their fault.
you want some advice?
Yeah. I always blame Jackie for everything.
I've noticed that. I have noticed that most men who have issues, they usually are mom issues, right? Or their daddy
probably,
issues.
Yeah.
I know that sounds weird, but it's true.
Well, what if
I don't really
my
have mommy
dad
issues. I get along fine with
identified as my mom? My dad identified as my mom. We'd sum it all up in one package. One fell swoop.
You won't need a second. You won't need a mom and a dad. You just got one. Just have the what do they call it? The multi parent or whatever.
Right.
I don't know. There's got to be a name.
Well, what we were talking about earlier, I'm setting up that that gynecologist appointment right now. I'm setting up for so I can go in there for an intake.
You make sure you share flat Earth with them though. That way you don't get in trouble. We don't want to go
I need to see
off on a
tangent. I need to
realized
see how they react.
I know, right? I want to know if they'll actually let me put my legs up in the stirrups just to test them out. Like, come on, let me try it out. I want to see what it feels like. I want to see what it's like to be a girl. I bet you they just look at you like you're crazy.
I'm going to go in there with that mindset though, and I'm going to be horrified and shocked if they do any other way.
I was going to say, what if they actually go along with it? Are you going to get freaked out, or are they?
No. Then basically, my body is their oyster, and it's just
go in and ask for a mammogram.
learning purposes only.
Tell them you want a mammogram.
Strictly educational purposes.
Tell them you want a manogram.
Dude, I might even like it and like go back. I mean, you never know.
Shit. Oh, that's too much. I just thought of some crazy stuff.
Yeah. Yep. That's what I got to do.
Dude, where's the milk that I got last night? Dude?
What?
I brought milk and shit.
It's right here.
Wait.
I mean, the milk doesn't need to be put away right away. I like it when it's kind of like lukewarm, and then I can make my almond palmers.
I don't know what you do, but I thought it was Rosie Palmer.
Anybody ever had an almond palmer?
Man,
They're really
some
good.
dick doing this. I gotta.
No, almond palmer. It's what it is. It's lukewarm almond milk and lemonade. You've heard of an Arnold Palmer, like iced tea and lemonade, but this is an almond palmer.
I was gonna guess that. I was gonna say, what is it? Is it lemonade and tea with milk, or with soy milk or something? Yeah.
It's just lemonade and milk. Take away the tea.
Yeah, I get it, but it's not real milk. I don't understand. If we've been drinking milk for like what, thousands of years, right? And now all of a sudden milk's not good for you. Isn't that kind of funny? Like how they do that? Like how there's a dichotomy in the world, like where they just flip on you, right? Like 1 year, no one pays attention to this thing, and then next year everybody pays attention to it so much that we have to make laws, right? Isn't that fascinating? Like how do they do that? I want to know how that. How do you do that? Like how do you change the world by just saying something's true even though there's absolutely no evidence for it? How does that work?
So easy.
Do you just like program it into the computer and it just puts it out on the TV or something? It must be like that, right? It's like
They've got it all mapped out like a football game now.
It's like the computer's called El Guapo.
These kids in these computers. Dude, I had like 18 badass crank calls. Some of them only a couple minutes long, and I don't know what the phone got lost, but they were some of the best crank calls of all time, dude. And like, yeah, I was devastated when I lost it, though. Devastated. Yeah, but like the one where I called the computer store, I called this computer. So I was crank calling these places. Like I'd find places in like rural parts of the United States where like, you call someplace in Chicago, they're going to hang up on you. But I call someplace in like Bozeman or like Illinois or something. And like, they really care about what I think. Right. So I call and I'm asking them, I'm just fishing around. I'm telling them that my MacBook Pro has had problems, and like basically I'm telling them I thought it was like one of the notebook tablets where you can bend the screen all the way back. And I'm talking to them and I'm explaining, well, there's like these yellow ribbons sticking out in between where the screen and the keyboard is, right? Well, I ended up like it's a shot in the dark, but I'm like, kind of an overweight woman. I'm describing her. I'm saying my girlfriend went in to bring the MacBook in, and it just so happened something like that happened the day before. So, dude, it was so perfect. Like, I ended up talking to this guy, and then I'm like asking her if this like big dude with like tattoos and stuff was with her, and he's like, I don't remember, dude. Yeah, he's asking the employees, and then I end up like flipping the whole thing on him and telling him that like he was trying to get with my wife and everything. And this dude was like spent like a half hour pleading with me and like letting me know what good character his coworker was, and he would never do that. Oh my god, it was so funny.
Wow, really? Anything to avoid a lawsuit, huh?
Yeah. It was really. You seen that one movie where they convinced that girl to go like that she stole something, and then that's inappropriate. But it was like it's crazy how you could just call.
I know what you did last summer.
No, what was that movie called, babe? About the girl that worked at Chick-fil-A, where they call and say that this is a detective, and we think the girl stole something. You need to take her into the back room, and then like they end up like stripping the girl down and had her back there for hours. While this dude who's not even a cop is like explaining all this stuff. Like it's a movie. Any of you guys ever seen that movie?
Nope.
And now I'm gonna sound weird if I don't say the name of it.
No, you won't, because we'll eventually figure it out.
Okay, the name of the movie is called Compliance.
Yeah, I might have seen it.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking about doing this new technique of flat smacking people where I go up to the person and I explain like, I can't believe this guy just came up to me and said like the earth is flat. Isn't that crazy? Like he was saying that like water doesn't curve, and like I'll be saying all these facts as if like somebody had just told me that and how crazy it is to get maybe I can like make them. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna test that out with a few people. And I'm gonna name all these things like I can't believe that person did this.
Stop it.
Was she biting her?
Face like.
Well, he just wants attention.
What? Talking about the cat or something?
Oh, my dogs. They're good dogs. They just want attention. They all like what do you call it? Vet for like us to give them attention and stuff. Like most dogs.
Yeah, they're animals. They're pets. That's why they call them pets, because they like to be petted.
Right. Yeah. My girlfriend
We're
found
their
out a
doctor.
long time ago. They
We're
don't just sit
basically
in
an
the corner.
animal's doctor, right? Because every time they need consoling, we just, we console them, we pet them, and make them feel better, and then they go along their little merry way, right? Same thing.
My dog Spicy, she actually identifies as a human being, so she's like my daughter.
Yeah, I know. A lot of dogs do. I think my cats probably think they're part human. That's why they're such weirdos.
Right?
They're like, well, I know I don't look like you, but by golly, we sure like to like do the same things, like sit around and talk and lounge around in the sun and under the tree in the front yard, whatever. Yeah, cat dog. All sprawled out in the sun.
Right.
I know why they do that though. I figured it out. I decided to do it. Lay out there in the sun and see what it was like. And sure enough, if you lay out in the sun with a dark colored clothing, you lay on the grass, what'll happen is that when you're laying on the grass, the moisture will like evaporate up underneath your body, and it'll actually the moisture will like to collect on your bottom, on the bottom part of you that's towards the ground. As the heat hits the top of you, it actually causes like a swamp cooler to form. And if you roll over every so often when the breeze comes, you'll actually cool yourself off. And it's the most exhilarating thing in the world to lay there and then roll over. And you're all hot from laying in the sun. Then you roll over and it's like total like easement, cools you off, and you're just like, it's exactly why the cats do it. I was like, wow, I always thought they would just weird, like, but no, there's a reason.
That makes sense.
You would think that laying in the sun, if you were a dark colored animal with fur, right, it would be hot. But no, actually, that's how they stay cool. They roll over every so often. That's why they roll around. Because the moisture builds up under them, and then they roll over and it cools them off. It's true.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, if a cat was white and then a cat was black, would one be less cool or more cool in the sun? And it's almost like thinking like if a person's skin color was black or white, it'd probably be almost the same thing. Like it wouldn't make one of us doesn't get hotter or colder, you know?
Well, I mean, I think that's a weird thing because I've heard black people say that when it's really hot outside, they say, "Oh man, I can't be out in the sun," because they just don't like it because they actually get hotter. But it's just the surface of your skin that gets hot, right? You know, if your skin is dark colored, it's going to absorb more of the sun's rays, right? Technically, instead of reflecting or refracting them, it's basically going to absorb it, right? So all the energy is going to collect on your skin. So yeah, you'd probably get sunburn easier and whatever. So yeah, I could understand that. Whereas, you know, a light skinned person, it does the opposite, right? It burns your skin slightly and then your skin darkens.
A black person don't get sunburn.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I have my friend down the street's black, and we talked about it.
Really? I've never heard that.
We talked about it. Yeah. He goes, "Black people don't get sunburn, man. What the hell?" Yeah.
Well, then what the hell? I don't know then. Maybe I'm ignorant then. I don't know. That's the first I've heard of that. Or maybe somebody's mentioned it before and I thought it was ridiculous, so I just, hand waved it.
Yeah.
It does sound
dude, I've gotten actually sun
right.
poisoning before. Actual sun poisoning, dude.
What do you mean? Like when you get third-degree burns
like
all over your body?
Yeah, because I'm like really pale, and so I fell asleep at the beach once for like 5 hours, dude.
My cousin's that way. He had blisters all over his body, and he wouldn't put on sunblock. You need to put on sunblock.
Dark skinned people do get sunburnt. My wife was black.
Yeah.
Really?
She was?
Yeah, she got
What
sunburnt.
happened? She lost.
She gets red. She starts getting red.
Yeah, but is she light skinned?
No, I meant
she was lighter, or she was like medium skin.
Oh, you mean she's your ex-wife?
Well, this dude's really dark.
My ex-wife, yeah, from like 40 years ago.
Okay, I was here to say.
My friend's like super dark.
Yeah. So, anyway, I've been out in the sun for the last 5 days for at least 3 hours. Like I'm a white boy, French and German. And guess what? I want to ask you guys because I was looking for a time to bring this up. Since I've been in the sun the last 5 days like that, I keep saying, "Don't go in the sun today." I can't stop. But the problem is, I haven't been able to sleep now. Like last night, I didn't sleep all night. Like I knew I was laying there in bed the whole entire night, and I'm not tired today at all. I'm not tired either today. I'm ready to go back out.
Yeah, whenever I don't get sunlight, it's the same thing.
Damn,
it's almost like a battery. I think that's another reason why the cats lay out in the sun.
But the other thing is,
you be going barefoot?
I do. I have been, yeah.
Dude, it's so good for you.
I spend some time out there standing around, walking around. I'm out in the woods. Like, it's freaking great.
Yeah. Oh,
so,
you're just getting electrical charge.
But I noticed like at nighttime, then I'm super warm. Like I'm like much hotter than I normally am. I have to now the problem is I have to cool off. Even when it's like 70 degrees, I'm too hot. It needs to be like 68.
Dude, that's the one thing though about going barefoot. After you do it long enough and then you do put shoes and socks on, your feet feels just hot and like confined, dude. Like it feels so horrible.
Your whole body is going to feel hot, actually.
Yeah, because I walk on the pavement when it's like 100 degrees outside and it doesn't burn my feet. But like if I put shoes on, I'm just like miserable. I'm like, oh my God, I want to get these things off so bad. You know?
Yeah.
I think it's like that with like microwave food too. I haven't eaten microwave food for like 4 years, dude. But my mom tricked me one time and gave me a plate of microwave food just to test the theory, and it tasted like poison, dude. I'm not even kidding you. I knew like instantly.
I still heat some food up with my microwave. I try not to, but I do. I mean,
that's just it's actually weaponized technology.
Yeah.
You know, if you take the what's it called out of the magnetron out of a microwave, or like if you have a microwave unplugged and it doesn't work for like 10 or 15 years, and you try to take that magnetron out, you can actually shock yourself and die if you don't take it out properly. That's why it's like welded into a metal box inside like there. You can't just take it out.
Yeah, like a big capacitor. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They have huge magnets in them, though. That's something that's valuable to get those magnets out.
Yeah. It's really hard to get one of those out of a microwave because they're inside the microwave welded into a metal box in there. So that kind of shows you they're dangerous because they go to the
Well, if you learn how to
it
discharge it,
changes
it's
the
like you
molecular structure of your water and stuff like that.
yeah, there must be a way to discharge it electrically if it has an electrical charge in it. There's got to be a way to discharge it to ground.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's like proper ways to do it and stuff. You don't have to like leave in the hands of a professional. Just I'm sure a YouTube video
Let
or
me
two would
warn
be
you right
suffice.
now. Let me be honest with you. Do not take a microwave apart and play with
Do
it.
not, huh?
It will
Yeah,
kill you.
that's
super
You will die. And if it doesn't kill you, it'll actually fuse your fingers together and shit like that. It's not
That's
a
probably
joke.
good advice, Rookie. I would suggest
Very
nobody
good
try to
advice,
take
bro.
a
Do
microwave.
not mess with no damn capacitor, high voltage capacitor, bro. It could kill you. It could hurt you or your family, bro, big time.
Dude,
And I have a
my
whole bunch
my
of them in my
friend
garage that I take apart. So trust me, I know this from experience. Luckily, it didn't
Dude,
kill
my
me, but
friend, like 3 years ago, dude, he called me randomly. He's like, dude, I had a nightmare last night that you were taking apart a microwave and you died from doing it. And what was crazy is I had a couple microwaves in the backyard that I'd been tinkering with because I wanted the magnet out of them, but I just hadn't got to it yet. And it was weird. He called me and told me that, and I
don't
was like,
take the
really?
magnet out
Because
of there.
I would
Don't
not
even
have
take
known that, and I probably would have died.
that magnet. No, I'm serious. If you try to take that magnet apart, there's
Yeah.
chemicals that are in there that are wrapped around
Yeah.
it that
Yeah.
cause that radiation to happen. And if you take that apart, dude, it can expose you to that and it can kill you. You'll die from it. You'll get sick and die. Like
Dude.
you'll get some kind of weird cancer and kill you. Not joking.
Damn.
Don't mess with it. Don't smash it trying to get the magnet out. That's dangerous. Very dangerous. I don't care what you see on YouTube.
Think
That's very
about
dangerous.
then what it
Not very
could do
smart,
to your
bro. That's
food.
you know what I mean? Like seriously, bro. That's not a joke.
That means it could do nothing good for your food then.
Well, no. What it is when it's contained the way it is, it's actually quite safe. But yeah, there's dangers to it. But I'm saying, and there's probably other things that we haven't tested yet. But I'm saying in general, no. It's a small amount of radiation, and all it is it's just based. Anyway, I don't want to get into it because I don't know enough about it to really like. Somebody else probably knows more. But all I know is that it's
What about
very
this?
dangerous.
What about this? Do
I
you
looked
think
it up and
you could have a
I
microwave
was
work?
very careful about that kind of stuff. Huh?
Do you think you could make a microwave work to heat up your food if you made it so if you took the light bulb out of there so there was no light, it was just the microwave? Because I think the two go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Like it won't operate. It needs the light,
No,
right?
yeah. If the door, well, no, there's a switch in there. You're misunderstanding door switches. There's like
No,
several
not the
safety
door
switches.
switch. Like if you went in there and disconnected all the lights from inside the microwave so that has no light capability, and then you shut the door and tried to microwave your food, I'm saying it will still work, but it won't work the way it's supposed to because it needs the light. It goes hand in hand with the microwave.
The light bulb burns out all the time. It's really nothing to do with it. The light bulb's just so you can see the food and stuff. It's got nothing to do with cooking.
So you don't think the light in there is synonymous with the microwaves?
No, it's on the same circuit as the charge. The capacitor charge. So it dims and stuff whenever it's charging, and then it'll start to get brighter. That's all you're seeing. That's the reason why it seems like it's affecting it and all that. But it's not. It's just the surge of the capacitor and the light actually hooked to it. So that way you can see that it's working. It's kind of like a way, like a dummy test or a demo test. It's kind of like that kind of thing. So you can tell if it's working or not. You know what I mean? Because sometimes when you're cooking stuff or whatever you throw in there, you may not notice it right away whether it's working. So an easy way to tell without sticking your hand in there is to, that kind of thing. So you can always tell.
Okay. Well, have you've heard of like direct energy weapons, right? Well, like the way they work is they need two light sources. Like one of them is a laser.
That uses triangulation and trilateration and different beam technologies that cross each other, right? Or at least as far as
they have to cross. Yeah, to ignite. Yeah,
if that's true anyway. Allegedly.
Well, I mean, they're used just for like defensive weapons and stuff. I mean, there's plenty of videos about them that show how they work.
Well, yeah, they've got I don't remember what they call it, but I've got videos about it. Yeah, that were on Fox News or whatever.
Yeah. But like, well, I've watched
I don't
like
necessarily believe everything I see on TV either.
No, I've
But
watched
there's that.
the demonstration videos that like Boeing makes them, right? Or like Northrop and Grumman or whatever, where they show a demonstration of how their things work for their company, and it's showing like
I know.
it has a laser.
I've got a whole bunch of videos for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
And show you. Yeah. Gotcha.
I was just thinking maybe a microwave is similar to that, as far as like the light, needing the light to be like its other source or whatever. That's all.
It's light, but it's not light. It's more of a frequency of it's a wave of sound, really. It's light in it.
So
I
the
don't know how to
DEWs.
explain it. Well, I don't know how to. Well, it's a definition in terms, right? You know, you could say
Yeah.
like when you pray and your prayers are answered, that's like a spiritual feeling, right? But someone else
Okay.
might say, well, that's just a crazy. That's what a psychopath feels. You know, a psychopath gets some kind of weird kick out of whatever. You know, there's different ways of looking at things and describing them, but that doesn't mean that those words, by definition, make that thing something that it is or isn't, right? It's just the way,
Yeah.
like atoms. We don't know what atoms look like. We can't see them,
Okay.
right? We're only
Yeah.
guessing.
Oh, so you're
Because if they
saying with the
can see them,
DEWs,
they
one of
claim they can
the
do all
things,
this. They can claim they do,
one of
but
the
do they really?
yeah,
Right?
I see what you, yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, okay, I get it. I get it.
You know what I mean? Like between you and me, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They
No, I
claim
feel
this
you. I
stuff,
feel
but
you.
is it really true, right? Like, can you prove it out? Like, yeah, a microwave can cook things. It can make water molecules vibrate at a certain frequency that makes them cook things, right? But if you
Yeah.
heat up things that don't have water molecules in them, what happens to them?
Yeah,
They don't
exactly.
necessarily get hot or even affected by it, right? So that's why you could
Yeah.
get like weird burns, you know, like fires that only burn certain types of material.
Like metal. Yeah.
Yeah, that would tell you that you know, microwaves might be involved, you know, allegedly.
Possibly. I mean, you know. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Microwave is one of the safer ways to heat your food, and in
Oh yeah,
essence,
for
that's
sure.
basically
Create a
it's just
microwave with
another way to
different
heat
things
your
in the
food.
garage.
It's the
It's
safest way to heat your food.
there is some foods that it degrades the nutrients, but not all of them. And that's
Well,
just
yeah,
because
but
of
that
how
would
it's
be the same as
acid.
cooking it, right? Whenever you cook it, a lot of nutrients get pulled out anyway. So,
Yeah,
you
it's a
know, what I
lot
mean, it's
safer
not
than just putting it on the
necessarily.
fire. You know what I mean?
I'm saying I'm sure that it's not that. I'm sure there's not that much, you know, data medically to prove that it's really harmful to you. Otherwise, I don't
Oh
think
yeah.
they'd be letting us use it. But at the same time, you know,
Oh,
taking one apart is a whole nother story, right? You know, the things that
right.
it's made of can probably kill you easily, but the microwave
Yeah.
itself will probably just burn your skin, and then you'll be smart enough not to do that again, right?
Yeah.
Most people are. But the first time you burn
Hmm.
yourself with the door open, you know, and you mess with the switch or whatever, you learn your lesson. Like,
Yeah.
oops, okay, that hurts. Kind of like when you burn yourself
Well, I
down with
mean, I know
matches.
if you microwave, if you put food in like a plastic bowl and microwave it, I know it makes your food more. It keeps all the nutrients in because you're using plastic.
I don't know. Is that how it works? I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a doctor and I'm not a scientist or anything, but I can tell by, you know, my own experience. And I usually read up on what they say is true, and then I use
Yeah.
that to guide myself. That way I don't get myself killed because there's a lot of
Yeah.
dangerous stuff, especially like high voltages. There's a reason why they put
Yeah.
a label on the back of the microwave and on the inside and on the actual, you know, components. Like everything in there has a warning label on telling you don't do this, don't do that. So it's like
Hmm.
the least you could do is read up on it and make sure you know you're safe and ground your arm so that way if it does arc and get you, it doesn't go through your heart. It'll just go through your hand. And, you know, you're going to be visiting the hospital, but not necessarily dead. You know? There's ways of
I got to
protecting
answer this
yourself.
call real quick. Hold on.
Right. But anyway, back to flat Earth.
Just kidding. Let's not.
The many voices of grace. Flat Earth Disco. Here we go. Love life and live in the truth. Don't believe me, don't be blind. Know the truth in your own mind. I can show you these doors. You walk through them. I can win you these wars. We have beat them. Let me drop these bars so you can comprehend, son. Use your own eyes. Watch the horizon rise. The black swan flies. Our value dies. Uncertain size. The globe model's demise.
So, you believe no one can be trusted? When I'm calm, you're flustered. My Cavendish balls make up my little laws. What are flaws? I got one word for ya. Gravity refraction.
Don't you mean terrestrial refraction in action? Uninvented inversion reaction due to a mathematical abstraction, not a gravitational refraction.
Yes, but you are stupid and I am globe model's Cupid.
I'm not done, it has only just begun, so check your straw man, son. And while you're at it, appeal to emotion, back the question, bare assertion, ad hominem, and complete ignorance. Feigned or honest, I don't know. Step down, son, this ain't no contest. Trust is won by the deed, not blind faith in words decreed. No retraction, so here's a counteraction. Optics and diffraction and all empirical known refraction. Yours are protraction, distraction, unadmitted abstraction, bringing dissatisfaction. And Cavendish? The effect of the contraption.
No, that's all wrong. And way too long. Besides, my noodle is this strong.
Did you hear what I said?
No, I don't listen to you. I am rubber and you are glue. You don't know anything. I'm more intelligent than all of you combined. If you were not so dumb, you would understand how my beliefs trump yours.
It's not a belief's good grief. It's clear you need disaster relief. It's based on knowing and disbelief. There's no commander-in-chief. Your weapon is a wet noodle, less effective than a poodle. You can't even address the ethical poodles. Just sit back and doodle. Your resistance is futile.
No, I don't accept that. You're a fat, sick cat in a hat going down to the laundromat.
I'm sorry, brother, from another mother. Those are delusional replies from ego in disguise, accepting a rhetorical device from co-opting spies with corporation ties who live to chastise the lies. Something truly unwise, something I actually despise. So it's time to say goodbye. Later, guys.
Since he left, I win, right? The Cavendish balls are so legit. I'm really going to Mars, just like the Tesla cars. Now give me applause.
Life's real. Imagination won't take you where you want to go when you want to go there. It's clear, you ain't never gonna see it if you don't wanna hear it. I'll chew on this. What if you're on my flat? No, imagine that, that's a fact. Now that the swan is black and there ain't no going back.
Well, I would shun her, of course. She looks like a horse. She shames me with her existence. I am the path of least resistance. If I could, I would monologue all day long. So therefore, I am right, and you are wrong. I quit. You're loud and angry, and Kevin is fine and dandy.
Up your game, Globa. Up your game. You can't argue with water. It's like leading lambs to the slaughter. Please help them, oh Heavenly Father. You are someone's cherished son or a lovely daughter. I can't be bothered. I got this. Flat Earth, taking rap back. Daily flash smack, sparking pen pack. You ain't ready for the truth, you ain't ready for the great sign. How many obvious mistakes does it take to make you open your damn mind? You can't substantiate a thing, you can't verify a thing when you assume my cause. When your brain's gravy and you're ready to concede, you become one of us. It means you're freed.
Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
She couldn't
Sure,
do
well,
it. Sorry.
It's all right. I just finished watching the movie Terrain, the film. Finally found a version of it. It came out in like March, but it was only on a pay site. I found a copy on BitChute. I don't know if you guys know about that movie, but it's called Terrain, but I'm not sure why they call it that. Besides the bio terrain specialist in there, Dr. Bear Lando. If y'all haven't heard of him, you should check him out. He's got a podcast, Alpha Vedic. It's really good. He understands that everything is frequency, vibration, and water, electromagnetism, and stuff. And works with people on that. But the movie also has Cowan and Kaufman and Rogan, all these big hitters, right? And to get straight to the point about the medical industry and Austin. I wanted to do a search for her before I brought her up, but she does something really interesting. It's like with the somatics, with the water vibration and frequencies. She's able to put like alkalized water in a petri dish, and I think what I understand is she holds it in her hand and then looks at a picture, has like an intention in her mind, and then she quickly throws that in the freezer, and you could actually see a picture or similarity of whatever she was visualizing right there frozen in the water. Like she was looking at a telephone pole picture and then holds a petri dish in her hand, throws it in the freezer, and then takes it out. You can clearly see it's a telephone pole with wires and everything. And I don't know if anybody had ever heard of that, but really interesting. I'll definitely have to research more into her.
It's called Terrain.
What? Yeah, Terrain the film. You could just search that on BitChute.
Terrain theory.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess that's where they got it from.
If you guys haven't seen another movie called Broadcast, I would check it out. It's about AI. It's pretty bizarre.
You're bizarre.
I know. But what are you? No, just kidding.
The girl looked at a picture of a telephone pole and held the petri dish and then put it in the freezer, and then the freezer showed the telephone pole. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think they put that in the film because they wanted to see what would happen when she visualized the concept of the COVID virus. And, I didn't really catch that. Only can give it some of my attention as I'm driving. But I'll post a link to it, and it's at the very end. It's like at the 2-hour mark. You can check it out.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that's like the movie. Yeah, I remember Kaufman talking about it. Isn't it? It's Kaufman's movie, right? Pretty sure that's Dr. Kaufman's film.
Yeah, it is. I'd heard about it at the beginning of the year, and then I waited till March, and I still couldn't find a copy of it. Something like you could pay $20 to watch the film premiere release of it that they did, but I wasn't sure if that was the full thing or what. But yeah, I got the link copied. I'll post it.
Yeah, basically the idea being is if you believe in this virus is going to kill you, and you believe that you're sick and can die, and then you're going to change the molecular structure of the water in your body by emitting those frequencies, and you'll actually manifest illness.
Yeah, I believe that's the way it works. That's why I refuse to think negatively, or, if I do have symptoms, I try to keep positive about it. But honestly, I haven't gotten sick in forever. I've eaten a couple of bad Tupperware meals out of the fridge that was in there too long, but man, the last time I was unwell was over a decade ago when I worked in this factory that had tons of pollution. And I left there because of that. And I haven't been sick since.
What about flat Earth? We find curvature yet?
There's a lot of damn hills. I know that. As a driver, it's kind of driving me crazy right now.
Yeah, same. I'm driving in RV in mountains.
Well, that's pretty cool. Watch where you're going. Heads up.
Like you start going downhill, it's like, damn, bro, this is crazy. It's going way too fast right
wow, yeah. That velocity.
Are you working with it, or are you driving the RV?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of nowhere, West Virginia, in my 18-wheeler, trying to get to the next stop.
And what's the terrain look like out there?
A lot of hills. He just said it. Dude, I'm in Maryland, so I'm pretty close. A lot of hills.
I know. I was looking for more unique identifiers of the hills and stuff, you know.
It's really pretty. So like you're right near me because all the mountains in West Virginia and in Maryland, it's all around each other.
I'm sure it's beautiful right now.
It's okay. It's raining.
Yeah, I live right at the base of the Blue Ridge Parkway. Like I can be there in 1 minute, hop on the parkway and just cruise all day.
Is that a good place to buy property?
West Virginia is okay. It's fertility is like land fertility is okay. It's good value land though. Cheaper land.
I like Virginia where I live, Southern Virginia. West Virginia, this state is too reliant on everything from everybody else. Like the fuel pipeline, it doesn't come through here. They have to get all that from Virginia or Pennsylvania. The food, which I'm delivering, they have to get it from us. Like they're not very self-sustained here in West Virginia.
Yeah.
I really miss the Midwest, actually.
And it's because of all these damn
the green grass and the rolling hills.
Yeah, man. I grew up in Missouri. I had a great time in Missouri as a young person, I don't know what to call myself. What do we call ourselves now? So I'm having this problem. A young earthling that I was. In the last 5 or 6 years, I haven't gotten sick, only stomach problems, and I'm sure it's the terrain. In other words, I live in a building. I think the building is the problem. The plumbing and all of that stuff.
Could also be mold. Mold is a huge problem. Most people aren't even aware of it at all, but it's essentially everywhere. And, you really need professionals to come in and take a look at it and see where you're at with it. And then once you do get it in your house, it's really hard to get rid of. And then if you get it in your body, it's even harder to get rid of because you can actually reinfect yourself with it on its way out, which is crazy. So there's a whole process.
I heard some things about detoxing with using iodine. I don't know. It's a little off topic, but I might have, I hadn't used it in a long time. I would usually just put 2 drops in an 8-ounce glass of water and drink that every couple days maybe. But I probably put too many drops in some juice the other day. I swear to God, I felt like I was dying. And then it just all went through. It felt like severe. You know when you have gas and it's trying to move through, but it's not there yet and it's really painful? And then it just went all the way through, boom, and it was over. And then it was I was fine. It was so weird. So I think I might have been just getting rid of a bunch, whatever.
Yeah, there's actually a detoxing or I can't remember. I take iodine as well because as an athlete, it's important to have that.
Yeah.
I have to look at it. There's 4 things that it helps.
You're roboting
toxic. Shit.
You're roboting too much,
right.
Adam.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. Wait just a couple seconds. Should be okay. When you're around that next hill, you know those darn satellites.
Yeah, that'll give it to you right there. Those darn satellites. It's funny how the hills affect the satellite, huh?
Mm.
What's going on, everyone?
Hey, Miggy, how you doing?
Yeah, doing all right, man.
Hey.
Any ballers coming in today?
No.
Very quiet Saturday then.
Mm-hmm.
Got Widget in the house. What's up, Widget?
What up, bro?
Case working out all right?
Yeah, I can't really hear. I'm losing service.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say iodine. It helps replace thyroid hormones. They can get built up with fluoride and chlorine and stuff, which are obviously harmful. And it comes in if you're deficient in iodine, those take over. So it's good for everybody to take iodine.
Hey, what do you know about cramping? Because like I've had this problem for a few years. Like I exercise every day usually. I'm exercising at least 2 hours every day. I'll take a break every now and then. I'll take a couple days off. Then I just get right back on. But I have cramps in my legs, and I don't know, man. It's like I've tried just about everything, like even drinking salt water and pickle juice, and nothing seems to solve this problem, man. It happens at a certain time in the morning every day almost. And it's like
I haven't tried it myself yet, but I listened to a podcast yesterday about the benefits of green coffee enemas, and it seems like that might be the cure-all for just about anything besides just eating only organic foods. And
yeah, that's true.
Let's come back
It
on
has
track,
something to do with
guys.
the quality food. I might be missing something, but I heard about coffee enemas through the Gerson Institute, which have cured cancer. They weren't allowed to treat, so they went to Mexico. But they were taking the kids that have like brain cancers and the hardest to cure cancers, the worst cases, and curing them dietary only.
Yep.
Juices, fresh juices, fruits, vegetables, like
fasting, right? They basically
I
use
can't.
the fasting system.
Hold on, I can barely hear you.
You said fast.
He basically uses effectively the fasting system and then expands upon it.
Yep.
And it works.
Yeah. You know about the Gerson Institute, then? Yeah, he started.
Gerson therapy. I knew that before I knew flat Earth.
Yeah, because he started in Germany. He left Germany, the originator.
Yep.
Like around.
Go listen to
medical revolutionary developments come from Germany, including German New Medicine, which is like mid-20th century.
No, the Germans are automatically bad, and everything they came up with is bad too, bro.
Except no, pretty much the opposite.
The Germans were pretty much right about everything. Let's be real. But you can go watch Kaufman. Kaufman talks about the best way to do the enema, and then he says if you want to, you can do like a liver cleanse. You basically like go vegan for 2 weeks and drink organic apple juice every day, which softens the stones in your liver, and then You drink like cranberry juice and olive oil.
Yeah, olive oil. You gotta first sour it up and then fatten it up so it can literally be like squeezed out.
Well, I cut pork out
Exactly.
completely about 3 or 4 months ago. So.
Well, that's good. That's a good start.
Happy.
But
yeah, I'm happy about that.
Dude, there are like physical fitness trainers that are like just look amazing, and they do this liver cleanse, and it's amazing how much stuff comes out of them. Like Kai and I are about to do it.
Well, the first time you do it for sure, especially.
I'll look into that. I wouldn't mind some information on that. If you have some on the.
Man, you just stepped all over my dude over here, man.
Oh, sorry.
I just posted a link to something called the whole kit and caboodle. It's the enema kit. It's only like $50. I think I'll purchase it myself.
Yeah, just putting something in my butt seems kind of gay.
Yeah, it is what it is, though, for health, to feel better than ever before.
No, yeah. I'm not disputing that it works. Like, I've talked to numerous holistic doctors that swear by it. I'm just saying that's the hiccup for me. I'm just being honest.
Well, coffee enemas are not gay unless you really, really like doing them.
Okay. Touche.
And besides that, for detoxing, there's some there's things that you can take, formulas, and then there's glutathione, NAC. If you take all of those, you could really detox your liver. And I don't know if you guys know this, but the best fat burner in the world is a healthy liver.
Yes, dude, the liver is everything, bro. And like, so what happens though? So you'll get all these stones out, and what it'll do is it'll push the more calcified stones that are further back in your liver to the front. So if you don't do it decently periodically, it could actually backfire, from my understanding, because you're going to push the more calcified stones up to the front of your liver. So yeah, like say 4 months later, or it depends on, like they say at least once a year, but the first time you do it, maybe.
No.
Okay, let's hear.
It all depends on what you're eating. Like, oh, you're getting calcium stones, are you? Well, what are you eating in order to get that? Right? Now, you really need a cleanse the first time, maybe a second time, right? And then you just need to really change your diet and basically remove the cause of that coming there in the first place. And then you won't need a liver cleanse. I did it too. I won't ever need it again. And also, by the way, I eat a lot of fat. And I don't actually get fat from it.
Shoot, I eat a lot of
really
greens.
likes fat.
I eat a lot of greens now, fresh from the field. I mean, it's the bomb. It's the best. Like, I don't have to stop for lunch. Lunch is there all around me right now. It's great. All kinds of stuff. Like,
fresh vegetable glucose.
Wait a minute, one more thing. Other plants like willow, that they make willow tears, you could chew on that. That's where acetic acid comes from, that they made aspirin from. Aspirin is acetylsalic
willow tree
acid.
Willow
from willows. Yeah, from willow.
Leaf extract has a lot of natural aspirin in it. We used to use that.
I do it. So I heard the Native Americans did that here. So I started finding out about it. So anyway, continue
Not just
on.
Native Americans, all the Europeans did that too. It's just
widely
known
that's
knowledge.
true.
Basic
That's true.
herbalism.
Yep, exactly.
I hope your source of your greens, vegetables is free of glyphosate, because, man, I also listened to a podcast. I've learned a lot about it, but this one really went into the detail of the studies and everything that are done, and all the damage that glyphosate can have. And,
what's that?
It's pretty terrifying. Name any condition.
It's fat soluble and it's bioaccumulative.
What is it? Where does
it?
What is
goes
it?
Away.
It really causes digestion problems.
What is that?
First and foremost, glyphosate is a pesticide. It's Roundup. What they spray 4 billion tons of every year on all the crops they can put on. And I used to eat a lot of oatmeal, especially wheat.
What it does is it is consumed, and then in the bug's stomach, it literally explodes their stomach.
Yeah, I'm in an area that's rustic. It's not developed. There may be some runoff like in the creeks, but I pretty much trust the forest floor to clear out. Like, I'm not in anywhere where it's like,
dude, no way.
Running water.
Glyphosate is extremely toxic. toxic, it doesn't actually degenerate and neutralize like a natural substance, and it bioaccumulates. It's dissolvable in fat, and once you get it in you, it doesn't come out. And then if you get a
Yeah, I
little bit
probably have
more,
it in me.
and you get that 100 times, you get a lethal dose.
Yeah, I probably have DDT. I probably have DDT also. They used to spray neighborhoods.
DDT is the predecessor, and DDT is much less worse.
What's going on here?
It's less dangerous, DDT.
So in a creek bed where runoff comes, some of that stuff's going to be in there. So do I need to be careful how close to the actual creek I am?
Yes, if there's glyphosate runoff going through there, never ever do anything there ever.
Oh,
because it's
okay.
all
Well,
going to be drenched in that poison pretty
yeah,
much forever until it's dug out with bulldozers.
Okay, I
It's gonna
got you.
stay
I
there
got you.
forever.
Right, I understand. So is that going through the new plants that are growing and soils around it and like things like that?
It's going to spread around in the water. Yeah. And
Well,
it's
the
going to
water's
accumulate
dry.
in all forms of fat within
Well,
it.
this is a very hot
Plants have
area.
fat.
We have over 100-degree weather for several months during the year. Most of the time, we're no colder than about 65 degrees in the daytime. So it's hot and dry. Those creek beds are only seasonal. Only when it rains, then it runs down, then it stops. And when the rain's over, it just stops. Like if it rains in the mountains, we'll get some of that runoff. But in local rains, then they'll be running creeks for just like a day or two, depending on how long the rain is. The water only sits in them for about maybe a week in the deepest places.
It doesn't
and then
matter.
it all dries up. Okay.
The glyphosate is extremely contagious.
Hmm.
And it's hard to avoid.
If you get it in the ground just once, then like 100 years later, you can come back and it will still be there. It doesn't go away. It's terrible. It's evil. It needs to be banned worldwide.
Even if you're buying store-bought stuff that says organic, if it's grown anywhere near other crops that are using glyphosate, then you can guarantee it's also saturated in glyphosate as well.
So is it like everywhere then? So is this stuff like everywhere?
Yeah, pretty much every toxin is everywhere.
It's forbidden
Because
in Europe. It's allowed in America. It's completely.
I mean, even that we're in a contained environment, everything really is everywhere. Every toxin is everywhere on Earth.
So I don't know how you fucking avoid that, man. I mean, wow. Black pill today. Just kidding. Yeah, I get it though. No, I understand. But I'm not going to be afraid to eat the fresh vegetables that are out in the field. Like I know there's people that have houses up above in the hills. They are runoff too. I understand. Yeah, that could be a big problem. So I don't know. Got to find a place where there never was any houses or properties where anybody was using any of that. So any of the runoff would not have gotten to that area.
You can measure the level of glyphosate in the water.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's measurable. It
Maybe
has
I'll look into that.
distinct molecule, right? It has very specific molecule, which is very much detectable in, you call them again, spectroanalysis.
Who could test for that?
The health ranger, Mike Adams, has done that specifically.
There's probably some local place that could test it.
Sure.
Anyway, so when it's running water, then I would have to test some of that water.
Well, technically, you could
The
just
soil?
take a sample of the ground. You see, if it's
Okay.
run off with glyphosate just once, even if it's 20 years ago, if that happened just once, it's going
Right.
to be in the soil.
Does
It
it?
will have a
Does it?
percentage.
Okay. Does it go further and further down into the soil eventually?
I'm not sure. I don't know that part. I just know when it actually gets into something, it's really hard to get it out, if not impossible.
So basically, dude, what you need to do, bro, is you need to just fully cleanse your body, and then, like he said, really be particular about what you consume after that. If you're having indigestion problems and you need a detox, like, you know, all the things that we just talked about, like just fasting, even if you start with intermittent fasting and then like cutting out all the stuff that may be toxic in your body.
Exactly.
Right.
No, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good right now. I've done all that. I had a period where I got quite ill, had infections. I had this molar pulled. The first wisdom tooth I've ever had pulled. I had all 4 of mine until then, and so it was a succession of things. And I also think it's possible to have what's called a healing crisis. When you start healing, you have all kinds of other things, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna like try to detox on something like glyphosate, then realize it's a fat soluble, it dissolves in fat type of poison. So the only way to then get it out of you is through fat. You have to basically add fat, hope it's gonna dissolve into that somehow. You might like do that, start that process up somehow in your body, and then eventually, if you do that enough, like the percentage of glyphosate in your fat will be down to the level where it's no longer
Does it
inflammatory.
matter what your fat percentage in your body is?
Yes, of course it matters.
Okay, I have less than 10%.
Okay, it's just
So I
that
don't know if
that's where the glyphosate is going to sit, and that, by the way, includes your brain, which is a lot of fat. So beware.
I have trouble actually gaining weight.
Could be worse.
It could be way worse. I feel quite healthy compared to most people.
I can't gain weight to save my life either, but because
No
my
kidding,
metabolism's insane. My
mine too.
metabolism's insane. If I eat food, I have to use the bathroom right then, bro. Like it's insane. Well, I'd
Dude,
rather it be like that.
Can you imagine what I was like when I was your age? I'll be 64.
It's overactive thyroid gland. It's the thyroid gland that makes you unable to gain weight because it will counterbalance it. It will just get more active.
Which a good thing is taking
my
the iron to help balance his thyroid.
My theory is the reason everyone's so fat is because their metabolism stopped working. It just doesn't know how to work. They just eat all day, so their body just like taps out.
No,
I think that's
It's actually insulin resistance that causes that, and most diseases.
The problem
Once
is
you
not
over
that they
consume
eat too
carbs,
much; it's that they eat poison shit. So they get
Yeah,
all
for
the
sure.
wrong things. They get fluoride instead of, like iodine, and they just get all the wrong stuff. So they become saturated with the poisons. That's what makes them blow up. It's not that they have too much nutrition; it's they have too much poison in place of where it should be.
Yeah.
If they just fill it
the
out with nutrition,
overconsumption
it's
of
all going to melt away.
the overconsumption of carbohydrates causes insulin resistance. And
Mm-hmm.
once you're insulin resistant, that's where you get the look where you have a big belly and skinny
Yeah,
arms.
I rarely eat bread at all anymore. No, I don't. No bread. Actually, I have some bread. Every now and then, I'll have like a croissant with my coffee, like I am right now.
Just don't eat products with sugar in them at all. Of course, that's a big challenge in the United States, but in Europe, it's doable. And that includes, by the way, corn syrup, which is even worse than sugar.
And it's a warm, fresh croissant right out of my oven. Raspberry croissant. Mmm.
Nice.
Now what's to eat the babies?
Wait, what? Where did everybody go?
I don't know.
Is that Slow-Mo Moonbuggy? I don't think I ever heard his voice.
Yeah, me either.
Slow, you there? Oh, no, he's not. He just put himself on deafen. Oh, wait.
Muy interesante. I don't know. What do you call a one-eyed deer?
No idea.
No idea. No idea.
Oh, that's a
What
clever one.
What do you call a deer with no legs? You hear that one? What do you call a deer with no eyes and no legs?
No.
Still no idea.
Still no. Wait a minute. Say it again.
No legs, so
A
still.
deer with no eye and no legs.
Still. Still no idea. Okay.
Boss told me that one. He's like great for cheesy dad jokes.
If it can still move though without legs, so you should call it a paralyzed deer with one eye.
Bloody hell, yeah, you've got me. Yep.
Well,
You
that
like
would screw the joke up, wouldn't it?
If it's paralyzed, it's going to be very still.
I'm going to say that actually. Yep, the joke's changing to paralyzed and no eyes. We are flat earthers, yeah. We've got to be technical.
Holy shit, they can jump far.
Wow, that's a pretty powerful sneeze, ain't it? Hmm.
So what exactly do you think all those theories prove? 'Cause I won't go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I won't go back to the ball. We can't believe that shit. 'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. We really gotta ask yourself, why don't they just take a photograph?
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten double things?